51. CH-51A Talk. The room was filled with tension, as Dumbledore stared at me in disbelief. He couldn't understand how I could have known about his doubts or about his relationship with Voldemort himself. No one should know until next year at least. What do you know, my boy? He finally managed to get out, trying to keep his grandfatherly tone. You know you can talk to me like an intelligent person, right? You aren't the only one capable of thinking things through and investigating things one is curious about. I get why you'd think that honestly, with pretty much all adult wizards being completely useless and the ministry being stuck up its own ass since the war. I tell the man. My apologies then, I shall call you Aiden from now on, all right. He replied calmly to my slightly aggressive tone. That's fine then, I also apologize for losing my temper a bit, headmaster. I say back, calming my mind to prepare for the talk ahead. Why don't you sit down and we will start this meeting properly this time? He gestured with a calm smile on his face instead of his grandfatherly expression. Let's. I answer as I take my seat once again. Now if you could tell me how you came to this conclusion of yours, Aiden. He started off politely. You know about pretty much everything I went through before his fall, right? I asked to make sure. Yes, Alastor informed me about you and your experiences. I am sorry you had to go through so much, at such a young age. But I must ask how you knew he would tell me. Asked Dumbledore with sadness showing on his aged face. That part is pretty simple. After I'd regained some freedom at my aunt's, I decided to learn more about why my parents had been killed and to understand why I had to go through what I did. My search led me to a certain order my parents were part of, alongside many prominent witches and wizards who believed in fighting against the encroaching darkness. Your order, headmaster. And in my search, I found that the Auror Alastor Mad-Eye Moody was a member of said order. As well as James Potter and Lily Evans, Harry's parents, and the now insane Longbottoms, Neville's parents. But I knew for sure you were informed when I received the glasses, pretty big clue that one. I start off by explaining. Yes, I do believe it would be. And I assume that is why you were also very open about your ownership of a phoenix in my office as well. He said, understanding my actions and reactions so far. Exactly. I knew you knew, so what's the point of hiding it? I responded with a shrug. But now I still wish to know how you deduced my own worries about you, Aiden. He pressed on. Well, that one has a bit of a build-up too. I say while scratching the back of my head a bit. Please. We have plenty of time, Aiden. He gestured for me to begin my tale. All right. Since you know what happened to me, you know that I was forced to be a part of 2 rituals. To which he nods. Well, I wanted to learn about those responsible and the one they served, so I investigated. I hunted for clues, for stories, hints, and evidence. And then I found out a few facts. Voldemort, obviously being a fake name, but I tried to track his past anyway and finding nothing before the 60s, when I could find traces of him building up his following before the war. But I couldn't find any mention of a man claiming himself to be the heir of Slytherin himself before then. This led to a study on any and all mention of the Salazar himself, letting me find a peculiar passage about a secret chamber built in our very school, which happened to have supposedly been opened by one Rubeus Hagrid 50 years ago. I say as I weave my tale. Can't straight up say I read about the both of you in a book during my previous life now, could I? I've also actually had this stuff investigated and I have a very securely sealed journal recording everything. These are all actually things that can be investigated if one has the drive and ability. And I have both. Making Dumbledore very contemplative, thinking about my train of thought. But you obviously didn't believe in that accusation, I assume. Stated the headmaster, urging me to continue. Of course not. Anyone who knows the man wouldn't believe that Hagrid, a half-giant who loves animals a bit too much, would ever harm another person unless provoked. He's basically the archetype of the lovable giant. But I was curious about the other party involved. About a student who convinced everyone that a man raising a spider and wasn't even a pure blood, would want to be or even knew what the heir of Slytherin was. It was simply moronic, and it was only because too much attention was put on Hogwarts after the death of Myrtle that the incident stopped. I reply with a scoff, which actually got me a smile from Dumbledore. Yes, poor Hagrid has had a hard life, which is why I offered him his current position. You see, I also believe the man to have been innocent, but unfortunately I wasn't the headmaster in those days and couldn't protect him. He said with a sigh. Yeah, but the debacle pointed me to the one who supposedly caught Hagrid. The most intelligent, charismatic, and skilled wizard of his generation. A man who should be known for his great abilities and could have very well ended up becoming the next minister, but actually vanished. I found some evidence he tried to become a professor, but was rejected, and since then no one has held the position for more than a year. Then he, for some reason, worked at Borgin and Burke's for a while, but then disappeared after the then famous murder of Hepzibah Smith, who claimed to be a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff. His age seemed to match my approximate estimate of Voldemort's own, with his disappearance and his own sudden appearance matching up almost perfectly, leading to growing suspicion. So I investigated Tom Marvolo Riddle. He displayed perfection at school, but was raised in an orphanage in London itself, where it was reported at the time of his childhood that strange events were happening around the boy and others being traumatized. I hunted down the name Riddle, finding a few pieces of interest. A muggle of the same name was murdered and one Morphin Gaunt being incarcerated for the crime. A family who would just so happen to claim to be the heirs of Slytherin, with a gift for Parcel Tongue running in the family and 3 of them being alive at the time, Marvolo, Morphin, and Mara P. Gaunt. One died in Azkaban, the other has his name being carried on in Tom Marvolo Riddle, and the last seemed to have died around the same time he was born. Forming a picture of the early life of one Dark Lord, the son of a muggle and a squib. Ironic, isn't it? I finished my dialogue off. Extraordinary, Aiden, simply a marvelous bit of investigation and deduction. It is exactly as you've said. You're missing a few key reasons and motives, as well as backstory elements to events. But you've correctly answered a question so many have not even bothered to really ask themselves. Who is Voldemort? No one cared enough after his fall, and everyone was too frightened by him to find out when he was alive. Clapped Dumbledore in delight. But why would you believe that I would see you as a person who could become like him? He then asked, very curious at how I would answer. A few key similarities in all honesty. I am undeniably brilliant. This isn't a fact or up for discussion. I could have taken my newts in my second year and aced them all. I am only staying here because I like being with my friends, like helping others. The professors give me to advice based on experience, and I have plenty of time to work on my projects. I am very popular amongst the student body, showing great willingness increase my reputation. I've experienced the dark side of magic and have gained much from it, probably making you believe I could be tempted by it. I hold a good deal of ambition, but it's in almost the complete opposite direction from Tom's. I've also lost my parents, but I have a loving family and don't really care for that one. And finally, I am very powerful, not just amongst my peers, but in the wizarding world itself. I am the image Riddle tried to present of himself for the entirety of his school years. I summarized very efficiently. So you understand the similarities between the two of you and do not shy away from them. You seem to be proud of yourself for being as such. Why? He asked directly this time. That's actually the problem I have with you, headmaster. I then said to his surprise. What do you mean? He asked seriously due to the direction the conversation was now going in. Because I've also investigated you. I answer calmly. And with the same fervor you've investigated Tom, I presume. He then sighed in realization. Yes, headmaster. I've investigated pretty much all people I've deemed important. I had to prepare myself and did not want myself or the people I care for to get hurt again. I reply seriously. At least you are very different from Tom in that aspect. You know and feel love. Something he could never understand. But back to your previous statement. Why has your investigation led to you having a problem with me and my point of view? He finally asked. Because you believe certain things are your mistakes and that you should bear the burden for them, in a tone. Your thoughts regarding people have been heavily skewed by that belief, headmaster. I answer with some sympathy. And by that you mean? He said, hoping for clarification. Because of your special relationship and bond with Grindelwald, an event I am sorry to remind you of, and the subsequent conflict that emerged from its result, your view of the world was twisted. You'd hoped to stop another from losing themselves along their journeys as he did. But then you experienced Tom Riddle's growth into adulthood and following rise as the new Dark Lord, making you feel immense guilt at the naive hope that you could have stopped it and that every one of his crimes are somehow your fault. But this strengthened your viewpoint, making you believe that you are responsible for the decisions of these men, and those who followed them. That you are the one who must stop them or fix them somehow. That you must prevent the rise of another at any cost and could not fail again. You've made yourself look so far ahead of any potential problem, that you have forgotten to look at the present, headmaster. I finally answer the now weary-looking old man's question fully. You've truly investigated in depth, Aiden. He stated sadly as his memories were triggered by my answer. I know it isn't pleasant to hear, sir. I am sorry for reminding you of such unfortunate events. But you have forgotten that for all your strength and knowledge, it is still their own decisions. You can try to guide them onto the path you believe is right, but, at the end of the day, they may not see that path as the one right for them. It is both the greatness and horror of free will. But each person chooses the path they take. Others can only show them another one and attempt to convince them to take it, but it must ultimately fall to each individual to choose and live with the rewards and consequences of that choice. Others can feel bad, guilty, and accountable for it, but it is never truly their fault. And the reason I disagree with your statements is because of the path I want to take is so different. I explained to a very tired, but now thoughtful man. And your path is? He asked. I want to help develop our stagnating world. I state with confidence. You must forgive me, Aiden, but that goal is very similar to the two you've mentioned, making me worry. He responded. Yeah, but the difference is that I don't want to be like them and my meaning is different. I answer. What is your definition of help then? He followed up with, I want to give a new direction for magic to develop. I want to make new solutions for diseases and injuries thought impossible to cure. I want to push our understanding of Muggles to a new age and integrate their increasingly evolving technology into our world. I want to ignite a passion into the hearts of witches and wizards, to make them want to improve themselves, learn about the world and even make it better. I want to learn and discover. I want to help our country recover from the damages the last wars have inflicted upon us. I hope to spark a renaissance within the magical world and want to fill it with wonders for the next generation. I declare with fire in my eyes at my dream. My hopes. And my goals. My dream truly stunned Dumbledore. But a few minutes later he smiled. That is why you are hiring werewolves for your business. I nod. That is why you've created your exchange. I nod. That is why you wanted to open the dueling club last year. I nod. That is also why you help others and display your brilliance. I nod. The headmaster then begins to think. I wait patiently in silence for the man to finish. And as each passing minute elapses, I can feel the change in him. He gradually changes from the weary old man, beaten by time and guilt, back to the man deemed to be the next Merlin. Thank you for your time, Aiden. I am very thankful you've been willing to speak to me today. It has been most illuminating. Please do not worry about me and return to your classes. He finally says with a kind smile as he excuses me. I stand up, give the man a short bow and leave. 52, ch 52. The canon continues. My talk with Dumbledore was nerve-wracking to say the least. It is very hard to lie in front of the man, occlumency or not. It does help that I only lied about how I deduced my knowledge from clues I'd found, and that I don't have to tell him about my past life. But I do believe he will trust and or believe me enough that he won't think I'm going dark. I also hope he won't shut me down if I'm ever trying to start something in the school again. I'm going to have to keep an eye out to see if this changes things. I personally think Lockhart is still going to show up as Dada Professor because the world still believes he's competent and I honestly don't give enough of a shit about the idiot. He'll busted by the end of the year anyway, with Lupin his most likely successor due to the bill bitches trying to push through, which I'm going to use to my advantage to show how stupid the ministry is and boost the Herald's reputation. Then I'll just change the law. I had returned to my class a bit weary, but I could soon find my rhythm again. A few days passed and it was now early November. The damp and cold weather of the UK amplified during this time of year, and with it the Quidditch Cup would begin at Hogwarts once again. Now, I can respect the skills required to play the sport. I will support my friend and the team he is playing in, I mean I'm trying to make a broom custom for his position. But the rules of the game are completely unbalanced. No time limit. No score limit. Things only end with the snitch being caught and the thing is worth 150 points, almost always rendering the work of everyone else on the team worthless. So unless Christian is playing, I don't really care. Unfortunately I wanted to make sure everything played out as canon, with Quirrell cursing the broom, Snape trying to counter it, Hermione stopping it in a funny way and Harry swallowing the snitch. I've got a nudging suspicion Dumbledore might have made that happen so the kid could get some confidence, but I'll wait and see. Luckily enough, everything went properly, and it turns out that the headmaster did make the snitch a bit easier for Harry to catch and stopped the Slytherin Seeker from getting while Harry clung to his broom for dear life, but the swallowing was completely accidental. During the game though, Woods was still hit by that foul the troll face committed, so I had to check him over and take care of his injuries, but he wasn't going to wake up for the next few hours so I sent him to the infirmary. A quick look over to see Harry wasn't sporting any injuries from his tumble at the end and gave a hearty congratulations. With my duties done I simply left and returned to my own devices with Christian who came to check out the new Seeker's skills. He wasn't terribly impressed with his actual skills and felt annoyed someone tried to mess with the kid's broom, but he also admitted the kid was a natural at the sport. The trio was actually coming to the exchange less than before and I'm guessing it's because they're researching Nicholas Flamel. In the meantime I've been continuing the combat training for my friends and they have been improving at very quick pace. Christian is developing a very unorthodox style of combat, by using his athletic body to constantly move while throwing debilitating jinxes and hexes, forcing openings to strike quick and hard. Victoria is a more refined fighter, using quick and efficient combos to leave opponents struggling to ward off her assaults and letting her dispatch them if they fail to do so. James had some issues actually taking down opponents as he focuses a lot more on defense and restrictions, preferring to work as a supporter, but was really getting good at smothering his opponent through sheer defensive prowess. I still don't need to move, but it's getting harder and harder to use spells only for my defense. With no more events until Christmas, I was free to tinker away and use my personal documentary on the dark arts to learn everything I could. Brought to you by Quirrellmart, the best and darkest channel since 1991. But before the holidays something surprising happened. I was rushed by the Golden Trio as I was locking up the exchange alone. Harry looked nervous, Ron had an odd look like he always did around me and Hermione was nervous and determined. I don't see you three all that much anymore. How come you're so keen on coming to the exchange when it's over? I asked with a chuckle to myself. Well, we had something we wanted to ask, but it's kind of a secret, said the very bad liar known as Hermione. Ooh. I love a good secret project. I'm working on 3 this very year. I answer excitedly, getting some surprised looks in response from 2/3 of the audience and a scoff from 1/3. Wait, you're working on things outside of class? Asked the more learned of the trio. Why yes. But since we are going to be sharing secret projects, let's do it where they are going to stay secret, shall we? I say as I reopen the exchange room and usher everyone in. So we wanted to ask, started Harry before I raised my hand. 1 second, Harry. It's always good to make sure your secrets stay secret. I say with a small smile as I wave my left hand to close and lock the door, while using my wand in my right to cast privacy and detection spells, resulting in Hermione freezing as she was the only one to understand what was happening as usual. That was silent casting, they don't teach that till 6th or 7th year. And did you do magic without a wand? At the same time as you did some with your wand? She questioned in disbelief. Ha ha ha. I did tell you before that I've already finished everything that could be taught at Hogwarts and then some, no? But to answer you questions, it's yes on all counts. I answer with a bright smile at the limited knowledge the boys possess and Hermione being utterly speechless. What's so special about that? Kids use magic without a wand all the time and loads of wizards do spells without saying them. Grumbled the redhead. Don't be daft, Ronald. Intentional and controlled wandless magic is incredibly difficult, much less used silently while doing other spell work. I reckon only Dumbledore can do that. She explained. Wait. You're as good as Dumbledore? Suddenly spoke out Harry in shock. Goodness me, no. I say. Ha. See? No way he could be as powerful as Dumbledore. Exclaimed Ron like he somehow won something. Certainly true. I've not gone through my 3rd maturity and he's had decades more experience. So although I should be above Professors McGonagall and Snape, I am still quite a ways away from Dumbledore's level. I simply say to the trio. What? Almost shrieked Hermione. But they're professors. Yes, and they are the strongest magical combatant in the school alongside with Professor Flitwick. I don't believe I can outdo them in their respective fields, but I am much more well-rounded than all of them. I responded. Flitwick? Questioned Harry with a weird look. Oh, don't judge on his appearance and pleasant personality, Harry. He is a master duelist and has won so many championships they asked him to give rising duelists a chance at winning. If you ever found yourself in his office, you'll find it full of trophies from his golden days. I then informed the boy. That information actually surprised the 3 more than my opinion about my standing in the castle. But back to the more interesting matters at hand. You tell me your secret project and I'll tell you one of mine. I say with an excited grin. They look at each other for a while and finally come to a decision regarding the matter silently. Well, it's like this. We have recently been trying to figure out what is being guarded behind Fluffy. Started Hermione as she spoke carefully. Fluffy? You mean Hagrid's Cerberus? I asked them with surprise in my voice. You know it. The trio exclaimed. Well, yet. I've been visiting Hagrid since 1st year with some of my friends. My friend Christian and I really like magical creatures and the man has more experience than many experts in the field. The problem is that he forgets everyone else isn't as strong as himself and doesn't understand why creatures which can't harm him are classified as dangerous. But back to Fluffy. He's really well trained and I've played with him before, but if he was sent into the castle to guard something, it's gotta be serious cause there's only one known way to get past his species. I explain with smile. Yeah, that's actually what we've been trying to figure out. We think something really valuable is hidden there and Snape is trying to steal it. Started to explain Harry, but I interrupted. Wait a sec. To stop him in his track. Why does it sound like you've been into the place the headmaster said would be certain death and how did you even get in? And why do you believe Snape wants whatever is in it? He probably helped in preparing its defenses. I question, already knowing the answer. We didn't go there on purpose. Bemoaned Ron. Yet it was an accident after Malfoy tried to get us into trouble, then the stairs moved and we ended up there without knowing. Supports Harry. But we saw Snape limping after Halloween and we think he tried to get past Fluffy and got injured. He continued. And whatever is down there has to do with Nicholas Flamel. I've been looking everywhere for famous wizards of our times, but I can't find him anywhere. And well, you're the smartest person in the castle we could ask without getting into trouble. Then explained Hermione, sounding hopeful and nervous. Thank you for the compliment and at least some of your trust, Hermione. I answer with a smile. And the reason you can't find Nicholas Flamel in any of those books you've been looking at is simply because he isn't a wizard of our times. He is currently well over 600 years old and the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. I answer with a smile. Over 600 years old. The 3 exclaimed in shock. That must be what is hidden behind that trapdoor. Then said Harry with certainty. Yeah, but if it is then I don't really see a reason for Professor Snape to steal it. I add. What? Why? Questioned Ron. Well, because he is a brilliant potions master, a shit teacher and house leader, but a brilliant potions master nonetheless. I'm sure he's given you all his little speech he gives every year about bottling fame, brewing glory, and stopping death, right? I ask and get nods. Well, he's not joking about that. Being a potions master makes it very easy to make a lot of money, and if you're a good one, you can keep yourself alive for a very long time. And Snape isn't exactly near death, so the delaying of death brought by the elixir of the stone should hold minimal appeal. So do be careful of pinning everything on him immediately, or you'll miss other clues to find your culprit. I finish by saying. This does make the kids think for some time, but I can see from Harry's surface thoughts that because of Snape's behavior, constant harassment, and the misunderstanding from the Quidditch game, that he's still convinced about him being the culprit. But, since you've told me about your secret project, you three now get to choose one of mine. I've got 3 categories: safety, Quidditch, and healing. I say as I break them out of their musing with a grin. Quidditch, answered the 2 brooms for heads. Healing, tried to say Hermione, but realized she's been outvoted. Sorry Hermione, you've been outvoted, and this was apparently a democratic vote. I chuckle as I talk to her. Well, my project related to Quidditch is that I am currently developing my own broom, specialized for chasers, and I'm about to start the testing phase with it. If everything goes according to schedule, I'll be able to start really selling them by your 3rd year, alongside another new broom I'm sponsoring. They are going to make waves, I tell you. I answer proudly, getting surprised looks. I didn't know you liked Quidditch, Aiden, said Hermione. Well, not really. Don't like the rules of it. But one of my best friends is a chaser for our house team and I want to support him. So I'm making a broom. I explain simply. They look at me with both admiration for my reasons and questioning how my mind works for going so far. But with their original question answered, they could leave satisfied. Nothing else happened as the plot stopped progressing, even if I've let them know about the stone in advance. So the winter holidays quickly arrived at Hogwarts once again, and it was time to head back home. 53, ch 53, a Christmas report. With the break upon us, my friends and I board the Hogwarts Express once again. I was able to convince Victoria to join us again, not wanting her to spend a miserable Christmas with only her father around. Although reluctant, she was happy I insisted on it, with only her pride stopping her from really showing it, but I knew. We reached King's Cross as we chatted about our winter plans, and apparently, the Wards decided to visit some family instead of creature finding. And James will be the same as last year, making him available for some fun. As we got off and separated, I could finally see Aunt Amelia, at the sight of whom, Susan ran up for a hug. With a warm smile on my face, I also gave her a hug. Thank you for letting me stay over again, Madam Bones. I appreciate a lot, and I hope I can have a wonderful time like last year, said Victoria at the first opportunity she had. Of course, dear. I worried about you during the summer alongside Aiden, but you insisted you were fine in your letters, so I didn't force the issue. If it wasn't for that, I would have made this young man go get you. She answered and tried to loosen Tori up with her response, making her look very grateful. After which we head off. You know your aunt's great, right? She's kind of my role model, Victoria whispered to me as everyone was walking to our transportation. Yeah. I know very well. That's why I love her lots. Although she's very busy, she's still basically mine and Susan's mother. You picked a pretty great role model, I whispered back. What are you two whispering about back there? Then asked Auntie as she noticed us. Just about how great you are, Auntie, I reply with a bright smile. Still good at flattering people with that face of yours, I see, was her answer, but a smile was on her face. We got home comfortably, and with Tilly being even more excited than usual this year because Susan had been away and Victoria was visiting again. I'm going to your room. I really want to look through your notes again, declared Victoria as soon as she was done unpacking. You're free to have at it. I'll be doing some business in the office. I'm basically the head of the house in all but name, and that comes with unending paperwork. So glad I made those quills. Oh yeah, there's a few new ones added to the shelves, do give them a read if you want to, I say as I head out of my own room. As I sat down at the desk, I started going through the official documents for the Bones family. The usual holdings of the house are doing well and are showing improvements after using my advice to better their businesses. The reconstruction of the former Bones Manor is now formally underway, with expert salvagers participating in the project in the hopes of saving anything left in the house when it was emptied. The creator of the Firebolt, Randolph Spudmore, is very excited with the progress he's taken with his masterpiece and is loving some of the suggestions I offered, meaning that this Firebolt might be even better than the original. The production lines and supply chains are already being prepared, and we are expected to make an insane amount of galleons off of this in my own broom. Everything surrounding Bones Works has been going brilliantly. The opening of the second and third cedar forests have gone perfectly. Everything is being run by werewolves, with more than 100 participating in the making of the vanishing boxes and the desk work quills, alongside some homeless house elves we've found that had nowhere to go or way to survive. Happy to receive work and to be able to get the magic necessary for them to live, they've agreed to take part in the manufacturing. The sales of the two products have been insane, especially since the opening occurred in early November, right before holiday shopping begins. I unfortunately couldn't go, but Amelia was willing to do it on my behalf. There has actually been some difficulty keeping the shelves stocked at the moment, which will inevitably slow down once most people get a box. But the ministry itself will be a constant source of business for the quills, and I've been negotiating a deal for them to purchase a set of official boxes for ministry officials, in order to send official documents and urgent matters to employees or department heads without flooding their personal ones. I've even got foreign ministries wanting to set up my store in their countries at the moment, but I need to stabilize the situation here first. It has been great to see the galleons flood in instead of constantly flowing out. Amelia has been very proud of me for achieving such success. Now for the unofficial reports. My persona's businesses. Starting with the Breaking Grounds Apothecary. Tim has been going from strengths to strengths. With improvements to his machines and the setup of 3 new manufacturing centers, he's been able to supply St. Mungo's with every potion they could need. He keeps introducing the modified potions every so often to maintain the edge of the store over others. A few masters have joined the store as they've seen the potential it has displayed and wanted to take up the challenge it was founded on. Make a better potion and we'll celebrate you. And with many taking up the challenge, boosting the shop's reputation, profits, and recruitment of talented individuals, it has quickly been becoming a mecca for podiwannering within Britain. We've also apparently received some complaints about the constant flow of new potions giving extra work to ministry officials, but we've taken the opportunity to get more Muggleborns into the department in charge of verification and certification, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Natural cultivation farms is slowly coming to dominate the market as they've begun selling a massive amount of rare and difficult to obtain ingredients at a constant pace to not devalue them. Under Melody's watchful eye, they've started 3 more farms around the UK and have been trying to obtain an entire uninhabited island to transform into a paradise for herbologists. Madam Chambers also took the opportunity to bring in other experts under her wing to help oversee the other farms and work with her to achieve her massive project. This has resulted in a massive amount of jobs, helping many in desperate straits no matter the origin. We now had squibs, half-bloods, people with non-human lineages, some sentient creatures and even 4 purebloods working in the management of the business. Of course everyone is sworn to secrecy. The underwater farm with the Mer people tribe has also been getting some traction. We had to give some pushes in the ministry and do a lot of work to set things up, but we've been able to get the tribe to assist and learn from us. Hopefully it'll be up and running by the summer. What was the most surprising moment reported was that a group of centaurs would want to be involved in the Herb Island project if it is implemented. It took some negotiations since they are a very prideful people, but we don't look down on them and Melody actually wants to learn about their understanding of herbology. So it was agreed that if the project happens, they will be able to live there in peace whilst also being able to use the herbs they require, in exchange for their knowledge on herbs and their assistance in maintaining the island. For fortress protections it's been slower. Not because of any issues, but because we've been slowly selecting trustworthy individuals and training them to Auror standards. The rest of the people have been hired as hidden security for some various shops and businesses, while also always having a patrol hidden in Diagon Alley to protect my businesses. The most important development for the company was that I let them be ordered by the darker side of our community in secret, letting them gain proper experience and giving us eyes and ears in new places. We've also developed a secret detention facility for when it becomes necessary, alongside a public office and shady office under the name of Dead Moon Mercs for the different clients. I'm actually planning on having Jerry Greyback take charge of that playing field as soon as her training is done. She will train her own team, of her choosing, alongside some members from our legit side and be a hidden card to play. The firm center has been doing a wonderful job. The new merchandise has made it self-sustaining and allowed for them to hire individuals to give the seminars I wanted to have. The Muggle technology did face a good amount of feedback, but the fact that it was only working properly and in some ways improved by magic, placated the witches and wizards' egos enough to stop any issues from blowing up. Muggleborns and half-bloods swarmed to the products offered and word of the calculators getting out and its function made wizards across the globe look at the center like sharks looking at prey. Fortunately, they've started making deals to open up production lines for these new products in various countries, with the profits being split between me and the center. People other than Muggleborns are starting to get active in firm activities, helping the message to stop treating those who come from non-magic origins like second-class citizens. The Herald is still progressing nicely overall. They received a nice boost after the Umbridge debacle during the summer and their readership has grown as more people are slowly becoming aware of its intelligent and accurate reporting. The Gossip Ghost column has given the paper another unique selling point as unknown or forgotten stories and places are being shared with Britain. And lastly, my various creatures reserves, farms, and sanctuaries are doing great. With new land bought in the surrounding areas to expand everything under protection, the new supplies to control, maintain, and safely manage the creatures, alongside the new wards and secret keeping tools, have brought tears of joy to the workers there. They've also been very keen to follow my order to commence breeding the lot. There has been too much killing of magical creatures in the world and I want to bring them back from the brink. And I believe that with my abilities, I can do so and keep them a secret from muggles. With everything handled, it was time for me to relax and enjoy my break with my family and friend. 54. CH54 Broom and Incident. The break was a lively affair. Susan was happy to be back home and was spending a lot of time in the herbology garden, tending to her favorite plants. She's also only realized how advanced and incredible the place is after receiving Hogwarts lessons on the subject. She didn't know before because this way of doing things was all she knew, as she learned it as her starting point, so the revelation was funny to see. The fact that she was also learning how unique and actually brilliant I was, due to now having a point of comparison, was also nice. She now appreciated the knowledge I've been giving her since she was young and wanted to work harder to catch up to me in some way. As a loving older brother, I wanted to do everything I could to support her goals, so I made her copies of my notes, guidebooks, or good published books on the subjects of herbology and potions, the areas she felt most comfortable. Aside from Susan's realization, Victoria has been getting some one-on-one training with me. Ha. Let's keep going. I want to be able to cast that battle transfiguration spell before the holidays are done. She declared during her live combat practice. It can help if you've broken the ground already. For example, using a bombarda to obscure my sight can serve a dual purpose, as it breaks the ground and loosens the earth, letting you transfigure the ground in an easier fashion. It's basically using the spell to create an immediate trap and makes for a good combo involving limiting your opponent's sight, movement, and reaction time. I advise my very determined friend. Yeah, I'll try that. As she got her breath back. Bombarda! She shouted as she pointed her wand at the ground near my feet, trying to surprise me. Too bad for her, I have both extraordinary reflexes and I can feel what's around me without seeing it. So I just completely blocked her attempt as the chains came towards me and I turned them into mud. Good try, Tori. On pretty much anyone else, that would have been worked splendidly. I applauded. Damn, still can't get you. She exclaimed in frustration. You can't get me with three of you. What's been telling you it would work when you're alone? I asked to tease her. Get over here, you wanker, and I'll show you how much I can do alone. She shouted back at me, getting me a good laugh in response. With another half hour of training, she was finally able to pull off the combination fluidly, but it would take some time for her to truly be able to change the ground into her weapon. Aside from practice, she's also been able to ask me in-depth questions on everything troubling her in our advanced learning sessions. But a lot of my modified spells need a large amount of practice to replace the standard forms. Say if you learn a standard Stupefy, you'd need to overwrite your understanding of the spell by learning its arithmetic equation, then understanding the parts I've modified, then you'd need to calculate the changes in your mind after getting used to them on paper, ending up with the need to practice over and over again to ingrain it into yourself. I haven't found a way to learn them in a simple manner yet, and that's why I'm not forcing Christian to learn everything. He just doesn't have an affinity with such heavy mathematics, so he focuses on some spells he's interested in and works intensively on those. James came over twice during the holidays and both times we worked on making the new broom. We've agreed on a sleek black design, with a silver alloy blend for the metalwork, made by the goblins like the original Firebolt. It would remind some of the upcoming Nimbus 2001, but this was miles ahead of it in terms of performance and its look was less decorative. Due to my collaboration with Randolph, and an agreement with the man to make them together as a brand, I've saved time by getting the custom enchantments for the Firebolt. James was really excited to see the cutting edge of the industry and spent hours studying them when he was home. We spent an unknown amount of time discussing the needs of the chaser and their role on the field. We even got Christian involved with that discussion without letting him know about the broom. In the end we decided to focus on maintaining a slightly lower level of speed, to focus on subtle movements to allow for better fakes, dodges and maneuvers required of the position. We are also completely revamping the comfort and weather/wind protection to reduce drag and help maintain player stamina since it is the most active position in Quidditch. We've also decided to up the acceleration to make it more versatile and hopefully making this broom more appealing to keepers too. So we got to work. I used my goblin contacts to set up a proper supply for the metalwork, used people in the woodworking industries to obtain the testing material I would need and was workshopping everything else with James. Victoria has no interest in this project of ours and just shook her head at her two friends talking to each other excitedly and only saying boys before walking away. But, did you know testing a developing broom involves a lot of crash landings? I mean, it's not like I expected it to go well on the first try and it was great that I was able to make a flying stick, but it was really surprised when it just stops listening to me in midair. So lesson learned on that one, fly lower until you know it works. Luckily, I wasn't that high and an arresto momentum was all that I needed to land safely. Victoria did find it both amusing and terrifying. She was scared at first, but it later became a story to tease me about, since it was one of the rare times I've ever made such a surprised face. But aside from that, steady progress has been made in the making of the prototype. With the house being full of life and happy, hard-working kids, Aunt Amelia had a very satisfied smile during her break. She saw her niece and nephew growing to be such good kids, and that relieved her greatly. She always worried that she hasn't been there enough due to her duties in the ministry, and even now, I'm the one who's handling the house's paperwork, making her feel guilty, grateful and happy I care about her enough to do it. I even caught her talking to an old family portrait of when my father and Susan's father were younger, with who I presumed were my grandparents behind them. She was drinking and venting about her worries, talking about what's been going on and that we've been doing good, and she cried a bit because she missed them and felt guilty she wasn't able to help them that night. The only thing I knew I could do at the moment, was to let her vent. Everyone needs to let things out at one point, just to lighten their burden, and they don't need anyone to interfere. So I left her be and quietly returned to my room. Christmas Day was a warm and relaxing affair, with nice music from the Muggle world, Auntie has begun to appreciate, gently resounding throughout the houses, large family meals. The three of us in the younger generation all put our studies and projects away to spend time enjoying the family atmosphere. It turned into a very nice memory with smiles and laughter. What was less pleasant was the unending teasing I got from Victoria and the weird smiles I got from Auntie and Susan after they saw the pile of chocolates and candies I received this year. I get a good amount every year, yes, but it more than doubled this year. The worst part being that the senders wrote letters of admiration or proclamations of love without signing their names, and the girls read them out loud to tease me. It was nightmarish. My innocent time with my family was interrupted soon enough though. An emergency message from Oliver said they had captured a few men trying to break through the wards I had set up over all my businesses and personal properties. Like hell I was letting people destroy my things and buildings without making them work for it, and it also served as anti-theft protection. They were taken down after they started to bombard the firm center instead of my other holdings, meaning they probably held anti-Muggle views and took enough of an offense that they wanted to destroy the place. This was a serious enough matter, so I decided to head there personally. I used Soul to quickly travel to the alley and headed to the center. The building was completely fine, with my wards being more than enough to stop 3 idiots trying to vandalize the place. Sir Falster. We didn't expect you so soon, said one of the members of Fortress. This is an important matter. I wish to see the twits brave or stupid enough to do this. I say seriously to the man. He nods and leads the way. We head inside Fortress Protection's official office in the alley, where people can come to hire what they need. Bringing me to an underground room, hidden from plain sight, with 3 men are chained in holding cells. You've done a very good job. All of you. As is stated in the practices of the fortress, you shall be rewarded according to level 1 accomplishments. You may choose your rewards from the appropriate list. I say with an authority's voice. Thank you, sir, was the response of those on duty. Incidentally, what I mentioned was a system me and Oliver put in place to motivate members beyond their pays. The lowest being level 1, but even that requires above perfect handling of duties, to level 5, requiring immense merit during service. I will be handling the interrogation. If any feel uncomfortable, you are free to leave. If any wish to see how legilimency can break in man, stay and learn, because it might be you suffering through this in the future, and it is always good to be prepared. I then announce. None of the men present budge an inch. They knew what I meant. Many dark wizards like to toy with their prey. All right. Then let us begin. I don't have all night and I want to get this over with. I've heard you took the appropriate evidence and it is being developed, yes? I ask. Yes, sir. The photos are being developed by Brooke as we speak and we have recorded the entire event. He confirmed, as everything was handled according to protocol. Good. I simply say. Now you 3 gentlemen are not going to have a pleasant time. You see, I hate using my gifts to harm others, but for you 3 I think I'll make an exception. I mean, it's not every day I get 3 gift-wrapped Death Eaters to work on. I say with my devilish smile appearing on my face. We were found not guilty. Yelled out the smallest one. These 3 are Death Eaters. Exclaimed one of my men. All 3 turned with fire in their eyes. Pretty much all members of Fortress have suffered at the hand of these inbreed barbarians calling themselves nobles. Oh yes, you were surely excused. I agree with them with a light voice. But honestly, do you really believe being excused by incompetent, corrupted, biased, stupid and rushed old fools will actually let you off the hook from everyone? Because if you do, then all of you are bigger imbeciles than I could have thought. I approach the smallest man first, with a gentle smile and shining eyes. He starts trying to struggle and fight the chains he's in. Trying to get away from me. No. No. Stay away from me. Stay away. He shouted in growing panic. Such a brave little Death Eater you are. So brave and courageous when you attack the weak and helpless. But when in front of those stronger than you, you cower like a blithering baby. I say in an almost motherly tone, causing the man to start shivering. Now look at me, little Death Eater. Look at me and remember what you really are. I say as our eyes meet and he freezes in horror. The man stiffens as his brain is being forcefully broken into, analyzed, and his entire life is laid bare. A few minutes later of him silently screaming, with tears and horror in his eyes, I finally let him go. He immediately collapses and assumes the fetal position as he shivers uncontrollably. Well now, Mr. Gibbon, you truly are a piece of shit. But now I must pay attention to our other guests. Mr. Crab and Mr. Goyle, shall we begin? I say with a pleasant smile as I turn towards them. A dozen minutes pass and the three are now lying on the ground trembling. I had gotten everything I wanted and what I saw disgusted me. These men were truly vile and did not deserve to be alive, much less hold any positions of importance. But I needed them alive for now. They were going to be used to create a stir in the ministry. I removed any and all memory of me and replaced it with another member of Fortress, simply changing the face they would remember since I wanted to play in the shadows for now. You all know what to do now. I want them detained and to file for a trial as soon as possible. I don't want to give those gits any time to mess with things. These bastards will go on trial. I've heard Edward Tonks wishes to be active in the firm center, he is a skilled lawyer and wishes to be a skilled barrister, so contact him and offer him to be our legal representative. We have everything we need to put them away. If palms need greasing, I'll take care of it. Dismissed. I order as I set everything in motion. Let's see how much this'll rattle the cage. I think to myself. 55, ch 55 shaking the ministry. I immediately head back home after the interrogation. I needed to be there before my aunt got the news of the 3 ex-Death Eaters committing a crime targeting a Muggle and Muggleborn Helping Initiative Center. She would jump on this without remorse and try to get them locked away in Azkaban for sure, but she'll make sure to tell everyone first. Even after I had left, I knew how things would be handled. The proper authorities will be contacted, those under my wing anyway. The DMLE will be notified, they will take them under protective custody and copies of the evidence will be handed to them for the trial. There will be a grace period to notify members of Wizengamot and prepare the trial. Evidence will be checked. Witnesses will be called. Barristers will be either brought forward or assigned. And the dirty deals of the incredibly corrupt Wizengamot will be taking place, but let's see who can buy off more people, shall we? From what I've learned during my little walk through the mind of the Death Wimps, it was that one Lucius Malfoy who planned this little event. He was upset that the firm center was taking away the cheap labor sources he had been employing for his businesses and that Michael Falster, little old me, who is assumed to be a Muggleborn due to his activism, has been buying some of his businesses. So he ordered the senior Boulder twins and the man with a monkey's name, to torch the center and try to make Mudbloods know their place, in his words. And the 3 lacking in brains, money, and influence, and being retainers of the man since he used his money to get them off their charges 10 years ago, became the perfect expendable pawns. So now I'll have to see if he's going to try and get them back, or will he realize how much evidence there is against the trio and he will cut them off to run like he usually does. By the next morning I could hear Auntie rushing all over the place, but thanks to my vanishing boxes, she can already get everything rolling before she even leaves the house. Apparently she was livid that the Herald got news of this before she did. Understandable since they are linked through me and I wanted everyone I could reach to know about this. Every detail has been given with undeniable evidence to back it up, making it so anything trying to go against the report would appear to be defending the trio's hate crime. This would indicate that whoever acted against the Herald at this time, would effectively be saying they support the actions taken by the 3 Death Eaters and that they believe Muggleborns shouldn't be part of the magical community and that wizards should dominate over everyone else. And you know what? The Prophet actually tried this shit. Without even paying attention to the evidence presented, they were so rushed that they posted a defense saying that these respectable members of distinguished families couldn't have possibly done such an act, ending with them jumping into an obvious pit. I got so many requests to respond from the editor in charge of the Herald, Mr. Cromwell, and his wife, that my box was having some delays. I was more than happy to take that open shot at the net, let me tell you. The following day was the Herald's response and it quadrupled the sales of the paper within the day. With my boxes becoming widespread, it's been a lot easier to share information between wizards and this allowed for people to realize incredibly quickly how many holes and how flimsy the Prophet was at the moment. This was something very new to the wizarding world, making people used to being able to manipulate information easily and getting the public on their side incredibly surprised, but for someone coming from a time almost 30 years into the future, this was an incredibly common occurrence. I made the Herald take advantage of this and had them bury the Prophet in this matter. It was painted as a tool for rich families to manipulate the information given to the people and they couldn't fight back, simply because we got evidence regarding this time's bribe through our spies in the Prophet. Making them known as unreliable when it comes to this type of important legal news and forcing them to shut up or lose even more of their reputation. This resulted in the ministry being flooded with letters of complaint by half-blood and Muggleborn wizards, upset that the official news source of the ministry was trying to help known bigots who just committed a hate crime. People who were helped by the center, liked its goals, enjoyed its products and were grateful for its seminars joined onto the pill on. This helped my aunt push the trial through, because there was so much public outrage over the now open corruption this case displayed, forcing the minister to act. The last blow against any tampering came when the Herald suggested the request of the trial being broadcasted of the WWN, to help the ministry assure that there is no corruption within the Wiesengamot and that the trial will be fair. And man did Fudge jump on it like a starving man in front of meat. He doesn't even realize that he's being lead on by my paper to distance himself from the very families he's been trying to be friendly to since he became minister. We've even been inflating the man's ego and pathetic pride, as he is being touted as a minister for true justice and a man standing against hate crimes, giving his overall approval a jump up. Elaine has informed me that 2 attempts to silence the captives have been made already and she managed to collect proof, but no evidence as to who ordered it. This was posted by the Herald as well and with praise for the fine work Elaine has been doing for the last year as well as her upright character in face of corruption. The results from this event so far have been phenomenal for me. I've increased awareness and the influence of the Herald greatly. The Daily Prophet took a massive hit to its reputation due to their rushed defense of Death Eaters and their now visible corruption, effectively ruining the paper's reputation for at least the next year. I orchestrated the distancing of Fudge from his bad influences by forcing him to go through with the trial and painting him as a man of justice and racial equality. I've given the public a moral figurehead to know and respect, setting the foundation for Elaine's future achievements. And I have now not only made it impossible for the trial not to be held, it will now be broadcasted to the wizarding world of Britain at least, and those inbreed bastards are going to go to Azkaban. On a side note, Aunt Amelia has been running around looking very happy with everything helping her have this trial, more a predator's happiness when it spots a prey than the warm fuzzy happiness, but happiness nonetheless. Perfect evidence, eyewitnesses, no corruption possible, no delays, the suspects are in proper protective custody and the minister has openly supported it instead of dragging his feet as much as possible. The entire series of events forced the Wiesengamot to hold the trial within a week of the incident and capture. A day before the trial I decided to talk to my aunt. Aunt Amelia, can I ask you something? I say politely. What is it, Aiden? You know I'm very busy with what's happening at the ministry right now. She tried to answer patiently, but I can hear how rushed she really is. I would want to witness the trial. I answer directly. You what? She answers, slowing down to really listen to him now. Why? 2 reasons. The first is because it is an incredibly impactful trial and I want to see those bastards get at least a piece of their just desserts. The second is because I will be the head of Housebones in a few years and will be required to participate in the assembly soon. This will be extremely valuable experience to have for my future duties, to see a corruption-free case as they've been calling it. I answer with a serious face and tone. It might also be good for Victoria since she is still the heiress of House Traverse, and I think it'll help her too. Plus she looks up to you and I think she'd love to see you at work. I then add with a smile. You are right, Aiden. You and Victoria are old enough. And you've already proven yourself in 100 different ways. But are you sure about this? You will see people at their worst during these trials. She asked me out of concern. Auntie. I've already seen people at their worst a long time ago. This is the worst being put away. I answer with a steadfast expression. Yes, you've certainly seen the worst. She agreed with her voice almost a whisper. Then all right. I'll bring the both of you to the trial. It will be crowded since it is a very important trial in the eyes of the ministry and the people, and you aren't the proper head yet so you can't take that seat, leaving the 2 of you in the back. She informed. That's plenty, Aunt Amelia, thank you. I say. Now I've taken enough of your time, good luck at work, Auntie. Knock 'em all dead. I add with a hug. She leaves quickly through the floor and I then inform Victoria about what's going to happen tomorrow. She actually agreed to let me come too. She responded in a very surprised voice. It is a good thing for the both of us, Tori. We are heirs after all, plus she loves you too. You just have to hold your fangirl inside of you when the trial is happening. I say with some teasing. Prat. Was her response with a shoulder punch. But thanks, Aiden, for trying to help me. She then said sincerely. No problem, Tori. You're my friend and I care about you now and in the future. This really isn't much. I say with a small smile. But the response to that statement was quite shocking to me. She rushed at me so suddenly I couldn't think of how to react and hugged me. I mean it. In just a year you've probably helped me more than anyone except my mum. So thanks a lot, Aiden. And I will find a way to help you in the future. She said as she hid her blushing face in my chest. It took me a second to answer because I was a bit overloaded in my senses. I felt her soft body through our clothes, I could smell some of her perfume clearly with my enhanced senses, smelling lily of the valley and hints of fruits like oranges and grapefruits, and I could feel her silky black hair tickle my neck a bit. When I could finally snap out of it, I gently lifted my arms and gave her a hug back. No problem, Tori. No problem at all. 56, ch 56 an obvious, but important result. The next day Victoria and I got ready and dressed ourselves properly. She decided to wear a set of formal robe, mostly black, but with green embroidery and accents to match her eyes. She came down and looked like an imposing young witch. I decided to wear a proper grey three-piece suit, but I've changed my hair color to black like Victoria's, hiding my scar and changing my eye color to green as well. I was basically making us look like brother and sister, to hide the fact that I'm attending the trial. The reason for that is because I have some level of fame due to Bones Works and I've only appeared in a public or social event once, and I got bitch to lose her shit at it. So I'm prime gossip material. Your hair looks nice in black too apparently. Victoria said with a small teasing smile. Jealous? I've been told my hair is unfair to women. I tease back. But those robes look good on you, brings out your eyes. I add an actual compliment to the young lady. Why thank you. She responded with pride in her voice. You two ready? If yes, let's go. I have to be there early to make sure everything goes well. No one will mess with this trial. Asked and declared a very determined Amelia. With a nod from the both of us, we all flew to the ministry. We come out of the fireplace with practiced ease. We've all been to the ministry before, but seeing so many fireplaces constantly letting wizards walk out in a flash of emerald fire is always interesting to watch. The starry ceiling and black tiles make the entire hall quite sleek, especially for wizard standards. But that statue of magical races looking up to wizards in admiration has always made me frown, even if I can't show it. Honestly wanted to melt it down. If they want to be proud of being wizards, there are many other ways to make a statue about it, but no. We've got to piss off any other species that might visit. We quickly move past the entrance and have our wands checked in. The man is surprised at my unique core combination of phoenix heart feather and Wampus cat hair, but there were no troubles anywhere, especially with Amelia Bones guiding us. Anyone annoying or delaying her today is not going to have a pleasant time. We made our way to the elevators and boarded alongside 5 others. A few got off at different floors, but it seems the 2 older wizards were heading to the trial. As everyone exited the elevator, we quietly walked to the basement room of Wizengamot. It was a rather cramped room for the amount of people who were going to be present, with the seats of Wizengamot members arranged to see the accused from every angle and the chief warlock's seat above everyone else as they are the ones mainly asking the questions. Dumbledore was excused due to his known bias on the matter of Death Eaters and the Ministry was trying desperately to give off a sense of fairness. Fudge had enough sense in him to not be directly in charge of proceedings, not wanting to be blamed by his usual allies, hence Amelia Bones was going to act as chief warlock today. Go auntie. As time passed more and more member of the court began to trickle in, every one of the dressed in plum-colored robes and sporting an elaborate W on the left side. Pretty much all of them were old wizards and witches from important families or / positions. Quite a bit of overlap in those departments. It's no wonder a lot of people answer that the average in here is 87 on the wombats. I whisper quietly to Victoria, getting me a giggle and a shoulder punch for making her do so. As the room filled out, security members positioned themselves around the room. Reporters almost fought amongst themselves to get in and the broadcasters for the WWN set up their equipment. I should try to improve the radio system or introduce TVs if possible. I thought to myself seeing the ancient-looking recording equipment. And finally the trial would begin. We are here today to commence the trial of Mr. Vincent Crabbe Sr., Mr. Gregory Goyle Sr. and Mr. John Gibbon against the representative of one Michael Falster, Scott Cross. Opened Aunt Amelia in a dominating voice. The trial itself was set up with the barrister responsible for the trio representing them fully, unless questions needed to be asked to one of them specifically. Meanwhile, Mr. Edward Tonks will be trying to push for the maximum punishment for the 3 of them. He was apparently extremely excited when he heard he'd be brought in as our legal consultant if he performs well. It also made his day when he got so much evidence against the idiots. So Aunt Amelia began to read the charges laid against them, whilst the defending barrister responded to them according to what his clients pleaded guilty to or denied. On the charges of attempted property damage, how do you plead? Guilty. On the charges of reckless endangerment, how do you plead? Guilty. On the charges of attempted murder, how do you plead? Not guilty. On attempted kidnapping, how do you plead? Not guilty. And so the debate began. The defense wanted to get away with paying a fine for the property that would have been damaged and the endangerment, avoiding Azkaban itself. The only problem with the defense was the evidence we had on the 3 of them. The man could fight hard, that's certain, but he apparently hasn't heard the evidence on the recorders, and I'm guessing it's because no pureblood knew what the things were. They are so anti-muggle that never bothered to learn anything about them. A few might know about firearms and know they can block them with magic, cars or no, telephones and radio, but that's about it. They know fuck all about the constantly developing tech and have probably squashed any mention of my magic adapted tech from everyone near them. Edward Tonks noticed this and decided it was time for the kill. I would like to call in Mr. Gibbon for questioning, please. He announced. A minute later, he was brought in by an escort of hit wizards, with the auras around the room ready for action. He was sat down and strapped in. Mr. Gibbon, you have pleaded not guilty for attempted murder and kidnapping. Is that correct? Ted began by asking. That's right. I didn't try to kill or take anyone, just wanted a bit of fun. He answered with a grunt. Is that so? Then do you know what this device, which your barrister was supplied with, is? He asked with a growing smile. No idea what that muggle contraption is. Gibbon spat back. Well, that's very unfortunate. That is because this is a voice recorder introduced in the firm center after it had been properly modified to work in our world. It serves to record the voices and sounds heard around the device and to able to replay them at a later time. Explained Edward. And the reason this has been acknowledged by the court as evidence, it is because the security hired to protect Mr. Falster's businesses all carry these devices on their person at all times, alongside each team having a camera in their expanded pouches. This is to gather evidence of wrongdoing against their clients and prove the trustworthiness of their agents. And this very device recorded a very interesting conversation between you and Mr. Crabbe and Goyle Sr. Explained my barrister. It was nice of him to advertise my product and security company in that explanation. I might get a bump in business after this. But as I was thinking happy thoughts, Gibbon clearly knew what he was referring to as his face paled. In a moment of desperation he lunged at Edward as he was about to press a button, trying to stop him or get the device. Hit wizards immediately drew their wands at the man and prepared to sling some spells, forcing him to give up as the trio's voices started playing. Now you know the deal, you two. We go in, torch the place, take down anyone in the way and bring back at least one person. If we don't, we're not going to hear the end of it by that pompous git. Hell, he'll probably use the Cruciatus on us. Resounded Gibbon's voice. Humph, grunted another person. We know Gibbon. Shut up. Came Goyle's irritated voice. What do you two troll brains know? That's why I'm in charge of you two. Gibbon replied with a lot of disrespect. With only that little clip presented to everyone in the room and heard by anyone listening on the radio, it sealed their fate. That was before photos of the three of them were distributed as they were trying to break into the center with very damaging curses and some recordings of their intent to use some unforgivables to relieve stress after they had succeeded. I do not think we need to hear any more, Mr. Tonks. I will now call for a vote to find the defendants guilty on all counts. Announced Amelia. Almost everyone in the room raised their hands to pronounce them guilty, with only a small minority trying to stem the tides. You have hereby been found guilty of all charges laid against you. Due to the fact that no one has been hurt and no extensive damage has been done despite your intentions and efforts, your verdict has been agreed to be reduced to a degree. She said with some reluctance as she glared at some members whose faults this is apparently. You are sentenced to 3 years in Azkaban for the crimes of attempted property damage, kidnapping, murder and reckless endangerment. With the amount which would need that have been paid if the property and its contents had been destroyed taken straight from your vaults. Declared Amelia as she smacked her gavel. A very scared Gibbon was escorted out of the room and the members of the court left in a bit of a hurry. Victoria and I simply waited in silence together, waiting for Auntie to come and get us. But I was able to think during this time. This was good. Lucius is going to lose his pawns until I graduate, while also forcing him to swallow the fact that I'm buying his creature-related businesses and holdings. But I wonder if it's destiny that they will be released in 3 years. Becoming free just in time for the return of their lord a few months after. I thought to myself curiously. It doesn't matter, I'll be ready by then and they won't know what hit them. 57, ch 57. Back to the daily grind. We met up with Aunt Amelia after the trial, about which she seemed to be happy at the results but also annoyed by them. I could guess why, but I think it's mostly because the 3 of them were active Death Eaters during the war and she really didn't like how a good amount of them got away through money and bullshit defenses, so she wanted to really get them with this chance. In a sense, what got in her way was that I was too thorough with the protection of my businesses and properties. As we all returned home in silence, we were all thinking about what this trial might mean for those involved. I think Victoria might be thinking about her father. A man she knew was a true Death Eater, who gave up most of his wealth to stay out of Azkaban and who would continue to practice proper pure-blood behavior if he had the chance. Her serious and sad face was giving her away. Auntie was walking a bit lighter. I think it's because she was able to get Death Eaters behind bars and suffering by her order and it lightened her guilt a bit. As for me, I was thinking about how to capitalize on this. I think I could try and market the voice recorders for the law divisions, but I also believe I can market them for students. I'm thinking of opening a branch of firm pretty much to sell the Muggle tech and toys to kids during Hogsmeade weekends. I'll try to advertise Fortress Protection's excellent performance, Elaine's handling of security and the Minister for a clean and fair trial in the Herald to move forward on some plans. My only issue with all this is that I'm worried for the Crabbe and Goyle currently spending their first years at Hogwarts. Although they became Death Eaters in the future, it's pretty much because they haven't known any other way of living. And I don't really want to ruin their lives as a result of sending their dads to Azkaban. But I really don't know what to do. It's not like the two will come to the exchange, and with their actual intelligence I don't think they'll make any in-depth analysis on the self-destructive nature of the Death Eater cause. With those thoughts going through my head, we finally reached the fireplaces and flew home. The next day the Herald come out with everything I had requested. It was very much the truth and every word was supported by evidence, but it was still a slight manipulation as it pulled attention from other contributors. On a side note, Edward Tonks was now the legal representative of firm and some of its associates. He was very excited to be a part of it and started looking at our practices and services to see what we could improve legally and what we were currently doing that might be deemed illegal. I sent messages congratulating everyone on their stellar performances across the board and sent them some bonuses. It's not like anyone will say no to some cash when they've actually earned it. Plus it makes people a bit happier. That was the last event of our winter break, and like clockwork, it was time for me, Victoria and Susan to be on our way. At King's Cross, Susan said her goodbyes and ran off with her best friend Hannah, while I was giving Auntie a hug and Victoria was thanking her once again for letting her stay and feel so welcomed. We also headed into the train and found a cabin to wait for our other friends. The two of which apparently meet each other outside the train because they came in together. We talked about our holidays for a while as the train got going, until Christian brought up the trial. It was a big deal, wasn't it? I mean, it brought back all kinds of unpleasant memories for my family about you-know-who. Death Eaters on trial once again, for trying to attack a help center. He said with some excitement in his voice. But I don't really get why they would try to do this. I mean, they were clearly under orders from someone, judging from the recording you sent me, Aiden. Wondered James aloud. And yes, I did send him a recording because I knew the guy wouldn't know about what was happening and I wanted to keep him up to date. It's simple enough, James. It was probably the patron of all slippery bastards, Lucius Malfoy. Father of the little daddy's boy fancying himself the Prince of Slytherin. He's infamous for never getting his hands dirty and having a lot of ministry officials in his pocket. There's also rumors saying he's got blackmail on a good amount of board of directors for Hogwarts. And the only time he was ever on center stage was when he was being accused of being a Death Eater, for which he spent half his fortune getting himself and others out of. Answered a disgusted Victoria. Yes, Lucius Malfoy is a very sneaky and careful man. He was supposedly a lieutenant amongst Death Eaters. But the thing is that he never really puts everything in one basket. He always leaves himself a way out. And he now basically owns a part of every decision-making body in Britain. Problem with that is because he has so much dirt on so many people, he's become someone almost impossible to touch. Plus, because he never does anything directly, true evidence is hard to get against him. That's probably why they didn't even try in the trial. They would never allow Malfoy to be put on trial unless he was caught red-handed doing something unforgivable. I added myself. But why do it? Asked James in return. That has to do with business and bigotry, James. Business because from what I've gathered, the firm center has moved cheap laborers away from noble-owned businesses, to other sponsors who offer better conditions and pay. And bigotry because as an assumed Muggleborn, Michael Falster has been buying a lot of creature farms, which noble families typically own and operate to show their wealth and prestige, rubbing them the wrong way. So since a Muggleborn is responsible for making their business drop and their prestige taking a hit, he probably decided to teach him a lesson by torching the place, killing those who tried to stop him and kidnapping someone for blackmail. I explain as someone more involved in all this noble nonsense than my friends. That's ridiculous. James exclaimed. 100%. But the problem is that he can get away with it and he knows it. He knows how to wiggle around the rules to do what he wants, and when he can't he just brides or blackmails someone. And that's without even thinking about all the laws helping purebloods get away with shit by simply paying fines. I agree with my friend. But then I saw Victoria shifting a bit with a look of guilt flashing across her face. And just so you're clear, none of this involves you, Tori. You are an actual example of what a noble truly is. You have courage to step forward and do what's right. A will to fight and never yield to threats or defeat. You are intelligent and willing to learn. You work hard for what you believe in and are always ready to improve. And you are loyal to those who've earned your trust and will not betray them when they are down. Never doubt that about yourself. I say seriously to the young woman. He's right, Tori. You're nothing like those gits and I'll beat anyone who tries to say it. Said Christian while shaking his fist. They are right, Tori. I mean, how many of those people would even talk with me properly, much less be so close to me like you are? Simply pointed out James. Thanks guys. Sorry about that. It's a sensitive topic due to my father. She said, looking very relieved at our support. With our little heart-to-heart done, we simply returned to chatting to one another about little adventures, funny family moments or new bits of knowledge. We kept going until we finally reached Hogwarts again. A few days later and the castle was bursting with activity once again. From what I remember of the canon, Harry should have received his invisibility cloak and one of the Deathly Hallows handed down through the Potter family, all the way from the Ignotus Peverell, or so they say. He should have also have found the Mirror of Erised, which Dumbledore should have moved and made it his own defense for the stone. My days continued to be productive as I took everything I could from the man who has been the deepest into the dark arts, in the modern age anyway. I looked at what he's been through and experienced. The things he's learned during his travels and how he made the Horcruxes. The defenses on those things were nothing short of brilliant, but the reason he used objects from the Founder is actually twofold, the one mentioned in the canon and the practical one. It was mentioned in the canon that Riddle saw this castle as his first home and that after being stopped from becoming the new Dada professor back then he cursed the position. Dumbledore thought that Tom also decided to use artifacts from the founders of the school to show a twisted superiority over them and tarnish their legacy in some form. The practical reason behind his choice is that each one holds powerful magics or has residual energy from founders and some fading enchantments, serving as power sources to maintain the soul and power the defenses on them. But that did give me ideas on how to deal with them. Because now that I know everything about them, I believe I could probably reverse engineer them and cleanse them of the souls and their curses. And luckily for me, a certain diadem just so happens to be hidden in the castle. But unluckily for me, it'll have to wait till next year at least. No way in hell am I messing with a piece of the Dork Lord's soul when he's in the freaking castle. That would be mental. On another note, I forgot that because of the jinxing incident, Snape would referee the Quidditch games. How weird is that? The man spent his entire schooling being bullied by the most popular player of his generation. And now he's the ref. That's just some weird karma. But that's also the day Harry confirms beyond a doubt that the man is guilty, when he threatens Quirrell about the stone. You know, for a spy, I kinda doubt his skills when he doesn't notice Harry following. But if he just doesn't care then it's simply weird. Now if I remember correctly, Norberta should be born pretty soon. How should I handle this? I think to myself about how much to involve myself in the canon. 58, ch 58 One's desires. With the Golden Trio being completely sure Snape is the one trying to steal the stone, I decided to do a little checking up on it myself. I wanted to see the defenses a bunch of first years could get through and if Dumbledore actually got the mirror to act like he said it did, or if it was just to boost Harry's confidence like most of his plans this year. So one night, as winter was ending and the warming breezes of spring blew on the castle grounds, I made my way to the room of certain death. Still a horrendous decision to basically taunt the students into checking the place out. As I reached the door, hidden by my perfect combo of disillusionment, scent removal, and sound blocking, with my map and my senses activated just in case, I check for sensory charms around the door. Not surprisingly, Dumbledore had left an alarm charm to let him know who goes into the room and give him an image of said intruder. Snape had his own on there too, still a paranoid and distrustful individual. I couldn't just break the spell since that would obviously alert them that someone else is trying to get in. So I use my wand to delicately form a hole in the spells, using it to temporarily lift them up like a curtain without breaking them, allowing me to step in without alerting anyone. As I closed the door, a very loud growling could be heard from behind me. I simply smile at the sound. I turn around after checking if any other spells were present to detect anyone and remove my concealment. Hey Fluffy, it's been a while since I played with you. You poor thing, getting locked up in the castle all year. I said in a happy voice to the giant three-headed dog in front of me. That got me a growl as it recognized me but stayed near the trapdoor. Oh, don't be like that. I brought your favorite, I say as I reach into my bottomless pouch, making his ears perk up a bit at my words and drooling a bit more. That's right, got my hands on dragon steaks. I say as I pull out the very big piece of meat, almost immediately making the Cerberus stick out its tongues and wag its tail, getting me a chuckle. It's not like I wasn't going to be prepared since I know the dog and the rest of the defenses. Here you go, buddy. I've got one for each of your mouths. I announce as I threw 2 more slabs of dragon meat to the giant dog. And while he is eat happily, I take out the harp I brought in my pouch and enchant it to play his favorite lullaby. I have to get past him but I still like the biggest puppy in existence, so favorite food and song. He passes out with a satisfied expression on all 3 of his faces and I jump down the hatch, landing into the devil's snare. Easy as well for me, but I don't have any of this plant in my personal gardens, so I just took some to transplant later as I light up the room. I make it to Flitwick's room of keys and with a quick animagus transformation into my golden eagle form, I catch the key and head to the next trial. No way I'm touching that suspicious broom. For McGonagall a giant chessboard, I started the game and just destroyed the enemy's entire side of the board, effectively making it so they can't play and winning. Who said I had to act like a weak first year and play fair? Fuck that. Quirrellmurt's trial was with a troll protecting the door. I just concealed myself as soon as I smelt that horrible odor and snuck past the sleeping idiot. I mean seriously, it's a troll. If it's got nothing to do and gets fed plenty it'll just sleep and shit. It's a horrible choice for protecting anything. Hell. The thing will probably forget or not know it's protecting anything. It was now time for the last test before Dumbledore's, Snape's. He used potions knowledge and logic to really stump any wizards trying to get in. Logic being the single biggest thing lacking in this side of the world. They are simply so used to magic being able to make anything a possibility that they don't question things or try to find logical explanations, simply accepting it. But to someone like me who can deconstruct spells at speeds beyond anyone I can think of, not even sure the headmaster could compete with me in arithmancy, breaking down his fire was simple. So I just make a temporary hole for me to walk through. And with that, I arrived at Dumbledore's test. He supposedly enchanted the mirror to give the stone to those who knew of it, but didn't want to use it, effective blocking Voldemort from getting it. But this got me thinking. I know of the stone, but do I want to use it? Even on an unconscious level, do I have an urge or desire to use such a tool? I asked myself in silent contemplation. Thinking about it step by step, I don't think I want to, was my answer to myself. Money is something I'm making and spending constantly, but I'm making so much and it'll only keep increasing in the future as my businesses gain more renown. So the metal to gold isn't really an interesting thing for me. At most it would be useful for me to trade with goblins. And its second selling point being the elixir of life is a grey area for me. I'm not even sure how long my lifespan even is at the moment. My first thoughts on the subject would be that I would have a reduced one due to the intense burdens of the rituals I had been through. But then I bonded with Soul in such depths that our lives were intertwined. I know that if I die, she will follow. But I don't know if she has a similar effect on me and she's an immortal bird. I don't know if she'll increase my lifespan with her unending life force. Or I'll gain the ability to somehow flame myself back into a baby when I'm dying. Or if nothing changes at all. But at the very least, even if nothing's changed, I'm 14 and I'm really not interested in simply not dying when I get old. I get not wanting to die and living for longer, but I'm not interested in living as an old man for 500 years. I thought, going through the points of interest for most people. Leaving me with only studying the principles of the stone to attract me. I will admit I have some curiosity towards an alchemically created stone, capable of ignoring basic laws of exchange and can create a liquid to extend life. It would be interesting to say the least. But do I really want to? I thought to myself over and over until my answer came. No. This could be used as a reference point, but I do not want it. If I ever have a stone, it shall be one I made through my own hands and skills. This has nothing to do with what I could gain. This would hurt my pride in myself and my abilities if I try and take Flamel's work and use it for myself. I concluded. And so I step forward and place myself in front of the mirror. I show not your face, but your heart's desire, hey. Let's see what I've got. I think to myself. What I saw had nothing to do with the stone. I saw myself in a vastly different wizard community. In a time when they embraced the usefulness of the world around them and jumped off of it to head even higher. I see people driven to understand the world like never before. I see people burning with desire to learn. Hogwarts once again becoming a true bastion of learning and child development. Creatures and non-humans living in peace and chatting with witches and wizards in a grand exchange of culture and knowledge. Then the scenes fade. I see an older me. I am taller and more mature, with a well-tailored suit showing my well-chiseled body, my hair in a loose ponytail to control it, no glasses covering my burning eyes. I had a gentle expression as I watched two young children, one girl and boy with ash-colored hair running around a wondrous-looking Diagon Alley. But I noticed I wasn't alone, as I walked arm in arm with an elegant woman, wearing a light green robe which couldn't hide her curves, letting hints at her physical endowments come through, with jet black hair loose over her shoulders and deep green eyes looking tenderly at the children as well. But suddenly the images stopped and I felt something in my hand. Damn, that is a tempting mirror. But I'm thankful I could experience it. There's a lot to gain from knowing one's desires and it looks like I've got some pretty grand ones all around, but I'm glad I didn't seem to have any hidden desires for domination. On the other hand, the headmaster is really a genius when it comes to this stuff. I think to myself with a sigh of relief and reluctance. I look at the red stone in my hand and feel a tug of temptation again, but it was only that. I then analyze how Dumbledore's intent defense worked and found it was a brilliant application of the intent warding, the same one I put around the exchange. Taking a few notes to compare and maybe use later, I put the stone back in the mirror and walk away. I quickly make my way through the trials in reverse and reach where Fluffy is still in a happy dreamland, with his tail wagging in his sleep. I then decide to set up my own protection under the cover of Snape and Dumbledore's. This is effectively letting me have a subtle means of tracking anyone coming in the room, as anyone who'd notice the spells would focus on the other two and miss my own thinking it wasn't important or dangerous. And with an evening of unexpected spiritual gains over, I head back to my room with lighter STE. 59, CH 59 broom, cure, egg. After my night visit to the stone, I began the testing for my new broom. It was coming along quite well, with the control system for it becoming better with every test, while maintaining the targeted speed. James and I were talking about ways to improve the broom itself and he suggested something I just didn't really think of until then. So if we want the best control possible, would it be doable to add the same ability you put in your brand of quill? My saintly friend asked, startling me greatly as my mind raced at top speed to simulate the possibility. How did I never think of it? It's my invention, but I got stuck on the existing enchantments. I shouted as I jumped up from my seat. We gotta test this out now. I'm going to start breaking down the enchantments and try to compound the legilimency and control spells. It's going to make the most sensitive control enchantment in history. I yell as I drag my friend to help me in this. It resulted in an entire week of the two of us working like men possessed to work out the proper mix of the two and make it a working bit of magic. This one work was going to take the Quidditch world by storm. My second project of the year appeared to have hit a roadblock. Like all those before me, I just couldn't figure out how to stop lycanthropy more than I already have using the modified Wolfsbane potion. I shortened the amount of times one needs to take it from a week in advance to just a day before and after. I cheapened the thing with my new combination of herbs and creature ingredients to get the same effect. I've made the ingredients more available and helped set up a much better manufacturing system. But I can't figure how to do anything further. Every combination I try to suppress the lycanthrope's pathogen, which is responsible for the violent transformation, changes in brain chemistry and the contagious nature of the disease, only leads to similar effects to what I've already created. I've recorded the results down, to create alternatives just in case a recipe is lost or its ingredients overused to extinction. But I've been stuck. I've discussed it with my colleagues and even with Jerry to try and help me find a new path for this. Jerry was very willing to help in any way possible for my work. She wanted to give her people a new lease on life and was thoroughly convinced she could find that through me. I've already proven that multiple times already, gaining her loyalty even without her oath. I already released her of it, but she's still insisting on calling master sometimes. Feels like I'm around a mix of house elf and faithful hound sometimes. So she's very willing, but she isn't educated properly. The training she's undertaking is making her into a warrior, leader, an agent of my will, but not a scholar. My friends actually had just what I needed as I talked to them during lunch one day. I am sorry Aiden, but I'm not that good on werewolves. All I really know on the subject is what you've done and said. Wizards have been trying to find ways of culling or imprisoning them for too long and no one wants to help them like you do. Even the previous Wolfsbane was incredibly poisonous if a slight mistake was made. Said Tori with a sorry expression. It's all right Tori. I'm just trying to see if talking to others could help spark some ideas or give me a trail to follow. I reassured her gently. I do have to agree that this isn't my field of studies. You know how bad I am with herbology and potions Aiden. But have you studied the changes when they occur? It would be very dangerous, but it could help. I also don't doubt you could find willing volunteers due to your businesses. Said James thoughtfully, trying his best to find me anything to work with. It was a thought, since I've been working with blood samples, analyzing and recording the changes happening as they transform could be helpful. Only problem is that it would pause anything I could do till the summer and then wait for the next full moon. I answer the possibility. With more time passing as my friends try to help me out of my jam, an unexpected input was thrown in. Werewolves transform because of the moon, right? Maybe it has something to do with that more than the virus. Offhandedly said Christian. But those words struck me like lightning. Say that again. I hurriedly said to my friends. Was his surprised response at my sudden outburst. Say what you just said again. I said seriously. Well, they transform because of the moon, right? And the stars and moon were important in many rituals. We learned that in astrology. So what if you look at that too? He replied, unsure of what his Hail Mary attempt would make me do. I stood up and ran out of the great hall, only shouting back a thanks as I bolted. I guess I helped. Christian said in surprise at my actions. I went to the roar and threw myself into the research. How come I don't think about astronomy? Even with all the errors in wizard knowledge about the stuff, they've studied its effects on magic continuously. It's one of the oldest fields of magic in existence. Bad Aiden. You limited your thinking to wizard levels. Got to do better, gotta think outside the box more. I berated myself in my mind. It took me 2 weeks to figure out the right combinations to possibly counteract lunar rays and hopefully block its effects on the virus, effectively rendering it inactive. I then began brewing samples like a madman, only ending my little rampage when I had 23 different possible brews. I've sent the recipes to Tim as Michael, since I wanted him to prepare 5 doses of each by the summer. I would then ask for volunteers from willing werewolves to help in the testing of the possible vaccines I've made. I'll ask Jerry to talk to them and explain, while Scott will draw up contracts to secure their livelihoods in case of accidents, with all terms and conditions specified so that everyone knows what they are getting into and can be properly prepared. Meanwhile, it should be about time for the Golden Trio to visit Hagrid. I want to see a dragon hatch, so I'm gonna go with Christian. It's been a while since we visited the man with everyone being so busy with classes and training nowadays, not mentioning our individual projects. James is studying enchanting pretty much whenever he can, Christian has been very busy with Quidditch training, and Tori has been very taken with transfiguration and potions lately, but she won't tell us why yet. She said it's a very personal project and wants to do it on her own, but she thanked all of us for offering to help so much. I felt a bit sad she wouldn't let me help her, but it is her decision and I should respect that. So I went to hunt for my wild friend. I found him hanging out with James in the Great Hall since the both of them had a free period. So I headed over. As I got near them I greeted the two. "Hey mates! How you been since I went on my rampage?" I say cheerfully. "Oh ho! Our resident genius has graced us with his presence," replied Christian as he teased with a grin. "How were the results? You left so suddenly that we just didn't know what to do. And then you were basically muttering to yourself and writing ingredient combinations for the last 2 weeks, not even paying attention in classes. I'm surprised you didn't blow up a cauldron in potions," asked my caring friend. It was hilarious seeing Snape's face as he realized you were making a better potion than he ordered without even paying any attention. He looked like he was forced to swallow a bucket of troll piss. Laughed Christian at the memory. "Damn, I really missed that. Maybe I should do it more often," I said with shock. Now, no making the professors depressed, Aiden. I know you can match and probably surpass them in their own fields, but there's no need to rub it in. And yes, even with Snape. Interject James. "You're no fun little saint," teased Christian as a result. "Rather be no fun than mostly likely asked to leave the castle," he answered. "Meh, if it takes the get down a peg then I'm for it. But what ya doing down here? You usually spend most of your free time working on your projects?" asked my less polite friend. "Well, I've just realized we haven't gone to see Hagrid much this year and I kinda feel bad for that. The guy's given us a lot of stories and information of creatures, so I thought we could visit now that my cure can't progress until the summer. I've finished another project and I just need to get the tuning right for the last one," I explained to my two friends. "I'm down," simply declares Christian in agreement. The man is rather welcoming and can tell interesting stories, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline today. This happens to coincide with the Charms Club president training me to take over the club next year, so it's not possible for me," politely answered James. "That's too bad, but we'll give him a hello on your part," quickly said Christian. "Alright then, let's go to Night Lordling of the Wild," I say with a grin. "Right with you, almighty Silver Raven," replies my friend with a grin as well. And so, with goofy grins and excited steps, we leave James shaking his head at our exaggerated behavior as he also stood up and went to take care of his own business. The rest of the day passed quickly. So Christian and met in secret after dark and I hid the both of us magically. We walk out of the castle and head for Hagrid's hut, which is very small for a half-giant, but I guess someone the ministry considers to still be a released criminal can't live too well. One without enough money or influence to buy their silence anyway. As we approach the door I could hear some low voices in the hut. Wow, I guess my timing is spot on. The trio is in there, I thought with a smile and then knock on the door, making everyone in there fall silent. "Hey Hagrid, it's us. Came to talk about some cool creatures my parents and I saw last summer and Aiden says he's got great news for ye," says my friend loudly. We hear some sounds of movements and a Hagrid wearing a very large apron opens the door. "Now's not a good time for ye to visit," he says nervously. "Oakman Hagrid, I could hear you've got guests," replied my friend. "You've got a new creature don't you Hagrid?" I then questioned the half-giant. I know because of the canon, but the man is a horrible liar and he acts like this when he knows he's doing something that could get him in trouble. Problem is that he just can't stop himself when it comes to creatures. "I've no idea you're talking about," he loudly declared, really trying to hide it. "Oh please Hagrid. We know you too well. You even tried to introduce us to Aragog and we didn't say anything. Why are you trying to hide this one?" asked a bemused Christian making Hagrid hesitate. "Oh all right. Come in quickly." He finally relented. As we came in we spotted the trio. "Well, hello there Harry, Hermione, Ron. Didn't think you guys had interests in usually dangerous creatures," I greet the three to their great shock. "What are you doing here?" exclaimed Ron in shock, but disapproval and rejection were in that voice and expression. "What? Can't be here Weasley? We've been friends with Hagrid for over 3 years. Why wouldn't we come see him?" asked Christian a bit aggressively. "Whoa there Christian, I'm sure there's a reason for that tone," I say to calm my friend. He really doesn't have any patience for Ron's extreme rejection of anything having to do with Slytherin, even those who accept them. And with Tori being our close friend, Christian gets defensive. "You too Ronald. Can you not act like a rude prat for more than 5 minutes?" scolded Hermione harshly. "I'm so sorry about that." She then apologizes profusely. "It's no problem Hermione. I just hope Ron can one day learn that not everything is as black and white as he thinks it is." I reply with a chuckle. "So I'm guessing whatever's in that cauldron jumping around is today's beastie." I state to the room with a curious glance. I didn't know you knew Hagrid that well," suddenly said a shy Harry. Don't you remember what I told you before the holidays? I then ask I surprise. You mean when we asked you about Nicholas Flamel? Harry asked as he tried to remember the rest of that conversation. You did what? Shouted Hagrid. Why are you so surprised, Hagrid? Nicholas Flamel is a great wizard and it is good that people study the man. They probably saw his name alongside our famous headmaster's chocolate frog card and wanted to know more about the man. Problem was that they didn't know how old he was, so they were looking in the wrong place. I lied to the man with a chuckle, making the three have a weird look on their faces. Oh, is that all? Sorry about that. He replied awkwardly due to his outburst, since I appeared to not know about the stone. Now where was I? Right, that talk. Well, I told you guys how I've played with Fluffy before, so that would mean I know the owner well enough to be allowed to play and take care of him, no? I then say with an amused smile as their faces turn to ones of realization, then a sheepish smile from Harry. Right, sorry about that. He then apologized as he scratched the back of his head. Oh, no worries, Harry, no worries. I'm guessing you had a lot on your mind and focused more on what you asked about instead of a story of me playing with a dog. I say with a chuckle. So what's in the cauldron, Hagrid? I asked to get to the point. It's an egg. He answered, really trying to hide it, even now. Unfortunately, that was more than enough for my wild friend to realize what it was. Bloody hell! You have a live dragon egg! He exclaimed in surprise as the rest of the hut's occupants froze. 60, ch 60, a grieving mother. Hagrid's hut was silent, except for the egg currently tumbling in the cauldron. No one was making a sound. I don't know why everyone's so nervous for. I mean, as long as you don't try to raise it and get it to the proper caretakers, everything's fine. If you don't, which I really wouldn't suggest, you'll have to go Azkaban when you get found out. Obviously we wouldn't do that to you, Hagrid, you're our friend too. But you do realize just how hard it is to keep a very large, flying, and fire-breathing lizard hidden, right? Can't exactly keep it in your hut, your place is really flammable. I say, trying to cut the tension. My words relax the trio, but saddens Hagrid. Aiden's right, Hagrid. As much as I love creatures, and trust me when I say dragons really aren't an exception, this is something you really shouldn't do. It's not like Fluffy. The only way a dragon's ever been tamed is with training akin to torture, and I know you would never do that. Added Christian. They're right, Hagrid. You could go to prison for this. Agreed a very nervous Hermione as she thought about the consequences, which are very serious. We could get my brother Charlie to do it. He works on a reserve in Romania. Exclaimed Ron. But before Hagrid could try to refuse, the egg started to act up. He hurriedly took it out of its cauldron and laid it on the table. The egg danced about as whatever was inside fought to get out. Then the egg basically exploded and the newborn dragon could be seen. She had a slightly brownish-red coloring to her scales, with bony wings quite large for her body, a long snout, horn stubs and bulging orange eyes. At that moment Hagrid fell in love with her as if it was a puppy, and Malfoy, whom I've been waiting for as I kept my sense up, suddenly left to tattle like he always does. That's a Norwegian Ridgeback! Exclaimed Christian. My brother works with those. Sending it to him in Romania would be perfect. Exclaimed Ron. Oh, I couldn't bear and leave little Norbert alone. Was Hagrid's response as he was petting the dragon, which was constantly trying to bit his enormous fingers. Hagrid! You know how much trouble you could get in for this? Squeaked out Hermione in horror at what the man just said. But look at him. He thinks I'm his mum. Was his really bad counter-argument? Well then, Hagrid, it appears my own good news should help speed up this discussion. I announce, getting everyone but Christian's attention, since he already knows. Since my family businesses have been booming lately, I've invested in a certain reserve for dragons in Romania alongside a fellow creature lover. I know how much you love dragons, so I wanted to invite you to visit it for the summer. Thought it would have been a nice thank you for everything you've told us over the last few years. But now, as Ron suggested, it would be good to send it over to his brother quickly. You can then visit little Norbert in 2 months max. What do you think? I asked the very torn half-giant. You reckon he'll be all right? He asked very hesitantly. He'll be fine, Hagrid, they're all very good at their jobs and I've been helping them better the environment a lot. I reassure the man, only barely getting a nod of agreement. Splendid. I'll get in touch with my friend in the reserve. Ron, would you be okay asking your brother Charlie to come pick him up quickly? I don't know the man and I'm only one of the owners, so asking for someone directly can be met with refusal. And I'm sure all of you would much prefer someone you knew and trusted to handle things. I say to Ron and the rest. Yeah, all right. He agreed, feeling reluctant now that I had asked. Good. I'll take care of that and you three will arrange things with Charlie. Now with that settled, I think everyone should head back to the castle, don't want to get caught out past curfew. I said to finalize everything. Thanks for the unique experience, Hagrid, I guess I'll see you next time. Be careful Norbert doesn't burn your hut down by accident. I say as I step out with a reluctant Christian in the trio. Do you three have a way back without being spotted? It's dangerous to walk around at night. I then ask. Yeah, we'll be fine, answered Harry. That's good. Have a pleasant night everyone, and I hope everything goes well to get Norbert to a proper home. I say as I wave my wand over me and Christian to conceal us. See ya first ties, and don't be a prat about this Ron. Christian couldn't resist saying as he disappeared from their sights. They can turn invisible, exclaimed the shocked Harry. That's a disillusionment charm. It's 5th year charm and a very advanced application of it. I can't even tell where they are and I can't hear them. Hermione explained to the two as usual. And hearing that little bit, we left the three alone to head back to the castle. That was great, but really wish the prat wouldn't be there, exclaimed Christian as we returned to our common room. Yes, Ron can be rather extreme, but all I can do is show patience. If he doesn't change then I'll simply treat him politely but with proper distance. I sighed in response. Even I'm getting pretty annoyed at his obvious actions. Honestly, he's worse than Malfoy with the discrimination. But never mind him, gotta write some messages. The reserve doesn't have a box yet so gotta use the owl for that and my friend has one but it's late, so I'll wait till tomorrow. I say as I stretch a bit. Alright, good night then Aiden. See you in the morning for our run. He asked. Yeah, no problem. Meet you at the lake. I answer as we head to our rooms. I got up to my room and contacted Scott to send my request over to the Romanian Reserve. And the next morning I went out early to send a message using Artemis, then joined Christian for morning exercises. With everything I could do taken care of, all that was left was for the cannon to take place. I convinced Hagrid to let the dragon go, got Ron to call his brother over, made the kids handle it, and I know Malfoy will try to get everyone into trouble, but will McGonagall honestly believe I'm involved in this because Malfoy says so? Ha! Doesn't help his case that I'm not going to do anything else, so I'm not gonna be there when the kids give away the dragon. With everything in its place, I spent the week in quite a relaxed manner. I spent time with my friends relaxing, studying, and training together. I've been tinkering with my broom when I had time since I've officially finished my elf magic ward and the werewolf vaccine will not be able to undergo further development until the summer. It wasn't until Madame Pomfrey called me to the infirmary that I remembered something kind of funny happened in the week between Norberta's birth and her handing over to Charlie. Ron gets bit by her venomous little fangs. So I headed over to the infirmary to have a look. What do you think, Aiden? It looks like either an infection from the bite or an extreme allergic reaction to one, but Mr. Weasley insists that a dog bit him. She asked me while shaking her head. I don't think it's an allergic reaction. But from the size, it should be a small creature or large insect. I'm leaning more on the side of infection or maybe a bit of venom. I reply, making Ron pale a bit. Possible. I'll go look through some more uncommon bites and records of past matrons to see if anything similar has happened. You will make sure Mr. Weasley doesn't get worse. She ordered as she left. A minute later she was gone. So Ron, guessing you got bit by Norbert, right? I ask, but not really. You knew? He asked, apparently surprised at the fact. Of course I knew. I'm a healer, a creature enthusiast, and I know about the little fellow, so of course I'm going to recognize the bite of the little guy. I answer with a roll of my eyes. Then why didn't you say anything? What are you trying to do? He eyed me with suspicion. Because Hagrid is my friend and I don't want trouble for the man. If anyone hears about what he has then he will be in deep trouble, especially due to his past. It's much better to keep everything quiet for a week and let the rest be handled by professionals. I answered seriously while examining the bite. Right. Was his only drawn-out reply whilst I finished looking at the poisoned bite. So what do you want to do about this? I asked the boy. What do you mean? He asked as he gets cautious again. Well, I can cure this in about 10 minutes. All I need is to whip up the proper antidote and let your body expel the poison, letting you leave within the day. But if I do that, Madame Pomfrey will question me about what the bite was and I'll have to explain it to her. I won't be able to hide anything from her because she's too experienced in the field and will be able to tell if anything doesn't add up. I explained to the kid. Then what good are you? You're just trying to get away like a snake. He murmured. That's not very nice, Ron. I've shown a lot of patience and understanding with you during the year, but you keep being increasingly rude towards me and my friends. I don't know why you are doing this, but it has got to stop. I will stop the spread of the venom and contain it. I will also give you a painkiller and anti-inflammatory to deal with the swelling. With this in place and the small dose you've been exposed to, your body will develop natural antibodies towards the poison within a week and fight it off. I say seriously to the disappointing boy. He was about to say something in anger at my tone and what I said, but I started to speak again. In addition, you have shown excessive levels of rejection and discrimination towards innocent fellow students, so, in accordance to the rules, you are no longer welcome to the exchange. I then announce. Ha! You think I want to be in that nerd room with you slimy snakes? He responded with venom ironically. I hope you can change one day, Ronald, because right now you are acting worse than Malfoy does around Muggleborns. I simply said as I left and gave Madame Pomfrey my countermeasures against the poison, leaving a speechless Ron in the infirmary. After that event, everything else went well. Harry and Hermione were left to deal with the dragon. The weekend came and they were able to hand it off to Charlie. Malfoy got in trouble, then Harry and Hermione. So just on schedule the Forbidden Forest event should happen as well. The only problem was Hagrid sobbing in his cabin about hoping his baby didn't miss his mother and that it was just temporary. So I did the sensible thing. I left the grieving mother alone. 61, ch 61, the Saint, the Beast, the Queen, and the Raven. Until the exams I started spending more time helping my friends improve in combat. They've reached the point where I need to use more creative defensive spells to fully defend myself now. Using transfiguration to create sand and use it to absorb incoming spells is one of the most effective defenses one can come up with, but it is incredibly difficult to pull off due to the nature of transfiguration. The reason I do this is for the three of them to become used to dealing with these situations. So that when they meet one of the actually powerful Death Eaters or even their lord in the future, they will be able to use this experience to fight. They've all made me very proud with the massive progress displayed throughout the year. Even James has started to figure out his own true combat style as he was inspired by my overbearing defensive capabilities. Whilst Christian shows us the dynamic approach, utilizing his trained body to minimize on actual defensive spells and focus on attack with clever usage of common or modified charms, jinxes and curses, while throwing some plant magic into the mix. Tori has actually been displaying an excellent bit of magical strength for her age, making me believe she might reach her second magical maturation by 17, as she displays difficult bits of magic to restrict and break down the opponent as she goes for the kill. Outside of my friends, it seems Harry and Malfoy have seen Quirrell feeding on a unicorn and have been quite stricken by the event. I do have an issue with this scenario in general though. So you have Draco Malfoy, heir of his family with most of the board of directors in their hand and the minister's ear, Harry Potter, the boy who lives and rightful heir of House Potter, Neville Longbottom, heir of his family as well and a grandmother on the board of director, and Hermione Granger, most brilliant and dedicated witch of her age, all being sent in the deadliest place at Hogwarts with only one Hagrid and a wimpy dog. My question involving this scenario is, what the hell was Dumbledore thinking allowing this to happen? Hagrid even split them up and let Draco and Harry hunt for something or someone attacking unicorns on their own. How the fuck did he see this one go in his head? I have respect for the man, but this is one of those times where I really doubt him and question the senility claims. Can't really do anything. The only way I could have tried to do anything was to stealthily follow them into the forest, somehow stay near them without being noticed for extended periods of time while avoiding the creatures living in there, then somehow protect from Voldemort without them seeing me. Much easier to just let shit happen as they should, with the centaurs interfering. I really want to just kill Quirrell, but I'm with Dumbledore on this one, even if his method is mental and way too indirect, because Harry needs help to get over the abuse he's suffered and the confidence will go a long way. He also needs to learn about Voldemort because he will face him and I'm not messing with a confrontation designed by destiny. Nothing has ever ended well when someone tried to mess with true prophecies. But for now the trio would have no new adventures. Simply because students were feeling the pressure as exams were nearing once again and professors were giving even more homework than before, making many panic at the sudden need to learn everything they were taught during the year in a few weeks. This was also the busiest time for me at the exchange. Since I am pretty much the only person that doesn't need to cram like crazy right now, I've been doing my best to help with the limited amount of people who were already confident enough and weren't kicking it into overdrive. But in general, I was focusing on those who came to the exchange regularly. I wanted to help those who put continuous effort and not just bail out anyone who waited at the last minute whilst goofing off the entire year. I just didn't have the time nor manpower to cram a year's worth of knowledge in unwilling brains. The best I could do for them was to give them the study guides I made for people in their situations, so that they can focus on the more important parts of their year's curriculum, and at least won't repeat a year. Now, Hermione during this time is quite a different beast. She insists on trying to learn every detail of what was covered in her classes and in the assigned books like they are holy teachings of the one true God. This coming from someone who probably met the closest things to gods. She's apparently tried to drag her two very unwilling victims here, not that Ronald could get in anymore, but then I simply gave her a copy of the guide so the two can try to pass at least. But I did do what I could to help the girl, focusing on the practical aspect of things since she's done more than enough prepping in the theoretical. I was also watching the most VTV I could, since Quirrell would lose his subscription soon and I won't be able to bum off of his account for much longer. I was able to learn way too many dark arts from the guy, making me wonder if he even remembered how to preform normal magic. Even his defense for Slytherin's locket was a dark potion, I mean common mate, don't just ditch your foundations. But I did find out that the man didn't find more power from the dark arts, they found an outlet through him. It's a key difference in my opinion. This is why I now believe that although Voldemort is a lot more lethal than Grindelwald, with his philosophy and methods, the latter is more dangerous because he made the dark arts his while retaining his brilliance. The simplest comparison I can think of would be the differences between the Joker and Lex Luthor. For me, exam season is a breeze, and with Victoria being even better than the top of her game should also have absolutely brilliant results. My two other friends are very specialized thought. They will receive beyond outstanding results in their chosen fields, but can be more average in the other. Thanks to me though, they should be able to get either O or EE in their weaker classes. What has been interesting during this period is that we've all received notice as a group, not just because of me this time. James, because of his gentle looks, his wavy shoulder-length sandy blonde hair, clear blue eyes, calm and peaceful demeanor, coupled with his magnificent displays of spellmanship, future presidency of the Charms Club and activities in the exchange, has been nicknamed the saint of our group. Christian, because of his always untamed black hair, spirited blue eyes, direct behavior, explosive playstyle during Quidditch, his extensive knowledge in all things nature and how he handles magical creatures, got to be the beast. Lastly was Tori, with her striking features, jet black hair with slight waves hanging around her shoulders, deep green eyes, prideful and noble atmosphere, showing excellence all around, while also being willing to help others, got to be the queen. My nickname has been shortened as a result of theirs too, becoming the Raven, after Rowena apparently. All of my friends have been getting their own group of admirers as they continue to grow in skill and their actions keep speaking for them. Even those who do not like us have had to acknowledge us. In the end, making every house have someone worth admiration in. Hufflepuff has their saint, Slytherin has their queen whether they like it or not, Ravenclaw has their beast, Gryffindor has the boy who lived, and then there is me above them all through sheer skill, intelligence, and personal achievements. The effect of this has been mostly contained to people treating us as a sort of unapproachable group when we are together. It's been funny to watch my friends experience what they've been teasing me about until now. It's been a blast getting some payback. They've complained for some bits, but they also think it's nice that people are recognizing their efforts and results. And by results I mean that each of them have basically been helping students all the way up to 6th year in their favored subjects, whilst I cover everything else. And no, with exams over and done, it was time for the final events of the first year canon to begin. It was time for the trio to challenge the trials. Piss easy for me, but close to deadly for most students somehow. It was easy to tell when this was happening because I could see all of the actors getting into place on my map. Coralmert headed to the room and triggered my notification spell as he began his true attempt of the stone. Some time later I say trio follow along in a hurry. After that, I saw Dumbledore appear in his office and head over as well. As he reached the place Hermione ran out and met him, then he heads in as well. Quirrell's name fades away from the map, indicating that he's died and Voldemort has escaped the man's body, Harry was victorious and the stone remained safe like the story. As I saw Dumbledore reach the battered boy, I put away my map and leave my dorm, heading to the infirmary. It's time for another chat with Dumbledore. I thought to myself as I walk. 62, ch 62 chats for the summer. I arrived at the infirmary ahead of Dumbledore and was having some small talk with Madame Pomfrey about some rare injuries, diseases and maladies as a way to have an excuse for being there and actually get information on the subject. Win-win. Dumbledore arrived in a rushed manner and laid Harry on the bed and explained that Harry had stopped someone from trying to steal what was being protected on the 3rd floor. He avoided Quirrell and the stone, and Pomfrey didn't ask since she was too busy fussing over Harry. Dumbledore had a sad expression on his face as he reached to pull out his wand, but then he finally noticed me waiting off to the side and froze in hesitation for what to do. He knows I'm very strong, especially my mind, and if I'm guessing correctly about what he's going to do, then he can't do it against me without a fight breaking out. But then I surprise him by lightly gesturing for him to go on as I wait. With a hesitant expression he waves his wand over Madame Pomfrey's heads, casting a powerful Confuse charm over her to heal Harry but only remember the new injuries and ignore the old. He then looks at me with uncertainty and I simply gesture for us to head out to talk. We walked and headed for Dumbledore's office before we can finally speak. Why did you not question my actions, Aiden? He finally asked. Because I already know why you did it, Headmaster. I answered evenly. What possible reason could you think I have to force poor Poppy to be subjected to such a spell? He asked with guilt all over his face. Your definition of Harry's safety. I answer again. My definition is it. And why do you say these words, Aiden? What do you know of Harry's situation? He now asked seriously. I could tell a lot from the first time I saw the kid, Headmaster. From the very first day I saw him walking into the Great Hall, I noticed so many things wrong with him. You know I'm a healer, Professor. Poppy has probably reported to you my progress in the field. I'm a healer in all but Tittle and near master at that. I answered the man with a sigh as I continued. Clear signs of almost extreme malnutrition, with his face, wrists, hand, and collarbone showing me everything I needed to know about that. Signs of continuous physical abuse could be gleaned from how he was behaving subconsciously near large groups of people, due to his body's automatic reflexes to people's eyes and sudden loud noises. But it wasn't until he took part of my exchange that I noticed psychological abuse as well, since I could see the kid was smart, but he was stopping himself from learning without even knowing it. The evidence I could tell from simply observing him showed he's barely treated as a human with his Muggle relatives, much less like family. I say as I finish my explanation, after a slight pause I speak again, but this time with a cold anger in my voice. If they are anything like I'm guessing they are, then it's pure luck Harry didn't develop an obscurus. Resounded my voice as my power hummed in the air. I did not want to leave poor Harry there, but it is the only way to assure his safety until he is 17. As long as that place is his home, he will be safe. Said Dumbledore sadly, imploring for me to understand. That's why I said it is from your definition, Headmaster. That place is not a home to Harry, it is a prison cell with abusive wardens. It is a place which will beat him, oppress him, and take advantage of him in every way possible. And after experiencing Hogwarts, there is absolutely no way the kid will ever think of that house as his home, or the people responsible for his abuse as actual family. I say to the man coldly. But there is no choice. As long as his blood lives on that house he shall be safe. Was still his only reply, not budging an inch. Then how about this, Headmaster? I will heal Harry over the course of the summer. I will do what I can for him to have a pleasant or at least manageable summer while still living with those people. And I will even make an oath so that I'll keep quiet about all this if you want. I then proposed to the Headmaster, calming my anger and trying to be rational. Why would you do so much for Harry, but still agree to let him live in that place? Asked a curious Dumbledore. And he's right to be, since it is very contradictory. Because I empathize with Harry. The only difference between us is that I've escaped my jailers and have healed. I want to help him get the same chance. It's the very least the kid deserves after being put through so much. I answer sincerely. And I trust you have your reasons, Headmaster. I do not approve of what you did at all and even hurts your image in my eyes, but I know you at least have a reason. It's just like this year's events, I know everything was done by you. So you knew. How much? He asked with a slight sigh, but his expression improving from the pure guilt it showed before. Pretty much everything, I think. The snitch, the trials, the forest I'm not sure about. I'm pretty sure you'll help Gryffindor win the House Cup and Quirrellmort. I listed simply. But that last one did stun him. How? He asked, and I knew what he was referring to. Sir. I have some of the most sensitive senses in the world and I am an incredibly powerful mind art practitioner. I could sense something was wrong with Quirrell from the beginning. It felt incredibly dark, so I extremely carefully took a peek and saw a second mind in the man, his mind. So I made sure he wouldn't notice and left. I then paid close attention to the man's actions and noticed everything he did. Tried to make Harry fall, tried to get everyone's attention with the troll to get the stone, going out into the forest, and his final attempt today. I explained to the increasingly shocked, impressed, and worried old man. You entered his mind? He asked quietly. Only Quirrell's for a moment, since he couldn't put up any defenses due to his cohabitant. I answered. You knew about the stone? He then asked with curiosity again. Well, I got curious at what Tom would want so bad he attacked Gringotts and now possessed a teacher to get. So I made my way through the trials, and honestly the difficulty made it really obvious that it was made for Harry instead of defense, only yours would actually stop the man. I answered with a bit of a friendly jab, trying to improve the mood. I was quite proud of my choice. So what did you think of it? And more importantly, how did you find out what was in it? With a little chuckle of pride and curiosity as he asked again. Well, I know this sounds bad, but that's one of the thoughts I picked up when I was in Quirrell's mind, it was all he was thinking about. But as for getting the stone, that actually required a bit of soul searching. I explained carefully. And what was the answer you found in that search? He asked expectantly, slowly regaining his more energetic appearance. I found what I truly desire, and I was happy with what I saw, but the stone was not part of it. The reason is simple, my pride will not let me use the easy path made by another. I will make my own path to reach my dream, or it would be worthless. I declare with certainty. As for the mirror, it was a very clever piece of intent warding and enchantment. Do you mind if I either use it as is or modify it in the future, Headmaster? I asked with a smile. Please do. I am curious as to what you will come up with. He chuckled happily after the heavier conversation. So I have your consent then? I asked to have the final conversation. Yes. I will be in your debt if you could heal poor Harry and keep this a secret. You have shown that you can do so, and I trust in your abilities, Aiden. It will be quite the show when you reveal the depths of your abilities to the world. He responded with a smile. That is what I'm counting on. I will make people believe and support me through sheer ability, not dominance. And thank you for your trust, Headmaster. I will keep quiet to Harry about many things, as you have. I will simply try to give him a productive summer with some pleasant memories if possible. And make those muggles lighten up on the kid. I say as I get up from my seat. Please do. It seems I must write to them about this as well. he said seriously as he saw me out. With everything settled with the headmaster, I had to see Harry in the infirmary. I arrive with Madame Pomfrey done treating the new injuries in a pile of get well soon presents nearby. Oh Aiden, done with your talk with Albus? She asks, still slightly out of it. Yeah, the headmaster just asked me if I could check up on the kid during the summer. You know, to make sure he has no lingering injuries or hidden ones flaring up. I lie gently to the matron. Oh, that's very responsible on his part. I guess he's finally understanding the importance of proper care, was her happy answer. I'll wait for him to wake up so I can talk to him about how it's going to work. I'll also take care of the infirmary while I'm at it. So you should take a break, Poppy. I say gently. Oh, thank you, Aiden. So useful to have such a responsible and skilled student helping around. You know what to do if you need my help, she said, loosening up a little as she left. So I waited for Harry to wake up. A few people wanted to talk to him, but seeing that he was still out of it, they simply left their gifts with the others. A few hours later, Dumbledore joined me as we both saw Harry's eyes struggle to open until he just shot up and looked around in confusion until he saw the both of us. Well, look who's up. Feeling okay? I asked with a bright smile. Yet. Professor, what are you doing here? Then asked Harry. I'm here because I know you will have questions. And don't worry, young Aiden happens to know everything. Quite the extraordinary young man as always, he said in a chuckle. Thank you, headmaster, always nice to hear from the second coming of Merlin. I reply with my own chuckle. Yes, they do love those kinds of titles, don't they? But now Harry, what is it you wanted to ask? Smiled Dumbledore as he turned his attention back to Harry. This was the canon questions, about the stone, Quirrell, Voldemort, why he couldn't touch him, Snape and some other miscellaneous questions until he was satisfied. But what are you doing here, Aiden? And if you knew about all this, why didn't you do anything? He asked me, understandably confused. I'll start with the second, that being that after seeing the headmaster's defenses, I simply believed Quirrellmort wouldn't be able to get the stone. I answer simply. Quirrellmort? He asked with a weird face. I was rather curious about that as well. You used the term in my office earlier, interjected Dumbledore in innocent curiosity. Well, you know, it was Voldemort in Quirrell's body, so Quirrellmort. No one's afraid of such a ridiculous name, are they? Never could understand why people would give the cunt the satisfaction of fearing his name. There are so many ways of messing with it without triggering the taboo. I actually made a game of it when I was a kid. I answered with a cheeky smile. Ha ha ha. That there is. I wish I would have thought of it earlier, agreed Dumbledore as he gave a hearty laugh, while Harry had a small smile on his face. It has been too long since I've been able to laugh like that. Thank you, Aiden, said a nostalgic Dumbledore, losing himself in happier times. No problem, headmaster, no problem at all. I reply with a knowing smile. Ah, but on to your first question, Harry. I am here to inform you that I shall be visiting you during the summer to fix the frankly saddening amount of damage your body has suffered in your life. I will do everything I can to make you as fit and healthy as every other kid's your age, maybe more. The headmaster and I have also decided to give those muggles a reminder of what being family actually entails. And I shall also try to help you experience a bit more of a proper life if possible. The headmaster has decided to trust me enough on that. I explain in a gentle voice, as I learned to do with patience. You'll what? You're going to help me with the Dursleys? But why do you even care? He asked with hopefulness in his eyes, as the possibility of not going back and living like he's not supposed to exist. Because we've lived through very similar things, Harry. But the only difference is that you've been left alone for too long and I want to help with that. I answer warmly and sincerely, because it is true. The only difference was that I've suffered extreme pain and torture for a relatively short period of time, whilst he has been suffering continuously for years under horrid people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He kept saying as tears of relief flooded out of the boy's eyes. I look over at Dumbledore to see the look of sadness and guilt he's showing as he finally realizes just how bad this situation has been for the boy. We look at each other and nod in understanding of what we'll do. All right, Harry, it's all right. We'll make proper plans after you've returned. And I'll come over as early as I can, okay? So I'll need you to be brave for a few days while I handle everything on my end. I tell him to prepare and encourage the boy. Yeah, all right. Sorry about that, Aiden, he said as he was embarrassed due to his display. Don't be, Harry, it is good to let those feeling out from time to time. Now rest up properly, nothing else is going to happen till tomorrow's feast, but I'm sure Ronald and Hermione will want to visit you anytime now. I say to the kid with a warm and reassuring expression. All right. But thanks again, he said as he laid back down and closed his eyes with a relieved mind. Let's get started, headmaster, I say to the old man besides me. Yes, it seems like I've overlooked this for far too long, responded an angry Dumbledore. 63, ch 63a promise. Everything had been settled when it came to Harry and the day passed. Everyone was gathered for the end-of-year feast, with the Great Hall decorated in blue to celebrate Ravenclaw's winning of the House Cup again, and Slytherin being a close second. My housemates were celebrating in a lively manner, but here came Dumbledore to rain on their parades. And yup, just enough points for Gryffindor to swoop in from third place and win it all. This caused my house to become half depressed and half angry at Harry and his friends. Slytherin became even more unhappy since they not only lost, but now the cup went to their rival house, and Hufflepuff was just siding looking a bit out of it, but nothing had changed for them so they didn't really care. With only one house really celebrating the end of the year, the feast ended and students went to the Hogwarts Express once again. As my friends and I walked to the train, people noticed and decided to make a path for us. I was walking at the head of the group, standing nearly 6 feet tall at 14, with clear muscle shown through my casual black t-shirt and jeans, shining silver hair and flame-like eyes, appearing very attractive to most female students. Victoria walking at my side, she wore a green blouse to match her eyes, letting her black hair cascade over her shoulders, with a pair of nice black pants, and an aura living up to her nickname of the Queen. Christian was wearing jeans and an unbuttoned red-black flannel shirt, showing his own growing muscles which could be glimpsed through his white t-shirt, with jeans and hiking boots, walking in a completely relaxed manner as he looked at the sky. And James was greeting politely those he recognized as we walked, with him wearing a loose white shirt and beige pants, coupled with his gentle aura, it really made him feel like a saint. We made our way to an empty cabin under everyone's gaze and it wasn't until we had entered the train did the students snap out of the trance which made them part before us. As the train ride back to King's Cross was underway, we chatted about the year, our summer plans, upcoming owls next year and just having a nice time together before going out separate ways for the summer. Before we got off the train, I gave Victoria a new supply kit, to make sure she could protect herself from her father without him being the wiser and made sure she knew she would be welcome to my house anytime. But I had also prepared a little something extra. Tori, I also want you to take this. I say seriously as I hand her a small box. She takes it in her hands with curiosity, looking at me with almost emerald green eyes, suddenly making me a bit embarrassed as I remembered the mirror's images. She opens it with a gasp and closes it quickly before staring at me in shock, looking for an answer. It's made to protect you. I asked a favor from some friends of mine, then I made the enchantments and put the runes on it myself. I explain, trying to stop myself from getting nervous. She then opens the box again and slowly takes out a beautiful silver necklace, with finely interwoven chain almost looking as if they were a semi-fluid piece of silver. A twin pair of snakes with little diamonds for eyes were attached to it, coiling themselves around a beautifully polished piece of emerald, protected by said snakes as their small heads rested on the two poles of the stone. James' eyes widened in shock at the necklaces and Christian stood up abruptly at the sight of it. That's goblin-made jewelry. That thing looks like it costs thousands. He shouted without thinking, making Victoria look at me with a torn expression. Tori. I want you to have it. I asked a friend to make it and he was happy to do so. I imbued it with the protective magics I knew, occlumency defenses, physical protection, intent detection, emergency shield, and lastly its a portkey set to come to my ring. I say to her gently. If you are ever in trouble, it can bring you to me and nothing will stop it. And no one will be able to take it from you, until you decide to reject it. I say gently to the now very emotional girl. Merlin's balls mate. Quietly said Christian, completely blown away. Aiden, wouldn't this burden Victoria's conscience? Asked James as he was thinking about her pride and stubbornness. This was my own decision. I care about you and want to do everything I can to stop you from coming into harm's way. If you believe it is too much you just need to give it back, but I will give you the other emergency portkey linked to my house, that I'm not arguing about. It's always good to have backup plans. I say to reassure the girl. I've actually made 3 of them, one for each of you, just in case. She was trying to say her decision but was stuck. It was an incredibly beautiful necklace and an amazingly thoughtful gesture, but this was so foreign to her that she froze. Tori. I say gently, making her look at me with a jump as I said her nickname. I decided to do this on my own. All that is left to decide is if you accept my will to protect and help you stand against the world itself if need be, or wish to do so on your own, proving your will and strength to them all. There is no shame or rejection of anyone, not even yourself, in choosing either. Take a breath and hopefully you can find the answer you want. I say with soothing voice and warm expression. Going to be in Victoria's head for a bit. I takes a breath as silently contemplated his actions, words, and intent. I looked between my 3 close friends, the people who pulled me away from that lonely and painful place, and I see them waiting for my choice. My pride wanted me to reject such a gift, but I just couldn't turn it away. I can now see just how much he wishes to help and protect me. This is something I haven't been able to feel since Mother was struck by that curse so long ago now, for someone who would help me simply because they were by my side. Not for anything, but because of who I am to them. I am not insulted by the gesture, not in the slightest. I know him. I know he would never stifle my growth, nor chain me down. Everything he ever does is try to help those he cares for, to make it possible for them to soar far above others. But I also know it's unusual for him to go this far. Like he said, he made the port keys in other forms, so why did he do so much just for me? I don't know what to do. I know I care for Aiden. Ever since I first saw him, his long silver hair, the cute face he had in first year, those blazing red gold eyes, the air of confidence and safety he gives off. And even now, as he continues to grow, his face has slowly changed from cute to handsome, his height continues to climb above others, his muscles are clearly visible to onlookers and his voice is just so comfortable to listen to. He is so brilliant. I felt despair when I tried to chase him down and prove myself better than him. I acted rudely and tried to show how much better I was, but when my housemates started to blame and bully me for not surpassing him, for not taking him down by any means, laughing at my father's actions and insulting my mother, he was the one who stood in front of them and lifted me up. He showed me what it was like to feel others caring for me again, to feel what a family is. He gave me knowledge no one else in the world ever had before. He introduced me to his friends, soon enough letting me be one of them as well. He took his time and effort to heal me and try to protect me from the one you should be doing the protecting. He just keeps on giving, and I just want to be able to do something back for him sometimes. So with a lot of emotions running through me, I managed to ask with a stressed voice. Why? I saw him hesitate. I see the nervousness in him. It's very unusual for him to be nervous. He is always there, standing like an immovable pillar of support. Always calm, cool, and collected in the face of others. He becomes excited when he makes a breakthrough or makes something new, almost acting like a child. He can be strict and courageous when he defends something he believes in. But being nervous only happened once before, when he told me about all the horrible things he'd experienced in his childhood. When I heard that, I wanted to give the boy a hug, but we only knew each other for so long and I couldn't keep my pride down long enough to show such emotions in front of him. But he could finally speak. I did some soul searching this year. Do you guys know the Mirror of East? He asked to begin his explanation. He always does this around others, trying to help them know more and share knowledge around. But after seeing all of us shaking our heads, he continues. It's a mirror which has been housed in Hogwarts for some time at least, and I happened to find it during one of my excursions through the castle. It is designed to show one's deepest desires, even those one didn't know or those one feared in themselves. He explained to our surprise that such an object can exist. To see one's greatest desire take form in front of you would truly test one's spirit. But then we all looked at him to wonder what this had to do with the situation. The mirror is a very dangerous tool. I can understand why in my research of it I found a warning, that it offers no wisdom or ideas about how to reach that desire manifested, and that many have wasted their lives away in front of it, unable to pull themselves out of the fantasy they see. But to me it was an enlightenment and a relief. You see, I disagree that it doesn't offer anything, I believe it teaches about the self. And the reason this is important is simple, it taught me I had another desire within. Something which could match my dreams to push the magical world further. And that was to see it happen with another. He explained seriously, but near the end he was using the gentlest voice I've ever heard from him as he looked into my eyes. Looking at me with those striking eyes that seemed to look at my very soul. It took me a few seconds to register exactly what he just meant, and when I did, my face immediately started burning up. I felt so many emotions racing through again, but this time it just felt so good. The happiness, relief, excitement, a bit of worry, and somewhere in my logical part I was trying to hold everything back, but that couldn't help for more than a second before tears of joy leaked out. The guys started panicking, even James, since they have no clue how to handle a crying girl. Aiden was trying to apologize, Christian was trying to tell a stupid joke, and James was trying to comfort me. I'm not sad, you idiots. I'm happy. I said as I the tears away, with a smile at how foolish the respect members of our group just acted. But you cried. Responded Christian, totally oblivious. That's enough, Christian. I think we should leave these two alone to talk for a bit. Declared James as he dragged the wild boy away. Closing the door behind them and letting me and Aiden be alone. He was fidgeting a bit, but it was cute seeing the ever-brilliant and imposing Aiden Bones, acting like a nervous kid his age in front of me. I couldn't help but giggle a bit, making his ears turn red. So I wanted to give you this to protect you until then. He said shyly. And, the main reason I wanted to make it perfect was because it comes with a bit of a condition. What condition? I asked carefully, my happiness immediately dropping a few notches and my own nervousness rising as my heart thumped madly. I don't want people to know until graduation. Until I can live on my own and hopefully be able to have you there. He answered with some hesitation and fear over my response. He kept looking at me, trying to gauge my response. Why? Are you ashamed of me as I am? I tried to hold back, but it hurt hearing the guy I liked didn't want others to know if we were in a relationship. No, I'm and always have been very proud of you. This is because my plan involves making my name resound in every corner of the magical world. To help push it forward in the right direction without violence, this is a necessity. The problem with that is the fact that the attention and criticism I will receive will be massive, and I don't want to pull your life down with mine because of it. I want you to be able to stand proudly and never doubt the fact that you are the one I want and the world will never question it due to your own abilities. He explained seriously. It helped a lot and made me happy. He knew how I was. I will vehemently reject those trying to help me for impure reasons, and my pride will not let me be someone only known for being associated with someone else. I will never accept being given everything, it must come from me. Thank you Aiden, for caring so much. I say, my voice closer to a whisper, but it relieves him. I'll take that deal. You will be mine and I will be yours. And when we graduate, the world will have no choice to accept it and see two people, not just you. I finally answer with my own feelings and determination. But I have my own condition. I then state seriously. Name it. He responded, sounding ready to fight even a dragon at the moment. You put it on me. I then say gently as I turned around to hide my red face and lift my hair up to show my neck. I could hear him gulp in nervousness as he saw my actions. He fumbled with the necklace a bit and I suddenly felt him right behind me. I could feel his breath on my bare neck. His impressive heat from his presence on my back. I felt his arms go around me as he lay the necklace on my chest and wrapped it around my neck. Then I felt him successfully attach it and letting it rest on me, sealing the promise as he did. I let my hair down and touched the beautiful emerald with my fingers, a smile spreading on my face. We felt the train come to a stop and we both jolt out of it and see the station outside our cabin window. We then look at each other and I decide I should at least do something for him, doing so much and taking this step for me. Without giving myself time to think properly, I quickly lean forward and give him a kiss on the lips. It only lasted for a second, but when I realized what I had done, my face felt like it was the hottest it's ever been. So I immediately stood up and grabbed my things before turning around and looking at the completely stunned Aiden. That's to seal the deal. You can't take it back now, even if you wanted to. I say quickly and rushed out due to embarrassment, leaving Aiden as he slowly reached up to touch his lips. Back to Aiden. They were so soft and sweet. Was the only thought that went through his completely paralyzed thought process. And then James and Christian showed up to grab their stuff, only to see me unresponsive. Well, from the goofy smile on your face, I can see you captured the queen. Or more likely she captured you. Joked Christian with a good laugh. Congratulations Aiden, I hope you make her and yourself happy. The two of you fit well together. Was James' supportive comment. Ah. Yeah, thanks. I finally responded as I snapped out of it and grabbing my own stuff. I couldn't find Victoria anywhere on the platform but, with the thought of the necklace and the kiss, I was still smiling as happiness spread through me. I'm glad I came to this world. 64, CH64 meeting the Disleys. I left the station in a daze, getting weird looks from Susan and Amelia. Auntie asked if anything bad had happened, but Susan obviously didn't know. And so they just let me be. We got home and I just headed into my room. As I lay in bed, Soul felt my emotions through our link and decided to check up on me. She flew over and landed in front of me with questioning eyes. Seeing how I didn't notice her, she decided to nip my ear. Ow! Soul? Why did you bite me? I yelled out as a result, effectively snapping me out of it. But of course she couldn't talk, but I felt some annoyance and worry at how I was acting. Oh, that. Well, something really good happened and I just couldn't really believe it went that well. So I was just kinda out of it I guess. I tell her as I pet her soft head, getting some cooing in response. I then decided to spend some time just petting Soul, like I did when I was a kid and she seemed to enjoy the nostalgic attention I was giving her. So I just passed the time until Tilly called me for supper. I went downstairs and joined my family. They were giving me some questioning looks as to why I acted weirdly on the way here, but I was ignoring those. After dinner, I went to the office to handle my duties as usual. A few idiots tried to make trouble with some of firm-associated stores, but that was resolved through the security each have hired. It seems those paying attention to the business side of things have noticed the trend of increased quality of product and manpower by going through my own companies. On the whole, the economic impact of Muggleborns has been increasing a lot and many having difficulties in other countries are coming here to find work under my initiatives. It also seems that the summer workshops for students are also going to be up and running soon, with advertisements going out in the Herald and the Prophet. For Bones Works, it has been going from strength to strengths. The werewolves who originated in Britain and who've come from abroad, willing to register and work under me legally have increased dramatically due to fair contracts and conditions. With the information spreading, people who just want to live normal lives, even with lycanthropy, are coming to my manufacturing, production and delivery centers for my products. With my personal defense runes cleared for production, it's been a good chance for people to find jobs under the Bones. It doesn't have an explosive market yet, but establishing my brand's reputation before the return of Voldemort and his merry men will make sales explode at the time. The most important news for me is that my testing facility has been built. It took a few months to secretly have it constructed, but we've finally built a secure site for me to test the lycanthropy blockers I've come up with. With 50 rooms built to withstand 3 times the amount of force healthy and strong werewolf is capable of producing, safety equipment, emergency containment, and fully prepared operation room in case of catastrophic rejection occurs. There has been an amazing amount of people willing to participate in the trials. Only werewolves in my employ actually know about the improved wolfsbane that I've developed. With that and Jerry's support, many want to help in developing this vaccine. Generous conditions have been offered for such risks. I'll be there for the entire testing period, alongside some former healers who've been infected by the disease and haven't been able to work in the field due to the risks they pose to patients. They've been a remarkable help for my employees since they're all werewolves, making them thankful for being able to do what they love. Within the week, everything I had to take care of on my hand was handled. The full moon would happen on the 15th of June since I didn't miss it this month, and everything is ready. It was now time to visit Harry and by extension the Dursleys. I had to explain to my aunt that I would be helping Harry accommodate better to the magical world since I had a good amount of interactions with the kid during the school, my fantastic grades and reputation helping the headmaster recommend me for the position. To which my aunt bought hook, line and sinker. I hate lying to her, but if she knew what was really happening, she would probably flay those muggles alive in rage. Death Eater / Voldy cunt made orphans are a very sore spot for her. I simply decided to flame to Michael Falster's home located near Little Whinging. From there I got Scott to drive me to number 4, Privet Drive. It was a nice ride since I let Scott buy things for his own uses and the car was one of them. Now, since I come from 30 years ahead, I'm used to a sleeker model of car than the ones currently available. Honestly speaking, most of them look like boxes on wheels to me. But Scott is into cars, said it's in every man's blood to want a powerful machine to ride. So I allowed him to even import a car to add to his collection, might as well spend my ever-growing amount of money on something, cause at this rate I'll be the youngest billionaire on the planet. But let's just say he almost converted me when we were riding this sweet 1964 Shelby 289 Cobra, with dark blue paint and rocking the double white racing stripes. Feeling the wind in your hair while going down the freeway was brilliant, even if I'm used to flying on a broom. Just doesn't feel the same. I think I'll get my license to drive these puppies in a little over a year. So why are we headed into town, boss? I know you do business pretty much all over the country, but that place is pure muggle. Asked Scott as he was driving. Simple, I made an agreement with Dumbledore and a promise to the boy who lived. I answer, and I probably should have been gentler about revealing that cause Scott swerved a lot from the news. Watch the road, you idiot. Don't want to die on the way there. We're going to see the Harry Potter. Was his response. I'm going to see him. No one can know I'm in any way related to you or the Falster identity yet. So you'll be disguised and leave right after you drop me off. I order the man. Yes, boss. He replied. Although he has weird habits, he's extremely capable as my aide. That's why I let him enjoy himself when he isn't doing anything for me. Pretty sure he had a hot tub installed somewhere on the property, but I haven't really taken the time to look around for it. We reached Privet Drive and I hop out of the car to continue on foot. This place is so plastic. I thought as I walk along the street in a casual white t-shirt and jeans, with my hair in a high ponytail since I had to stop from flying everywhere during the drive. But it's really horrendously overdone in this suburb. Everything is almost exactly the same, from the houses, to lawns, to decorations. It's so ideal would be the word to describe it. It is a picture of what was sold to be the ideal life for a common family to have in the 80s and 90s. But whatever, I finally reached number 4. The infamous house of the Dursleys. Let's see how I can play with these cowardly and jealous people. So I knock on the door. A few moments later it opened and I saw an extremely overweight child with blue eyes and dark hair. That must be Dudley. Looks like a much fatter movie version of the kid. Must be before the diet. I thought. Who are you? He asked rather rudely while eating a chocolate bar. I should be a visitor your parents are expecting, please notify them. I responded with a smile that didn't reach my face. Mom, it's for you. He shouted into the house and left. And then came Petunia Dursley, looking like she did in the movie, but with the same eyes as Harry, showing her relation. Much to her dissatisfaction, I'm sure. Who are you? I've never met a young man such as you. She asked with suspicion. I am the one the headmaster has warned you would come, Mrs. Dursley. Was my simple reply. As a result of my words, she paled noticeably, probably fearing what I would do. You seem afraid. Probably should be after what you've done to the kid, but I'm sure you'll be more than happy to know I am not permitted to use magic here, so rejoice. Now it would be better to head inside to continue this conversation, no? Don't want the neighbors knowing you aren't normal now, do we? I said with a bright smile as she let me in. It was then that the last member of the family exited the living room, Vernon Dursley. It does seem like most people are mixes of movie and book descriptions because the man is a blonde and although he was considered beefy, it looked like mostly fat. As he was about to ask something he saw me and stopped. And you must be Vernon. I say with a smile again. Let us talk in the living room shall we? And please bring Harry down from the room you've locked him in. Who are you to order me around in my own house? He bursted out in outrage as his face was turning purple in anger. With a sigh I take off my glasses and put them away, then I slowly open them as they start to resemble raging flames and my usually concealed predatory aura exploded out, stopping the two from breathing. I am someone not nearly as tolerant as Dumbledore, you pathetic excuse for a human being. If it was up to me, I would have had all of you incarcerated for severe cases of child abuse and neglect. I would have made your lives a living hell for putting a child who's already lost so much in his life, through what you have done. You have no idea how horrible what you've done to the kid was and you don't care because you, Petunia, are a twisted and jealous child with an inferiority complex, and you Vernon, are a tiny-minded imbecile. What you've done to Harry could have easily led to him developing an obscurus, an extremely dangerous and deadly magical entity born in children who are abused into suppressing their magic. It would have killed everyone in this town you call a home. Now shut up and bring Harry down. I will then tell you what is going to happen and you will have no choice in the matter. If you are clear not and go get the boy. I ordered with pure venom in my voice. Petunia couldn't run to get Harry fast enough, and as I put my glasses back on and calm my aura, Vernon's legs lose their strength and was forced to sit on the couch, with pure terror on his face. The woman hurried back with a confused Harry, likely due to the way she was acting. He saw me and looked happy due to what we had talked about. He entered the room and I gestured to sit near me. As he did I couldn't help comparing myself to him. Black vs silver hair. Red vs green eyes. Tall for my age vs short for his. Muscular and fit vs thin and damaged. It honestly angered me seeing the boy acting so fearful and hopeful. Harry, you have nothing to worry about. Everything will be handled shortly, just don't be surprised about how I'm going to act. You aunt and uncle need a firm hand. I whisper to the boy in order to prepare him. He nods and waits. Now. Harry has suffered tremendous abuse under you. Because of Dumbledore's request, I'm not having the two of you arrested right this instant. But my passivity comes with a cost. I don't care if you ignore Harry, but he will no longer be your servant. He is your nephew for you Merlin's sake. You will simply need to give him 3 meals a day and let him in and out of the house, that's all you vile people need to do. Simple no? In exchange, Harry will be spending most of his time away from the place. Isn't that great for you? I will be inviting him over either to my home or outside during most of the summer, actually reducing the meals you'll need to provide to the boy down to 2. Exciting isn't it? I say to these people with sarcasm and disgust. But if he tells me you've abused him, locked him in his room, stopped him from contacting either me or his friends, or that you punish him because you're baby whale or for anything that isn't actually Harry's fault, I will scramble your brains until you beg me to let you pamper the boy. I declare as I use a bit of legilimency to make them experience some of the pain I had, making them scream out in shock. I stand up as they flinch at my movements and simply turn to Harry. Go grab your wand and owl Harry, I have everything else you'll need at my house. I gently say to the boy who hesitates slightly, wanting to ask some questions but I stop him. I'll answer your questions after we've left all right. I simply say, making him nod and run upstairs. I wait a bit and he comes back down with Hedwig, still a beautiful snowy owl she is. All right then. We shall be off. Lovely talking with the two of you. I hope for your sakes it doesn't have to happen again. I say with a bright smile and walk Harry out of the house. 65, ch 65 let the healing begin. I brought Harry outside and we started walking towards an emptier area of town. Where are we going? He suddenly asked. Just need to head somewhere muggles won't spot us. Can't let them see us disappearing now. I answer with a smile. Okay. But what did you do to them before we left? He then asked curiously. That Harry, was an application of a less practiced magical art known as legilimency. Legili what? Was his confused response. Legilimency is the ability to enter and attack the minds of others. What I did to the pile of blubber with a mustache and the shrew was very simple, I forced one of my own memories into their minds and made them experience it. I explained to the kid. A memory made them that scared? What did you show them? He asked in shock, not realizing that if that was their reactions, the memory mustn't be pleasant. That is a very personal bit of my past Harry. I just used a small clip to give them an idea. I reply with less of a smile this time. Oh. I'm sorry, didn't think it through. He apologized sheepishly. I understand Harry. Ah, this alley will do. I say suddenly as I enter said alley. I then take out a steel chain and stretch out my hand holding it to the kid. Grab onto this and don't let go of either it or Hedwig. It's going to feel weird, but it's the quickest way to get out of here without breaking many laws. And these ones can't be detected. I say with a little grin. We're breaking laws, was his very shocked response. Ha ha ha. I'm teasing you on this one. No way my aunt would let me set up an illegal portkaya to our house, she's the head of the magical law enforcement and damn strict when it comes to these things. It's just for this time. I've got other ways to get you over to my place next time. I laugh as I explained. He gives me a little glare but grabs the chain and the familiar feeling of being pulled by your navel occurs, sending us off. We landed in the middle of the backyard, me on my feet, Harry on his butt and Hedwig complaining about him dropping her cage upon landing. First couple of times leave people with a hard time landing. I say to reassure the kid and give him a hand to stand up. Welcome to House Bones, Harry. It's simple, but it's home. I introduce with a warm smile. You have a nice garden, he said as he looks around the place. Thanks. Started it when I was 6. I wanted a place to practice herbology, but after I started going to Hogwarts it basically became Susan's. I say with a nostalgic smile, remembering little me and Susan playing in the dirt. Wait. Susan, from Hufflepuff? He asked in surprise. Well yet. We're cousins, but we grow up like siblings. You know Aiden Bones and Susan Bones. I explain with a little smile at the kid's thoughts. But you don't look anything alike. He tried to justify, never having noticed. Well, to be honest here, have you ever seen anyone who looks like me? I ask with a chuckle in response, effectively leaving him with no answer. Well, enough of that. Tilly. I shouted for the house elf. Yes, young Master Aiden. She popped in and said. Tilly, this is Harry. He will be coming here frequently this summer. Can you bring his owl to where Artemis is, please? Also a good lunch for the two of us would be lovely, and if Susan wants to join all the better. I say to her. With pleasure. She replied excitedly as she began her tasks. What was that? Asked Harry again in shock. That is a house elf. Beings who need the magical energy of wizards or magical dwellings to survive. Unfortunately, through centuries of this happening in noble houses, they've become a slave race in the eyes of many and horrible treatment became common. We treat her like family, but that's still how she acts, no matter what. I explain with some reluctance in my voice. But for now let's get you a proper meal. After that I can get a good look at you and start healing you properly. I declare as I lead the boy into the house. He was looking around the place with very curious eyes, this being the first wizard home he's been to since the Weasleys haven't brought him there yet. Might as well introduce you to the house while we wait for the food. I say to the kid who nods back. Here we have the common room, like the dorms it's used for relaxation, reading, or light work in a peaceful environment. The fireplace is connected to the Flow network, and since I'm pretty sure you don't know what that is, I'll explain quickly. It basically a mean to travel near instantaneously from one connected fireplace to another by calling out the destination's registered name. For example, if you wanted to go to Diagon Alley, you would grab a handful of the powder, step in the fireplace and yell out Diagon Alley as you threw it into the fire. It has to be set to its flow fire first, which is bright green, so don't just walk into any burning fireplace, and it has to be connected by the ministry. I explain to B-Boy as he marvels at magical means of travel. Next is our home library. It mostly filled with history and logbooks because of my aunt's interests and job, but I have every Hogwarts subject and then some in my room, which I'll show you later. Then we have the dining room over here, connected to a kitchen. I don't suggest you enter unless you want to make Tilly cry a lot. If you ever need anything, she'll be ecstatic to get it for you, believe me on that. I know because of your upbringing you'll have a lot of problems doing that, but take it slow and try to get over it. It will do you some good. I say gently. Upstairs we've got the various bedrooms, mine, my aunt's, Susan's and the guest room. You'll be able to go in and out of mine pretty freely, but you know better than going into the others, I'm sure. The last room is the home office, which I spend a fair amount of time in, so if ever you're over and I'm not anywhere else, just knock to find out if I'm there. I finish with a smile and a small flourish. Once again, welcome to House Bones. Thanks for having me, he responds shyly. And now, lunch. I announce just as Tilly pops in to say it was ready. After a nice meal with the two kids, Susan chatting a lot and Harry becoming more comfortable due to her presence, things felt better. I had asked Susan to not bother me until supper because I was going to deal with something personal with Harry, and as the good little sister she is, she agreed without any fuss. Good girls get head pats. So I set up everything I need in the guest room. All right, Harry. I'm going to run diagnostic spells on you to understand exactly what the damage is. There is absolutely no need to be afraid or embarrassed about any of this. You are the victim of horrible people and I'll make sure you can be the best you can be. I reassure with my healer voice. I tapped his head with my wand and my face immediately went cold. Harry noticed. What's wrong? He asked nervously. I should have castrated the fat piece of shit and shoved that witch you call an ant into her oven. I declared in anger, shocking the boy with my anger. I took a deep breath and calmed myself. Sorry Harry. Seeing these types of things is a bit of a sore spot in the family. Bad memories. I say with an apologetic smile. But I had every right to be angry. Incorrectly healed bones in his arms, hands, and multiple ribs. Numerous bit of scar tissue throughout his body. No vaccinations for Muggle diseases past those required at the age of 5 or magical vaccines either. And when I looked at his core, it was under constant stress due to the protection his mother imparted to him, making it larger than average by a great deal, but lacking in energy. If this keeps up, it'll be a miracle if the kid goes through a second maturity in his lifetime. He's lucky being at such a magical place like Hogwarts offset the damages for the upcoming years, but this isn't a good thing. Okay Harry. This is going to take more than a day to fix. Your body is very weak for someone your age, and it's a good thing we're doing this before you hit puberty properly, lets you hit a good amount of potential. I'm going to start by fixing all those badly healed and damaged bones in your body. To do that I'll use a spell to make the specific bone vanish and use a potion called Skelegro to bring them back in perfect shape. Now the process isn't pleasant and I can't do too many at once, so you will be unconscious when the potion is taking effect and you'll be coming back tomorrow to fix the rest of it. After that, I'll work on the scar tissue in your body and we will start you off on a regimen of nutrition potions to deal with the rather severe case of malnutrition you've had to endure. Being at Hogwarts is helping you gain weight, but not make up for the losses you've suffered your entire childhood. They don't taste good at all, so drink them once before breakfast and supper to get rid of the taste and still take the required doses. And unfortunately for you, that's going to last all summer. I'll get Tilly to leave them on your nightstand every day. She will also be the one to bring you here from now on. Alright. Thanks for doing this then. I'll do my best to do as you ask. Said a grateful Harry. No problem kid. Plus, these are my modified version. They're already reducing your recovery time by 4 months. I say with a smile as I ruffle his hair. What? Really? You can modify potions? He asked I surprise, becoming a common reaction for the kid at this point. Yeah, I'm actually going to release a few books after my owls next year. It's going to make quite the bang. I say with a crazy grin, getting him to smile at my enthusiasm. Alright. Get on the bed and try not to get surprised too much as some bones disappear. They'll be back by the time you wake. I say as I got my magic spells rolling. 66, CH66 A Night of Wolves. So began Harry's time with me as his healer. I was able to have all his bones and scar tissue in order by the end of the week, after which I gave him the weekend off. During which I scheduled him round trips to Diagon Alley and arranged for him to attend the various seminars and practice rooms at the firm center, to help him complete his homework, learn some new and interesting things by different instructors. He looked like he was really looking forward to it. Being able to spend his days in the magical world, away from the Dursleys. Speaking of those living embodiments of shit stains, it seems they've really taken to my recommendations. They just give Harry a proper meal in the morning and evening when he's there and just ignore him, while Harry spends his time in his room enjoying learning about what he could and writing to his friends. Much better than ever for the kid. I've also handed him some guides and notes, to help him along properly, as well as the Muggleborn guide. Might as well help the guy not be totally clueless about the world. The reason I sent him away for a while was because the full moon was coming this Monday, and I need the weekend to do my final preparations. I've even convinced Anta that I'll be heading over to my workshop to put the final touches on my latest prototype. Which isn't technically a lie, the broom has basically been finished, just needing a full gauntlet of tests to make sure everything was perfect. So for the next few days I'll be able to focus exclusively on the lycanthropy vaccine. I want to tell her, but the way I'm doing things can put me in a great deal of danger and she'd never let me do it if she knew. But I had to do this. It would help the thousands suffering from the disease and help them be free of its chains if I succeed. So on the Monday evening, I arrived at the facility and stood alongside healers and guards afflicted by lycanthropy, but who've taken the wolfsbane. They will serve to protect me if every defense gets breached, and since they already have it there's no risk for them in that area at least, but it's different story for me. Everyone present here knows I'm trying to do something which would help all of them, and they are prepared to risk their lives for me to succeed in one more miracle, one beyond the potion I've already given them. The rest of those here are the 50 brave volunteers, willing to test my various vaccines with their bodies on the line, in hopes of an even better tomorrow. They have not taken any potions or medication in the last month, making sure that the only variables present will be from their own bodies. I have men and women of every age above 17 to get the most inclusive data we can get, with 25 for each biological gender. Everyone was paired to a recipe, and since I only have 23 variants, 2 pairs will be used to test the most promising recipes as a third group. Each and every one of them will go through a full transformation, with every violent tendency intact. This is why we took so many safety precautions. Standing in front of everyone present, I stepped forward. Although I am young, my body's growth and my abilities make people treat me like an adult, and they respect me for the results I've achieved. I stand before them and let the majestic aura of the phoenix within me soar as I speak. All of you present are those brave enough to take this risk with me. You are the ones who've suffered through our unjust community, from which they would cast you out because of a manageable condition who anyone could receive. But you stand proudly, here and now, ready to take a step and laugh in their faces. To stand before those who've ridden every last one of you is nothing more than beasts due to their own ignorance. To stand before those whose weak resolve made them avoid fixing the issue and instead choosing to persecute those suffering from it. You are men and women I am proud to know. Because you face what so many fear. With me. And with each other. I yell out to all those present, giving them the fire to pull through tonight, to see the bright tomorrow. And for this I have one thing to say to all of you. I announce seriously. Thank you. I shout as I bow my head to them in respect. And as I got up, I could see the raging flames in their eyes. Ready to make this night a historic one. Everyone, begin the injections and separation procedures as scheduled. We will see the path forward after tonight, and it shall come at the hands of everyone here. I turn around and order in a commanding voice. Yes sir. Was the combined response of every man and woman in the facility. With practiced ease, everyone quickly lined up in their assigned pairs, wearing their numbered enchanted bracelets. They were made to stay on the person even as a werewolf, letting us identify which recipe they were injected with in case something went wrong. They were simply numbered 1 to 23, and everyone was wearing their own. Every single pair walked forward without fear, receiving their versions and following the guards to their solitary cells, awaiting their transformations like warriors ready for the battlefield. After everyone was locked in, with every lock and protective ward activated, with no issues reported across the board, the guard and healers also put themselves into the large isolation room for their transformations. This was just in case even one of them somehow has a bad transformation. We were taking no chances on any sides. Everyone knew the importance of today and no one wanted to be the person to ruin it. And so everyone waited in silence, for the moon to rise. Everyone had already brought books they'd like to read while waiting in their cells, so people could wait without getting bored. They were also given some CD players and a few albums for them to help their nerves. Like I said, I tried to cover all angles. But what everyone waited for in excitement and dread had finally arrived. I could clearly see the guards and healers going through their transformations, as they slowly become the hybrid of man and wolf. But thankfully everyone had full control and no mishaps had occurred, letting me unlock the door and waiting for them to join me. It was a surreal experience to be surrounded by people in their wolf-like form, making my human side want to back away instinctively. But my bestial blood squashed that feeling and I stood straight and proud amongst them. You all know what to do. Be at the ready. If the worst happens, I open the door, you restrain and I apply the antidotes after the number is identified. I ordered cleanly, getting barks of acknowledgement. So we all waited. We could hear the growling and howling of various werewolves. Some were simply growling, but seeing no one and only smelling werewolves due to my scent being hidden amongst the more than 20 surrounding me, most either tried to hurt themselves or sleep. For those trying to inflict self-harm we simply threw a potion which releases a knockout gas strong enough to affect werewolves and seal the room so it doesn't spread, effectively stopping them. There were simply calm werewolves, waiting as if they were given wolfsbane. Some became even more aggressive, bashing their bodies at the door trying to get out, resulting in them getting a double dose of knockout gas. An interesting result was when the transformation didn't happen physically, but the brain chemistry still changed, ending that one with some gas, but also a note because the two with this one had the same result. The really exciting part for all those present was that the two most promising recipes were working as intended. 6 of the volunteers have been experiencing no change at all. The sight made the guards howl out in triumph at the scene and I swear I saw some crying. I immediately took blood and saliva samples. I need to see what was happening right now, so I ran to my lab to run tests. Knowing that those I left behind could handle things and if they can't they'd immediately come and get me. All the results were proving to be fantastic. Both of the formulas were effectively stopping the activation of the virus in the bloodstream, the one causing the physical and mental changes, and the ones in the saliva, one of the modes of transmission for the virus along with some secretion glands near the claws. Meaning that at least for tonight, we've effectively completely stopped the werewolf transformation with a single injection the night of the full moon. Now we only need to see how long the effect stays in the bloodstream and work forward from there. The rest of the night passed as we made sure every volunteer would be safe from the test and themselves. And only when the last person changed back into their everyday selves, with clothes on after being distributed, did we open the doors to let them all out. Everyone gathered, with many looking weary and sore. Everyone. You have all done everything we could have asked. You have risked your lives and made it through. Every one of you has more than earned what you were promised, and we will hold some tests daily to see if the injections led to lasting effects. I informed properly before getting to the exciting news, with those behind me were fighting to hold in. And I am extremely happy to announce that 2 of our recipes have achieved the desired results. We had 6 of you who did not undergo their transformations at all. I announce with excitement. At the realization of what I just said, cheers erupted from everyone present as they hugged each other in joy at what that signifies. It means that at the very minimum, with just what they know so far, they can completely suppress their transformations with a simple injection. This led to an incredible celebration amongst the close to 80 werewolves present today. With people laughing and dancing as music played, with some crying in joy at the preliminary success. I let them celebrate as much as they wanted. I told the healers what to do next and that I would begin planning for the next phase of testing next month, as well as follow-up testing on every one of those volunteers to make absolutely sure no damage was done. But when I left, a relieved smile spread on my face as my hard work had actually paid off. 67, CH67 Summer Progress, Black Bolt's birth. After that initial success, I began to study and adjust the 2 successful recipes. The next step was to make them long-lasting, and to accomplish that, the trick was to maintain the effect of the injections while fusing it with the effect of the blood regeneration potion, in an effort to make the body produce the lunar energy blockers on its own. The end result should hopefully be the continuous creation of the blocker for an extended period of time, hence lengthening the effect. That's the theory anyway. So I began the testing phase while the original volunteers will be strictly observed for the next year minimum, for side effects or unexpected changes in their transformations. Extra attention will be paid to the successful 6, to know what is going on in their bodies every step of the way, and the reports being sent to me. With the trial for this month over, I began having Harry over a few more times during the summer, making sure he was progressing properly, giving him some nutritious food on top of the potions, getting him to exercise more and helping him with his homework. So how come you're making me exercise? I already do it for Quidditch and it's not like it helps with magic. Questioned Harry one day as he was catching his breath. That's actually incorrect, Harry. I respond. You see, 2 things happen as wizards get older: magic increases in the body and the body toughens thanks to magic. Meaning as we grow older, gain more experience casting spell and / or live in magical areas, our bodies increasingly absorb more magic and refines it to improve our own. But magic needs to be contained within the body, hence it passively toughens the bodies of witches and wizards to endure it. That's why Quidditch is such a low mortality rate for such a dangerous sport, or we have people still being spry well into their 90s or 100s, and why you don't really hear of people exploding because they have too much magic. I explained to the boy, simplifying the matter greatly. Alright, but what does that have to do with me exercising? He asked, not seeing the full picture yet. Well, Harry, if a body needs to be stronger to contain more magic, can you think of a benefit if your body is already stronger? I asked to let him ponder. I've been asking these types of questions during his visits to help him get over the psychological blocks over his intelligence. I ask him brain teasers. If he's right he gets a small reward like a fun spell or some candy, and if he's wrong I simply gently explain the real answer and praise him for his effort. You know, positive reinforcement of the desired behavior to counteract the negative reinforcement those scum put him through. And it's been showing some results. Would it let you absorb magic quicker? He asked, unsure of his answer. Very good, Harry. Yes, it does. Another benefit is that it helps during duels and combat a lot. Not being there when someone casts a spell at you can often be the best defense. I mean, take the killing curse. They say it has no defense, but they heavily telegraph its casting. Even Viscount couldn't get around it, so dodging is good to know. You still need to be very brave to face the curse in that manner, but this is an extreme example. I answer the kid as I ruffle his head lightly, with him smile shyly at the praise. So on the topic, here's your first actual combat spell. My Mod Expelliarmus. Made it stronger, faster, more accurate and with slight course correction. Perfect for a young wizard's self-defense. I say with a smile as he gets excited at the reward. Wicked. You're going to teach me to fight? He asked excitedly as he looked at me expectantly. I'll get more spells into you first and beef your muscles up more, then we can learn to fight. But for now I'll teach you some spells and get you to practice on stationary targets and moving ones. Baby steps need to be taken before you can start going properly. I answer to the boy who gets a bit disappointed, but then perks up when he hears he's going to learn more magic. This was the general manner in which my time with Harry went during the summer. I also decided to take him and Susan out to the movies or a fair for him to have fun over the summer, even getting Hermione involved in the fun since Harry could write to her. Harry thought it was unfortunate Ron couldn't make it, but he still had a great deal of fun. The kid really needed more of those kinds of memories. Interestingly enough, Harry would still experience Dobby trying to stop him from going to Hogwarts, getting a warning from the Ministry, but because of my threats the Dursleys can't really do anything to the kid anyway. But at least the scene with the floating cake didn't happen this time, helping mitigate the anger. After which Harry would thank me for everything I had done for him this summer and headed to the burrow. After I arranged for him to receive the rest of his potions, of course. But that's a bit later in the summer, going back to my activities before the school year. My businesses were continuing in their upward trends, becoming the dominant forces in their fields. Breaking Grounds Apothecary was treated as the potion holy land in Britain. Having developed a reputation on their incredible products, extremely popular competition they offered, and their constant unveiling of new products with every single one doing exactly as they say. I got a report saying even Snape went to the place to submit his own work and was approved. Wonder how he'll feel when he finds out it's mine. I thought to myself with a smile when I heard about it. Natural Cultivation Farms has become the producer of magical herbs in the country, partnering and absorbing various other producers, introducing some of the innovative cultivation methods I've designed, successfully steering the underwater farms with the help of the Mer people, and now beginning the formation of the Herbology Paradise Island project with the help of the Centaurs. The firm center has become an established landmark in Diagon Alley because of their products and multitude of services. They've been helping hundreds find jobs or improve themselves, whilst helping the image of Muggleborns and spreading the accurate information on them which others have tried to bury. The Herald has been becoming the official rival of the Prophet, with thought-provoking articles, insightful commentary, interesting stories, unbiased viewpoints, for the most part, and the fact that they even sometimes question about me, their owner, helps people think better about them and me by coincidence, because I don't do anything to stop them. Bonesworks products are universally approved by pretty much everyone so far, even the darker families. They are purely magical products, made by a genius of an established wizard family, owned and founded by its heir, from magical Britain, and offer incredibly useful products. The only thing they aren't comfortable with is that I employ mainly werewolves, but even their arguments and comments about that are losing a lot of traction because of our track record. No incidents of werewolves losing control in almost 2 years. It's unprecedented in modern magical Britain that so many of them gathered together and none have done anything remotely bad. There has actually been a decline in overall criminal activities in Britain as well as a great rise in the economy due to the increasing number of productive members of the community. I am literally changing the views people have on werewolves the more time passes with absolute success. And the best part is that my employees are actually policing themselves because they don't want to ruin things for everyone and lose my support. People have tried to introduce aggressive or unstable werewolves into my businesses and current workers have caught every single one of them and notified my managers. Overall, I've slowly but surely been shifting the mentality of witches and wizards in the country. They are being exposed to bettering living conditions, products, and supply. Reduction in crime and boost of the economy. Better news coverage and information. And all of this stems from Muggleborn owner and operated businesses, and from an established family's business operated by werewolves. These facts are what will change the ordinary witches and wizards' views on all groups involved slowly but surely. With the ultimate goal of having them experience a sort of cognitive dissonance with what they are being told and believe, compared to how things are and have been happening. It is a large-scale populace mentality change, but it must happen to move out of this medieval mentality influential families have tried to enforce for centuries now. And I believe this will happen through my efforts. The rest of my time this summer was spent in a few ways. My first is that I continued to test the vaccine properly. We've held the second round of testing with a new batch of volunteers, not wanting to take any chances to obtain clear results, and keeping the original successes under observation. The 6 from the last month's test were put in the facility as well, but were not given any new doses to see how long the benchmark recipes will last, with the rest getting the new versions to increase the effect duration. The results were spectacular, with the 6 not experiencing anything so far and the rest also having a perfect passing rate. It means that so far, everyone injected with the brew have accepted it and only further test and observations will be needed. We've built a second facility to observe the progress everyone is going through, with Jerry in charge of security for both now. My second project was finishing off the broom completely by running it through a battery of tests with James looking at our work with me. We tested the endurance, speed, maneuverability, toughness, and everything else we could think of to the extreme. We then analyzed it thoroughly to see what the damages were after such rough tests. We were very satisfied with our results. Next is to make the official version, isn't it? Asked James with an excited smile. Yeah, and make Christian use the thing during the season. Whether he wants to or not. I'm not letting the guy not ride our baby. I agree with a goofy grin. Christian will agree without a doubt. He knows us. He knows we would never do anything to hurt him. Replied my saintly friend, not taking his eyes off our hard work. We better get started. I want to make sure this broom knocks the socks off everyone at Hogwarts, then the world. I said, stretching myself to prepare for the process of making the broom. But what is its official name be? Asked a curious Christian. It's going to be the brother of Randolph's Firebolt, so we agreed on making it a sort of brand. The name of this beauty is Black Bolt. I say to my friend with an excited smile. A fitting name indeed. He nodded in agreement. We then headed back inside the workshop to create the first ever Black Bolt series broom. 68, CH68 Cannon Fight, Original End. All my goals before 5th year had been achieved, with the minor exception of the vaccine, but that is something which will undergo enormous amounts of testing to make 110% sure of every effect it will have, making it a long-term project. The plans regarding it involve proper testing and data collection for the next 2 years before submitting it for approval, with proper observation and data collecting for the next 5 minimum. After that, it will be standard operating procedures to keep track more loosely unless someone wishes to dedicate themselves to it. The school year was nearing and Susan was excited to go back to Hogwarts, to be with her friends and learn more magic besides my special ones. She says it stops her from getting weird looks when she does the spells differently. Made me sad when I heard she didn't like my spells, but she assured me that she liked them but didn't want to always get it wrong. But there was a rather large surprise came with my letter this year, a badge with the words head boy. This confused me greatly. Not because I wasn't expecting a badge, I would be surprised if I didn't get the prefect badge this year honestly. But shouldn't the head boy/girl be in their 7th years? Auntie was both ecstatic and confused when she realized it as well. Then I noticed an additional letter. Dear Aiden. I know you will be confused over this matter, as you know full well how the prefect and head boy/girl system operates. But let me assure you that the badge now in your possession is rightfully yours. I had to discuss it with the board of directors, but your stellar academic record, remarkable displays of ability and leadership due to your exchange, and your unbiased views and actions in school were more than enough to prove that you are the most deserving student in Hogwarts. Your work and results outside of school have probably helped influence the decision of the board as well. I hope you enjoy the rest of your summer. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. My aunt and I read the letter over, after which she just burst out with pride and gave me a big hug. That's the first time in centuries it wasn't a 7th year getting the head boy position. I'm so proud of you Aiden. She said excitedly. Yeah. I really wasn't expecting that. I answered hugging her back. It's nice when she loosens up like this. Susan came in wondering what was happening, then she joined Auntie in congratulating me. Tilly popped in feeling worried at the noise, but left excitedly as she went to prepare a celebratory feast. The house was filled with merriment that evening. Auntie also talked to the family portrait after some drinks, crying and laughing as she did, sharing the news to those she missed. After that Dumbledore bomb, I decided to make sure everything was still happening as it should. So I headed over to Diagon Alley, waiting for the Weasleys to come do their shopping. I'm just spending time doing some preparations for the year, and yes Lockhart is coming and yes I've read his stupid books. They are appalling as biographical works, but mildly entertaining when I read them as works of pure fiction at least. The guy is still a total ponce though. It's the first time I've seen such narcissism. But whatever, it's not like I'll listen to the idiot. A few days into my wait, I then saw a group of nervous redheads looking around in a hurry. Guess Harry messed it up even after I told him how it works. Probably should have let him try it once, but then he wouldn't spot the Malfoys, whom I've also spotted as all of them, along with Hagrid, came out of Nocturne Alley one after another. Good to know I'm not fucking things up too much so far. All that's left is for the pansy to sneak the bloody Horcrux to little Ginny. I thought as I observed the situation from afar. It was hilarious to watch 2 grown-ass wizard men start a fist fight in a bookstore. They're just so bad at it. But before all the commotion, I was able to confirm Ginny getting the journal, so with my goal met, I decided to intervene. Well, isn't this a sight? The great Lucius Malfoy, fighting like a muggle. Wonder how the paper will spin that bit. I say loudly enough for everyone to hear me. Most people stop panicking and look at me, the one who dared openly mock the Malfoy Lord. But then they see me. Standing at 6'0", wearing a light, black-colored robe over a similarly black undershirt, contrasting my flowing silver hair and flame-like eyes, finely chiseled muscle visible through my shirt and pants. They parted way to let me reach the brawling pair, who seemed not to have noticed my entrance. I saw Hermione being shocked at my presence, Harry was happy to see me, Molly and Ginny Weasley didn't know who I was, but Percy was curious, George and Fred were excited to see me in action, and Ronald had a very ugly expression on his face. As I walked to approach the two, the fight suddenly escalated as they both went for their wands, to the shock of everyone present. So in that moment I channeled some magic into my legs in a practiced manner and burst into a blur as I take Arthur's wand from him before he can notice me, and garb Lucius' wrist to flip him completely by forcing him into an awkward position and then sweeping his feet with enough force. I heard the gasps of the spectators as I ended the fight then and there, with a wand in each hand, a stunned Arthur and furious Lucius on the floor. "How dare you assault me, brat? Do you know who I am?" was his furious response to events. "I know very well who you are, Mr. Malfoy," I reply evenly. "You are a very rich man and you have the ears of many important people. But do you know who I am?" I asked back as he stood up in rage. "Why should I care who some mixed-blood bastard is?" He spat back out with venom. "Oh, you should really care. Simply because of who I am and who my aunt is. Because if she found out what you were about to do in Diagon Alley, in front of so many witnesses, you'd be joining some old friends in a very happy place by next week." I reply with a true devil's smile as the statement immediately sent a shiver down his spine. "And who is this aunt of yours? You would be able to get me in trouble with her? How preposterous!" He scoffed as his head cooled a bit. Amelia Bones. I respond with the brightest smile. Lucius' face paled noticeably as he realizes just how bad this is. Right. I forgot to introduce myself properly to you. My aunt would kill me if I didn't show proper decorum to such a distinguished lord. I suddenly say as I properly perform a noble's greeting. It is a pleasure to officially meet you, Lord Malfoy. I am Aiden Bones, heir of noble house Bones. May we have a long and pleasant relationship. I finished with a polite smile which did not reach my eyes. He couldn't respond. He knew just how eager my aunt would be to take him down for the slightest law breaking. And a duel in broad daylight, in the middle of a crowded Diagon alley was definitely something she could use. So although I humiliated him in my takedown, I did him quite the favor and he knows it. So he now has to show either proper decorum and get payback later, or be angry now and leave in a huff. But he is smart, and very slippery, I know what he will pick. Then I will have to thank you, Heir Bones, for mediating mine and Arthur's disagreement. Come Draco, let's go. He said with no emotions on his face or in his voice as he simply departed after snatching his wand back from me. With that it was over and people quickly dispersed. I'm guessing they really wanted to tell the people they knew about this one. After everyone left, I turned my attention to Arthur Weasley, a man who apparently loves muggles but never tried a condom. Here you are, Mr. Weasley. I hope you can at least do such things in a proper venue next time. I hear muggles have many fighting competitions, maybe there would be a good place. I say with a chuckle as I hand his wand back to him. Ah, yes. Thank you for that. But are you really Madame Bones' nephew? Not many have seen him, I knew his parents and you look different. He hesitated to say. To which I show him my heir ring and answer. A lot has happened, but yes, I am her nephew. I was actually here to work on some stuff at the store. I'm almost finished making a new product, it'll be great. I say with a smile. Then I heard and saw the commotion. I say with a teasing grin. Yes, me and Lucius are usually at odds with each other, to explain lightly. He replied awkwardly with some embarrassment. I get it. The man has a dark past, present and probably future. But at least try not to fight him in a public area next time. He is a total prick, but an influential and dangerous one. I said seriously. And don't worry about my aunt, I'm not telling on anyone. Just said that to make him sweat. I add with a grin. Thank you for that. Now I better get back to my family. It looks like Molly might hurt me more than Lucius has if I don't hurry. He said with nervous chuckle. And with the look on the woman's face, I can't blame him. I said a quick hello to Harry, Hermione and Percy, who although has a stick up his ass, I've gotten to know well enough in the exchange. The twins were energetic as could be due to the sight of Father Malfoy on his ass and were shaking my hand in an over-exaggerated manner for the fun of it. I introduce myself to little Ginny, who looks up in awe at what I did, finishing with just a polite hello to Ronald, whom continues to be a prat. With that interesting bit down, I excused myself and went back home. 69, CH69 a surprise, but a welcomed one. Of course that little event from yesterday made the papers. I'd be surprised if it didn't. But does the Prophet not realize how hurtful it is to their reputation to run such an obviously biased story? I pondered to myself after reading its in the Herald's version. Honestly, the Prophet actually ran a piece on how violent Arthur Weasley is, as he started the fight when Malfoy offered to help him buy his children better than second-hand equipment. And then come my bit, a story about me coming in and double-teaming the man into submission. That one made me laugh. Who writes these things? It's not even a Skeeter article, no wonder they're okay with the cockroaches writing. I mean they had at least a cameraman at the scene, due to that guy wanting a picture of Lockhart. Did they just ignore the guy? I laughed to myself. The Herald on the other hand had a reporter on the scene since the building they run out of is in the alley. Then add photographic evidence of the two brawling, my intervention was fully captured, flip and all, and me standing between the two of them with their wands. It reported that the event was both men's fault, Lucius for continuously mocking his foe and talking about pure blood superiority at the sight of a young muggle-born girl, with Arthur not being able to hold his temper properly and throwing the first punch. I on the other hand, am being treated as some kind of valiant and promising heir, ready to intervene between an erupting duel without magic due to my age. I didn't even ask them to do that too. That picture of me flipping Lucius is awesome, think I'll save it for when I need a smile. I thought as I cut it out to preserve it. Well, I was happy until Aunt Amelia came home and gave me one hell of a lecture for what I did, since it did put me in some danger and brought the ire of Lucius Malfoy. But after that she said she was glad I wasn't hurt and that I did the right thing by stopping people from getting hurt without harming anyone. I can't be mad at her because she just worries about me and Susan, so I just gave her a hug and thanked her for caring. The summer ended nicely and we were finally on our way to King's Cross. We said out goodbyes to Auntie before Susan and I went to find a place to sit. I found a nice cabin, but before I could get all my stuff ready, Victoria came in. We've been talking during the summer, keeping each other updated and helping each other out on our projects, but it's the first time we see each other since the break started. I was stunned because she seemed to be a blooming flower to me. She was wearing her usual mix of black pants and green blouse, with the necklace I had given her shining brightly around her neck. Her jet black hair flowing down her back with light waves in them, her outfit couldn't hide her growth as she was becoming a woman, letting the necklace lay in developing mountains and her curves showing nicely. She was becoming more and more enchanting as her noble demeanor was offset by her charming beauty and emerald green eyes. Victoria POV. I wanted to quickly find a cabin to talk to Aiden face to face before James and Christian showed up. I knew that Aiden always came early because of his aunt and that if I came at the same time I would have at least 20 minutes to talk to him. I've been using the box he gave me to talk to him, but it's just not the same without hearing his soothing voice or feeling that familiar heat near me. As I rushed through the train I finally saw a glimpse of his glistening silver hair, with its hidden gold making it seem like it was almost alive when it moved. So I made my way towards the cabin he entered, but when I came in I froze at the sight of him. He got taller. I'm 5'7" but he's still almost a head taller than me. His white t-shirt was tight as it couldn't hide his almost perfectly developing muscles, not bulky like those muscle heads, but like a warrior or predator, sleek, powerful and efficient, and hot. As he heard me enter I could see his broad and firm straightening, with his mesmerizing hair tied in a loose ponytail flowing down in the middle of it. When I could finally see his face I was lost in it. The delicate features he had were blending perfectly with his development into a man, looking like the true Adonis in my eyes. Then I met his intense eyes, the eyes unique to him and only him. The eyes which could show me unyielding determination and care. We lost ourselves into each other's eyes and I don't think I wanted it to end. But Aiden was always one to be able to step up. Back to Aiden. I am happy to see you looking so well, Tori. I said gently as I closed the door and obscured it, before taking her into my arms for a hug. I know we wrote to each other a lot, but I missed you. I then whisper in her ear. She hesitated a bit before hugging me back and burying herself in my chest. I missed you too. Came her quiet and muffled response, leading to a tighter hug. We just enjoyed each other's embrace until she finally gave me a small tap and I let go. And when I do, I see her blushing face trying to suppress a smile due to her pride. Come, sit down and we can relax a bit before the guys come. I say gently as I place her trunk in the overhead storage. She nods in response and sits. I quickly store her things and sit beside her as she is trying to regain her composure. I give her some time while enjoying her presence besides me, letting her decide when to start. And after a minute or two, she does. I've got some good news I haven't been able to share with you because I wanted to tell it to you in person. She started off seriously. I am officially the female prefect for my year. She proclaimed proudly. Congratulations, Tori. It couldn't have gone to anyone more deserving of it than you. You are without a doubt the best witch of our year, Mustless Slytherin. I praise the girl sincerely as I get her to blush a bit in happiness. Do you know who else it will be for your year? I then ask. No, they didn't tell me in the letter. But I'm honestly not expecting much from anyone in my year, they're all so stereotypically Slytherin. It makes it so easy to guess how they'll act. Biased towards the house and punishing anyone they don't like anywhere else. She answered with a disappointed sigh at how blatantly stupid they act. That's all right. You do what you believe being a prefect means and I'll support you the whole time you do so. I say gently as I give her hand a squeeze. This made her blush come back again at the intimate contact, only letting her give a nod in response. We spent some time quietly enjoying each other's presence, until I could feel the familiar auras of James and Christian, making it us reluctantly stop before they arrived. I lifted the magic on the door and windows, before they would see it. Hey there you two. How's your summer been? Came in my energetic friend. Christian was also growing rapidly during the summer. He looked around 5'10", with a good amount of muscle for someone our age. His black hair had been neatly trimmed since last I saw him, letting his increasingly sharp features come into focus, with his energetic eyes pulling people in. He was wearing camo pants and combat boots, with a green tank top, looking like he just came out of a tour in the jungle. It's good to see you again, Victoria. I've been spending some time with Christian this summer so I know how he's been. But how have you been, Tori? Said our gentle friend. He was also growing quick, but was shorter than Christian due to him not exercising as much and focusing more on academics, standing at 5'8". His frame wasn't muscled, but it also wasn't skinny or fat, being healthy would be the common ground between the three. His sandy blonde hair had grown a bit, almost reaching his shoulders, his face was becoming one of a kind man, with his soft features developing alongside his strong jawline and his blue eyes always giving off their welcoming gaze. I've been good, you too. I've also heard about you and Aiden, James, but where did your parents take you this time, Christian? Tori asked with a small smile. Ooh. We went to the Amazon rainforest this year. It was pure survival as we were looking for forgotten, supposedly extinct, or new species. It was great, man. My old man taught me how to hunt and survive. He informed us excitedly. Now there's something I never expected to meet, a survivalist wizard. I say with a chuckle. Although that does sound like it'll give you much to tell us about. Unfortunately I will be too preoccupied with my new duties during the ride to hear them. So if possible do tell me at the castle. Said James with a small sigh. That'll have to go for me too, I'm guessing you're a prefect as well James. Added in Victoria. Should have guessed you'd be one as well Tori. He replied with a knowing smile. Merlin's breeches. You two are also prefects. Me too. Shouted a very excited Christian, whilst I smiled at what I knew was going to happen. As my friends were smiling at the revelation, Tori suddenly paused. Wait a second. No offense here, but how is Christian the Ravenclaw prefect when Aiden is there? She asked, sparking looks of realizations on the guys' faces, immediately looking at me awkwardly. Haha. No need to worry you three. Dumbledore gave me another thing to do. Let's get changed and head over to the prefect carriage. I declare with a laugh. We all got dressed, waiting for Tori since she had to wait for us to be done first. We then headed to the carriage. As we walked a lot of people recognized us and peeked out of their cabins as we passed. But if you are not a prefect Aiden, how are you going to be allowed in? Asked James with some worries. It'll be fine James, I'm better than a prefect. I answer, confusing the three. But they know I'm not going just to cause trouble, so they choose to believe in me. We arrive at the carriage door and enter. It was quite different than the rest of the train. The Hogwarts Express is generally filled with individual cabins everyone chooses to travel in. This carriage is actually a large lounge area, with comfortable seating and furniture, looking like a high-class private train car from back in the days, but with more seating areas and no bar. It was primarily red in color, matching the train's paint job, but darker in shade. The furniture was Victorian in style, but very well maintained, with wine red coloring for most of it. And scattered around the room were small tables to put your food or drinks on, which could be obtained from the house elf assigned to the carriage. Inside we find 22 students our age and older, 21 other prefects and the head girl for the year. I recognized Penelope Clearwater from my house, she started as prefect last year, and Percy Weasley, currently dating the former, somehow. The head girl this year was a Hufflepuff surprisingly, turning out to be someone I knew from the exchange. Her name is Helen Dormant, an aspiring historian, hoping to find lost history of the magical world once she left the school. She was rather average in looks, with shoulder-length brown hair, brown eyes, a pair of glasses on her nose, and no outstanding physical features. But since she is in her position, it more than proves she's shown great skill and character to reach it. Her looks mean nothing if she is the best for the job. What are two fifth-year Ravenclaws doing here? Suddenly asked one of the Slytherin sixth years. Aiden, Christian, I know you two are close friends, but you can't bring guests here. Penelope jumped. No worries Penelope, everyone that should be here has arrived, so I suggest calling this meeting to order. I reply with a bright smile. No we can't. The head boy still hasn't shown and it's near the scheduled time. What is he doing? Interrupted Percy. Judging. Who says he isn't here? I asked as I pull out my own badge with a grin, making everyone's jaws hit the floor in shock. No way that's possible. You're a fifth year. Yelled the seventh-year Slytherin prefect. Ha 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 ha. By Merlin's wrinkly sackmate, you did get a better assignment from Dumbledore. Exclaimed my wild friend as he burst out laughing. It would be nice if you told us these things in advance you know? I do like being in on jokes. Said James as he shook his head. Made me worry for nothing, I'm going to let you have it. Simply said Victoria. Still worth seeing everyone's faces. I proclaimed, readying myself for her punishment, but not yielding to my desires. So if you can name a better person for the job while discounting the years then let me hear it. I then challenged those present. But the thing is that all the prefects outside of Slytherin have been coming to my exchange and know just how good I am. Putting aside my age, I am the best candidate for head boy without a doubt, even if their pride sting a bit as a result. Ha! I can beat a brat like you in my sleep. Shouted the same seventh year from earlier. Why is it that every time I meet a Slytherin other than Victoria it's always an idiot with no understanding of his own abilities, or place? You guys always believe yourselves so important and that's mainly because the headmaster felt sorry for you all. I say to the room. Shut up. We are the true future of the magical world. He simply raged on. Did you know the special treatment of Slytherin is allowed so that the other three houses don't take revenge on you for what most of your parents did to others during the war? I asked aloud, silencing everyone immediately. Then I'll ask something else. In what way are any of you even fit for the House of the Cunning and Ambitious? Most of you act like brain-dead bullies, incapable of expressing original thoughts since you've been brainwashed by your parents and force those who are actually capable of being true to Slytherin ideals to conform to your might makes right philosophy. I then press the teen. Honestly, What ambition do most of you have when you don't even have your own goals? Everything you are and think was hammered into you. Most of you have never thought about the question who am I? Because you are afraid of the answer. You know that without that precious last name of yours, you are nothing. You are an empty being, filled with someone else's words, spitting out someone else's poison and following someone else's will. I speak out as my magical energy starts to pressure those present in the room. So don't stand in front of a true man and bluster. Because you are not more than some else's puppet made to spout hate and are not worthy of doing so. I declare as the teen falls back in fear. I then retract my energy, letting everyone but my friends gasp for air. By Merlin's knickers, mate. That was bloody awesome! Exclaimed my wild friend in awe. That is certainly one way to cow the opponent into defeat. But you could have gone a bit easier on the guy. Said a slightly concerned James. Victoria actually came closer to me and leaned into my ear to whisper. That was really hot. You're off the hook for earlier because that is how my man should be. In a really sexy voice, before she went back to her place with a straight face. With a smile on my face I then turned to the rest of the carriage. Alright, now that the objections have been dealt with, let's begin the meeting. I declared with confidence. 70, ch 70 self-reflection. The rest of the meeting went fine after the Slytherin prefects learned to keep their traps shut when someone else was talking. My role is to basically oversee the various prefects and make sure they are performing their duties properly, or at least well enough without making more work for the professors. I have the ability to punish them if they go overboard and rescind distributed punishment if deemed too much. Helen and I also have to write reports to the board of directors and if need be, to attend a meeting. So before everyone left to patrol the train, I decided to address everyone. Before you all go, I wish to say something. Although I personally believe in treating people in general fairness, I also understand that the nature of houses will inevitably lead to biases. I know that some people here are capable of being by the book, but I also know people who will favor some and punish others based on personal preferences. I cannot stop you from doing so because that is how Hogwarts is by its very nature. But I will say this, as long as you keep it in moderation and act reasonably, I will tolerate your actions. Thank you for your time. I say as I dismiss everyone. Why did you say that? It's almost against our duties. Asked an annoyed Helen. Because I cannot change the fundamental system Hogwarts was built on, so I must do what I can from within its construct. I answered. But tell me, Helen. You are a passionate historian, when in human history has fairness ever been true? I then asked the girl. The question leaves her mouth opening and closing as no answer could be correct. Because being human leaves biases whether we want to or not, and so no true fairness can exist. The best we can do is equalize the playing field. That is precisely why I'm not trying to enforce perfect fairness, only limiting the bias each possesses. I explained to her simply, seeing she wouldn't be able to answer the question. I left the carriage and started patrolling myself, wearing the head boy badge on my chest with some thoughts going through my head. It really wasn't like me to go so far against the guy. I felt aggressive in the face of being challenged. Like I was an alpha being threatened. This merits investigation. I don't want to lose control of myself like this. Even if they have twisted views, they deserve a chance to better themselves. I've only acted like this when I felt someone had done horrible things or when I was in battle, this being neither. I'll have to be careful. I thought seriously to myself, feeling some guilt over the matter, even if my friends didn't judge me. As I was coming back from my rounds, a very stressed Hermione ran into me and bounced off, falling down as a result. Are you okay, Hermione? I ask as I give her a hand. I'm so sorry about that. She said, extremely apologetic, until she noticed who she bumped into. Aiden. What are you doing here? She said in surprise and embarrassment because of what just happened. It's no problem, Hermione, you are quite small and light compared to me. I was more worried about you. So are you okay? No bad landing? I asked nicely. Yes, I mean no, I'm okay. She quietly finished as she talked nervously and with a blushing face. That's good, but why aren't you with Harry and Ronald? Don't you three usually spend the ride here together? I asked, hoping to hear what I expected. I can't find them anywhere. The rest of his brothers and sister are here, but Ron and Harry, who were just behind them, aren't on the train. She explained in a panic. Calm yourself, Hermione. The barrier at the station might have locked them out for some reason. I'll send a owl ahead to the headmaster to inform him, and as long as those two didn't do anything crazy, they'll go and pick them out. I tell the bushy-haired girl. Really? But why would he believe you, Aiden? We're just students. She said, going from excited to bummed in record time. Well, I am head boy, so this happens to be something I'm allowed to do. I answer with a grin. How can to be possible? Don't you need to be a 7th year to be head boy? She asked, being very surprised. I was deemed to be the best candidate, so I was chosen. I simply replied. Now I'll go send that owl, you can go and find a cabin to relax a bit in. I say as I pat her head. I go and write a letter, grab Artemis and let her go from the back of the train to send her on her way. It should arrive sometime before the train, but if everything goes as it should, the two kids should be on their way by flying car already. With that done I went back in and continued patrolling. The rest of the trip went fine, with only a few students going overboard and with Percy constantly hunting down his two brothers. We got to Hogsmeade and boarded the Thestral-drawn carriages to the castle where the usual fanfare was happening. The sorting was as predicted with only Ginny, Luna and Colin Creevey being of actual importance this year according to the canon. I'll do what I can to protect Luna from bullying and hopefully she'll be able to make friends. Harry and Ron haven't shown up to the feast, but they should be getting punished for the flying car debacle. After the meal was done, the song was sung, it was time for prefects to guide the new students to their dorms for the next 7 years. As the head boy, I stayed behind and made sure everything was happening according to how it was supposed to, as well as making sure no one was left behind accidentally. With my first day's duties taken care of, I head towards Ravenclaw Tower and enter my own room. It was time for my yearly tradition, the listing of goals. 1. My mastery projects. With potions, herbology, arithmancy, ancient runes, transfiguration, warding, dueling and healing taken care of on my list, it was time for charms and Dada. For these two, I've planned to create 2 new spells, one offensive for Dada and one defensive for charms. I already have an idea of what I'm aiming for, it will require a lot of time and effort to bring them to life. 2. Make Voldy's useful memories my own. I want to be able to use his extreme knowledge of the dark arts against its practitioners. This path is vile by its very nature. It slowly taints the soul itself, increasing one's affinity with its magics by changing the person slowly. It turns the person into being more ruthless, easily angered, prone to extreme actions, and most importantly it makes you more dependent on the dark arts. It slowly turns you into someone relying on it for all of your skills and strength, making you a conduit for it to come into the world. When I describe it like that, it's like the path has a sort of sentience, but it's the best way I could describe its influence on wizards. 3. Make sure no one dies this year. I don't want to rely on believing the story will happen without fail and that no one will die this year. Every one of the petrification victims were lucky to not have been killed by its gaze or bitten by the basilisk during the year and I want to keep it that way. Plus I have my own advantage against the snake, like not needing to use my eyes to see it. 4. Continue to help train my friends and if the dueling club is reopened this year, I'll try to salvage whatever Lockhart does with it. I want to help others learn how to defend themselves and I'll do it with anyone who wishes to learn. I believe Professor Flitwick would actually love to teach the subject, he was constantly denied by the headmaster and gave up on it, but this is the perfect chance to make it happen. 5. This one's new. I want to make sure I'm okay. After that aggression I felt on the train I'm worrying about myself. I fear it's between 2 possible causes, Voldemort's memories or my rituals. It might be a side effect of me spending too much time inside the maniac's head during last year, or it might be that even if I've never used dark arts, seeing them through the maniac's memories was enough to change me somehow. The seconds would be that one or both of the creatures I've assimilated has started affecting my behavior to be more animalistic. If I had to guess, it would be the Huampus cat parts of me, due to their predatory natures and having actually been infused with some of its parts. The phoenix is a lot less likely due to their more peaceful or aloof natures, and being considered creatures of the light will usually indicate milder temperaments. I hope it's nothing too serious. I don't want to do anything I'll truly regret. But I still want to achieve my goals and dreams, and I'm not letting this get the better of me more than it already has. I will master and improve myself, I will not be controlled by some bits of a madman, dark arts, or an animal. I am Aiden Bones and I will be victorious, whether against Voldemort or myself. I think as my determination rises to meet this new challenge. With my yearly ritual over, I turn off all lights in the room and go to bed. 71. CH 71 Getting the year started. The next day saw the start of pretty much my whole year understanding why 5th year students are always extremely stressed, that being because the professors kick it up about 4 notches above what they were accustomed to. Still no problem for my group, especially with our homework quills and our cooperation when it comes to helping each other. I knew that nothing should happen until Halloween, with Mrs. Norris' petrification being the first incident. So until then I wanted to get a few things out of the way, giving Christian the Black Bolt and asking a favor from Dumbledore. Even with his new prefect duties, Christian was still participating as the best chaser on the team. There were even some rumors about him being captain next year, but knowing the guy he'll refuse that post. Christian is many great things, but he knows he's not someone capable of actually leading people in a disciplined manner. He lives too freely and doesn't like forcing himself onto others, even in a team sport. James and I decided to call him to the Quidditch pitch during our first month back, bringing Victoria along. Even if she wasn't interested in Quidditch or brooms in general, we still wanted to see the fruit of her temporarily secret boyfriend and best friend's efforts with her own eyes. No matter your feelings on the sport, 2 students developing such an advanced broom is incredibly impressive. So we waited until Christian came running into the pitch. Hey mates! What did you guys want to talk about? And why here? I know you guys support me, but I know none of you are actually into Quidditch. He questioned while scratching the back of his head. It is very simple, Christian. Aiden and I have a gift for you which needs to be used here. Answered James with a smile as he tried to hide his own excitement. We've been working on this for a while so that you'd know how much we support you in your passions, like you do with ours. And it was fun making it. I say with a bright smile on my face. So we present the Black Bolt. We say in unison as I take out the broom from my pouch. I present the sleek black broom, with goblin-made silver and completely customized enchantments. Christian takes it in his hands as if he's holding a newborn baby. You guys made me a broom? He asked emotionally as he looked at it, lightly caressing it. Mostly Aiden, but he brought me into the project and we worked on it together when I could help. Answered James, very happy with how touched Christian felt. Well, what are you waiting for? You're only going to know how grateful you should be after flying the thing. Suddenly yelled Victoria at our wild friend, snapping him out of it. He then mounted the broom in one swift motion, not doubting the two of us for even a second, and kicked off the ground to suddenly shoot right into the sky while giving a surprised yelp. Show us how a real Quidditch player flies, Christian. Show us why you're the beast of Ravenclaw. I yell out to him excitedly. He seemed to have taken my word to heart as he begins to not so much fly in the sky, but dance in it. His movements were so fluid that when one ended the next had begun. He weaved through the hoops, in the stands and through the sky. Performed complicated maneuvers and dives. Flying around the sky like he owned it, until he finally came down and ran up to me and James, hugging us both with all his strength. You guys are the greatest friends I could ever ask for. You made me the best broom I've ever ridden. And I'm sure it's the best out there too. Even if it's not, it doesn't matter because it's the best to me. No contest. He declared, really trying hard to tell us how grateful he was for all of our efforts. It actually should be the best broom for chasers out there. That's what we made it for. It might also be the best so keepers, but I'll have to wait on that. But this broom sibling will be the best for seekers and beaters. I explained to the guy. What do you mean? There's another broom as good as this one. Asked a surprised Christian. Aiden partnered with a man setting out to make the best broom in the world, so he got together with him and they both made their own brooms. They will be sold as a new brand to completely crush any other out there. The manufacturing should be underway already and sale will begin next summer. Explained James with a sense of happiness seeing such a successful result. Yup, and this is the very first Black Bolt. It has the identification number 0, because the others will all be made by others and this shall be the only one made by its creators. I added proudly. First my necklace and now that broom. Are you trying to make everyone fall in love with you? Sarcastically added Victoria with a teasing smile. I love you, but only like a brother. I'm saving myself for someone special, so I'm sorry but I can't accept your feelings. I'll keep the broom though, it did nothing wrong. Was Christian's response as he did his best to look apologetic as he talked. Why you little bastard? You planning on breaking my heart? I jokingly answered, getting a laugh out of him. But as he laughed I approached Tori and whispered into her ears. I'll show you just who I love next time we are alone. Getting her to turn an impressive shade of red as she fidgeted on the spot, letting me get a good laugh myself at her reaction and a pinch from her soon after. Suddenly Christian spoke up seriously. I know I joke around a lot, but seriously thank you guys. I'll do my best to answer the support you've shown me with this. I'll fly circles around those chumps and make everyone drool over the broom you've made me. He said with a very determined face. We know you will, Christian, but you're our friend, no need to stress yourself out. We just wanted you to be able to have as much fun as you can up there. Replied our saintly James. We know you'll do our efforts proud mate, so fly. That's all we want. For you to fly with our broom supporting you. I added with my own gentle smile. You guys can make people cry with your level of brotherhood, it's actually touching. Said Victoria with some teasing, but we could tell she was feeling emotional. So we were finally able to give our work to our friend. We were all very excited to see it in action during the first game he would play on it. My second task before things went sideways this year, was having a chat with Dumbledore, something he's granted. During the last weekend of September I walked to his office. Sherbet lemon. I say to the gargoyle protecting the stairs and head up. As I reach the door, I hear the old man call me in. Aiden, please just come in. He said with his jovial tone. So I enter and join the headmaster as he was reading some documents at his desk. It is quite rare for a student to request a meeting with me, and even stranger for you to do so when nothing urgent is happening. So what is it that you need help with, Aiden? Or what is wrong? He asked with his usual curiosity. This is to do with a serious problem I've noticed with myself, headmaster. I answered gravely. How serious? He asked, losing his jovial tone. I believe it has to do with what I experienced as a child. I answered straightforwardly. What has happened, Aiden? Tell me. He gestured to go on in order to understand. I've been experiencing bouts of aggression and volatile feelings going against my usual philosophy and ideals. They come when I feel challenged on a personal level or feel some levels of anger, clouding my judgment and leading me to act in a predatory manner. I strike at weak points or fears in a person's mentality and almost break them down. Thankfully nothing physical has really happened, except for that incident with Arthur and Lucius, but that was a light one with it only influencing my choice on how I would handle it, and nothing after that. I tried to explain in detail what I've deduced during the last month of self-reflection. That is serious for someone of your physical and magical prowess. If you lose yourself in that feeling it could be dangerous. So why did you come to me? You are undoubtedly brilliant and you must have ideas on the matter. Accurately guessed the headmaster. I believe this is happening because of me going through puberty, with my physical and hormonal changes causing a reaction or activating the beast parts integrated into my body. So I need to know the 2 rituals they put me through. I need the documents on it to understand exactly what they did to me and stabilize it. This is the best way I could come up with to fix this as quickly as possible. I answer with full honesty. This is dark magic, Aiden, very dark indeed. I do not want you to go through this path. He said with clear concern over the idea. I never wanted to go back to anything that has to do with that place either, sir. But there is something wrong happening in me and the answers are in my past. What they did to me was unpolished and my survival was a fluke, and me surviving the second one was a downright miracle. But I need to know what they did wrong to understand how I can make myself right. So I am asking you, headmaster. Will you help me fix myself? I finally asked the man, with hope in my eyes. It took some time as the headmaster was thinking deeply about my request. I was asking him to help me study a very dark path of magic, blood rituals. A path to great power and even greater costs. But he finally gave me his answer. I will, Aiden. Like you've told me before, I chain myself to the past and fear it being repeated. Prove to me you can break that fear of mine, Aiden. You are the one who's already shown me my mistakes, prove to me this will not be one of them. He answered sincerely. Thank you, headmaster. I swear to you that I will not fall to what I will find nor myself. I swear to you. I answered with unyielding determination. I will wait to see you triumph. Was his response as he gave an encouraging nod. 72, ch-72. A glance behind to walk forward. Dumbledore was able to quickly get me the data from that old demon's experiments. I'm guessing people have a hard time stopping the man when he actually wants to do something. Maybe all those ridiculous titles have some uses after all. I thought as I held the documents. Alright, I've got a promise to keep to him and myself, let's get started. But as I studied the journals my stomach turned. The man was absolutely mad. Ravings about helping the Dark Lord, strengthening the Lord, improving his followers, sacrificing any amount of filth to pave his path. The man was insane. I thought only Bellatrix and Crouch Jr. had this level of devotion to the man, but it seemed I was wrong. This was true worship and every page contained his thoughts. The Dark Lord has seen my work. He believes as I do, that they are the true future of magic. My Lord's ritual was another success. He has gained even more strength through his sacrifice of giants. Another excellent step forward to make the ultimate wizard. Ha ha ha. The Lord has finally reached that old fool Dumbledore's level. He took nearly 3 decades less than the senile bastards. The Lord's strength is unmatched. He strikes fear into all now. Those filths in the ministry, rejecting my work and brilliance, ha! My Lord showed them what true power requires. He is the only one true enough to magic to want to go further. Finally. Finally the Lord has recognized me as a trusted servant. I can stand at his side. He's given me that gift. Me. The one people had dismissed and despised for my ideas and goals. I've become the hand of the most powerful wizard in history. The Lord has granted me an opportunity, given me the chance to do his great work. He wants to become more. He doesn't want to be compared to the likes of Dumbledore. He wants to leave him in the dust. He trusts me. He knows my devotion. He trusts my skills. I now have the honor of creating my Lord's next ritual. I will not fail him. I will make him a god amongst men. The Lord has assured my safety, truly a just Lord. He's ordered the others to bring test subjects and materials to me at the Lestrange Manor. I will begin my true research soon. The research I failed to complete because those old fools in the ministry kept finding me. All those years of running and hiding. I will give my Lord the strength to kill them all. Make them kneel in front of me, either begging or dead. So much progress. Finally a good use out of Mudblood filth. Being useful to their betters. For once they are helping magic take steps towards its ultimate goal. I've finally deciphered what kind of ritual my Lord's body would accept, beast empowerment. The Huampus cat is said to be one of the most dangerous magical creatures in the world. It will make my Lord untouchable. The greatest legilimens to ever live, given the gifts of the creature. He will make anyone he wishes bend in fear before his very gaze. Useless mudblood trash. None of them can handle my genius. What is the use of bringing so many inferiors when the Lord he's so far above them? I need better quality. The Lord granted me my request. A child. From noble descent, seemed to have already been magically endowed. A little genius in the future he should have been. If only his stupid father and mudblood mother didn't fight the great Lord. He might have become such a faithful servant after the bitch was slaughtered like the animal she is. I've done everything I can. If the boy doesn't live I will need adult volunteers. The children aren't worthy of my genius. It worked. The boy lived. He absorbed everything the Hawampus cat offered. Its strength, defenses, unyielding spirit, eyes, and power. His power exploded, but he didn't. I need to study him. To train him to be loyal to the Lord. A weapon of his will. That is what he shall become. Why? 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 Why did the eyes not work? He should be perfect. But he is blind. My perfect work is ruined. I need to know why. The boy is resilient, but it makes it fun to break him. To have such a bloodline at my mercy is intoxicating. I remember that bitch Amelia hunting me before I met the Lord. Oh how I relish being able to play with her kin. His screams are wonderful to hear. I sometimes bring him up, just to relieve some stress. No other test subjects have even survived the ritual after the boy. Every one of them implodes from the magical energy. I asked the Lord to find me more gifted magical children, and he is willing to give me some half-bloods. The boy's survival proved the ritual is worth it. Strength far beyond his age. Resistance to physical and magical attacks. It's almost like cutting through tough hide rather than skin, but it lets me really slash the boy without fear his death. Improved recovery. Explosive upgrade in magical power. If only he could see. He would be perfect. No 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 no. The Dark Lord cannot be defeated by an infant. That is not possible. I know he lives. Waiting for his loyal servants to find him. I will bring him back. I will make a ritual to make him the immortal he is. Unicorns are only a stopgap measure, not a true rebirth. It seems I need to use the only known immortal species. I need a phoenix. Difficult, but with my success the Lord will never supposedly fall again. He will always be. We've found an egg. But now those dogs of the ministry are on our tail. I must not fail. They cannot stop me from bringing the Lord back. I have found the way to force the egg to make a person go through a rebirth. They shall be reborn completely cleansed. As perfect as they can be. Time to begin the test. All failures. None of the trash even had ashes left. The only one left is the boy. He is stronger. He is resilient. He will survive again. I can feel it. That was the last entry from his personal journal. Guess he didn't have time to write down anything before he was taken down by the Aurors. The fucking bastard deserved so much worse than Azkaban. But the flaw which is currently affecting me is that he wanted to infuse the spirit of the Hawampus cat. But he also wanted to bend me to the will of his lord. It was a foolish decision, but in his twisted mind I'm guessing he wanted to create a devoted soldier. Someone who is unendingly loyal once broken in. But it is now making me fight against those trying to challenge me on an instinctual level. It means that when I experienced his so-called rebirth, everything that hadn't clicked into place from the first ritual could then fit perfectly as intended. So I received my eyes and the spirit of the beast. Luckily for me though, is that the demon didn't expect the phoenix to hatch through the ritual as well and bond our lives together. From what I understand, it shared its essence with me in that moment and suppressed the violent and animalistic tendencies in favor of the serene behavior phoenixes possess, while keeping the focused and determined aspects of my predator side. I had a few thoughts on the subject and I decided to dive into them quickly. I ordered book after book on everything I could find about phoenixes and Hawampus cats. I would know them inside and out. I've also asked the headmaster about his own extensive experience with Fox as a reference point and took a lot of time observing Soul. It did make me feel better when she was around, calmer. I might need to carry her around more until I can get a handle on things. I thought to myself when trying to beat this dilemma. But my time was well spent. It doesn't happen often anymore that I single-mindedly focus on one project. I've even pushed aside my mastery projects because nothing is more important than this right now. Dumbledore was even willing to go a step further and provide me with books on rituals that had been taken out of the library and some he obtained for me. I was really grateful to the man for his help, because my progress was explosive without the delays. I was calculating theories and possibilities with a fervor. I was trying to balance myself out again because puberty did throw me off. It mainly because of the more aggressive nature found in men, as it resonated with the predatory instincts hidden deep in me, letting it affect my subconscious decisions. I am not at all excusing my behavior though. Even if it was influenced, it was still my actions. The only times I didn't really regret my choices was when I spoke to Dumbledore and the Dursleys regarding their treatment of Harry. But I felt that I was too harsh on Ronald and the 7th-year Slytherin prefect whose name was Troy Yaxley, from a Sacred 28 family. I actually decided to apologize to the guy, even if it makes me look weak in front of him and end up with me getting challenged. So after a prefect meeting, I decided to talk to him. Troy, I would like to talk to you about what happened in the train last month. I spoke to him calmly. What about it? He asked with bravado, but I could see clear signs of him being nervous. Twitching body, increased eye activity, quicker breath, forming perspiration, and higher-pitched voice. I want to apologize for my behavior and extreme words. You were justifiably upset at someone younger and seemingly weaker or less experienced than you being in charge, and I irrationally lashed out at you against my better judgment. So I am sorry. I sincerely said to the teen. He didn't seem to expect that from me, not after my display of power and authority. It was simply because, like I said before, Slytherin has had a might makes right policy for a while now. To many in the house, what I did should be expected of a leader. Showing pure power to oppress opposition. Look, Aiden. I'm not sure if I should really be angry at you because of that. He started off awkwardly. Because even though the words were shocking and infuriating at the time, they were right. I never thought about what I wanted to be really. I never gave a thought at what my old man taught me or what I wanted to do with my life. I may be a jerk, but I'm not brainless like a lot of my house. If I was, I wouldn't be a prefect. He said with a wry smile to himself. But I still went way too far. So if you want to challenge me for the position, I'm sure we can come up with a fair competition to prove my qualifications. I offered to make up for my behavior. Nah. You gave me a lot to think about. It's my last year here and I want to figure some stuff out. But you're doing fine. You've been policing things and actually have been reducing some of the extreme behavior from all the houses. I know you don't do favoritism, so I'll believe you for now. But thanks for stepping up like that. He answered with a sigh in his voice. Thank you for that, Troy. I hope I can build on it and not make everything get worse. I hope we can have a productive year together then. I said as I put me hand out in front of him. Same to you, Bones. Hope everything goes well. He replied as he gripped it and shook my hand. 73, CH-73 shot through the heart and you puke slugs. While I was diving deeply into ritual magic and my past, the story kept going regardless. I found out that having Gilderoy Lockhart as a professor turned Dada into more of a theater class. The man wasn't stupid enough to try and look like pixies were something difficult to handle in front of OWL students. He was a narcissistic buffoon, but he knew when to put on a show. So he tried to teach how to handle various situations by reenacting some of his so-called adventures. This made Christian and I cringe at how inaccurate so much of the crap coming out of his mouth seemed to be. He couldn't tell a Yeti and Sasquatch apart. He thought you could talk your way past a reanimated corpse puppet. And I think he said he made out with a banshee, and you have no idea how ugly and dangerous those things are. It was honestly shocking just how much misinformation he was cramming into people who wanted to actually succeed in the class. So what I did was open the exchange an additional evening every week, to do a focused review of what we were taught. I phrased it quite carefully to make the living Ken doll think it was basically a time to appreciate his books and stories, when I'll instead be teaching actual defense of the dark arts. My review class was actually getting a lot of attention. My mastery in the subject was clear, with plenty of understanding of the material and experience in teaching I'd obtained through tutoring during my exchange. I was making up for a few years of shoddy teaching in the subject and raising its importance in the eyes of many who'd lost hope in it. An unexpected assistance came from Hitler Mort, giving me a master's outlook on the dark arts themselves, furthering the depth of my lessons. Within a month of having started, even Slytherin students had started coming with Troy as a leader of the groups. It was nice to see all houses represented. I even thanked the guy for coming. During the actual class with the plastic man though, I kept receiving some hidden glares from the man. I didn't really know why though. That was until I had enough and simply went into his mind to find out. I never want to be in that man's mind ever again. I didn't know that when one reaches such a high level of narcissism, it could be considered a mental defense. It was horrifying in that man's head. Everything was about him and anything happening had to involve him looking better in front of everyone. He lives in his own delusion regarding his actual abilities and believes himself be to a very competent wizard. It is only when that mentality is challenged that he remembers his actual skills. This should explain why he cowered at the pixies or gets awkward when he vanished Harry's bone, or when he tried running away when his bluff was called. When I shook off the disgust I felt from being in the man's mind, I found that the reason he was glaring at me was because of my looks. The man felt threatened by my physical appearance and youth. He was jealous of my hair, envious of my body, mad that less girls in my year were staring at him because of me, and the only reason he wasn't harassing me out of petty jealousy, was that he genuinely believed that my review was all about him. It was just stunning to see just how far gone the man was. But as long as he doesn't annoy me too much, I won't send him my pile of evidence against him to the Herald. Apart from that, the usual Hogwarts activities were starting. James, having taken the presidency of the Charms Club, was doing his best to bring some new challenges to the club by introducing enchanting. He wanted to get students to look further than just Hogwarts curriculum, and this was his favorite. We also came up with some interesting puzzles to test their skills and minds, letting them experience a more flexible use of their spells. Victoria was constantly being annoyed to join the Potions Club due to her more than fantastic grades in the subject. She's the only other student in the castle to get an O and in the subject apart from me. But she was always rejecting them. It came to a point that I wanted to ask her why she did this. She could be making me friends and pool their ideas together to improve, but she chooses not to. From the way she is turning them down, it is not anything based on her pride, but something is more important to her. So I decided to pull her aside one day after the exchange was over. I told the guys to go on ahead. What's wrong, Aiden? It's not like you to just want to talk with me so openly anyways. She asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm just worried about you, Tori. You seem to be isolating yourself and not interacting with anyone outside our group or when you're doing your prefect duties. I answered her with tenderness in my voice. I just don't have time to play nice with others. My project is too important to me. She replied with a hard look on her face. Then can you at least let me help you? Even if it's just sending you materials or books I think could help you. I don't want to see you struggle so much on your own. I say gently, getting her expression to soften a lot. It has something to do with my mom, Aiden. I just want her to be normal again. She then said with a very sad expression. So that's why you throw yourself into potions, transfiguration, and charms. You want to be a qualified healer. I exclaimed as I finally understood what her goal was. My father would never let me study the art. A pure blood does not serve other, he says. But I can't give up on her, Aiden. She's the only reason I haven't run away. I don't want me leaving somehow making my father take it out on her. She said, looking very alone at the moment, with a heartbreaking, self-depreciating smile on her face. I couldn't help myself and hugged the hard-working girl. Then I'll help you. That's what you want to do, then nothing will stop you. I declare as I stroke her smooth hair. I let her go and look directly at her. I'll talk to Madame Pomfrey. With me having learned everything I could there already, I'm sure she'd be glad to have another gifted student interested in the art. I then inform her of my little plan. What? She won't just teach me how to do the stuff. Why would she even do it? She tried to deny through her own logic. I know Poppy Tori, and she'll be very happy with you. Plus you've already got a proper healer's temperament. You can be strict and commanding, but also gentle and supporting. And you're the best witch at Hogwarts. I proudly state, getting her flustered at my straightforward compliment. So, without letting her try to talk me out of it, I went to talk to Madame Pomfrey. It took a bit of convincing, but she did agree that I could more than match her as a healer and that Tori would be very suited to the role. She finally agreed to take her under her wing if she passed the tests she would administer. If she passes then great, but if not she will have to wait until after Hogwarts to properly learn. Of course my girl aced that test, her grades not just being for show. And her having me teach her a lot might have helped a bit. She was so happy that she gave me a hug and peck on the cheek. So I say any effort was worth it. Christian was also beginning his Quidditch practice. He apparently hasn't told anyone what kind of broom he was using or where he got it from, while maintaining an improved performance, but nothing anywhere close to what he could do with the thing. He wanted it to be a big surprise when he starts to really fly with it. But it was during this time that I remembered the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams would have their argument. Draco having joined the team in the stupidest fashion, through money, even when he could have done so through skills as he is actually a competent enough seeker. So I decided to be accidentally patrolling the area. I saw the two groups standing off against one another, so I drew near. Until I finally heard Draco say his iconic line. No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood. He spat out. It instantly caused a fight to break out due to him using the word. The twins lunged at the boy in fury, making Trollface and his team intercept them, but then Ron did the stupid thing of trying to curse someone with a broken wand. You'll pay for that one, Malfoy. He shouts as he pointed his wand at the boy. But with a loud bang and a flash of green, Ron flew backwards just as I got close enough. What is going on here? I shouted, getting everyone's attention. Seeing no one stepping forwards I decide to speak. Draco. You do not have any idea of the weight and implications behind that word. You repeating it simply because of your father is going too far. You will have 2 days of detention with Mr. Filch for that. Weasley twins. Although what he said was reprehensible, it does not excuse fighting on school grounds. 30 points from Gryffindor. 10 from Slytherin for supporting a flagrant act of blood supremacy. I declare with a loud voice. You can't do that! Shouted some Slytherins whilst the Gryffindors were also unwilling. I am head boy. I have every right. Both sides have faults and both will have the fitting punishment. The principal offender will get the punishment he deserves and I will not play favorites with the rest. I declare once again. Draco. If you do not show up for your assigned detention, then I will be forced to penalize you even further and bring up your removal from the Quidditch team if it happens a third time after that. Is that clear? I then strictly tell the boy. Yes. He hisses out through clenched teeth. Good. Saturday and Sunday evening with Mr. Filch. Now Harry and Hermione bring Ronald to the infirmary immediately. I'll fix him up in a moment. I order the two frozen second years as their friend vomits slugs all over and Colin Creevey takes pictures. Slytherin was indeed given permission to use the pitch today, however. Hence Gryffindor was rescheduled to have it in 2 days instead, and no changes will be permitted again. This was the accord between Professors McGonagall and Snape. I inform the teams as I take my leave and head for the infirmary. I arrive at the infirmary quickly and give a bucket to Ronald so he doesn't continue to let out slugs all over the place. All right, just aim in here for a bit. I just need to get some treacle fudge in you and you'll be right as rain. I say to the boy quickly as I'm browsing through the stores of quick remedies. Looks like we don't have any that aren't past date at the moment. I say to myself. Harry. Can you take the note I'll hand to you and the galleons to Artemis and send her to Honeydukes for a quick purchase of treacle fudge for me? It's in Hogsmeade so it should be quick. I asked the boy, since the shop is a maker of the stuff. Sure thing, Aiden. She's in the Owlery, right? He asked as he took both. With my nod he took off. He's looking much healthier than last year. That's good. I thought as I saw his energetic run. Why fudge? How's that going to help? Asked Hermione, her curiosity getting the better of her. Well, that's pretty simple. It's the quickest, easiest, and most pleasant way of curing poor Ronald here from the slug vomiting curse he unfortunately casted on himself. I answered her. What are the other ways? She asked, wanting to know more. Most of them involve brewing some pretty nasty tasting potions, which would take at least an hour to make. Another would be to feed him the root of a slug-eating plant, and those tend to fight back a bit. Maybe some Murtlap blood could also make him stop, since they do enjoy a good slug as well. I responded, covering my bases, with a even paler Ronald at the mention of the solutions. So we talked about why that happened and how to fix it, until she brought up the important question. So, why was everyone so upset? I get that Draco probably said something awful, but don't know what it means. She asked cautiously. Harry should be back in a moment, so I'll explain it to the two of you when he gets here, okay? It does involve him slightly. I say as I'm casting a few charms on Ronald to help the passing of the slugs ease up. And I know you don't like me, Ronald, but it's better if they both hear it. You already know, of course, but do be careful with how you react next time. One should only resort to their wands if no other course can be taken. I say to the boy calmly as his unhappy look fades a bit. Then arrived a panting Harry. I've sent it. Should arrive here pretty soon. He said as he caught his breath. Thank you very much, Harry. Now please join us because Hermione asked an important question, and I'd like for the both of you to hear the answer. I say to the boy as I gesture for him to sit. Before I start, have you or how far are you into the Muggleborn guidebook offered at Gringotts Infirm Center? I asked the two. Oh, it was a fascinating read. Although it was slightly disheartening to read some of those facts, it was very educational. Answered a very pleased Hermione. I didn't get that far in it. Mostly till how the ministry works. Answered a slightly embarrassed Harry, since I did give him the book. All right then. I'll start with what Draco called Hermione. The term Moodblood is one of the most horrible thing one can call another in wizard views. It is used to say that Muggleborn witches and wizards have filthy blood and are corrupting the wizarding world by being allowed into our world. I clearly explained to the two. Getting a gasp from Hermione as she realized how mean that is, and Harry clenched his fists because he didn't know and would have tried to hit Draco if he had. The term was popularized during the war as pure blood supremacy sentiments erupted from some established wizard families, becoming common parlance between Death Eaters and their lord. Not all old families followed suit, of course. The Weasley family is the biggest example, but those same families call them blood traitors in response. Mine and Harry's fathers, both lords of respectable houses, married Muggleborn witches and fought against them till the end. I informed them gently. My father was from a noble house. Asked the surprised Harry. Well, yet. The Potter house has been a respected house in the wizarding world for a long time. The only reason they weren't considered part of the Sacred 28 as they call them, is because your family has always viewed the whole blood supremacy as the crap it is. I'm not going to go through all my evidence on the matter, but it's a good thing for you to know. And you are the only known living descendant of the family, probably the rightful heir as well. I explained to the very stunned Harry and Hermione. As Artemis arrived through a window I had left opened, I thank her with a treat and grab the package. I then take a piece of fudge and turn to Ronald. All right, this won't be a pleasant sensation cause I have to force it through the slugs that keep appearing, but after a few seconds you'll be all good. I say to the redhead. So I force the fudge into his mouth and use my wand to get it past his throat as he gags a lot and finally make it to the stomach. And after a few moments he can finally stop belching slugs. Thank Merlin's hat that's over with! Exclaimed one relieved Weasley and making two kids excited. Didn't know I was a hat, but you're welcome Ronald. I say with a chuckle to myself, interrupting the excitement the trio was feeling. Ah, thank you for taking care of him. Hermione quickly said. Yeah thanks Aiden. Harry added. Thanks. Ronald begrudgingly said. Before I go, I have two things to say. I start to get their attention. First it that you will be free to go right after I just do a quick check on you and that you should limit your use of magic until you get a new wand. Second is that I'd like to apologize for last year. I feel like I had been too harsh on you Ronald and if you'd like, we could have a talk next time you come to the exchange. No need for an answer, just think about it. I say, then perform a checkup under questioning gazes of Hermione and Harry, before nodding and being on my way. 74, ch 74 helping the kid. With the first months of the school year coming and going as they usually do, Halloween once again came around. I don't know why JKR decided to have something ridiculous happening twice in a row on that day, but it's a bit forced no? Wizard horror stories happening on Halloween. Bah, oh well. So the yearly pumpkin overloaded feast began once again. It seemed that the cabinet I had put in the place of the vanishing one I took was a fit replacement since the golden trio wasn't here and neither were the ghosts, meaning the death day party was happening with them experiencing its wonders. As the feast ended and everyone returned back to their dorms for the night, I decided to head to the second floor corridor quicker. As I step on the splashing floor, due to the flooding the basilisk caused when it got out the first time, and I finally reach the trio. What are you three doing up here? I ask, not letting them know I already knew. Aiden! He exclaimed 2/3, with all three freezing in place. Then I looked at the wall they were looking at. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware! Was written in what appeared to be blood and Mrs. Norris hanging on the torch bracket, petrified. So it begins again little Voldy. But you really can't think of anything original? You already pulled this crap last time. I think to myself with a mental sigh. From the looks of horror I'm guessing it wasn't you three, right? I ask them and get furious head nods in return. But as I was about to speak, students flooded the corridor as they returned from the feast, making the trio's face turn pale. And then when he arrived, Draco had to act like an idiot again. Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, Mudbloods. He said with a proud smirk on his face. Draco Malfoy. That is the second time I'm catching you using that word. 3 days with Mr. Filch. I declared, making his smirk disappear in an instant. Then we all heard a voice we recognized. What's going on here? What's going on? Filch said as he made his way through the crowd. When he finally spotted his cat, he lost it. My cat! My cat! What happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked at his lost. Then he spotted Harry. It was you. You murdered my cat. You killed her. I'll kill you. I'll kill, he shouted as I got in front of Harry, making him pause just in time for Dumbledore to arrive. Argus! He authoritatively said. Come with me, Argus. You too, Mr. Bones, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Ms. Granger. He said as he looked at us. Then Lockhart tried to insert himself like usual. My office is the closest, headmaster, feel free to use it. Thank you, Gilderoy. Simply answered Dumbledore. So the four of us with the headmaster, Filch, Snape and McGonagall headed to the narcissist's office. And yup, full of moving portraits and pictures of himself. All of them hiding in fear at being caught doing their beauty routines. I mean seriously, even the paintings are going through them. The headmaster along with his 2 trusted professors analyzed the cat, as Filch was crying in the corner and Lockhart wouldn't shut up about stupid stories he's spouting to try to make himself look better. Meanwhile the kids are looking extremely nervous in their chair. You three haven't done anything, so don't worry about it. Everything will be fine, especially since she's only petrified. I say to the trio as they relax a bit at my words. Mrs. Norris isn't dead, said Filch suddenly as he heard my words. But she's all stiff. Headmaster. I simply say. Mr. Bones is correct, Argus. She is still alive. Although I cannot say how she was petrified, she will be fine just as soon as she's given the correct potion. He calmly explained to the man. Then ask him. He yelled, pointing at Harry. Mr. Filch, complete petrification like that is the work of very powerful dark magic. Even some professors wouldn't be able to cast this, much less Harry. I defended calmly. Mr. Bones is right, tried to assure Dumbledore. Before being interrupted. The conversation went on as canon once again, with Filch revealing he was a squib and Harry not knowing what that was. Until Snape finally came in and tried to take Harry off the Quidditch team for the hell of it. Dumbledore rejecting the man. Then he turned to Filch to inform him she will be cured quickly due to the school having mandrake plants. Lockhart trying to steal some thunder again, but drawing Snape's ire. The headmaster then dismissed everyone but me. The professors gave him a questioning look which he ignored, and the trio looked at me worriedly until I reassured them with a smile. What do you think, Aiden? He asked when everyone had left. The Death Day party is easy enough to know about. Plus the timing might be bad, but even if they wanted to head to the feast they wouldn't have made it for the food. I answer. True enough, but I'm asking about the chamber. You know about Tom and his time here. You know what I'm asking? I replied while looking serious. Yes, but with no further proof it is hard to say anything. It might even be a completely new student who was inspired by the event and ideology. Or an extremely distasteful prank. All I know is caution will be key. I reply, hiding my foreknowledge. Further evidence will be needed, yes. I will ask you to keep an eye on matters amongst the students. And please keep an eye on Harry and his friends. They tend to find trouble. He said with a small chuckle at the misadventures they tend to experience. Will do, headmaster. I reply with a knowing smile. Before you leave, how has your private matter been doing? He asked curiously and with concern. I am making good progress, headmaster. I can't thank you enough for helping me. I have a few possibilities so far and I'll send you a copy of what I come up with for you to review. I answer with gratitude in my voice. I'm glad these old bones can still help the youngsters. He replied with a warm smile. If that is all, headmaster, I'll head back to my house. I think many students will be alarmed due to tonight. I say with a small bow. Good night, Aiden. Good luck as well. He said in response. For the next week the school was abuzz, with only the message and the cat being the center of everyone's attention. Everything spreads quickly when a place is full of gossipy teenagers. Professor Binns decided to fill people in on what the Chamber of Secrets was, making a new wave of speculations happen. Then came the first Quidditch match of the year, Gryffindor and Slytherin. Always them. Rowling really didn't care for the other two houses much, did she? All she did was make one Diggory die the only year he was noticed, a sorta Asian girlfriend and everyone's favorite unique Ravenclaw. Who I'm pleased to announce has been coming to the exchange and has avoided being bullied, mostly because of me and Christian's interest in the girl's different pursuits when it comes to knowledge. Her and Christian were really getting along well. The rest of the people from other houses were pretty much a one-and-done scenario. Whatever, back to the game. Dobby basically tried to crush a lot of Harry's bones again. Malfoy was playing like an idiot. Slytherin was flying much faster due to their brooms, but Gryffindor had skills. Finally Harry managed to snatch the snitch, winning the game and still getting the broken arm. As he fell onto the ground, I rushed out to do my job before Lockhart can try to make it about himself again and fuck up the kid's arm and night. I'll still send him to spend the night, but at least he won't be suffering through Skell Gro. Hey there, Harry. Try to hold still and I'll have your arm fixed up in a moment, okay? I say to him calmly. It helps reassure patients when their healer appears calm and in control, good thing to be when you're doing this stuff. So with a wave of my wand over his injury, the bone snaps back into position and mends itself beautifully with a shout of surprise because of the sound by Harry. There we go, kid. But you'll have to spend the night in the infirmary. I did fix it, but this is to make sure and Madame Pomfrey will not be happy if I don't make you go after an injury like that. I order him with a smile, to which he nod with a funny smile. It hurt, but he was overall happy they had won the game. Too bad I didn't reach the boy first. I would have healed him up in an instant as well. You remind me of a young me, Aiden, my boy. You might even come close to my abilities one day. I heard the purple-clad nitwit say from behind. I help Harry up from the ground and then turn to the Ken doll. Thank you, Professor, I was only doing what Madame Pomfrey trained me to do. Now if you'll excuse me, she'll want to take a look at the kid and double-check my work. Good day, Professor. I say with proper respect and my business smile. Ah yes, certainly my boy. One must always make sure they are in perfect health, Harry. It is very important to not worry your fans. He then said with his signature smile. I'm sure Harry appreciates the advice, now let's go. I say and guide Harry away. Once we were far from the man he looked at me and asked. Do you actually respect Lockhart, Aiden? Ha! Merlin's walking stick, no. He's even worse than Quirrell at teaching, and the man had a second face, with that horrendous stutter. Why do you think I made my review sessions? It's to teach some actual dada to everyone. I answer the kid. What? Really? Hermione and Ron thought you were a fan. He said with a surprised look, almost causing me to vomit blood, as the Chinese would say. I'm certainly not a fan, but if even they thought that, then the name was a good choice. Makes the idiot think I'm talking about him, instead of knowing I'm teaching what he's supposed to and making him look even more useless. I reply with a small smile. Oh. Brilliant then. Do you mind if we come too? He asked in realization. No problem at all, Harry. But do warn Ron. I have a good amount of Slytherin students who also participate properly. They listen well and actively try to learn. I don't want his bias against them to cause friction. I say with some concern. I'll talk to him about it. I'm sure that if they don't do anything he'll be able to focus on your class. He said excitedly. I hope so, Harry. It would do him some good to meet some decent people from the house. I answered to his excitement. 75, CH75 It's time to do duel. That night, Colin Creevey was the first human victim of the year. This set unprecedented worries through the students, with the prefects and I trying to rein in everyone's fears. Quite difficult when no one knows how this is happening. Well, except from me, but you know I'm not telling. But it was at this time that the announcement I was waiting for finally happened. The dueling club was being reinstated to help students feel safer. Unfortunately, it was still Lockhart in charge of it for now. It'll be fun to see him get knocked on his ass by one of the 3 most powerful combatants at Hogwarts. I thought with a smile on my face after seeing it. I don't think I'll go. Honestly speaking, we are way above anything that they would teach at the club. Even more so if that idiot is in charge. Straightforwardly informed Tori. I must agree that it would be a step backwards for us. I'll focus on my own club instead and try to teach them there. Said James. Yeah. I wouldn't able to let loose and that'd be pretty boring, so I'm not going. Only way I'd go is if I get to beat that blowhard. Added Christian. That's more than fine. Was just wondering what you guys thought about it. The idiot aside, I've thought we needed this kind of club for years now and I'm not letting him ruin it. If he can't handle it, I will. I declared to my friends, to which they grin at the possible ass-hooping that peacock of a teacher might get for standing in my way. You're tempting me to come and watch now, mate. Said the beast. I must say that the man's ego could use some suppressing. Agreed even the saint. Apparently Lockhart tried to help improve the charm puzzles we had made, which ended up with 2 of them exploding and another attacking a student somehow. He's then become pretty much the only person in the castle James doesn't tolerate. Kick the fool down until he begs for mercy. Thinking himself so good looking when he can't even begin to compare to you in any way. She declared coldly. You know I love you guys. I say with my devil's smile, getting theirs in return. Someone looking at himself in the mirror lovingly suddenly felt a bone-chilling shiver run through his body. The evening scheduled for the club arrived soon enough, with many students present. There was a good amount of fangirls unfortunately, but many wanted to learn the art. Then Lockhart came on the stage with Snape and made all of the guys frown at the sight of him. Gather around, gather around. Can everybody see me? Can everybody hear me? He started off with as a means of making himself feel important again. Everything else was happening as intended. Snape sent him flying into the wall. He lied again. Then they started to hold duels between all the kids and boy was it horrendous to watch how badly these 2 twits were teaching the art. No teaching of basic defensive or offensive spells. No one checking skill levels. Nobody supervising most of the duels happening all at once. Letting Ron fight with a broken wand is asking for trouble and Neville will never be able to fight properly with his father's wand. So they ended up with a room full of hurt students, capable of only taking hits as their defense. Not great. So I immediately started to run around healing students everywhere. Some noticed and started approaching me for healing. I was ticked off at the 2 cunts so I spoke out. Maybe an example of defensive spell work would help students more than the offensive ones, professors. I yelled out. Yes. Excellent idea, my boy. Who shall we bring forward to demonstrate? He then asked aloud. But seeing a lot of students recovering from this poorly managed shit show, Snape decided to choose. And so as destiny designed, it was time for the movie's fight, Harry versus Draco. I did hammer a good foundation into the kid. Wonder how that'll make Snape and Malfoy feel. I thought to myself. Hey Harry. Remember what I taught you this summer? A proper mastery of the basics will build the foundation for victory. Just do what you know. I shouted to him, getting me a lot of surprised looks, then they looked Harry. The kid on the other hand relaxed a great deal and got his head into the game after my little reminder. So he waited for the duel to start with confidence. It wasn't anything grand. Malfoy only had half-baked knowledge about the subject, letting Harry dodge his badly aimed spell and make him fly to the end of the stage with a good knockback jinx. Snape forced Draco on his feet, but this time he was embarrassed so he tried to send out his most complicated spell, Serpensortia. I mean, if it was a large snake sure, or even if he conjured it near Harry's feet. But the kid let a wimpy snake just appear almost as far away from Harry as possible and looked proud about it. Unfortunately, Harry decided to talk to the snake, letting everything run its course and making everyone think that he is the heir of Slytherin because of his Parseltown Q. With that event effectively stopping the club's activity, I decided to approach Dumbledore in taking over with Professor Flitwick, whom I've already convinced to help with this. He was actually quite a bit upset that he wasn't already in charge and that the headmaster let the idiot head up the club. So together we went to talk to him. Hello you two, I can guess why you're here. The club. Dumbledore started off with a jovial voice. Yes Albus. You know I dream of teaching students the dying art. It would have helped so many survive the last war and I've regretted not teaching it ever since. But now you let another do it and I cannot sit still. Said my very determined head of house. Headmaster, I was there during the club. I spent more time healing the students than the time they spent teaching them. I want to make it a proper and respected club. Hogwarts has already lost far too much and it has honestly been difficult to claim we are the best school in the world anymore. I sincerely add on. I know very well about this. But the ministry is bent on curtailing dueling. It is difficult to argue against it. He said with a sigh. It's actually not anymore. It would have been maybe 2 years ago when they controlled the only media outlet, but with the Herald becoming increasingly popular I had an idea. I say, making both of them perk up. Ho-oh! And that idea is Aiden? Asked a now very curious Dumbledore. It would be to get them to print this article of mine. I respond with a growing smile as I handed the parchment to the headmaster, while Flitwick watched with curiosity. Dumbledore reads it with a small smile as he does, before handing it to my house head to read. How can you be sure they will run it? He asked with the smile still on his face due to my certainty. They owe me a favor and it's a great piece of news for them. They can edit it, but this is going to make a lot of people excited shall we say. I responded with a grin. The minister will be caught quite off guard. Added Dumbledore with a chuckle. And with no time to verify what we are doing, plus if he doesn't want people to dislike him, he won't be able to stop us. Plus I'm actually thinking the older families would be in favor of their progenies learning more things. I think if things go very well, it might take a few off of your back headmaster. I finished up my proposal. Ooh. This is brilliant Aiden, simply brilliant. Intelligence and cunning used perfectly. If this works I'm awarding you 40 points. Exclaimed my now very excited professor. I will permit your taking over the club then. Phileas will be the head and Aiden shall most likely be its president. I wish you both good fortune in your efforts. Declared the headmaster seriously, but with a smile at the end. Thank you Albus. I will not let this opportunity go to waste. Replies an almost tearful Flitwick. I'll do my best to live up to my promises. I said with a slight bow. The professor and I then leave together, but suddenly remember something and head back in quickly. There's something else Aiden? He asked a little surprised. A report about something important that happened during the club sir. It's about Harry. I said seriously. Is he hurt? He asked with concern. No, but he appears to be a Parselmouth. This will isolate him until these events are resolved headmaster. I thought it would be better for you to know quickly. I answered. I understand. You are not going to do the same as the rest I assume. I said with a raised eyebrow. I'd actually be more interested in teaching him how to us it properly. I've heard the best healers in India use Parseltown spells, boosting the effect of the healing tremendously. I replied excitedly. I had a thought you'd think something like that. Dumbledore responded with a chuckle. It's a sign of dark magic in Europe because they never looked outside of it to see other uses. If he could learn it, he would be able to save a lot of lives. I say with a small smile of my own. Indeed. I won't stop you, but it would be very difficult to get such knowledge as it would be closely guarded. But if that is all, you are free to go Aiden. He nodded and gestures for me to leave. I nod and head out. It's time for Hogwarts to learn how to duel. I thought to myself with a smile as I returned to my room in order to prepare. It'll be fun to see how the article will go tomorrow. I then thought with my smile turning into a little devil's. 76, CH76A Real Dueling Club. The next day as me and Professor Flitwick finalized how the dueling club would work, the Herald was being distributed across the country. Ministry harming our future due to fear. By Martha Cromwell. For centuries Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has been our proud establishment for young witches and wizards of any origin to learn the wonders and intricacies of magic. We have studied in those hallowed halls, made friendships that would last a lifetime, found the loves of our lives and many have sent their children to attend as they had before them. We are proud to believe they will receive the best magical education possible in the world. But is that true? Is Hogwarts truly the best educational institution available in the world? We have researched this fact intensively and what we have found is almost shocking. Let us start with the current educational curriculum available for students at Hogwarts. As almost all of you know, there are 7 subjects required for every student before their ALS: astronomy, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, potions, transfiguration and flying during one's first year. These are the foundational blocks any wizard builds himself upon. Then we are offered additional choices to broaden our horizons by being adding another 2 of 5 subjects: ancient runes, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, divination or muggle studies. These are all of the current subjects available to any students currently attending the illustrious school. But here is something most people have never known, which is that the Ministry of Magic has slowly but surely eliminated advanced fields of studies from Hogwarts' original availabilities. That's right. Ever since the school has received the title of the best school in the world, it has slowly been forced to limit its classes due to ministry pressure through suggesting certain classes to be unnecessary, making cuts or even sometimes embezzling the budget designed for classes they disapproved of. Did you know that less than 100 years ago, Hogwarts was also a training ground for aspiring healers? That's right. Students whose wishes in life were to heal others could study it with the proper grades after passing their OWLs. This has been identified to be the leading cause in the decreased number of new healers available since becoming one has become increasingly difficult without proper training. More recently, dueling has been under attack in our country. Something the school once offered to students as well. It was a means to help students compete in legitimate ways, akin to the Quidditch Cup, and better themselves before coming into a world that holds many dangers. Dangers we are told to ignore and others want us to believe don't exist, but are there whether we like it or not. These students who had learned how to duel, later became prominent members of our proud hit wizards and aurors. The very people who protect you and me from dark wizards, criminals, maniacs, and even more petty offenders. But they are also cutting back on the proper funding and maintaining of these forces as you read this. For more on this subject, head to p.12. That is not all. Alchemy was removed. Enchanting was removed. Warding was removed. Artificer's studies were removed. And to be honest, Muggle studies has become a joke at the school. Have any of you ever been in a Muggle area? How many so-called horseless carriages line the streets? We have not updated the curriculum in the last 150 years. All of this is because the ministry was afraid of not being in control. They were afraid driven and motivated youths would bring too much change. That the magic learned would make them ignore them or not work with / in the ministry. So they slowly brand difficult or harder to monitor studies as dark. Choke out anything they can't and still they continue to sell the idea that our children are getting the best education in the world. Uagadou teaches alchemy, wandless magic and proper animagus courses. Durmstrang teaches proper dueling. Bosbatons holds enchanting and alchemy classes. Mahout Okoro teaches dueling, enchanting, and ancient magic. Ilvermorny modernized its courses, includes more divination schools, self-transmutation and dueling. And many of these teach children starting at the age of 7 instead of 11. So how is that we still hold the title of best school in the world when our own ministry smothers the potential out of our children? When life-saving courses are stamped out by greed and fear? And can you live with this, ladies and gentlemen? Because I believe it is time to give our children a better future than what he could have. We have already lost enough in our country. Don't let us lose our future too. Well then. If that's the version that made it into the paper, I wonder how bad the original was. I think to myself after reading Martha's article. She is one of my original 12, but I also know how vocal she can be about issues. That being why her husband is in charge, since he can calm her down usually. Putting down the paper after I was done with it, I noticed a fair amount of people actually reading their own copy of the Herald. Some Slytherins had some too. A lot of people thinking about the classes and chances that had been offered. And since that was the case for the kids, the reaction of the parents will be interesting to see. I'll set up an account for Hogwarts itself to fund the reopening and supplying of classes. I think it'll help the school's reputation if they show actual results. I thought as I planned on pushing things a step further. This is actually a seed I'm sowing for the future. Simply because I can change what happens with the country, but to make true lasting improvements, it needs to come from the next generation. And so this seed, if fed and watered properly, will hopefully grow into a tall and sturdy tree. For now I do what I can from within Hogwarts and today it involves the True Dueling Club. A place for people to learn and hone themselves against their peers and instructors. Professor Flitwick was announcing his taking over of the Dueling Club during each of his classes that happened before the next weekend, while I also announced that I would be the current president of the club in the exchange. So the word got out pretty fast that this time was going to be a real dueling club. One supervised by one of, if not, the most successful dueling champions in modern times and presided by the best student in the school. It was announced that it would be happening during the weekends and that for our first day, the professor and I would be holding an exhibition match between the two of us to demonstrate the true heights the basics can reach. He had already tested my skill and we were excited to have some fun against one another. That created a whole new kind of buzz in the castle. A student vs professor match. The very thought was exciting. Plus it was between an ex-champion and a student no one knew the true limits of. Apparently the twins have already started a betting station on how it'll turn out. Finally the day of the exhibition arrived. There were so many people wanting to witness an actual duel that we had to hold it in the Quidditch pitch to accommodate everyone. Not that all these people wanted to learn how to duel, but it was an exciting event in the middle of much fear. It let them forget and enjoy magic again. We built additional seating on the ground to let more people sit and to provide a closer view since it was an event happening on the ground. It was similar to how the change a concert setting to a basketball court when both happen in the same arena. Of course the boundaries were properly warded to not let stray or dodged spells hit anyone as well. "You're really gonna fight Flitwick, mate?" asked Christian, not quite believing what was going to happen. "Not really a fight. It's more of a showcase of what people can achieve with proper spell use. So we'll be sticking to charms and jinxes, mostly trying to show skill and creativity in combat. We've also decided to limit dodging. So I'm not going to use my mod spells or battle transfiguration." I responded casually. "Still, you should be careful, Aiden. The man was a champion for good reasons," cautioned James. "We agreed to not show a true victory or defeat. We're aiming to showcase what the pinnacle for a student should be," I reassured my kind friend. "It's still great that you are going to be showing off a bit. You almost never attack when you fight us." My little queen pouted with fake anger. "I'll be sure to wipe the floor with the three of you next time then," I replied with a chuckle. "You really gotta tempt the man, don't you, Tori?" asked Christian, shaking his head. "Someone has to. Not like you and James will," she replied with a grin. "Alright you two, I think that's enough playing around. Let's just wish good luck to Aiden. It's about to start," mediated James calmly. "Good luck, mate. You'll do great," excitedly said Christian with a hard pat on my back. "You are the exemplar for the students, give them something to follow," peacefully said James. "You are the greatest in the school by far, show them why you are undisputed," then declared Tori with a predatory smile. "Haha. Thanks guys. I'll see you in a bit," I say to them all as I walk onto the pitch. I can hear the roaring cheers of all the excited students. The applause and chanting, "Raven! Raven! Raven!" could be heard all over the stands as they stomp their feet rhythmically and chant my nickname. I walk in my standard Hogwarts robes, with my hair tied in a loose ponytail as the wind makes it flow behind me. I wave my hand high, greeting the students, and get a massive cheer in response. I finally reach Flitwick at the center of our outdoor dueling ring. Quite exciting, isn't it? It reminds me of the old days, when one could fight for such glory and prove one's skills in single combat," said the professor with a nostalgic look on his face. "Let's give them a proper show of what that means, sir," I reply with a smile. "Yes. Let's," he said excitedly. "Welcome everyone, to this very exciting event. Today we will hold a demonstration of how far dueling can take an individual, even with the basics. You will have the former 7-time dueling champion, Charms Professor and head of Ravenclaw House, Professor Phileas Flitwick, and his partner for this event. Head boy is a 5th year, founder of the Exchange, slayer of last year's troll, undisputedly the best student in Hogwarts, the Raven himself, Aiden Bones," was the very energetic introduction from Lee Jordan, who usually did the Quidditch announcing, as the whole crowd bursted with excitement. Then the professor and I turned to face each other, raise our wands as if swords, then bow in respect to each other. The crowd fell into silence as we walked away from each other and set ourselves in proper dueling stances. I will be doing standard practice instead of my personal stance due to this being a demonstration. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Resounded the opening countdown. Although I am quicker in general, the professor's smaller limbs allow him to get the first shot as his motions are considerably shorter than other wizards, forcing me to start a chain of spells starting with a counter to his disarming charm, then moving into my own and finishing with a trifecta of stunners. The professor easily defends my counter-attack through deflection and even redirecting the last one to shoot back at me, starting his own quick-fire spell chain, as I'm forced to block and deflect a clever series of mildly debilitating jinxes intended to limit my vision, distract me, slow me down or disable me temporarily so he can go for the finisher, ending with a quick 1-2 involving a stunner to make me block in an awkward position and a disarming charm to finish it. I play along with the man's plan as I raise my wand high for my block, getting a gasp came from the audience at my impending loss, before I strike downward with a severing charm aimed at the spell itself, causing it to split in two and starting my counter-attack with me shooting an out and in combo starting with an Incarcerus to impede the man and shooting quick jab like stunners right behind them twice, before suddenly switching to a leg lock, disarming and full body bind charms combo to rush him at the end. Although rushed, the professor deals with everything I throw at him. We then started to throw spells back and forth at each other, getting into a strange rhythm with each other, until we fired disarming charms at each other and formed a connection as the two beams of red competed against one another, pushing against each other's spell until we both shoot our spells upward to separate them. And since we were at the limit of what basic dueling could afford, we decided to use our dramatic finish as we simultaneously pointed our wands at each other and casted Bombarda, causing a rather spectacular explosion in the middle of the ring, dust to fly up and a good excuse to end the duel as a tie. Although the ending was planed, everything that happened during the duel was dependent on each other's actions, leaving only that final blast to not be a surprise for us. And as the dust settled, the spectators saw that both Flitwick and I were now out of our designated spaces, meaning the duel was a tie. And in an incredible finish, the duel is a tie. Lee announced, but it was only a second after the announcement that cheers erupted from everyone. They came to see a duel and they got one. They saw exactly what they wanted to learn. They saw what even the basics of dueling could accomplish in the hands of masters. They had no doubts that a single combo from these two would leave them in defeat. And that's when they are holding back. So they cheered for the display. Professor Flitwick and I bowed to each other in respect, then to the audience. Although it was a short event compared to the setup, it satisfied and excited students. And now they knew Hogwarts had a real dueling club. 77, CH77 Club Rules. The entire castle was feeling very alive right now. Many became very interested in the club, but there was a limit to how many people we could reasonably accept, so it was made to be by first come, first served. We would basically accept a certain amount of students from each year first, and if some years don't fill the given spots, they will be redistributed to the lower years. It was the fairest way we could think of. Unfortunately, it was around this time that Justin Finch Fletchley was found petrified alongside nearly headless Nick. This made the castle's lively atmosphere go down the drain very quickly, and more people than ever were convinced Harry is the heir attacking everyone. Even when I make such an explosive event happen, it's still him getting petrified. Hey! Tom must have done it on purpose to draw eyes to Harry so that he can continue without any scrutiny. I thought to myself as I heard the news. With that, the Golden Trio was pretty much spending all of its time away from everyone else. Hermione even stopped coming to the exchange because of some funny looks, but one cough from me made people remember how things worked. But, I was rather pleased when the kids approached me about the situation. Made me feel like they were trusting me more. Aiden, could we talk to you please? Asked a fidgety Harry. Of course Harry. What's up? I asked with a gentle smile. Could we talk somewhere more private? He clarified, not comfortable talking in the hallway. Sure, let's head to the exchange. No one's there right now. I say as I lead the way for the very serious-looking trio. A minute later, we were inside the room. I don't get to see you much anymore, but I guess that could be understood. But if you do need help you can talk to me. I said with a little chuckle. Yeah. Professor Dumbledore said you'd probably be one of the only other students who doesn't think I'm the heir. But he didn't explain why. Even I know I'm suspicious because I can talk to snakes. The kid said, looking very down on himself. May cheer up. We know you aren't the heir. Tried to comfort Ronald. He's right Harry. You were us the whole time, so how could you have even done it? Tried to explain Hermione. I for one must say I'm quite jealous of your gift Harry. I suddenly said in a jovial tone. The three of them looked at me in utter shock and surprise. You what? You're jealous of me being able to talk to snakes? Questioned Harry. But that's mental. Only the darkest wizards could talk to snakes. Only they would want to. No offense Harry. I know you're a good guy. Shouted Ronald, before realizing his friend was stuck with it. Why would you say that Aiden? From what I know of you, just talking to snakes wouldn't really interest you. Asked the curious Hermione as the other two waited for my answer. It's very easy Hermione. It's because I'm the heir of Slytherin. I say with an evil smile and threatening voice. That caused them to go pale in horror and get very nervous. Until I burst out laughing anyway. Ha 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 ha. You should have seen your faces. That was priceless. I say between laughs. That wasn't funny. Yelled out Hermione, feeling both annoyed and relieved. Not to you, but at least it cut the I'm carrying all the world woes vibe around Harry. I say casually, getting a surprised look from the kid. But yet, I really don't for 1 second believe Harry is the heir. Really? They exclaimed all together. Well yet. Honestly, just your alibis are rock solid with witnesses for every attack so far. Kinda hard to attack people when you're in front of others. I simply say, making the three get a look of realization on their faces. Then why do people still think it's Harry? Asked a confused Ronald. Because people will latch onto the easiest possible reason for something to happen Ronald. It is human nature. And unfortunately, witches and wizards do it even more. I answer with a sigh. But surely someone must have thought about it like you did. Exclaimed the girl in disbelief. They might have, but then they are cowed into following the masses' opinion on the subject through peer pressure. It is very common nowadays. Only for people with either loyalty towards you, the courage to denounce falsehood, the intelligence to know it is false and the cunning to prove it, will see the situation more clearly. I explain with a smile. The rest are those who've decided to not think and just follow the flow of events, just as many have done since humans gathered into large numbers. It is simply how most of us are. What kind of idiots are those? Snorted Ronald. You don't realize it, do you, Ronald? I asked the boy calmly. What? He said with a confused look. You and your family do the exact same thing. I answered plainly. I dare you to say that again. He shouted, standing up in anger. Calm down, Ron. I'm sure Aiden will explain why he said that. Quickly shouted Hermione. Yet. He isn't the type to just insult people like that. Just let him explain. Added Harry, as they succeed in getting a very huffy Ronald to sit down again. Thank you. This isn't an insult, just an observation for you all to be aware that you do it too. Your family, Ronald, is just a very clear example in my eye. To prove my point. Do you really think all of your family really fits into Gryffindor, or were they told that's where they fit? I asked the boy, serious. Of course we're Gryffindor. Weasleys have never been anywhere else. He shouted without thinking. But that wasn't the case for Hermione. Actually, Ron, I think I see what Aiden actually mean. It's not that he believes our house isn't good, it's just that your brothers are very different from one another and should have fit into other houses' ideals much better. She said very seriously, thinking about it objectively. What? Was Ronald's very surprised response at their group's brain. What do you two mean? Asked a curious Harry. Well, just think of Percy. Does he act like the brave of heart, daring or chivalrous sort to you? I ask, immediately shutting Ronald up. Of course not. He's clearly a Ravenclaw by nature. Then how about the twins? From what I know, Fred is more of the prankster between the two and George loves to make the pranks. The former would fit more in the house of the cunning and the later with the intelligent. And you yourself, Ronald, actually hold many traits deemed to be valued more in Slytherin than you would admit, being ambitious and of pure blood descent. I know you hate me saying that, but it's just true. I explain, getting some very thoughtful looks at what I just said to the three. Ronald looking very lost. Then why were they all put into Gryffindor? The hat must have seen something to put them there. Asked Hermione, hitting the very important question and making the boys look at me for an answer. That is because it was its only choice. I reply with a sigh, then looked at the redhead. Tell me, Ronald, how would your mother or father react if any of you made it into others' houses? She'd go mental and probably pull us straight out of. He couldn't finish the answer because it dawned on him what I was trying to say. It dawned on all of them. You're saying the hat put them there because they wouldn't be able to stay at Hogwarts otherwise? Exclaimed Harry this time. Indeed. The hat looks at who you are and then some possibilities of your future at Hogwarts. So it puts students in the houses where they'll be able to get a proper education, learn lessons, have the best future, or even just survive in. Hence why so many wizards' families are almost exclusive to one house. It's because the child would be pulled out of school, disinherited, or maybe even flee or kill themselves. It does the best it can and the rest is up to us. That is why I said your family does the same thing. They are so ingrained into the idea that Gryffindor is the house of the good and other houses show you aren't truly good, especially with Slytherin being full of evil. A thought most of the wizarding world enforces on a bunch of children. I finish with a sigh. The three were truly thinking about what I had said. It was complicated, and challenged their understanding of how they viewed the world so strictly as good and bad. But it would help them mature if they can learn from what I said. To be fair, there are plenty of gits in Slytherin. But there are intellectual bullies from my house, peer pressure enthusiasts in Hufflepuff, and some overzealous defenders of justice from yours. So try to judge the person instead of the house or origin and you'll be fine. As simple as that. I say with a smile, making them relax a bit. But back on topic. I got two more reasons why the headmaster and I don't believe Harry is the culprit. First is that this has happened before, when Hagrid went to school here and was expelled, the rest is his story. The second being that your best friend is a Muggle-born and you were raised in the Muggle world, so when in the world would you even learn about any of this stuff and why would you care? Last year when you were busy trying to stop Quirrellmort? Or because you suddenly want to be evil? I think not. I declare with a smile. So try not to let it get to you. Your innocence will be proven soon enough. I say with me ruffling his hair. Now get. I have to prepare for the dueling club. I say as I guide them out of the room. Right. Can we participate? Asked Harry with some excitement. I have no problem with it, but you'll have to sign up in time. Ronald would not be allowed because his broken wand is just too dangerous to others and himself, sorry. And I don't really think dueling is Hermione's thing. I say in response, getting understanding looks from the three. They thanked me for the talk and headed to have whatever adventure laid in front of them. On my end, I posted the established rules for being a member of the club and some changes which would occur because of it. 1. Any duel on school grounds must take place in the dueling club, with proper supervision. Any members of the club will only duel within the club. If any are found to be dueling outside, they will be suspended from all club activities in addition to proper punishment. Any further infractions could lead to being banished from the club. Any student conflict can now be solved by applying for a proper duel. Any personal duels will be held in the club room as well. 2. One can only duel members of the same designated skill level to encourage proper improvement and discourage others from crushing aspiring duelists. Members will be tested upon admission into the club and separated into various levels: beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced and expert. The results will not be tested on year, but skill. 3. A supervisor and referee must always be present. Any duel will require designated supervisors to oversee it and have a referee to ensure fairness. Any tampering or interference with the two required officials will lead to fitting punishment and automatic loss. Supervisors and referees will be designated amongst responsible and skilled members of the club. Any head of house can fit the requirement for a supervisor if the conflict has been deemed important or severe enough. 4. All official club activities will be happening on Saturdays and Sundays, 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. Any other use must be approved by the club supervisor, president, or head of house/headmaster. 5. All official junior dueling rules and regulations will be followed strictly. If any student is found intentionally injuring, maiming, or using excessive force during duels, they will be punished severely and may be forced to leave the club. 6. Monthly tournaments will be held to examine a member's progress within their classification and if he/she is ready to advance to the next level. At the end of the year, the best student will receive an award for outstanding dueling prowess. 7. Any Hogwarts student is welcome to enter the club. No house is to be excluded. Any with a problem with that has been warned. Any harassment of fellow club members is strictly forbidden. This is a club to learn the art of dueling and hone oneself against peers of any age or house. That should be good enough to get things started in a proper direction. I thought with a nod as I posted the club rules. 78, ch 78 Christmas. The school was in a mixture of excitement, stress, and fear at this point. The duel club and Harry became the only talked about topics for students. I did announce during the exchange that I didn't believe Harry was the heir, with a few facts to prove my opinion, which did convince a fair amount, but the rest of the castle chose to stay their course. Another bomb was dropped during the first Ravenclaw Quidditch game of the season. Christian, riding on an unknown broom, completely crushed any defensive effort against him and constantly stole the quaffle from the opposing chasers. He was single-handedly breaking their spirits by effortlessly dancing through the sky and ripping apart any resistance. The sight brought smiles to mine and James' faces, even if his house was getting demolished. After the game ended with an overwhelming victory as the new seeker Cho Chang caught the snitch, everyone wanted to know where he'd gotten such a broom. Of course you've never seen this broom before. Our very own Raven and Saint made it to show their support for me. They said that next year public sales would begin with another broom called the Firebolt. Until then, watch out for me and Black Bolt. He declared proudly. The answer set a wave of responses towards me and James. His house was as peeved as they could manage against the gentle guy, but he explained that it was mostly my project and that I wanted him to help cause he really loved enchanting. Plus he's their house's best student, and he's too nice to be mad against. It was also decided that we would only accept 6 students from every year for the duel club. It would make things even and it would become increasingly difficult to manage anything more than that honestly. Ronald wanted to join, but after my warning that without a proper wand he couldn't participate, he finally decided against it. Harry wanted to, but he didn't want to face the constant judgment people showed when he was around. It wasn't Hermione's thing, even more so when the two boys weren't into it. James decided to keep to his plan about teaching stuff during the charm club. Victoria would actually be an on-site healer for practice, and sometimes join in on the fun. Christian joined because he wanted to push himself further and thought it was a good chance to face different people. Unfortunately for everybody who did join, the club wouldn't begin official activities until after the winter break. It would let us make proper training and dueling areas. We decided to expand 2 separate abandoned classrooms in the basement and remodel them into proper club space. I decided to fund the project as Air Bones, using it as an investment to improve the future quality of hit wizards and aurors for the DMLE. That move got me a little mention in the paper actually. So without anything eventful happening aside for that, the break arrived for everyone. What I found great was that Victoria was going to be staying at my place for the holidays again. It'll be nice to be able to relax with her a bit. Well, I thought we were going to be relaxing a few days ago, but Christmas morning itself, a few days after we got to my home, well I ended up having my tongue almost down her throat. We were on my bed, as the two of us were embracing each other. I could feel her soft lips against mine, our tongues intertwined as if they didn't want to separate from each other, twisting and snaking around each other as we enjoyed the sensation. My hands were roving over her beautifully developing body. Her soft skin was trance-inducing to the touch, her shapely and perky breast molded themselves to my hand when I massaged them, getting moans of pleasure as I did. And when I groped her nice, round ass, it felt like I just couldn't let go. She was doing the same to me. She felt the contours of my face, moving down to my perfectly sculpted chest as her fingers lightly caressed my pecs and slowly feeling every one of my abs. When she waves of pleasures as my own hands wandered, she gripped my back and felt around it too. We shared our hunger for each other as we made out more and more, taking off almost all of our cloths as we did, ending with me in my boxer, barely hiding my impressive erection, and her moaning in only her black laced panties as I kissed every part available to me. We separated for a moment and stared at each other's bodies. Her body was still growing, but it was more beautiful than any models I had seen in my past life to me. The curves which showed of her hip and lightly muscled stomach, her smooth but strong legs, and her chest proving her own arousal as her light pink nipples stood up on their own. She looked at my body made for combat with yearning. My tightly packed muscles in full view and her fingers feeling my scars, adding to feeling of being a man who had been tested and triumphed, with my loose hair flowing down my back and over my shoulder almost making me look wild and untamed. We could see the desire in each other's eyes, and as we were about to touch our last pieces there was a sudden knock on the door and we both bolted upright in surprise and hurry. We both quickly looked for our clothes and were trying to put them on at record speed as the steamy atmosphere disappeared. "Who is it?" I called out. "Young Master Aiden, it's Tilly. I am so sorry that Tilly is such a useless house elf, but she can't come into the young master's room and had to knock. Tilly is so ashamed, but the mistress won't let me be punished," cried out a very depressed Tilly. "But that is my fault, cause when our session was starting, I kinda threw down one of my elf blocker runes to not get a sudden interruption." "It's not your fault, Tilly. I was testing my original rune and it's made to stop elf magic. I didn't know you would need to talk to me so urgently. It's not your fault, okay?" I said to the house elf through the door. "It's not Tilly's fault." I could hear her perk up in hope. "No. It's not Tilly's fault at all. My rune just did a very good job," I said, and as I noticed Victoria was dressed but with her hiding her bra quickly, I cracked the door to see a now very relieved Tilly. "Ooh, the young master is just so naughty. Making poor Tilly think she was a bad house elf with his new rock." She then said in a scolding manner. "I'm sorry, Tilly. I'll tell you next time I'm testing them all right," I said with a small smile and an apologetic tone. "So how come you wanted to come in?" The mistress said it's almost time for breakfast and then to open the presents. She informed after remembering why she had came and quickly left to continue with her duties. I looked at Victoria with a wry smile which she matched and we then dressed ourselves properly. But before we left I approached her. "Too bad. I already had my favorite present right here," I said as I gave her a deep kiss, leaving her face flushed and a little breathless. It is too bad. I was just about to unwrap a large present myself," she responded with as she gave me a very seductive look and walked away, tempting me with her swaying hips. I shook my head with a smile and followed after her. The breakfast was a warm affair as usual, with Susan excitedly talking about how cool it was that the dueling club was happening and that my new broom was awesome. She somehow managed to not mention the whole petrification thing, which was odd, but I myself didn't want to worry Aunt Amelia, so I kept quiet. Aunta did keep giving some sort of smile to me and Victoria though, causing her to blush and me to smile wryly at the woman's ability to tell what we were doing. Susan stayed oblivious though, as far as I knew anyway. The gift giving was pleasant as we made each other happy. Victoria got me a beautiful leather notebook, made from dragon leather and enchanted to be waterproof and fireproof. I got her an old copy of an ancient healing spells and remedies book I successfully tracked down, getting a nice reward a bit later. Wonder how the trio is going to feel about the gifts I sent them, I thought to myself as we finished opening all the gifts. In the Gryffindor common room, 3 excited kids were sitting around a Christmas tree as they were opening presents. Obviously being the golden trio. They opened their gifts from family and friends, when they noticed 3 more presents under the tree. Ron curiously grabbed them and was surprised. "It's for us," he said aloud. "But who'd send us presents? Especially now?" asked Harry with some confusion. "Maybe it's someone trying to pull something. Be careful," said Hermione, thinking it might be a prank. "It says it's from Aiden Bones. All 3 of them," the added Ron as he found the sender and intended receivers. "Aiden sent a present for us? Really?" asked Harry as a happy smile spread on his face. "Yeah mate. This one's for Hermione," he said as he handed the bushy-haired girl a medium-sized box. She opened it with curiosity and saw a note and a notebook. "Dear Hermione. Knowledge is the key to many solutions, but creativity can let you solve them all. This is a copy of a book I will be publishing during the summer. It's a bit advanced for you since you haven't taken arithmancy yet, but I think you'll enjoy it. Your friendly senior and fellow know-it-all, Aiden Bones." She read the message out loud and opened the book as quick as she could, flipping through page after page. What she saw confused her, but she read some descriptions and realized what this was. "This is a book filled with modified spells. He improved every spell in this book and I think there's at least every spell we'd learn in first and second year in it," she shouted in great shock, to the 2 boys who became slack-jawed. They then looked at their own presents. Ron went first. He knew that he and Aiden had a more distant relationship than what Harry and Hermione had with him, but he was still excited. He opened it and saw a note, an envelope, and an book. Although he was curious, he decided to read out his note as well. "Dear Ronald. I know we've had bumps, but we can always improve. I know you wish to be able to do great things. I also know your family has many difficulties. But I hope these small gifts of mine can help you take a step forward. If not only for yourself, then for those who wish for you to succeed as well. A bit of effort put in the right place can change a great many things in this world, and in yourself. Yours, a senior who hopes you can duel next year. Aiden Bones. He put the note away and opened the envelope first. Inside he found a voucher for one custom wand made by Ollivander, available starting July. He got me a meeting to get a custom wand. He whispered to himself in a stunned manner. That's great, Ron. You'll finally get a new wand. Now open the other part. Exclaimed Harry as he was happy for his friend. Oh right. Snapped out a dazed Ron as he took the wrapped book. It looked less like a formal book like Hermione's and more like a personal notebook. So he opened it to see what it was about, and on the first page he saw a title. Beginner to Advanced Dueling, How to Fight Like a True Badass by Aiden Bones. He flipped through it and found easy to understand instructions and training for how to become a true dueler, capable of standing proudly amongst them all. And at the end was a message. This is to inspire you, Ronald. I made this to give you a chance to achieve dreams one sometimes believe they can't achieve. But if you can follow this training guide, I can at least guarantee that you will make everybody proud of who you become, even yourself. Ron actually felt very touched that someone would take their time and put in effort just for him. He rarely experienced this kind of focused attention because of how large his family is. His older brothers all got proper support and showed splendid results. Bill and Charlie were stars in Gryffindor when they went to school. Percy is on track to become the perfect ministry employee. Fred and George are always doing their own thing and getting into trouble or pranking him. And Ginny got all the attention because she's the youngest and the only girl. But then he was there. Almost always overlooked and always an afterthought. It felt nice to have someone look at him and say you can be great too, here's how to do it and the proper tool to do it with. So he hugged the gifts feeling extremely happy. Seeing his two friends get such perfect gifts from the senior who always seems to be helping Harry, he had high hopes for his own. Like the other two, it came with a book and a note. Dear Harry. You've been through a lot in life like I have, making me want to help you. You are a bright and kind boy, but you are lost and the turmoils of your life often leave you scrambling. I hope my gift can help you a bit. It is meant to show you that some curses are actually gifts that you just didn't know how to use yet. So don't give up, because better days will come. Take it from someone who knows. Yours, a senior who guides those who are lost. Aiden Bones. Harry felt a strange connection when he saw that even someone as gifted and bright as Aiden suffered in his life as well. He already knew that they'd lost their parents in very similar manners and suffered at the hands of others. He's never went into any details, but he'd seen some of his scars and it was enough to give him a hint. Harry then opened the gift and saw an old book, written in a weird lettering. He tried to read it out loud and found that its title was Healing for the Gifted Ones. Why did you suddenly speak in Parseltongue, Harry? Then exclaimed Ron from behind me. But I just read the book's title. I didn't even see a snake. How could I be talking to one? He exclaimed in his defense. Harry. Open the book to see if there's anything to explain it. Suddenly interrupted Hermione. Agreeing, he quickly opened the book and saw a second note, which he opened in a hurry. Hiya Harry. I realized I never told you why I'd be jealous of your ability to speak Parseltongue, well this is why. This book is one of the only translated copies of spells written in the language. All the way from India these are. These are all healing and protection spells said in the snake's tongue. It is more powerful and more effective. This is what I meant when I said a curse is sometimes actually a gift. In India people with your gift are the most respected and powerful healers. I hope this helps. Aiden. Harry, this book is impossibly rare. I can't even guess how he got it or even how much such a thing would cost. Said a blown-away Hermione. There are loads of parcel mouths in India. How come we get all the nutters and they get the healers? Exclaimed Ron. He got this, for me. Harry asked aloud, not really believing it. I think he wanted you not to just believe you were a freak, Harry. He does that, doesn't he? Always tries to give people the best path they can take. Said Hermione to the boy with a gentle smile. Yeah. He really is great, isn't he? He then said to the others as they nod in agreement. 79, ch 79 How to Make Money in Memories. But with the holidays came my biannual report from all of my ventures. My legitimate face has been doing well. Bones Works has been stabilizing in the market as many look to it for work supplies and communication needs. I am actually in the middle of completing negotiations with the other ministries in Europe, France, Italy, Germany, and Bulgaria. They want to have my store's products available urgently. I think I underestimated the appeal of my desk work quill. It's been even more popular than the Vanishing Box. This requires extensive negotiations about some incentives they offered and the fact that I need to build my own logging supply to have everything connected to each other properly. I also give priority employment to those in need of it, so they need to accept that, but it's not so hard after seeing the data I gave out. And to avoid any future annoyances like the next ministers trying to renegotiate when my facilities are set up there, or if they start being dicks after Voldemort is back, I made them vow on the ministry itself when we signed the contract. I basically assured that as long as my business runs fairly and legally, they can never take it. And if they even try and mess with the legally part, that will not end well for them. Just stopping greedy dumbasses before they happen. The vaccine testing has shown extraordinary results so far. We've seen no signs of rejection from any volunteers so far, and the excitement over this has been very high. 3 of the original successes have also started to transform again after 4 months of not taking any sort of potions, and the other 3 lasted 5 months, making the benchmark results phenomenal. We have also found that only one of the original test recipes had noticeable side effect in those injected with it, but it was only an increase in aggression even during the day for about a month after they had received it, after which nothing has happened. The production and advertisement for the Firebolt and Black Bolt were already underway. The various ministries of the world were already going through with tests they would put it through to certify the brooms officially and let them be sold and ridden legally. Some are already trying to place advanced orders for the brooms, and we've been contacted by the Department of Magical Games to sponsor teams in the UK. I've been delegating that to Randolph since he is the one who wanted his name to ring out within the world of brooms and Quidditch. My other side's businesses are showing great signs as well. Breaking Grounds has started to expand in other countries and begun with France. I think Tim wants to show off over there a bit because they rejected his ideas there too. We've been getting many people challenging our potions, and it has created a boom within the industry, especially when an even better reward was set for the creation of new potions. Waves are constantly happening in the field as people are traveling to find new grounds to break. It made me happy that such things were happening. Natural cultivation has met great success in all of its projects involving magical beings. The Mer people-run underwater farm has been going well, with a steady supply of aquatic herbs and material exchanged for whatever they would need. We've built up a proper relationship of trust between our farms and their tribe, which has apparently allowed them to grow well since they've done so, and some other Mer people have voiced a desire to join in. The Centaur-helped Herbology Paradise Island has slowly but surely shown progress. The Centaurs and our herbologists are starting to show respect for one another as they interact more with each other, and since none of this involves messing with fate, they are usually fine with talking. They've requested some more herbivores be introduced to the island as well as some predators in the hopes of forming a proper ecosystem on the island, but we've been negotiating that one. You need to be very careful when you introduce animals to new environments. I really don't want the project to end up being like Australia's cane toad infestation. Fortress Protection and Jerry's own underground Merc Force, the Dark Moon, are making quite the name for themselves. I've told Oliver that he should try and branch out of the country, which led us to Egypt and Bulgaria. We've decided to focus on Bulgaria because it would give a true battlefield test for anyone stationed there, allowing them to fight dark wizards, dangerous vampires and werewolves, foreign wizards, general criminals and creatures. It will forge them through fire. Jerry's forces will focus on Britain. I want her to be my eyes and ears in the underground world, while helping me with the werewolves I've got employed. Both are making a good amount of money, but I'm letting Dark Moon keep it as they need dirty money to not look suspicious, while I can just fund Fortress if anything happens. There was a funny incident where Dark Moon was tasked to attack a business protected by Fortress, ending up with Jerry and Oliver having to plan out how to basically make a movie fight happen between their two groups. The Herald has slowly surpassed the Prophet in terms of sales and subscribers, something everyone was very happy to celebrate. Its reputation was just too solid compared to the many years of corrupted reporting the opponent has been putting out there. It doesn't help that we've taken in almost every actual journalist, editor, and writer who actually wanted to do solid journalism from them. Of course we make sure everything is up to standard. I would rather have less to say than bullshit in the Herald. We also accept donations, but if anyone tries to influence the content, then get out. Advertisements are welcomed, but we will research your product, so make sure it is good or it will end up being the opposite of an ad. I've actually sent my editor-in-chief Julian 2 stories for him to print out on my word, Lucius blackmailing the board of directors and Lockhart being an outright criminal. Just waiting for the right moment. The Muggle toy box has actually been an interesting thing to read about. It's the only business I'm not completely involved with because of its very nature. Arthur Norm would be its head researcher as he brings himself and like-minded individuals to follow in the steps I've taken with the CD player, calculator, voice recorder, and Game Boy. So they've been tinkering with more technology to bring to the wizarding world. They are currently working on home game consoles / functioning TV, portable radios, and better cameras. I'm looking forward to what they do. The firm center will hold off on its expansions until my other businesses can establish themselves in the targeted countries. It will then do what it can to recreate some of the effects felt in Britain, but everyone has its own history and political, which will certainly make things difficult. But my dreams lay in magical Britain, and if things get great here, then it should set an example for others. Overall, as I spend money to invest in my businesses, I am still making more than I'm spending by a lot. Even if I calculate all the salaries and benefits I offer across the board, my vaults keep filling at unbelievable speeds. I even made some goblins jealous at how much gold I was making. As everything was basically on autopilot for me anyway, I decided to spend more time relaxing with my family. I only have 2.5 years until Voldemort returns and I want to make happy memories with everyone properly. So I spent some time helping Susan finish her homework quickly and took her out with Victoria to have fun on the Muggle side of things. I used a credit card under Scott's name to really experience Muggle luxury. I took the girls to high-end stores for them to buy as they please. Brought them to a spa which they absolutely loved. I don't remember if I've ever heard of a wizard spa. With the beauty products and proper enchantments one could make a place of otherworldly relaxation. I thought to myself as I was getting a massage. After that I brought them to have a high-class meal for the novelty. It's not like we were out of place too. We were wearing new designer clothes, were properly educated magical nobles, except for Susan who was still less mature. Victoria and I had auras of nobility and superiority making many treat us properly even with our age. It was pretty interesting seeing nervous shopkeepers or waiters in our presence. I could feel Victoria get a bit giddy at the sight. Like predator before its prey. The supper was fantastic and we decided to head to the cinema to finish the evening off. I kept giving Victoria sneaky kisses or grabs, which she reciprocated playfully as we watched the movie. Felt a bit wrong doing this during Aladdin, but I just kept the mentality of being ahead of my time since Netflix and chill isn't a thing yet. It was a wonderful day of luxury for the three of us and I got a smile from Auntie when she saw how happy the two girls were. I spent time with Amelia simply talking. We would sit in the common room and talk as she drank some fire whiskey to relax. Talk about school, the ministry, some funny events in both, scandals, rumors, memories of when Susan and I still lived at home, and I let her talk about the lost members of the family. She talked about my uncle and aunt, Susan's father and mother, how they were when they went to school, fell in love and got married before the war. She told me about how they would bravely stand against Voldemort and even during those times he wasn't afraid to live. He was so happy when Susan was born that he tried to throw a party apparently. He sounded like a fun guy. She also told me stories about my parents, whom I obviously didn't know, but I respected, so I listened and memorized their tale. It was one of love and struggle to marry due to mom being Muggle-born and dad being the heir, until they convinced my grandfather to accept their feelings and then I came along as the next generation. But she also told me about how she felt about the Order of the Phoenix as her glasses of fire whiskey got to her. Although Dumbledore is a brilliant and powerful wizard, he is too respected. And when he and his order decided to never kill the Death Eaters in combat, many Aurors and hit wizards followed suit. This resulted in the Death Eaters almost never losing any of their numbers for long and making casualties rise in the ministry and even his order. And to my great regret, that was my last conversation with my brothers. I argued that things were getting worse and to keep going as we were would only lead to all of us dying, but neither were budging so I stormed away. They followed the man and believed in him until death. And I've always regretted not being able to help those two fools. I just hoped I could do right by you and Susan, but I'm always gone and nothing's changed. I'm always away when I should be here, treasuring all that I have left from them. She started to get too emotional as she was tearing up in frustration at herself. You know Auntie, I know you sometimes talk to their portrait. But I want to let you know that although there were times when Susan and I could feel lonely, we never believed you were doing wrong by us. We were the ones who felt guilty for putting so much strain on you. We were so thankful for you being there to take us in and loving us that we wanted to do something for you. That's why I took over most of the duties of a lord. That's one of the reasons why I'm hell-bent on making Bonesworks' name resound in the magical world. It's why I'm so openly showing off, to make you see how well you raised me. Susan herself is well on her way to becoming a potions master in all honesty as her grades and abilities in the field are beyond fantastic. So please don't blame yourself. Fights will happen, but you've more than shown how sorry you are Auntie. We love you and cannot begin to say thank you enough for all you put yourself through for us. And if I can be completely honest, to us you are the closest thing to a mother we can imagine, so look at who we become because of you and feel proud, and never ashamed. Because we will never let you be ashamed of us. I say as she starts to have tears of gratitude, relief, happiness, fulfillment and probably with a lot of memories behind them, running down her face as she lets everything out properly. Thank you Aiden. And just so you know, you and Susan are very much like my own children. I love the two of you as well. She said gently as she wiped her tears away and we silently kept each other company. 80, ch80 A Valentine. With my time with my family coming and going quickly, and a few private sessions with Tori, it was now time for the three of us to return to Hogwarts. From what I can remember, the Golden Trio should have made the Polyjuice potion since I saw them in Myrtle's bathroom so much on the map and sneaked into the Slytherin common room. I'll check to see if Hermione is half cat at the moment. I caught up with my two other friends in the train and Hogwarts was once again in sight as we returned to our home away from home. The first thing I did when I got back was head to the infirmary with Tori. She wanted to say hello Madame Pomfrey since she is her healing instructor and thought it would be polite to do so, while using the same excuse, except that I'm more of a former protégé turned colleague. But yet, time to see Kitty Hermione. We walked in and immediately Poppy was on us. Ah! Aiden, Victoria, come and help me with this case. I don't know what Ms. Granger has done to herself, but I want your opinions on the matter. She said as we approached the bed with the curtains drawn. She revealed what was essentially a human-shaped cat. It had the general height, frame, and body type of Hermione, but the facial features were almost completely like a cat's. Hermione was no covered in hair, with the cat's nose and eyes, with the cat ears so many wish for, but it just wasn't cute like this. Morgana's locks, is that the little girl you're always helping Aiden? Said a very surprised Victoria. It would appear so. I know I told you to be creative during the holidays, but I didn't think you'd take it this far. You're even giving me firsts now. I said with a little chuckle to tease the cat girl. Which seems to work as she groans with embarrassment and fidgets as she wants to hid her face from someone she genuinely admires. Any ideas, Aiden? I've tried everything I could think of, but nothing's working. And just like Mr. Weasley from last year, she is adamant that she doesn't know what went wrong. Madame Pomfrey explained in displeasure. I have a few thoughts, none great. Madame Pomfrey, do we have any cases on either human transfiguration or botched animagus attempts? I asked with a serious face. Maybe. I think I remember something like that being mentioned in 1865, or was 1685. I'll go check the records. She muttered to herself before making her declaration and leaving quickly. Tori, this is going to be a private talk and I'll fill you in later, okay? I need to have a honest chat with the girl. I say gently as I turn to her. All right, but if you don't tell me it's going to cost you. She answered with a grin. Thanks. Don't worry, I'm not tempting fate. I reply with a chuckle as she nods and departs. So. Polyjuice potion with cat hair. Not the best course of action to turn oneself into an animal. I simply stated with a smile and get a look of utter shock. How? Was all she managed to ask. Obviously because I know such a useful potion in, out and backwards. I've even improved it. Took way too long to brew. But yeah, that's besides the point, Missy. Very illegal, and how'd you even get the ingredients in the first place? I say in response and ask a question I know the answer to already. Got it from Snape's stores. Murmured a very ashamed Hermione. Impressive and very gutsy. Now I know why he was being an extra large git before the holidays. Gave him 8 times the amount of homework for that. I say with a large smile on my face. You can't say that about a professor. She exclaimed in horror. Oh, don't get me wrong. The man is a true master in potions, but he's a shit teacher and acts like a git. I say with an even larger smile. So, since this was very illegal, and very dangerous, what should I do with you, Hermione? I asked her half seriously. I deserve what happened to me. This why you shouldn't break the rules. I made such a stupid mistake. She said with her ears down and sounding like she was about to cry. You do realize that I said I brewed the potion all the time, right? I told you I was doing something technically illegal myself. I say, getting her to perk up but be confused. I've also said I've improved it, right? Well, I also did it for the reversal potion. I was trying to figure out Thief's downfall, but then I got inspired. So are you willing to be my first true tester of my Polyjuice eraser? I asked with a smile while fishing out a bottle from my bottomless pouch. That was half a lie. I did actually study Thief's downfall. I received a sample from the goblins as we were doing business and showed interest in the stuff. It's so useful. Dispels any control, disguise or cloaking magic. Washes away any potion's effect on a person body. I got it from the king for my birthday when I was 10, and boy were they surprised when I improved its complexity even further and boosting its concentration. So it was now twice as difficult to decipher and they only needed to use half to get the same effect. I also used it to improve the Polyjuice removal potion, but I made this one specifically for the situation. Really? This will turn me back? She asked hopefully. This one's got an 80% chance, but if it doesn't work I'll just have to brew a cat-specific reversal potion and that'll do the trick. I reassure the girl. She hesitantly took the potion in her hands, took a deep breath and chugged the whole thing like a champ. With a look of disgust at the taste one usually has when drinking potions, her body slowly started to change. Her fur was receding, the cat ears disappeared, her eyes and nose returned to their usual shapes and colors. And finally Hermione was back, so I gave her a mirror to check herself out. She took it with some fear, but looked at herself after a few seconds and was relieved to see herself. Thank you, Aiden. I'm so glad I won't have to look like that until it wore off. She said gratefully. No problem, Hermione. It's impressive you brewed the potion without blowing yourselves up, but try to do it properly next time, all right? And as a heads up, don't think about stealing from Snape again. He is a very cautious man and has most likely put up a lot of security after he's found out someone stole from him. I advise seriously. She nods furiously in agreement. Alright. I'll go tell a fake reason I could change you back quickly, Madame Pomfret will check you over for a while, but you should be able to get out in a day or two, so sit tight. I say as I ruffle her bushy hair playfully and take my leave. I explained that it was an advanced version of self-transmutation to increase one's abilities temporarily, but a mishap happened. Fortunately I am very skilled in the field and was able to get her in order. With that story in place, I left and started the rest of the semester. From what I know, no new attacks will happen for a while, so normal school time. The most noticeable change for me was obviously the dueling club. Professor Flitwick and I took turn overseeing the 2 rooms we had decided to renovate for the club. One was the dueling arena. A room filled with standard fencing-like dueling platforms surrounding a real dueling ring, with each one properly warded to stop stray or deflected spells, and with some spectator or guest seats for people who wanted to watch or wait for their friends. The second was a practice room. It was kind of like the Roar's version when I started practicing. We had a dozen moving practice dummies, a shooting range for accuracy and spell strength training, bookshelves filled with materials on the art, and I actually got a pensieve with a collection of dueling memories from an old dueler who had passed away and whose things had been auctioned off. I was in charge of mostly teaching and supervising the kids from 4th year and below, while the professor gave more advanced lessons in the art to 5th year and above. It worked well since I was old enough and respected amongst the younger kids, especially after that display we did, as it had giving the kids a lot of respect for the basics. And so with a new addition to my schedule, I settled into my routine. Splitting my time between training, classes, friends, exchange, club, and ritual magic research. The last one getting me some good results as the possibility of success rose the more I polished it, making me believe I should be able to present the finished form by the end of the year to the headmaster. I made the man a promise and I would keep it. I was developing an impossible ritual for anyone else to actually survive unless they were like me, life bonded with a phoenix. It was in nature, a neutral ritual, and hoped it would help the man not reject it instinctively. Harry actually came and thanked me for my gift, saying it made him feel a lot better about his parcel tongue and that he promised to study it when he was good enough to learn the spells in it. Ronald was the biggest surprise for me. He became very determined to follow the training advice I had written in my book for him. He started to run in the morning and put some effort into preparing his body to duel properly. To encourage his efforts, I often went with Christian to support the kid and help him persevere. Christian's opinion still wasn't good about the kid, but it was improving as Ronald kept trying. It is always helpful for someone like Ronald, who's always been forgotten and finally finds something he's willing to strive for, to be encouraged and have the idea that what he's doing is good reinforced. Time passed and people began to think that the troubles plaguing the school were finally over, so with Lockhart telling everyone he somehow was responsible for it stopping and Valentine's Day the next day, he decided to do something ridiculous like he'd done in the books. He dressed dwarves as cupids and got them to sing and slash or deliver messages. I for one was wondering where he'd gotten them. From what I knew, dwarves are native beings from Germany, so how'd he do it? And how in the world did he convince them to do this crap? I was honestly annoyed at his behavior. It was even more annoying when they kept coming after me in waves, so I conf-unded them and made them believe all those letters were for Lockhart. He should like getting the attention right. Plus these girls never write mine or their names in these things. Always preferring to describe some physical characteristics, and I'm certain the narcissist will believe these descriptions will be about him. I thought to myself. I'd actually invited Victoria to the Roar to give her my Valentine's Day gift. I had bought a large unpolished emerald and transfigured it into an amazingly detailed rose made of the precious stone. Every bit of it was polished until the light hitting made rays of gentle green come out of the flower. The petals were all perfectly formed, looking so thin and delicate one might think they'd be able to pluck one. It even danced to movement or the wind as if a real flower. It was a true emerald rose I had enchanted to be near unbreakable, protected from most spells, and it could even lightly give of a source of green light if one tapped it and said Viridi Lux. It's beautiful, Aiden, and emeralds are becoming a bit of a theme with you, aren't they? She lightly teased with a tender smile as she caressed the rose. What can I say? I love your beautiful green eyes, Tori, and I believe that emeralds are their only match. I say as I lift her chin up gently and gaze into her eyes. That is probably one of the cheesiest things I've ever heard. She giggled, but was happy with her man's compliment. But you still deserve a reward, she said with a seductive smile. We then proceeded to make out in the Roar for the next half hour, not caring about anything else but the taste of each other's lips as we groped every part of one another's bodies. But as much as we wanted to go further, we restricted ourselves to that much. Having a full-on naked make-out session would be impossible with us needing to attend our duties and the need to keep our relationship secret for now. So although we both yearn for each other, we are also calm and understanding individuals. That's one of the reasons I try so hard to be there and give her the best I can. I know how hard what I asked of her is and I feel guilty. So I show my love how I can. 81, CH81 Trust. With that annoying and good day past, it was time for the year's crescendo to begin. Harry was becoming twitchier the more time he spent with Riddle's diary. Ron wasn't too worried, and Hermione was close to figuring out that a basilisk was the creature responsible for the attacks in the school. To prepare for the inevitable confrontation, I had Scott send me a clear recording of a rooster's cry. It won't kill the giant snake, but it should cause fear and pain. I've also asked Sol to give me a few tears just in case someone gets a dose of basilisk poison. My days passed busily, but peacefully. My weekdays were filled with polishing my ritual, teaching dueling, running the exchange, holding my Dada review class, and fulfilling my duties as head boy. Because no new incidents had occurred, students were no longer fearful and the norm returned to the castle. With the dueling club in place, conflicts became a lot more controlled. The fact that people could now challenge each other legitimately, gave a valid outlet for students to pour their grievances against one another. It reduced bullying, some types of rule breaking were reduced, it boosted many students' desires to learn more skills in class and outside of it. As a whole, the dueling club has had a very positive impact on the quality of life in the school. On a side note, our idiot of a Dada professor still believes my review is all about him. It's becoming increasingly ridiculous to watch the man strut around like a majestic peacock, when he's basically a gilded chicken at most. He was also over the moon at receiving so many letters during Valentine's Day that he decided to cut homework for a week, and since his homework assignments are usually all about how he defeated one creature or another, it was nice to have to do them. Even if I cheat with my quill. Time passed, and it seemed that as May finally came along, it was time for things to begin. The castle had once again been struck with fear as Hermione and Penelope Clearwater both became petrified. I could have stopped it sure, but this will let Harry follow the clues he's meant to. These adventures do more than make him learn about his and Tom's pasts. They teach him how to hunt for clues, look for secrets, heal his psychological traumas and reinforce his positive qualities. They are things that he needs to face in order to grow into a proper chosen one. I know I'm acting like Dumbledore, but I'll at least do what I can to help him along the way more. Sometime after this new attack, I received my notice that the year's events would end soon. Aiden Bones, the headmaster wants to see you. A 6th-year student from my house told me during my charms class. All right. Sorry professor, I've got to go. I said to the mini professor. Oh, I think I can handle teaching without your assistance. You go ahead and have a nice chat with the headmaster. He answered in his happy tone of voice as usual. I left quickly after giving Christian and Victoria a nod to tell them it's okay before I did. Arriving at the man's office door, I knocked. I don't get many chances to actually knock on the door since he always tells people to come in when they reach it, or I just go in when called for. But I could sense people and it wasn't good to be impolite. Come in Mr. Bones. Invited the old man in a light-hearted manner. Mr. Bones, hey. So that means he doesn't want people to know our friendly relationship and that these are people he doesn't really trust. Also means I have to be polite and formal. I thought as I opened the door. As I expected, the minister had come. He was wearing quite a ridiculous outfit today, a pinstripe suit, a scarlet tie, a long black cloak, and pointed purple boots. Under his arm he carried a lime green bowler. He looked very nervous to be here. Hello Mr. Bones, thank you for coming so quickly. Greeted the old man with a smile. No problem at all headmaster. It is good to see you again minister. We haven't had the chance to talk since that ball a year and a half ago. I hope we can speak to each other more in the future, especially with my shop providing so many supplies to the ministry itself. I say with a smile and sincere tone, the one for politics. Ah, yes indeed. The ministry has been very happy with your products. Even helped with my work don't you know? He said awkwardly as he didn't know how to face me. Understandable since the last time I was near the man his undersecretary almost lost her job and he looked like he'd seen a ghost when I was introduced. I thought as I looked over the cowardly man. What can I do for you sir? I then asked as I turned my attention back to the headmaster. It seems the minister wishes to take Hagrid into temporary custody since he is said to be the one responsible for opening the chamber 50 years ago Dumbledore started to say. You can't tell this to a student's Albus. Interrupted a very nervous Fudge. No need to worry minister, young Mr. Bones actually already knows about this. He is exceedingly bright and researched it on his own. Reassured the headmaster with his grandfatherly smile. I understand. The ministry cannot allow this to keep happening so they want to prove that they are on the issue. Truly the right political move. But surely you won't send a man, who was pardoned and has lived the last 50 years without any law breaking, to Azkaban just for safety reasons yes? This seems to be an unjust punishment when no evidence points to the man. I said with a troubled tone as I looked to the minister. How would it look to the people? The ministry can send you to Azkaban at any time because of a past offense, with no trial or evidence as a precaution. The backlash would be tremendous. What do you mean? The ministry can't be seen doing nothing. Fudge nervously raised his voice as his face lost all color at the picture I just painted for him. Of course it can't minister. I am completely on your side here. I answer seriously as I reassure the man with a kind smile. But we can ask the man to cooperate peacefully and send him to a secure environment until evidence of his guilt or innocence has been collected. This way the ministry is doing what it can in its investigation of the issue and you will appear just as you uphold fairness. Yes, yes. That is perfect. I get what I need to keep those people of my back and you, Albus, won't have to worry about the man. But where could we put him? The only cells in use are in Azkaban. Pondered the minister seriously because this would actually be the best for everyone right now. I've heard that Fortress Protection has holding cells and I'm sure if they are simply compensated for the issue they will be more than happy to cooperate. I'll even ask a contact I have in the company to see if everything could be handled properly. I finally say as I give him the final push. Yes. That would be perfect. Should I contact Madame Bones for this? He then asked. That is actually a proper thought since it should logically be her that has the connection. I will be more than enough. And I'm sure the headmaster would be more than willing to help in this matter, Minister. I say with a bright smile as I write a message and send it through my vanishing box to Scott. A few moments later he says it will be arranged. And there you have it. Shall we, sirs? I say politely. We shall, Mr. Bones. Replied a happier Dumbledore. He also knew how much better this would be than Azkaban, and I made sure to tell them that the man was a friend, so they should treat him more like a guest than inmate. The three of us walked to Hagrid's hut, arriving quickly enough due to the minister really wanting to get this over with. So they knock on the door and explain the situation to him. Not Azkaban? He asked in fright when he understood where this was going. He'd been there once, and no one wants to experience it again. No, not Azkaban, Hagrid. Reassured Dumbledore. Young Mr. Bones has helped arrange a more suitable place for you to be in precautionary custody. As long as you cooperate peacefully you will not go anywhere near Azkaban, you have my word. The half-giant looked at me disbelieving what he just heard. You're a friend, Hagrid. I can't just let you go to that horrid place for something you didn't do back then and certainly not now. I say gently to confirm the situation. Ooh, thank you, Aiden. You have no idea how horrible that place is. He gratefully said as relief washed over him. No problem, Hagrid. I just hope we can resolve this issue once and for all. I'm also thinking that if Hagrid is once again innocent it shouldn't be too much to ask for him to be allowed to carry a wand again, right, Minister? I say, startling the both of them. After all, he was falsely accused last time and it should have already happened. Yes, of course. No issue at all. Just a quick permit. He hurriedly answered. Wonderful. So don't you worry, Hagrid, everything will be fine as long as you just cooperate, okay? I say to the large man. O' course I'll do it. No way I'm no doing it. He exclaimed as he was almost crying. Then came a knock on the door and finally Lucius Malfoy came. He instantly began to be condescending, greatly angering Hagrid with his presence and he was about to gleefully inform the headmaster of his stupid success, but I decided to mess with him a bit. Lord Malfoy! Such a pleasure to see you again. I haven't seen you since last summer and I've so wanted to talk business with you. After all, you are one of the richest men in Britain. I say enthusiastically as I greet the man. He instantly lost his sneer as he became displeased at being reminded of what happened. What are you doing here, young Air Bones? He asked through almost gritted teeth. I'm just helping the headmaster and minister talk Hagrid into going into precautionary custody since he is my friend and I am head boy. But I must say I am surprised at your presence. You've always said you disapproved of the running of the school, so I am sure you've come to reassure the students that additional security measures are going to be taken, yes? I'm sure the illustrious Lucius Malfoy has come to protect all the students currently studying with his own son. I say with enthusiasm as I'm rubbing into his face that he's doing something stupid and putting his own son in danger. Because even if he can't stand Dumbledore, he can't deny his strength and the safety he brings to the school. Of course. He replies with a very harsh glare towards me before turning his attention back to the headmaster and taking out a piece of parchment. This is an order of suspension signed by all 12 of the school governors. I'm afraid we feel you're losing your touch. How many attacks have there been now? 2 more this afternoon, wasn't it? At this rate, there'll be no Muggleborns left at Hogwarts, and we all know what an awful loss that would be to the school. And so Fudge and Hagrid began to argue about the stupidity of the decision until I spoke up. Surely you're not just taking away the most powerful wizard in Britain and not assigning anyone to replace him. The governors truly care for the school and would never do such a thing without a proper plan in place, right, Lord Malfoy? You must have talked to my aunt about assigning some Aurors. Or took at least a squad of hit wizards to patrol the halls. Or even hired protection from the new defense agency Fortress Protection. Because if not, as a student, head boy, and heir of a noble family, I will have to have the decision investigated and properly explained. To take away the headmaster in a time of crisis, without any actual backup to fill the gap, would be foolish beyond measure, and I would have to lodge a formal complaint with the board and ministry for gross mismanagement of one of the most important institutions in our country. I will only be able to assume they are compromised and bring legal actions against the endangerment of the student body instead of its betterment. I say to the man with indignation and righteousness. Lucius looks at me with downright hatred, Fudge with scared witless at the confrontation, and Dumbledore is very serious at the moment as he thinks. That will be enough, Mr. Bones. If it is the governor's wish that I step aside, then I will of course step down. Dumbledore said as he looked into Malfoy's grey eyes. However, you will find that I will only truly have left this school when none here are loyal to me. You will also find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. He added as he looked to where Harry and Ron were hiding for a split second. And Mr. Bones, I trust you will continue to perform excellently. He said with a smile at me as Malfoy led him away with a sneer. Really, like father like son. Both are obsessed with bringing down their own targets. No matter how stupid they act or what they have to do. I thought as I saw the gloating Git. Of course, headmaster. Everything will be as you left it when you return. I reply with a knowing smile. He nodded and left with Lucius, and Fudge leading Hagrid away after he loudly said, if anyone wanted to find out some stuff, all they'd have to do would be to follow the spiders. That'd lead 'em right. That's all I'm sayin'. To the minister's great confusion, but he just shrugged it off as he left. I just smile at the man's subtlety, and I almost laugh when he yells out that someone will have feed his dog. After everyone was leaving, I waited for them to get out of earshot and looked right where the two were hiding. Good luck, you two. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I say with a bright smile as I exit the cabin and head back to the castle. Almost time for the final act. 82, ch 82 Little Voldy. The next few days were incredibly tense. Most professors were incensed by the moronic actions of the governors. Although they added some security, it was only making matters worse. They weren't even actively looking for anything, just locking down the castle to make it look like they'd be able to stop whatever was happening. Honestly, if they wanted to help they should have just added the security and left Dumbledore, but no, the idiots had to be blackmailed or are so pathetic that they couldn't report Lucius threatening them. Honestly. It's kind of sad. During this time, I was observing the movements from Harry, Ron, and Ginny. The two boys went ahead and headed into the Forbidden Forest to meet Aragog. I actually followed them in my eagle form to make sure they wouldn't get eaten by spiders, but the Ford Angelica they had crashed at the beginning of the school year saved them as written. This meant they now knew Hagrid wasn't guilty for sure and that something else was responsible for what happened 50 years ago. Although Ron was completely horrified of the spiders, he still did better than I thought he would, and instead of completely losing his wits, he was able to very nervously stand his ground. To the great relief of the student body, it was finally announced that the Mandrake draft was finally going to be ready and that everyone would be cured of their petrification shortly. I watched and waited. I saw that the boys finally went to the infirmary, but as they finally get the answer they were looking for from their petrified friend, Ginny had finally moved. The new and most frightening message for everyone had been written. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. I had to take charge and make the students return to their dorms for safety reasons alongside the prefects. My own friends had become worried about this, but I couldn't inform them. Yes, they were strong, and getting stronger, but that is only relative to students. They would want to go after the beast, but they would die and I couldn't let that happen. I could only train them more, and once they've grown, then we will fight together. As I returned to my map, I finally saw the Harry, Ron, and Lockhart head to the girls' bathroom together. I knew I wouldn't be able to see when they reached the Chamber of Secrets, but I asked Sol to keep an eye on Fox and bring me to him after he'd left. An easy, efficient, and downright fantastic way to make an entrance. But I knew what should happen. Even if Ron has been better, it is still completely reasonable to get distracted by a humongous snakeskin. And soon Lockhart would destroy his own memories. On that note, I've already told the Herald to run my 2 articles. The one about how Lockhart achieved so much, and how Lucius blackmailed and threatened the school governors. I was going to get rid of half of those embezzling bastards, and that was what Lucius has on the blackmail victims. These people were talking away the money meant to educate the magical children of Britain. This will really hurt their authority. Honestly, only maybe 3 of the governors are actually interested in having the school run properly. I don't care about Lockhart anymore because he isn't a problem now, I just want people to realize what kind of man he is. But it will be fun to watch Lucius squirm, especially since as a result of his actions, a girl was almost immediately taken into the chamber. I thought to myself with the devil's smile in excitement. Then I was broken out of my thoughts by Sol's appearance in my room. It's about time. Let's see what a Tom Riddle a year older than me can do. My smile widened even further at the thought. Let's go. I said to Sol as she grabbed my raised forearm and flamed me to the Chamber of Secrets. Chamber of Secret, a few moments. Voldemort, is my past, present and future. Said the still handsome 16-year-old Tom Riddle as he showed the origins of his future name. You think I would keep my filthy muggle father's name forever? in whose veins runs the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself, through my mother's side? Did you think I would keep a filthy muggle who abandoned me before I was born, just because he found out my mother was a witch? No, I fashioned myself a new name, a name I knew wizards everywhere would one day fear to speak, as I had become the greatest sorcerer in the world. He proudly said to Harry. It did truly shock him when he had heard of Voldemort's true origins. Abandoned in an orphanage, to grow up to be his parents and so many others' killer. You're not. Harry said quietly as anger raged in him. Not what? Snapped an annoyed Riddle. You're not the greatest wizard in the world. Sorry to disappoint you, but the strongest in the world is Albus Dumbledore. Even when you were strong, you didn't dare try to take over Hogwarts. He saw through you in school. And even now he frightens you, wherever you are hiding these days. Harry responded with bravado, but was interrupted. Dumbledore was driven out by the mere memory of me. Hissed the future Dark Lord in anger. Not as gone as you might think. Hoped Harry as he yelled. Before Tom could respond, the musical call of Fox resounded as he flew into the room and dropped the sorting hat at Harry's feet. Harry felt like he was no longer alone, even if he didn't know how the two could help, he felt braver. But Tom began laughing. So this is what Dumbledore sends his greatest defender? A songbird in an old hat. He said in ridicule, but stopped quickly as a bright light suddenly burst out in the chamber and flames appeared out of nowhere, startling the two boys. Out of it walked a tall teen, wearing nicely tailored school robes perfectly showing his warrior's physique, long ethereal silver hair hanging loosely to his hips, a pair of flame-like eyes which almost seemed like true fire, and an aura of a predator and true nobility forming a feeling of absolute awe. Aiden had arrived. Not only those two, little Lord Ling. He trusted me. He declared with authority. Back to true POV. Aiden. You've got to help. Ginny's going to die. That's Voldemort. He's the one responsible for what happened this year and to Hagrid. He yelled out in great hurry. We already knew he was responsible, only how was the question? But we'll talk about that later, Harry. I said calmly to the boy. You. How are you here? Asked a very surprised Tom. Right, you're here too. I said plainly like I forgot about the guy. I mean it always fun to ignore people who always see themselves as the most important or best thing since sliced bread. How dare you ignore my presence? The heir of Salazar Slytherin. The greatest wizard who ever lived. He hissed on predictable rage. Pretty easily considering you are quite delusional for a soul fragment. Can you even use that wand you took from Harry properly? I simply mocked the overinflated teen's ego with a grin, getting Harry's jaw to drop. I didn't even get a response since he was feeling too humiliated and decided to fire a severing charm straight at me, which I just dodged. Oh, is little Voldy not capable of shooting real spells in this form? I say in a motherly tone, getting more spells thrown at me. Aw, that's adorable. He doesn't know how to fight properly. I keep dodging as I mock him. No proper aim, sloppy technique, no power, boring combinations. No wonder the only thing you're good at is the dark arts nowadays. It's the only thing that made you any good at magic. I say, completely enraging the guy. It was pretty funny since I'm just dodging casually and he seemed to have forgotten about the basilisk in his rage. Look at you, not even able to think properly and you call yourself the greatest. I'm a year younger than this version of you, Tommy boy, and I'm still far above you. I add as he suddenly pauses and turns towards the great statue of Salazar's face. Harry, he's about to bring his little pet out, so can you pull out that sword shining from the hat on the floor please? You'll also need to stand behind me and not peek, okay? I'll take care of everything. I asked the boy nicely as he quickly does as I said, grabbing the sword of Gryffindor and then running to stand behind me. Just in time as the basilisk finally exits the mouth of the statue and Tom gains control of it through his parcel tongue. I simply close my eyes and feel everything in the entire chamber in clear detail. To me, the world simply lost all color, retaining only the details I drew in my mind. Basically a black world where everything is drawn in a white pen, a reverse manga if you will. Ha! Potter won't be able to save you now. It only obeys me. Shiver in fear at Salazar Slytherin's mighty creature. He yelled out proudly, with some madness in his voice. You do know I came down here knowing it was here, right? And that I'm not stupid like you? I asked with a mocking grin. You dare mock me? You insult his great legacy. And you think closing your eyes will protect you? He spat out in rage at my indifference and words. Sigh. You're really pathetic, you know that? 50 years and nothing new or different to show for it. I know you're a piece of soul preserved in the journal from that time, but I was still hoping for some form of progress. Also, how did you go from looking like that to a moldy egg? You honestly look ridiculous nowadays. Well, whatever. Lumos. I simply said as an all-encompassing light somehow burned Tom's eyes and caused the basilisk to reel back in pain. As I thought. A creature hibernating for 800 years, only being let out at night and never seen any light level more than its underground chamber would be very sensitive to it. But Tom's a soul, so how does that work? I thought with a smile as the question popped into my head. And as everyone was distracted, I finally used my enchanted dagger and shot it right into the mouth of the thrashing creature, immediately making it shoot through its brain, rattle around and killing it. I made it fly back into its sheath in the blink of an eye as any fluid stayed behind due to its great speed, and a loud crash could be heard as the basilisk's body collapsed with its mouth still open in pain. Harry, I need you to stab the now dead basilisk in the roof of its mouth. You need to coat the blade with poison to destroy the diary. That should save Ginny and get rid of Vold Erling over there. I instructed calmly. It took him some time to process what happened. Understandable, since the terrifying and extremely dangerous basilisk was dead in mere moments in front of me. But he still nodded and ran towards it resolutely. "Nuuu! How dare you! How dare you kill Salazar's beast! I will kill you, you filthy half-breed!" He shouted in absolute hate as he stared at the snake. He shot spell after spell, trying in vain to hit me as I could see through him immediately. I doubt this was his actual strength as a student. It's far too low to get the best grades ever before I came along. And it also seems that it did hamper him a lot to not learn proper dueling during his time at the school. But let's finish this farce. I thought to myself. I did want to see how I actually measured against Tom when he was in school. I knew it wouldn't actually be a challenge because of all my gifts, but I wanted to see his magical skills. And I had. Now it's over. That's funny coming out of the mouth of the son of a muggle and a squib. I say with a chuckle, making him freeze at what I just said. One of his darkest secrets. Easily letting me disarm him. Well, that was easy. Thanks for showing me what you were in school. It gives me a benchmark. I say with a grin. How dare you? He started to yell, but in that moment Harry pieces the sword of Gryffindor through the diary. Arg! No! He then screamed out in horror and pain as his form collapsed and the diary spirit was no more. After a few moments Ginny woke up and started confessing and profusely apologizing for everything she'd had done. Harry not being poisoned was just there in a daze as the young girl cried in his arms. Hug her and make her feel safe, you dunderhead. I whispered to the boy as I borrowed Snape's favorite word. He did so with some embarrassment, but he was soon getting the hang of it. I then turned my attention to the basilisk corpse and approached it. Taking out my specially prepared vials, I took all the venom the creature had in it, filling up over 30 of the things. I then took out my knife and very carefully extracted its eyes, avoiding any damage on them. I timed my appearance perfectly to not let Fawkes ruin these beauties. Not letting them go, I thought while doing the work. Aiden, what are you doing? Asked Harry, surprised at my actions. Don't you know how rare this stuff is? I'll be able to do so many fun experiments with this. I say with a lot of excitement, something Harry has actually gotten used to during his summer visits. He knows how I am around new things. I finished getting the urgent parts and back away from its corpse. I'll come back for you later. I thought with a smile. I then cleaned my robes thoroughly and turned to the two kids. Let's get Ron and head on out of here, shall we? I'm sure Dumbledore will have returned to the castle by now. I say with a bright smile and happy tone. 83, CH 83 ordinary wizarding level. Before I let Harry and Ginny go, I had something to say to them. You two, I need you to promise me something. I said to them seriously. They looked at me, then each other, then back me and nodding. I don't want you to tell anyone I was here tonight. You can tell Dumbledore when you're alone with him, but no one else. I wasn't here at all. I spent my night in my room. Any and all rewards will be for you, and I honestly do not mind that. My own reward will be the basilisk. That's what I want you two to promise. Can you do that? I asked seriously as I looked into their eyes. They hesitated, of course. They were good kids and knew how to be grateful. They were also too honest for their own good though. But why? You took down a basilisk and Voldemort? Asked a very confused Harry. That's the very reason. I do not want dangerous people to know what I can really do. No one can know I am that dangerous myself. I want them to believe I am an extremely skilled student for now. Maybe after next year I'll be able to really show what I can do, but not now. So, can you promise to help me? I asked again. This time they both nodded, although reluctantly. Good. Fawkes will be able to get the four of you out of here with ease. And yes, I knew about Lockhart as well. I've got soul. No mentioning her either, you two. To anyone. Dumbledore already knows since we've discussed grooming tips on the matter. I instruct the young Gryffindors. See ya, kids. I say as Soul and I are envelops in flames and disappear. So with a flash I was back in my room. It was fun messing with the egotistical brat version of Voldemort. I will need to work hard to get through my third maturation, do so with the real one. Only 2 years left. But first, let's demolish the owls. I say to myself as I pet Soul and give her treats as thanks for helping me tonight. I get out of my robes and get a well-deserved sleep after having to deal with canon events all year. It was so much easier to just have school. How did all the kids that had to deal with this crap happening their entire education even make it through it? I wondered as I drifted to sleep. The next day came and so did a lot of new information to have floating within the castle walls. I made it to the Great Hall with Christian after our morning exercises. Ron did understandably skip today, due to last night's stressful events, his sister's mortal peril, family issues and general relief that it was over made one very tired. And during breakfast the morning paper came to bring even more of a storm across Hogwarts. Gilderoy Lockhart, fame stealer extraordinaire. Lucius Malfoy, threats and blackmail. Michael Falster Fund for Equal Education. 3 big pieces of news were plastered on today's edition, grabbing the attention of all readers. The first story would be familiar to anyone who knew about the canon. It was about how Lockhart went around the world and listened to tales of valor and heroism, got all the details he could from the people truly responsible and then wiped or modified their memories of the events in question to take all the credits for them. His barely average owl levels were dug up and low achievements at the newt levels as well. Every major flaws in his books were pointed out, leading to the complete dismantling of any credibility they contained. The only good thing happening for the man was that he was now basically a special aids receiver. He was almost like a child and would likely never recover or know about all this. The second really brought a smile to my face. Lucius Malfoy has been found threatening fellow governors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, to remove current headmaster Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore from his post due to a personal vendetta against the man. Although a past student, Lord Malfoy seems to hold a deep obsession against the man, leading to suspicions that the accusations he was later acquitted of after the war have more merits than originally thought. Due to his illegal actions and the endangerment of students directly following said actions, he and 4 other governors have been removed from their posts due to embezzlement. The ministry has been taking many steps to better the quality of the schooling our children will receive in the future, and these actions are in direct confrontation of these goals, as well as being morally reprehensible. Although the now former governors will only need to abdicate from their positions and reimburse the school in full if capable, and if incapable they are to sell their assets to fulfill the requirements, Lucius Malfoy is in much bigger trouble. The man is facing time in Azkaban due to the overwhelming nature of the evidence against him and the number of plaintiffs. He is also being obligated to compensate the families he's threatened, and notably the Weasley family, whose daughter was put in life-threatening danger immediately following his dismissal of the Hogwarts headmaster. That's going to light a fire under his ass for a while. Especially if he tries to do the same crap to make his problems disappear, he could make his troubles even worse with that. But I'm not sure who's going to dislike the compensation more, him or Arthur. That's going to be interesting to hear about. Have fun, you disgusting excuse for a human being. I thought with mirth at the article. The last one had to do with my persona opening a vault exclusively for students with difficulties to purchase at least standard quality robes, books, equipment, ingredients and companions. The goal was actually to make an even starting ground for everyone. No one would be inferior in their new school, with only of rich students being able to splurge on better quality goods. Basically they would be given a few lists of proper quality goods they can pick from and are permitted to buy using the vault if their situation makes it difficult to afford everything. This is purely to help anyone who believes they could use a hand, with the spirit that these same students helped through this, would then help others in the future. The Herald was lauding his actions, but it was a really good thing since Hogwarts just didn't have enough money to do this, whilst I had too much. And if the bombs that the Herald dropped weren't enough, the headmaster declared that no exams would be occurring due to this year's events. A good reason was for the petrified students, and that Harry, Ron, and Hermione would get awarded with special service to the school for solving the crisis. Thankfully my name wasn't mentioned. But unfortunately for most of my year and the 7th years, OWL and Newt exams could not be cancelled. So there were still students cramming as if their lives depended on it. Thankfully for them, I had taught most of them proper Dada. The dueling club sparked new interests into charms, jinxes and curses, and the exchange was open just as it always was. It felt quite nice to see things I did helping others. Then the 2 weeks of exams finally came. All the written tests were pieces of cake, and I had some much time left from answering everything, so I decided to also improve the correct answers to pass the time and have some fun. I didn't worry about my friends at all for this part simply because we always study together. We challenge each other to better our knowledge in our strengths and weaknesses. We don't look down on what another doesn't know, we explain it and better each other. And I'm certain they will knock the socks off their examiners. I on the other hand, will make them feel awe. My chance came during practicals. In Charms and decided to enchant every testing apple in the room and put on a full Broadway musical dance and song routine instead of just making one apple do whatever they wanted. It was fun to watch as it actually relaxed some people, but it made others get more nervous as they compared themselves. For transmutation I just kind of made everything vanish one at a time in very quick succession and brought them back just as quickly, while also making some new things to vanish once I was done. In herbology I creatively transferred Devil's Snare, and then I accelerated its growth in a controlled manner to form a deadly bench. Defense against the dark arts just had me conjure a fully corporal patroness, using my Cat 1 because that's the animagus transformation I decided to make public when I go for masteries. And the last exam for the week, Ancient Runes, I used that little trick Tom used to write in the air and made the correct symbols stick to the walls of the exam room to expand it on the spot, making the examiners look at me in true awe at my mastery of the subject. Then came the second week. And did you know you didn't have to attend the class to attend the exam? You just need to have studied it and be confident in succeeding it. It's actually one of the parts I like from the wizarding system. If you can do it, do it. It started with potions, testing us on a variety of recipes, letting me improve all of them almost beyond the level of what they could even call the same potion. Care of magical creatures was just fun for me as I got every creature presented to do tricks for me before they were taken away. Astronomy needed everyone to fill a blank star chart using the provided telescopes, so I took some time boosting the telescope and wrote down the spell on my test paper, then started writing twice as many celestial bodies as everybody could see on it. Divination was trickier to get distinctions on since I wasn't a seer and couldn't improve what we were taught, but I demonstrated skill and accuracy with an extra 6 mediums of divination outside of crystal balls, tea leaves and palm reading, such as cartomancy, astrology, fire omens, xylomancy, Chinese fortune sticks and numerology. Arithmancy just had me fulfilling almost everyone who studies the field's wet dreams, casting modified spells left, right and center. History of magic had a formal debate over topics, in which I even made the examiners rethink their understanding of events. And I was actually the one helping the examiners understand things in Muggle studies. That last one was basically immortalized by the students for decades to come, even if many Muggleborns could achieve this if they look outside this magical world. Funny though. With that over with, my friends and I extremely confident in our results, the school year could finally come to a close. With Gryffindor as the winners of the House Cup again due to the 200 points Harry and Ron each got, even if Christian led our house to victory in the Quidditch Cup. 84, CH 84 Steam and Fire. With the important testing done, the entire student body was finally able to relax for a couple of days before leaving for the summer. Victoria and I took some time to hide away in the roar to get our fill of private time before the break. The room was very useful, you know. Although the stuff it fills the room with is usually pretty dated, some quick repairs and cleaning spells and they're good to go. The reason I'm bringing this up is very simple. We requested something from the room, and it did what it does best, fulfill the requirement. Our requirement was to have a place to get hot and steamy in. So it decorated the wall in dark red curtains, dimmed the lighting and put a double bed and some couches in the room. All of which I fixed and cleaned before I brought her here. And so we lied on the bed, entangled with each other as we hungrily removed each other's robes. Our mouths forming an unbroken connection as we felt around each other's bodies, passionately intertwining our tongues as our breathing got rougher. We tossed and turned as we felt each other and her moans started filling the room as she enjoyed my lips caressing her increasingly exposed body. Soon almost every piece of clothing laid around the bed we were on, leaving us with only our underwear. I now know that her body looked even better than during the holidays to me. We've had a few private encounters, but nothing as far as this since the break. But as she laid there, in perfectly fitting dark green bra and panties, I looked at her smooth white skin, her bountiful chest bouncing up and down with her rough and excited breathing, lightly muscled stomach showing her care and determination for herself, the soft but firm thighs clenched together, all together to form the beautiful young woman I loved. So I hungrily lowered myself into her embrace once again as our lips formed a bridge between us. Our hands touching our almost naked bodies. Mine fumbling a bit as I remove her bra, to free the soft and plentiful rewards underneath. I immediately started fondling her perky tits, forcing her to moan in pleasure as I slowly massaged them into being sensitive to my touch, making every small motion send shivers of pleasure run through her. And as I slowly made her mind feel only my touch and tongue, I reached her last piece of clothing. She looked at me in surprise, but with an extremely red face looking at the burning desire in my eyes as I see hers, she shyly nods. I slowly taking off her now moist panties, to heighten the anticipation the both of us felt, until I could finally admire every last bit of her. A second later I lowered my head to met the unexplored region and start to pleasure her wet folds. Slowly starting to caress her smooth pussy with my tongue as shots of pleasure burst through her body, making her moan and arc her body in response. I toyed with her now erect clit, making her gasp at how good it felt, circling my new little friend with my tongue, as I added my fingers into the mix and explored deep into her cave. She twitched, moaned and moved at the new and extremely pleasurable sensations, as something from within her built up more and more, until she suddenly screamed out in lust as she came and released an even greater amount of her juices in mouth. Breathing heavily, looking at me with loving and lustful eyes, she suddenly jumped at me as I let her push me down. She got her hands on my own last piece of defense and looked at me. My turn. She declared with determination as she pulled my boxers off quickly. Not expecting my fully erect member to be just as eager as she was and giving a small slap in greeting, making her yelp in surprise. But as soon as she saw my little brother, she gulped at its imposing sight. Standing at more than 9.5 inches, perfectly balanced girth with its length, and slight curve upwards, it sometime made me have the thought that Mrs. Death might have been a bit too thorough. How is every part of you perfect? She asked under her breath, not breaking eye contact with my impressive dick. Without waiting for an answer, her warm and wet tongue started caressing my shaft as she moved all over her new acquaintance. The sensation was wonderful as she gently and thoroughly made sure it was properly given attention. She then gently enveloped the head into her mouth, as I felt the warm sensation take me in and making me groan. Using her saliva to coat every part she could reach, she used it to slowly start to bob her head up and down my sizable friend in a clumsy manner. It was cute and extremely arousing as I saw her desperately try to get more and more of my dick into her mouth, like it was the only thing in her world at the moment due to extreme excitement. I could feel my tip slowly go further as she pushed herself to give me more pleasure, adding her own hand to stroke my shaft. In a few minutes I couldn't take it anymore as my own cum arrived and I groaned in pleasure. But then Tori surprised me as she stubbornly kept sucking every drop of the massive load pouring down her throat. She stood up triumphantly, with slightly tears eyes at the effort, but a smile on her face. Not as bad as I thought. She stayed as she cleaned the little bits she missed. Ready for round 2? She then asked with a very excited smile. Advantage of my life-bonded phoenix, almost unlimited stamina. Was my own response with a grin, pushing her underneath me as I began to return the favor. Letting ourselves lose any notion of time as we explored each other's bodies in desire for one another. Maybe about 2 hours later, Victoria was breathing extremely heavily as she snuggled up to her man. You weren't kidding, when you said, unlimited stamina. You beast. She said between breaths, but with a satisfied smile on her face. I would have thought you had it too, if you didn't collapse like you did. I replied with a grin. Yeah. I really wanted to do this. Haven't been spending much time alone. She said with a slightly sad smile on her face. I know and I'm sorry I'm putting you through this. I say feeling very guilty. I understand. I just have 2 parts of me fighting a bit, that's all. I just want to be there beside you, proudly and unquestioned. She said with a sigh. I know. And I'll be there every step of the way. I say as she nods and pulls her naked body even closer to me. She then looks at me with a mischievous look on her face. Round 12? She asked. You're on. I declare as I roll over her and start making her putty in my hands. That was how we just spent most of our day. Getting every bit of pent-up desire and longing out of our system before the long summer break. Letting the both of us leave the roar with satisfied smiles on our faces and lighter steps. Well, for me anyway. Tori is having troubles walking as her legs keep trying to give out under her. Almost like she got hit by a jelly leg curse. The day passed and it was time for me to inform the headmaster of my perfected ritual. After delaying my planned progress for an entire year and focusing solely on this project, I had designed a ritual to solve my growing predatory instincts. Although I have kept a very firm grip on my feelings and emotions ever since I've realized my problem, it still needed to be solved. So I reached the headmaster's office and patiently waited for him to come. Thankfully only waiting a few moments. Aiden, a pleasant surprise. I must say that from what Harry has told me of the events, you are hiding a lot more skills than I had thought. He said with a light-hearted tone and a small chuckle to himself. It's always good to have others avoid knowing your full strength. But I was prepared for what was down there a month ago, I just didn't know where the chamber was or how to get there, so I waited. Also Tom was obviously weaker than he was when in school, so Harry might have had a skewed perspective. I reply humble. I'm sure he was. And I believe you realize what truly happened down there and what the diary truly was. He said to confirm. A Horcrux, and obviously he didn't only make one. I answer with disgust at the thing. I knew exactly how these were made and it sickened me to think how twisted one had to be to make one, much less Adish like Voldy cunt. Yes, indeed. Replied the man, but he seemed to age considerably at the moment. It is still not your fault, headmaster. Tom made his own choices, even back then. You could only try to dissuade him. His own lust for power and recognition, as well as his pre-existing views on life and magic made him do what he did. You did what you could. I say to help the man drag him out of his funk. HAAA. Thank you, Aiden. It is good to be reminded of that from time to time. He answered with a sigh to release his feelings. Now, what have you come to tell me? He asked to get to my reason for visiting. I believe I've finished designing the ritual to fix my issue. I say as I hand him the finalized version. He reads over my work, but he increasingly becomes worried. Aiden, my boy, this could kill you. He worriedly said. Honestly, it could. But this is the only way of completely eliminating the problem. The spirit of the Wampus cat is influencing my subconscious and instinctive actions, I can't just suppress it as it leaves a potential resurgence. I need to get rid of it for good. I reply seriously. But to go this far? He tried to understand why I made it this way. Yes. I will make my phoenix parts completely absorb the other's presence. Hence it will undergo an evolution to become more than it is now. It is me going a step further than how I survived this one. I explain as I tap the scar over my heart. But Dragon Fire Aiden. This seems excessive. He kept insisting. It's the only fire strong enough to boost soul's strength and help me get through the ritual. I've calculated it, and the only flames I know of in existence that could help would be 4 other phoenixes flaming in unison or fiend fire. I'm not tainting my soul for this, and good luck finding 3 other phoenixes and marking them. Listen to you. So yes, I will use 4 different flames from dragons to form the fuel of the ritual. I reply with great determination. It was actually inspired by a feat Grindelwald achieved, with him strengthening a phoenix trough magical flames. I say gently. Yes, I remember the day. He nostalgically replies. All right then. But I will not let one of my students undergo this trial alone. He finally said seriously as he approved. Thank you, sir. The ritual will be planned for my 17th birthday. Everything will be in my favor then. True magical maturation, the 7th day of the 7th month, with the child born on the 77th year of the century. Everything will be decided then. And I shall not let it be the end of my path. I declare as if a ruler. Let us make sure of that, my boy. He kindly supported. And with a nod of understanding I wished him pleasant holidays and left his office. Truly a remarkable boy. Let us hope he succeeds. The world will need a new light once I'm gone. Dumbledore said to himself as he looked into the night sky, unheard by even the portraits in his office. 85, CH 85 hit list. The year ended and everyone was once again heading back to their homes for the summer. Christian was once again going to be in the wilderness, exploring with his parents. James was actually doing some volunteering at the firm center and was planning to attend their seminars. Tori was in a tougher situation, but she was planning to use all that she had learned this year, under me and Madame Pomfrey, to understand her mother's coma more. We said our goodbyes and wished each other productive summers, as well as promised each other to exchange our results. They were betting between each other about their results, with no one doubting mine at all. I gave my aunt a strong hug when I saw her on the platform along with Susan, then headed home. My work at home went well as I went over my summer reports. Since everything was going well and only the name recognition and popularity increased for most of them, nothing new happened much. Breaking Grounds was growing rapidly in France as they were shooting down their adversaries and critics through sheer competence and skill. We even believe the French magical hospitals will soon request to be supplied by us after the stellar performance and prices we've offered to St. Mungo's. Natural cultivation was seeing progress in all of its projects. The Mer people settlement was growing and so was the farming operation for the aquatic herbs. It has been sparking a good amount of cultural, social, and intellectual knowledge exchanges between our peoples. The island project has been steadily moving forward with an increase of respectful interactions between my people and the centaurs as well. From what I've been told, there's the possibility of an allied tribe joining the island to form a true refuge for those centaurs who wish it. I've even sent them some more modern astronomy tools which many seem to have appreciated. The Herald is now almost crushing the profit. With us publishing the news about Lockhart, Malfoy, and myself so quickly and properly, it shot us ahead of the competitor significantly. The ministry has approached us about the situation, but without any causes, they can't do anything. And if they somehow tried to just shut down my paper, they would certainly hear about it from all our subscribers. I've actually been pitching a project to start another news show to help spread the use of WWN. Firm has been getting more influential as more people frequent the center for its services and opportunities, getting behind the idea of actually making those not of pure magical descent truly accepted. And removing so many laws letting pure blood families get away with so much. Even those with magical being blood have been gathering under this banner and pressure has started being exerted on the ministry to address the issue. I've tripled security around it to prepare for those who will inevitably try to cow us through fear. Elaine Summers, our hit wizard, has said that due to our help in her apprehending Malfoy and so many others during her investigations, her record has shot through the roof and she had been offered a promotion to be a captain, hence having her own squad to order and mold. It was filled with loyal and expertly trained individuals, all of whom began to rack up achievements, furthering her status within the department. Even Anta has mentioned her repeatedly as a shining example and an inspiration for many young witches. I actually investigated that last one, and it turns out that because she is an attractive woman with skills and some fame, she's gained a bit of a fan club, which stunned the lady in question. Sherry Holmes, who has basically become my spy master, has reported that we now have eyes and ears everywhere in the ministry except for the Department of Mysteries and the minister's office. We've even had some Aurors joining in as they've liked what we've been doing and want to do their jobs properly even if Fudge is trying to screw their department. I've tasked her to investigate those who supported Voldemort from inside the ministry during the last war, giving her the excuse that they were unstable elements and I wanted to keep track of them. The Muggle toy box has made some nice progress and they believe that the new cameras they've enchanted should be able to start production before Christmas. The radios will take more time and the game consoles are just frustrating them at this point. I've gotten word from Scott that he might have found a builder for me and has been in the process of thoroughly investigating the man, as well as preparing a proper contract. We will have to see if he's the right man. Fortress protection has officially expanded into Bulgaria. When we thought it would be a good proving ground for our men, we were right. Within the week we had 3 separate groups trying to raid the office, every single one were brought down or killed, with only some more serious injuries being reported. We've started to slowly push our ring of influence by getting hired immediately as support for the local ministry's severely lacking forces. We are actually considered as heroes amongst many locals near the branch office for the protection and stability offered by our presence. As a result, we've seen a sharp increase in ability amongst our men and even local recruits inspired by our performance. Bones Works itself has gotten a huge wave with both new brooms now officially being sold in store. They have literally resulted in Quidditch enthusiasts to drool over them. We are already receiving orders from around the world in the hopes of obtaining even one of these insanely expensive brooms for the national teams by next year's World Cup. Our store has already agreed to be a sponsor for the UK teams, but will only provide one of each model for the 2 teams which will qualify to represent our country. Anything more will have to be purchased by players or others. The vaccine was still going strong, and we still had no one from the extended duration formula experience any change or side effects yet. This has brought widespread celebrations amongst those who knew about it and have felt so much pride in being a part of such an achievement. They wake up every day hoping it would keep working properly, that no side effects popped up, that their tests would give nothing but good news and that this was what everyone was looking for. A true solution to manage lycanthropy. They weren't blind enough to believe in a cure, even I've straight told them I could not even begin to challenge that problem without an original strain of the disease or definitive and absolute knowledge about how it was truly started. This was me doing the best I could. The rest of my plans at the moment revolve around my impending OWL results. I know I've aced all of them, I'm not doubting that at all. I'm just waiting for them to release my 4 new books and stir up magical communities properly. Practical Arithmancy, A Step Towards True Mastery, Runes for a Modern Age, Potions Beyond Potions, A Herbalogist's Guide to Growing Wild Plants. Each with information and practical applications which will rock people's understanding of magic. It will be fun to see them try and disprove everything with how easy I've made it understand and accomplish. Even got some very excited feedback from Hermione on how fantastic the Arithmancy book was, and even with her incredible intelligence, she's never taken any courses on the subject but was already able to cast Lumos variants already. But that was my light side. The side that wants to explore the depths of magic. The side which wants to help others be the best they can be. The me who follows his ideals. Unfortunately, it was now time to follow reality. With Jerry finally trained and ready, with her loyal and skilled men in Dark Moon Mercs, it was time to remove filth poisoning the future. I will leave the important ones alive. I could have killed the entire Malfoy family already, but I will keep the man alive as I slowly choke the man's importance and wealth. He might be filth, but his son still has a chance. Pettigrew and Crouch Jr. are too important to Voldemort's return, so I'll need to carefully plan my actions next year for the rat, and I will need to keep my desires to rip the man who was responsible for my days in that cell apart until the right time. But so many are prey easy to kill right now, only Tori and Theodore Knott's fathers will be spared for now. Although they are trash and I would immediately kill them for what they've done. I need to wait until Tori is 17 and I'll make sure to involve her in the decision at the time, and I want to give the Knott boy at least some kind of chance. He's one of the few who comes to the exchange too. So I headed to the Falster residence and summoned her to have a talk. As I sat in front of a crackling fireplace, on a comfortable lounging chair, reading a new book on ancient forms of magic, I was interrupted by Scott. "Boss, Jenny is here," he informed me politely. "Jenny?" I asked curiously at the man with a raised eyebrow. "Well, she really likes the name you've given her, and well, we work together a good amount so I started calling her Jenny," he said as he avoided my gaze. "Hope you two don't cause any trouble then," I said with a knowing smile. "Boss, I swear it's not like that." He tried to defend himself to his 15-year-old boss. "Not like what, Scotty?" Then came a relaxed female voice from behind him, making him jump a bit. "It's nothing, Jenny," he answered way too quickly. "Scotty, hey." I simply smirked at the man. "Boss. Please don't do this to me." He lamented at how he was digging his own hole due to my simple remarks. Fortunately for him, Jerry stepped up for the man. "It is nothing, master. Simple exchange of nicknames. Jenny for me and Scotty for him since Scott is already too short," she answered. "Carry on then. I'm quite happy to see you two get friendly, as long as it doesn't affect work go wild," I say as my smile grew. "Boss," was the embarrassed man for being teased by a teenager. "Thank you, master," was a very polite response from Jerry, but happiness could be seen in her eyes. "Haha. That was fun to do, but I have orders to give you, Jerry, and thank you, Scott, but you'll be dismissed from these ones," I say with a chuckle, but turn serious at the end. "Understood." was their immediate response. They've been with me as my aides for almost 3 years. Although Jerry was training for 2, my work for the improvement of her people, training, and fulfilling work have earned me her absolute loyalty. While Scott has been following my orders and seen my ever-expanding circle of influence and power firsthand, never giving him any reason to doubt as he is extremely well rewarded for his work and is invested in the success of my work. Coupled with my personal strength and genius, they've become my closest confidants. What are your orders, master? The now kneeling Jerry asked with respect. I've tried to get her to stop calling me master, I swear. She wouldn't even accept sir when we are not in public. I even released her of her life bonding vow, but she went straight back in proclaiming herself my servant. First, how many of your men do you truly trust in the Dark Moon? I asked simply. 15 of the 41 are absolutely loyal to me, and the rest have a variety of traits stopping them from doing so, master. I've even employed the legilimency you've taught Scott and I to make sure. She answered while still kneeling with her head down. Too little. I'll get Oliver to lend you a few of our trained shadows for this task. I don't want any doubts or evidence. I inform the woman. The shadows being the men whose loyalty are completely with Oliver and myself, as I've trained many of them personally for theirs in my own experience. Usually when I sneak out during the night or officially schedule it. They've all be sworn to secrecy about my identities and all are practitioners of occlumency. As you will, master. What is your order? She answered without any hesitation. Although I have many dreams and ideals for the future, I still see reality in the present for what it is. It is time to remove some of the poison corrupting our homes. I say as I dance around the subject. Master, you mean? It's time. She asked as she raised her head and looked at me with some excitement in her eyes. Yes. I will give you a list. Kill them, remove their immediate family if they are in the way. No evidence. No witnesses. No failure. Everything must be taken care of discreetly and no one must connect anything to you or me. I order with the tone of an absolute ruler. Your will shall be done, master. She replied as shivers of excitement ran through her due to my command. Avery, Caro, Jugsun, MacMare, Mulcyber Sr., Selwyn, and Yaxley will be priority targets. I've also given you a list of other notable dark wizards, savage werewolves following Fenrir and other beings currently plaguing the country. I want them to believe a sort of vigilante is attacking criminals the system is not catching, not just Death Eaters. I instruct as I hand her a few lists. And once this is done, we shall rid the world of Fenrir. He has stained it for far too long. I say darkly this time as the fire made shadows dance on my face. It shall be my absolute honor to do so. She replied with intense flames burning in her eyes. You have a year and a half to accomplish your orders. Properly plan everything. You will have all assets you require from everything I can provide. Money, weapons, poisons, potions, tools, information, men or even alibis. You know what to do from there. I say seriously as I look down at her. Your command was given. These men are as good as dead, master. They just don't know it. She answered with a vicious smile. Good. Now go. I order. She immediately departs to begin my little cleansing. It's time to clean the board a bit, I thought as I got up and returned home. 86, CH 86 orders and results. An unnoticed purge had begun in Britain. Jerry was a very talented individual. Even without ever going to Hogwarts due to her father, she was able to become among the best of the werewolves. She was a true beast when it came to combat, due to her ridiculously trained instincts and specialization in the field. So I rounded out her skills as a magical combat. Made sure she knew how to fight and just ditched standard coursework in favor of my true combat magic. Spells I've designed for maximum effectiveness and lethality. And the number I created only grew the more I took from Voldemort last year. I made the dark arts useless to me by simply making better spells from the light or neutral systems. And I taught them to her. I took her instinctive combat and had her taught systematically as well. Trained by her life, honed by expert, taught by my own hands. I probably turned her into the most lethal woman alive. But I am not a monster. Everything she learned she chose to. I gave her opportunities and she chose to make herself my hidden blade. If I trained Oliver Gunn as a true warrior, to fight on the front lines and help me defend this country, then she is my assassin. Through it all, however, I made sure not to turn her into an emotionless tool. I would never walk that path. Scott and I showed her how to live in both worlds. Introduced her to leisure activities, hobbies, and places to have fun in. Let her experience what it's like to be a normal woman or witch. I didn't want a tool, I wanted someone I could trust and who would choose to fight for my vision. And now it was time for her to use that sharpened edge for my will. Within the week I received her notice that she had started subjugating some less dangerous individuals and busting a few drug ring or illegal potion markets, while silently getting rid of my designated targets. No priority targets were to be attacked yet. She would follow my orders to make sure it would not seem like there were actual targets. The ministry hadn't really caught any wind of this, simply because they don't care about some criminals disappearing. It happens all the time. And we got Elaine some nice arrests simply because those arrested just thought hit wizards did it. We made people from the dark side of the wizarding world think that the Dark Moon Mercs were either doing missions or waiting for one just as they had before by using polyjuice potions and scripted contracts. Investigated every target thoroughly, then neutralized them in perfect manners and made sure to conceal the participants' appearances, heights, and weights by constantly rotating the members in action. Not letting anyone even come close to identifying any of the mercs or shadows. It was quick, efficient, and deadly when required. Everyone acted like trained professionals. The reason I had Jerry target people outside of Death Eaters is basically twofold: muddy the waters and reduce enemies. The muddying of the water is fairly easy to understand. I don't want people to know I'm doing this. To achieve that result, we are either framing other groups or individuals by copying their MO, targeting groups with known rivals or enemies, or simply having them disappear. Therefore making the underworld think they're taking each other out for as long as possible, and hopefully having them helping as misunderstandings grew. I could already see some movements hinting that it might happen. We've also added actual law enforcement in the mix as Elaine and her team are given credit for some takedowns, and I've actually gotten her to do a few to add more variables into the equations. All of this, then helps mask the movements of Jerry as she goes for real targets. The reduction in enemies is clear as well. Voldemort didn't just take over and impose martial law on magical Britain with the help of like 30 known followers. He used dark wizards, dangerous creatures, ministry traitors, and all the bigots he could find. So I'm going to severely limit who he can even enlist, to either hamper or completely derail his attempts at growing his power. So killing criminals and dark wizards who could be tempted through rewards or threats is an excellent idea, which also helps with Reason 1 when done properly. My order to take down priority target families if they are in the way is something I struggled with for a long time myself before steeling myself to include it. I've thoroughly investigated every one of the Death Eaters I've given the kill order on. The Carrows were a pair of incestuous blood supremacists who supported Voldy during the First War. Although they didn't look for him due to truly believing he had died, they were amongst the first to return to him, showing their loyalty to him and the ideals they hold. Both generations of the current Avery family have been staunch supporters of the Egg since their school days, the elder being a member of the Knights of Walpurgist. Extreme loyalty and bigotry, no idea how they are not in Azkaban. Yaxley was a man very skilled in the Imperious Curse, making him dangerous for most people, and he managed to avoid Azkaban after following the same pattern as the Carrows. Jugsun was pretty much just one of those wizards with connections to a dead noble family who fought for V, but was young and wasn't particularly noteworthy, so he avoided Azkaban, even if he was a purist and joined up with the man soon after his return. While his son is in Azkaban, Mulciber was one of the very first Death Eaters, making him have a very obvious history of atrocities and somehow avoided following his son. I think he might have pushed all his crimes on his kid. Selwyn wasn't actually a Death Eater during the First War, simply because he was too young. But from what I found, the man dreamed to be one. He a fanatical blood purist and is already active in the magical underworld since he's been a suspect in many Muggle killings. Warden McNair is an easy case. One of the first Death Eaters as well and is excited by thoughts of being able to kill other beings. He got away with the Imperious defense, and if that wasn't bad enough, he got a job at the Ministry to satisfy his urges legally. Almost none of these men have families, because they would need to find women just as bigoted as they are, which is hard since Bellatrix isn't here to pop out new death babies with Voldy cunt. So they mostly live alone with only one having a son living with him, who's also a Death Eater. The only reason the command was given is just in case they have distant relatives over, and believe me, any relative who would live with one of the people by choice is no angel either. But just to be sure, even if they are absolute monsters, I avoided those with clear families like Malfoy, Nott, and Traverse, while Goyle and Crabbe are still in jail. So with a timely release, the 5 above will most likely show up for the man's resurrection. The rest will die. And the only reason the others are spared is because they are safe in Azkaban or are too important at the moment. Everyone else is expandable for me. With my order already taking effect, I was free to do as I wish until my OWL results showed up. So I decided to go pick up Harry. Since he didn't join the dueling club, his skills haven't had a chance to develop more, but I'll whip him into shape. I get that Dumbledore wanted him to experience love in some twisted form or another, but never teaching the boy how to properly defend himself was just hoping for the best. This made it time for my second visit to number 4, Privet Drive. I hope those pigs don't say anything too bad, because I might lose some control again if they do. Yo boss. Here for another drive? Scott asked as I arrived at the house. Yeah, to Harry's neighborhood. Same deal as last time. I say to the man with a smile. I decided to dress simply in a black t-shirt, dark blue jeans, and white Nike sneakers. It let my hair contrast against my shirt and let it become more apparent as it was in a high ponytail today. We got into a classic Mustang this time so Scott could introduce me to having real muscle under me as he said. It is a cool experience to be able to ride these cars I had only seen or heard about in my last life. They each have a unique experience. I quickly reached the Disley household and knocked on the door. The one to open it was a very frightened Vernon this time. Is it me, or is he getting fatter when the family's supposed to be dieting in support for the baby whale they call a son? I thought when I saw the man. Hello again Mr. Disley, it has been too long. Can I come in? I've just come to check on Harry and bring him out for the day. I think the same arrangement as last year will do, don't you? I say with a bright smile, helping the man snap out of his horror. Yes, of course. He mumbles in agreement as I walk in confidently. I'll just be in the living room while you get Harry. I say politely this time. It seems you've gotten a new car as well. Promotion at work? I'm sure you're very pleased. I hope you haven't let it go to your head and started to oppress Harry again. That would be less fortunate. I say in my still polite tone as I make the man start to sweat. Everyone knows what type of man he is. He would try and imprison Harry in the house and stop any possible leaking of his weirdness to not risk his image. But soon enough Harry came downstairs after Petunia and Blubby locked themselves in their rooms. Aiden. Why are you here? The growing kid asked to me in surprise. Well, I thought you'd like to continue with the same general thing we did last summer. A bit more advanced of course, but it's up to you. A say with a kind smile to the boy. Of course I'd want to. I've got so much to ask. He said immediately. Of course you do. Go get the usual and we will be off. I chuckled as the kid rushes upstairs. Just so you know Mr. Disley, summer homework is just that, homework. The kids just have to write things they learn from books like any other school. It's simply a different curriculum. So as long as you just let everything that has to do with it in Harry's room and just make it so it doesn't exist in your mind like you already do, no one will ever know and no troubles will come. Easy no. I say to the man as I give him a pretty obvious hint at how to act during the summer. Harry now rushed back down with Hedwig, assignment list, and wand, looking at me with anticipation. Thank you for your hospitality. I will be off now. I believe that how things went last summer was the best for everyone, so no one should have any issues with the same happening now. Have a pleasant day. I say as I walk out with Harry. And when we got far enough he could no longer wait to ask questions. How did you kill the basilisk? Was his most urgent one. A special tool prepared due to its magic-resistant nature. Actually why I wanted the beast, I'm currently getting a duster coat made of its leather and dragon leather. It'll be perfectly suited for combat. I answer patiently. Really? That's brilliant. He exclaimed excitedly. Maybe I'll save some for you and get a coat made for your own 17th birthday. You should have pretty much stopped growing by then. I say as the thought passed trough my head. You'd do that? But why? He asked with some happiness, but not understanding. It never hurts to have one more person wanting to give you a gift. It's a little belief of mine. I say in my own jovial tone. Wicked. Thanks Aiden. He said sincerely. Well, it will be in another 4 years so no need for thanks now. What were your other questions then? I asked the boy to sate his curiosity. How could you beat Voldemort so easily? Was the next big one. Couple reasons. One is that I am actually very strong, knowledgeable, and skilled. The second was that at the age of 16, Tom Riddle had no experience in dueling, whilst I can take on 3 Aurors at the same time when I'm following proper dueling rules. 3 is because I got in his head so badly it reduced his abilities to think, plan and stopped him from properly using his skills. And lastly it was because of the very nature of his presence, it was only a part of him using Ginny to survive, hence a lot weaker than the actual Tom of the time. I explained step by step. Wow. He simply answered. Oh right. How did you even get into the chamber? The entrance needs a Parseltongue, it had collapsed behind and you appeared in a burst of fire. How do you do it? He quickly asked, excited for the answer. Phoenixes have the ability to travel through space by utilizing fire as a medium. It works similarly as apparition, something you'll learn in an optional 6th year course offered at Hogwarts and need a certification for due to its risks, but a lot less restrictive. No one really knows how to block a phoenix, and those who are bonded to one like Dumbledore and I, can use their gift to travel alongside them. I patiently inform the boy. Can I get one then? He asked with stars in his eyes. Unfortunately not. Fox is actually the only known truly domestic phoenix until you reach Asia I believe. With no one knowing about mine of course. They are incredibly rare and bonding with one is near impossible. Not sure how the headmaster did his, and mine is extremely personal, so no asking about that. I say with an amused smile as Harry gets disappointed. All right, no mopping. We are hidden enough so grab the chain. You remember how this works. I then tell him as he nods he prepares. The familiar feeling tugs at us and then we land in my backyard. You're doing better Harry, barely stumbled on the landing. I'm sure Hedwig appreciated it. I say with a grin. Well then, let's get started. I excitedly announce as I drag the kid inside. So began a peaceful month for me. I taught Harry and Susan, letting them do their homework as I advised them. Got him into a routine of proper workouts and taught him more on dueling and defense against the dark arts. While Susan was more focused on potions and herbology. I also handled my own duties as the heir, and started working on my charms and Dada mastery projects again. And all the while, the result of my orders were making many in the underworld afraid as conflicts were erupting and people were disappearing. But no one noticed that one Mulcyber had quietly vanished. This was my routine for the next month, until an owl arrived one day with an envelope. It seems like the owl results are in, I thought to myself happily. I grabbed the envelope and excitedly opened it to see my grades. But even I wasn't expecting the results. Haha. Even better than I thought I'd get. I exclaimed in happiness. Ordinary wizarding level. Passing grades. Outstanding, O. Exceeds expectations, E. Acceptable, A. Failing grades. Poor, P. Dreadful, D. Troll, T. Aiden Michael Bones has achieved. Ancient Runes, O++. Arithmancy, O++. Astronomy, O+. Care of Magical Creatures, O+. Charms, O++. Defense against the Dark Arts, O++. Divination, O+. Herbology, O++. History of Magic, O+. Muggle Studies, O++. Potions, O++. Transfiguration, O++. Due to Aiden Michael Bones' display of skill and knowledge, thought impossible to reach at his age. He has been recorded to have already surpassed examiners in their understanding of the subject matter and awarded special grades and automatic qualifications to undertake new testing for O++ graded subjects. Congratulations on your great success. Professor Griselda Marchbanks. Governor. Wizarding Examination Authority. 87, CH87 Happy Day. Even for me, the results were a bit ridiculous. 4.0 end was already mind-blowing to pretty much everyone. Hell, one of them would be enough to peg someone as the next prodigy in that field. But those were my lowest grades. I've never seen O++ recorded anywhere before. And I got 8. What's wrong, Aiden? I heard you yell from the common room. Asked a curious Harry. Ha. I think I just made history. I answer with some pride. What? How? He confusedly asked as he looked at me. Check out my scores for my owls. I just say with a grin as I hand the letter over. Harry reads through the paper but his eyes widen and his jaw hung open. He looked from the letter to me, then back to the letter, then back to me. Yup. I just say with the biggest grin I've ever made. I didn't even know you could get an O+. Much less an O++. Said the now dazed Harry. Never heard of them either. I think they made this one up because I just did too much for just outstanding with distinctions. Hermione is going to break when she hears there are now 2 grades above outstanding. I say to the boy with a hearty laugh. That does sound like Hermione. He admitted with a smile at the image in his head. Bro. Why are you laughing so much? Yelled Susan from outside since she was tending to the garden. Sus. Come and see how even the ministry acknowledges the awesomeness your big brother has. I yelled out excitedly as I wanted to show off to my little sister. She rushes to the door as she takes off her herbology gloves and takes the letter. Haha. You broke through the roof, big bro. Congratulations. You're still the most awesome brother in existence. She happily yelled out as she hugged me. You sound like you doubted me. For that one you get punishment. I say in mock hurt and anger as I grab threw her up in the air, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. I've done this a lot, and even if she's almost a teenager I can still have these moments with her because we're close. She can be free around me and act spoiled. Harry watches how we act and smiles a bit with a shake of his head. He's seen me pamper and care for Susan a lot before. But there was also some sadness in his eyes, since he also wishes to have something like that. Someone who would care and spoil him a bit just cause their family. That was until Susan and I noticed the boy's melancholic mood and mischievously looked at each other before nodding. While the kid was in his own little world, we snuck up on him, and in one quick motion we sent some light tickling charms on the boy to make him start laughing. Ha 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 ha. What? Ha ha ha. What are you doing? Ha ha. He tried asking through his laughter. You look stuck in the bad thoughts, Harry. Started Susan. And that's how we take care of those thoughts in the Bones family. I continued. We make each other laugh. We finished in unison. What? He asked, completely not getting it. You aren't the only one who's lost someone, Harry. Both Susan and I only have Auntie left for a reason. He said gently. Yeah, but we were lucky to have each other and Auntie, oh, and Tilly. Added Susan. Everyone in our family's been through the feeling of loss. But we don't want to lose ourselves in it. I continued softly as pat Susan's head, making her smile a bit more. And if we can't get out of it ourselves, we help each other to do it and smile again. She finished the explanation. It's easy to focus on what we don't have, what we've lost, or what others have gained. It makes you focus on the wrong things in life. Everyone has had happy moments, times they've smiled without restraint, people who've warmed their hearts. It's all about which one you choose to dwell on. I think it's one of the true keys to happiness. I say to the kid as I ruffle his always messy black hair. So try to remember the good things, it might just change your outlook when you need it. I finish gently. Hee. You always try to help others, brother. Said a happy Susan, with a bright smile at having such a brother. Only those who need and accept it. Can't always help everyone and the key is to accept that. But I believe I can help you, Harry. So stay strong. Even if your life didn't start off well, the future is for you to shape. So keep walking with hope and dreams in your heart, Harry, and find that reason to smile every day. I finished as I take my hand away from the kid's head. That was more serious than I intended, so let's have fun by making a show with magic. I declare as I took out my wand and started casting creatures made of light, dancing around us and exploding in colorful manners. The two weren't nearly skilled enough in that area of magic, although Susan might be able to make something akin to Muggle fireworks through potions, so it turned into a one-man light show. It did however get the kids smiling. Even with all I'm doing in this world, this is what I love about it. It can just be filled with so much wonder. I thought to myself as I made my Phoenix Patroness fly around the two, letting them laugh as the feelings of happiness and safety envelopes them due to it. With a pleasant afternoon over, Auntie arrived at the house looking a bit tired. We then proceeded to have supper with Harry today, getting him to eat some proper food instead of that stupid diet crap. Although the kid has been growing well, putting on some muscles and weight, we still don't want him to go through it. He's basically been only spending his nights and sleeping over at the Dursleys, but I've reassured Dumbledore about the secret modifications made to the house's safety measures and that secrecy is the best defense, since only those people in my family know he's here most of the time. Ron and Hermione know, but they promised not to tell and they don't really know the potential danger he's under. Plus, who would be crazy enough to attack the home of the head of the DMLE? We have Aurors protecting the house, on top of the wards, and her personal skills as well. She can still compete with active senior Aurors at her age. So unless people have a Death Wish or a Dark Lord backing them, no one would dare even try to get into the place. Plus it's not like Auntie doesn't understand and keeps this under wraps. That and she also feels like Harry is a lot like me and Susan, so she has a soft spot too. But during supper, it looked like Susan couldn't hold it in. Auntie, Aiden's OWL results came in today. She excitedly burst out, getting me to smile a little at her behavior. Oh. And how did the go, Aiden? As good as you believed, or have you slipped up somewhere? She asked with a little tease. I believe I did pretty well. I reply as I hand her my letter, while Susan giggles and Harry is looking at my aunt's reaction with a smile of anticipation. As Amelia reads, she becomes even more shocked than she thought she'd be. So much so that her mouth opened slightly and she dropped the fork she was still holding, making it almost fall on the floor before I just use a bit of wandless magic to lift it up and put it back on the table. No one noticing cause the kids were waiting to see her next actions and Auntie was not computing. Is this real? Was all she managed to ask in almost a whisper. Yeah. As far as I know, those are my ministry certified grades. Came in with a ministry owl and everything. I replied with a gentle smile. Then all I can say is that I am unbelievably proud of you, Aiden. I am proud that all of your hard work has borne fruit like this. She said with the gentlest expression I've ever seen on her face. I told you, Auntie. You did right by us. Now I'm going to make the entire world know it. I reply softly, the our mother figure. It doesn't matter if they know. I know and that's enough. She replied, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. Susan looked over at the scene, even more determined than ever to become great too. While Harry saw this and felt it was very touching. He had some longing, sure. But he thought about what I had said in the afternoon, so he instead wanted to better himself and his own situation to make that longing a reality. I saw the looks from both of them and smiled. Tilly. Then said Auntie, as the little house elf appeared. Prepare Aiden's favorite desserts, his success deserves at least some celebrating. She commanded to a cheer from the kids. Cause although the food is always great, dessert is a rarity in the house due to Auntie being a bit strict on the stuff. So that night was filled with happiness all around. We even got Harry to stay the night today just because it was too late and we didn't want to test his house's tolerance on these things. The next morning itself, after breakfast and getting the kids set up, I finally ordered to begin the stocking of my 4 new books at Bones Works and Flourish and Blots. Let's see how they'll react, shall we? I thought with a smile of excitement. 88, CH 88 Summers Events. With my orders given, it was now only a matter of time until the wave I wanted to create right now happened. It will take time. The books need to be read, tested, proven and then praised. Following that will be its spread, then recognitions and fame. With the quality of the books, the advertisement I've paid for in the papers, and the time needed for journalists to get more information, I estimate that around Christmas they'll bust down my door. I thought to myself as I'm working. As I agreed with my friends before the break, I sent them my results and received theirs. I think I might have helped them a bit too much, the thought went through my head as I chuckled. Christian got 2 and 4 care of magical creatures and herbology. EE for potions, divination and history of magic. But O for charms, transfiguration and defense against the dark arts. James was one subject better, with O and in charms, transfiguration and ancient runes, due to his passion for enchanting and spells in general. EE in potions and herbology. But O for arithmancy, history of magic and defense against the dark arts. Victoria had the best grades aside from me, with O and in charms, potions, transfiguration and arithmancy. And O's in defense against the dark arts, ancient runes, history of magic and herbology. I was extremely proud of her achievements. All of them were still shocked that they made a new grade just for me, but they've been my friends for years now, they know it's completely reasonable. From their point of view anyway. Christian though would now be teased relentlessly due to him having the worst grades amongst us. The reason lies in the fact that he excels in things outside the classroom. He's the best combatant from my 3 friends, even if Victoria has more power and spells, he has a true sense for fighting. He's one of, if not, the best athletes at Hogwarts and has been receiving offers from professional teams already. He is a trained and experienced survivalist, and knows how to really use his knowledge of plants in the wild. And he has actually faced the creatures learned about in Care of Magical Creatures. James, Tori, and I know all this. Christian knows we know. It's all just good-natured fun and competition between the 4 of us. On a side note, James has been getting employment offers as well. Businesses involved in enchanting have been trying to get the guy, especially broom makers. Because he was officially announced as a participant in making the Black Bolt, they've really been trying to get me and him. He's rejected these offers because he believes he isn't good enough to truly do this. So I've arranged something unique for him. I gave him an opportunity to learn a path to making artifacts and learning a totally different way to enchant objects, goblin smithing. This was difficult, but they've agreed, due to my relationship with them, to test James. If he fails that's the end, but if he passes he must make an unbreakable vow to never disclose any techniques taught to him by the goblins. Everything else will be up to him. Tori has said that she's making progress on figuring out what's really wrong with her mom. She thinks that it wasn't really a bad curse that's got her this way, since the trauma is actually more similar to the Longbottom's case than any existing curse's effect. She's been keeping me posted, but that discovery has been making me think of very bad possibilities. But I've sent her books on mental traumas, psychological injuries, brain damage and some muggle medicine books to use as reference. Tori will understand the uses of these materials. Although she still believes that being from an old and established house does allow you to be better, that is only if I've actually used the resources available and put in the proper effort to be better. And I've taken her out to experience the Muggle world repeatedly, so she understands that they have made great progress and are not to be underestimated anymore. And apparently, Christian is going to meet Newt Scamander this summer, since his parents are avid animal and nature lovers. They've known the famous man for a while, and now they want to introduce their prodigious son to him. This should be an amazing opportunity for him, simply because Scamander is the magi zoologist. He literally wrote the book. So I hope he can learn a lot from the man. Anyway, time moved on. Harry's birthday was celebrated with us this year and gifts from his friends came in. Ron was in Egypt, his family still won the daily profit draw and decided to use it to visit their eldest who works as a curse breaker for Gringotts over there. It always struck me as odd. The man has 5 children attending school, forced to make do with second-hand everything, but he blows all the money on a trip to see another son. That was in the original story anyway, so he's lucky I started my fund and got Ron a proper wand. Still not sure how that bit with Lucius needing to compensate the man has gone though. The good thing about this is that I won't have to do anything and Sirius would learn about Peter as he did in the canon. But, poor Percy isn't head boy this time around because of little old me, who still got the badge. So he's stuck as prefect for his last year, hence less smug in his pictures. Ron still sent over a pocket sneakoscope, something that is actually pretty useful to have around. It inspired me to enchant my air ring to detect disguised or untrustworthy individuals later because of it. And you'll be pleased to know it laid on the table doing nothing around my family and I. Hermione had a family trip to France, and said she was envious of Ron due to the history of the country he's in. She sent over an entire broom servicing kit with instructions and everything. It made the kid's eyes light up. On the subject of brooms, when he found out I had made my own alongside another by a partner, he really wanted to try the 2 brooms. I told him it would really make any other broom he's ridden feel worse in comparison, but he was adamant. I think that's the most excited I've ever seen him, followed by the most desire he's ever displayed. He really wanted one. Unfortunately, they were insanely expensive, and after I explained why, he understood. So he's never asked for one. He's too good of a kid, plus if things go right he'll get one anyway. Back to presents, I got him a proper dueling wand sheath. Enchanted to be just like mine. Susan got him a plant which is supposed to help others relax, Amelia got him some new clothes, and Tilly made his favorite foods. Hagrid sent him the infamous Monster Book of Monsters. It tried to snap at Harry when he wanted to open it cautiously, but I firmly grasped it and stroked its spine to calm it down. I then taught the kid how to treat the informative little creature in order not to have any issues with the thing. The Golden Trio also agreed to meet at Diagon Alley for the last week of the holidays, which he actually looked at us before we reassured him it was more than fine and agreeing. Everyone also got their Hogwarts letters and supply list around the same time as Harry's birthday, so shopping was planned to be done soon as well. Then the news of the most hated criminal still alive, Sirius Black, had escaped from Azkaban. No one but me knew how he escaped, but everyone was in a frenzy. They still considered him to be Tommy Boy's right hand and the reason behind the deaths of Peter Pettigrew, James and Lily Potter, as well as over a dozen Muggles. So they informed the Muggle government about the man's escape and a manhunt was started for him. No one would find him, of course, due to his nature as an illegal animagus, but they were turning Britain inside and out. Aunt Amelia has had a lot of pressure put on her as the head of DMLE, and has been stressed for a while now. She has been very relieved that she knew exactly where Harry was and that he would be safe in the house, especially with me around. She knew my skills and so did most of the senior Aurors. Her worry was that Sirius would still very much like to try and kill Harry for his old master. But unfortunately for Harry, some time later, he learned Vernon's sister Marge was coming to visit. He had actually been lightly traumatized by the horrid woman. He had written to me about what to do and if he could come over, but I had to reject him this time because he couldn't be away from that house for so long. So I gave him the advice to head to the Leaky Cauldron ahead of his friends if worst comes to worst. I would go and find him if it comes to that, but he should try to tough it out for the week. I knew it wouldn't end well, but I also knew it was my chance. My chance to meet Sirius Black. So I got Oliver to prepare and keep an eye on Harry with extreme vigilance, and wait for the man to appear. No killing or maiming was permitted. The man was innocent and he trusted and respected me enough to obey the order that went against his own knowledge. I simply asked him to bring Sirius to our fully secured base. The true heart of my forces, and be kept there. They knew he was an animagus in his form, so everything was prepared. As predicted, Marge was a horrid human being as well, resulting in the funny bit of unintentional magic causing her to swell like a balloon. But being very scared of what he just did, worried about the Dursleys' reactions and that he believed to have gotten himself in a lot of trouble at the Ministry because of using magic, he ran after taking his things. He remembered what I had told him and also how to use the night bus, so he properly flagged it. But it did not arrive until he saw a large black dog, staring at him intently, and when the bus suddenly arrives it had disappeared, so he boarded the train and left. On my side of things though, I finally got the message I was waiting for from Oliver: Black has been captured as per your orders. I immediately stood up and dressed myself properly to meet the man. I wore a proper black three-piece suit, modern Muggle style, not wizard, with a red tie, before changing my appearance to Michael Falsters. I still couldn't reveal my identity, but I believed I can say Aiden Bones has a relationship with him. Time to meet the infamous prisoner of Azkaban then. I thought as I used my private portkey to go to the fortress, the company's heavily fortified headquarters. 89, CH89 Sirius Black. In a very spacious underground area, hidden from the rest of the world, was a room that was used during peaceful interrogations. Well, peaceful to the cooperative and a nightmare for the less so. It was nearly identical to modern police equivalent, the only difference was the darker lighting, the smooth stone walls and the magical protections lightly humming as they worked. In it, was a man. He had shaggy matted hair from it not being washed or cut in so long, sunken face and skinny body because of extreme living conditions, wounds around his wrists and ankles, and was only wearing an old and tattered prisoner's uniform. This was the Sirius Black as he sat in his chair, his head resting on the table as he was still stunned from his capture. Do it! Came my calm order to Oliver as he waved his wand over the man silently, ready to immediately put the filthy Sirius down at any moment. In that instant, Sirius bolted up and tried to stand up to defend himself. Even if he's half delirious at the moment and is ragged, he is still a very experienced and clever man. He figured out how to be an animagus in school, helped create the Marauders map, fought in the First Wizard War, escaped from Azkaban, evaded all his pursuers and kept doing so until his death, sparking the Second War. But unfortunately we were more than prepared as he was completely attached to the chair he was sitting in, with it also being basically part of the floor, so we watched him struggle with all his might as he looked at me and Oliver in something close to insanity. It is an honor to meet a true combatant of the fight against Voldemort. I had wished I could welcome you properly. Let you rest and recover, but I know you would not trust me, nor would you wait due to your target. I say calmly to the aggressive man. My words got his attention, stopping him from thrashing around as he did, and making him look intensely at me. With those eyes showing his mad determination to reach the rat. Sir, he's just going to try and finish what he started. Look at him. He'll do anything to end the boy. Oliver said, disapproving of the very fact I'm talking to the man. He's told me himself that he would end the man for the betrayal he's done. He would indeed do anything to finish what he had started all those years ago. Isn't that right, Mr. Black? I asked the man in my deep and calm voice, as a corner of my lips raised itself. I'll kill him. I'll kill him for what he's done. He yelled out in mad fury. You see. You should have let me end the bastard as soon as I caught him, sir. He's going to kill the boy who lived. Oliver exclaimed as he readied his wand, hoping for my command. You are missing a key element, Mr. Gunn. I say without taking my eyes off the disheveled man. What? What am I missing? The man was his follower. He betrayed everyone. He proclaimed. No. Someone did betray everyone, but it wasn't you, was it, Mr. Black? I simply say, as I guide both men. But if not him, then who? He finally asked the right question. You know. You know the rat? You know he's alive. Finally exclaimed Sirius as he understood what I was hinting at the whole time. It seems you are ready to listen, Mr. Black. I say with a small chuckle. You know where he is? Tell me. I'll kill him for what he's done. He yelled out energetically again. What rat? Sir, I need you to explain things right now. Oliver finally said as he looked at me. Oh, he means it literally and metaphorically. There is a man, Mr. Black, Mr. Potter, and one Mr. Lupin, knew since their Hogwarts days. They were friends, trusted each other, and got into mischief together. These friends were all animagus, illegal of course as you've seen from our Mr. Black, and that friend's form was a rat. Rather fitting when you think about what he's done in his life. And when the Potters went into hiding, they used the Fidelius charm, with one of these three friends as the secret keeper. This is the main reason why even Dumbledore thought Mr. Black here, someone closer to a brother to Mr. Potter, was the traitor and why everyone believes so. I calmly tell the tale to a stunned Oliver and a now quiet Sirius. But who was that then? My man finally asked. One Peter Pettigrew, secret keeper of the Potters, former member of the Order of the Phoenix, and the Dark Lord's spy in their midst. A truly cowardly man who has faked his death and hidden from the world for the last 12 years. Isn't that right, Mr. Black? I say with a small smile at the nearly broken man. How? How can you know that? Sirius asked, very weary of the man who seemed to know everything. That knew about things only he should. I have a very intelligent young friend currently in Hogwarts. He told me of this. He figured it out. He found your map, traced it back to you and your group, but found the name of a man who should be dead on it since 2 years ago. My only assumption is that Pettigrew either didn't know how to conceal himself from the map, or believed that no one knew how to open it. But when you broke out, he informed me of what he knew and what you were most likely to do, so I ordered your capture. I wish to speak to you and hopefully prove the innocence that should rightfully be yours. I slowly explained to the man. If you want to help, then you'll point me to where the rat is, give me a knife and let me gut him where he stands. He yelled out savagely. And how would that help you or young Mr. Potter? I asked simply, making Sirius shut up and calm down immediately. What do you mean? He asked nervously. From what I understand of your relationship with the Potters, you are most likely his godfather, yes. Mr. Lupin has his issues and would never accept the role with his personality. But you were like a brother, so the most obvious choice. I start off with in my smooth voice. Yes. I am supposed to be his godfather. I was the one who was supposed to be there. He very regretfully replied. But because of the rat. That was taken away. He suddenly yelled out, using his broken reasoning. And you will let him take it away again, I see. I declare straightforwardly, making the man freeze. He needs to die for what he's done. He tried to argue. Do you know how young Harry has lived without any of his father's closest friends, all his father's family passing away and no one who could properly raise and protect him? I ask him in response, shutting him up instantly again. No, you don't. That's why you wanted to see him. That's why we could predict where you would go. I say to the very quiet man. From what my young friend from Hogwarts has told me, it has been a miracle the boy didn't develop into an obscurus. I inform seriously. Any possible blood or color from Sirius' face drains away in an instant. He knows what that means. He's from a most ancient and noble house. Of course he knows. Lily's sister is a petty and jealous individual. She suffered through an immense inferiority complex because of her sister. So she rejects everything that could represent her. She twisted every memory of the sister she once loved dearly, until they were all tainted. And she married the worst kind of muggle for a wizard to know. One who completely rejects anything that does not fit in his idea of what the world should be like. Small-minded, short-tempered, violent and tyrannical against those weaker than himself. Everything to distance herself from the world Lily had introduced her to. I informed him to get a better picture. How do you think killing the rat and getting thrown into Azkaban is going to help anyone better their lives? How will that help Harry? What do you think James and Lily Potter would like to see in this world? Their friends trying to kill each other? Or having them help and protect their child? I asked the man, sending him extremely deep into his thoughts. Seeing as no response was given, I spoke up again. I am not asking you to forego your hunt or forgive. In fact, I want to help you achieve this. But I want you to at least consider capturing the man instead of killing him. That is all. I say and wave my hand in his direction, freeing him from his chair. Why? Why are you doing this? You have no reason to. Sirius asked, finally realizing that I have no actual reason to do this. He sees that I have trained and experienced men. He knows I have at least this private facility. My personal intelligence and my network are excellent as well. But I'm too young to know and have all these things. I am suspicious. There are too many evil men loose in the world, and I don't want one of the good ones to rot where they should be. I answer with many emotions in my voice as I look to the ceiling. I will provide you a place to shower and feed yourself properly. We will also provide you with clothing and offer you a choice of wand we have confiscated if you do not have access to one. We can also help you reach Hogsmeade. But after that will be up to you. I say as I order the still quiet Oliver. This is simply a choice. You can follow some of my men and they will take care of everything as I've ordered. Or you can simply leave and do as you wished anyway. I said without a care in my voice. It's simply because it is his choice, and if he refuses my offers I'm not losing anything. He was quiet for a while as he was thinking about everything I had offered him, talked to him about, and informed him of. I could see some rationality return to his eyes. You said a kid figured all this out. Who is he and why do you believe him? He then asked unexpectedly. He's a very smart kid and the world will soon realize that fact. His name is Aiden Bones, nephew of Amelia Bones, the current head of the DMLE. He's also the son of one of your former colleagues from the Order. I answered with a chuckle. Wait. That kid's alive. But the entire family was killed by the time we got there. He yelled out in surprise as he remembered the scene of the massacre. Oh yes, the kid's very much alive. Very unique appearance though. I think you'll be able to tell when you see him. I responded with a smile. There was another pause as the man looked at me seriously. I'll take the offer for food, clothes, and a shower. The rest I'll do on my own. This is my duty. Sirius finally decided with fire in his eyes. Very well, Mr. Black. Oliver, if you could arrange everything please. I ordered the man besides me. Right away, sir. He said respectfully as he left. Then I shall be going as well, Mr. Black. I hope you will make the best decisions you can and hope to see a future where you are a free man. I say with a smile and turn around to leave. Wait. He suddenly shouted. Anything else, Mr. Black? I asked with curiosity. You know me and everything that happened, but I don't know you. He said seriously. Ah. How could I have been so rude? I am Michael Falster, a pleasure to meet you. I say politely and with a small bow. You already know who I am, but Sirius Black, same. He said as he held his hand out. I raised an eyebrow at the sight, but shook his hand the next second. I hope your hunt is fruitful, Mr. Black. I say as I look at his clearing eyes, still burning in determination. It will be. I responded with absolute certainty. 90, ch 90 Progress of Prodigies. After my talk with Sirius, I headed back home and saw Hedwig holding a letter. Hi Aiden. I know you said to try and tough out Aunt Marge's visit, but I just couldn't take it when she was insulting my parents, so I accidentally inflated her in front of everyone. The minister said I'm not in trouble, but he was acting weird and wouldn't tell me why. Anyway, I'm in Leaky Cauldron like you suggested and I plan to get all my shopping done then wait for Hermione and Ron. Harry. I gave Hedwig a few treats and let her fly back to the kid. It really did happen, hey. Well, everything should be on track at the moment, I'll just have to see how Sirius handles the year now that he has some rationality. I thought as I folded the letter. The next day I decided I should visit the boy, in order to keep my word to him. I showed up in a casual white t-shirt and jeans, with a loose ponytail. I didn't do anything fancy or difficult, but I kept getting stares of wariness, amazement, jealousy, and lust. I could feel them, but I'm just used to it but on a grander level at Hogwarts. I casually sat at the bar and just drank some butterbeer while I waited for Harry. When I was almost done my drink, the kid finally came downstairs. Aiden. You came. He said as he rushed towards me. Well yet. Not everyday stuff like that happens. Happy they didn't do anything against the accidental magic. They shouldn't generally though. It's uncommon for people over the age of 11, but it can still happen at intense moments, it'll happen all the time in younger kids. So the ministry is actually used to taking care of things. They mostly care more when intentional magic, casted through a wand or other means, is used on or around muggles. I explained to the kid. That's a relief. So are you gonna bring me back? You said I should at least spend my nights there. He asked, hopeful to hear a good answer. No. It can't happen during this summer anymore, but you did enough. I know what type of people they are and it seems like I'll have to talk to them again. Anyway, it's only about a week away from the first, so just relax here while you can and wait for Ron and Hermione. I say as I ruffle his somehow always messy hair. Although he never admitted it, I can always see him relax a bit when I do it. That's brilliant. He said with a sigh of relief. Yeah, so you'll have the week off basically. You've done your homework well, practiced and trained during the summer, so just relax and have a bit of fun in the wizarding world. I say with a bright smile to the boy. Really? Wicked. He cheered in a small celebration. Alright, well since I'm here I was going to check the shop. It's been a while because I've been focusing on opening the second one lately, so this will be good. I say with a chuckle at his reaction. Can I come too? He asked when he heard. You want to see the brooms again don't you? I said with a knowing smile. Yeah. I can't help it. They're just so good. How are you so good at everything? He exclaimed with some envy. A lot of studying, trial and error, training, support, ingenuity, and drive. I answered the kid seriously. So come on, I now have to prepare the bucket you'll drool in on top of checking the place out. I teased as I got up and paid for the butterbeer. Hey! I don't drool over it. He tried to defend himself in embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Say that to the puddle you left last time. I joked with a hearty laugh, with the slightly red Harry following me. The week quickly passed for me since I was working on a tricky project the whole time. I needed dragon fire for my ritual, and there's no way in hell I'll be able to have 4 dragons simultaneously breath fire around me. To even get to that step I would need 4 dragons in extremely close proximity to one another, so gotta work around that. I'm basically making a container and preserver. The first part is pretty easy for me. Just use a strongly protected metal box which activated an immensely powerful suction when a great source of heat nears it. Then you seal it and done. But what's hard is that I need to maintain the fire, so I need a way to keep dragon flames going for at least 2 days. One day to have someone go to the dragon and collect some fire and the other to properly prepare in a calm and steady manner. It was then once again time to depart for Hogwarts. Susan and I said our goodbyes and boarded the Hogwarts Express. I quickly found an empty cabin and properly put my stuff away. I sat down just in time for a beautiful Victory to come in, wearing a simple dark green summer dress, which hugged her nicely developed curves, with the necklace I had gotten for her still holding its prominent position around her neck, her black and slightly wavy hair resting on her shoulders, emphasizing her noble feature and beautiful emerald eyes. She quickly stowed away her things, locked the door, obscured the windows and pounced on me. I missed you. She said softly as she pressed her lips on mine hungrily, as our tongues greeted each other. I can tell. Now let me show you how much I missed you. I responded after getting a small breather and having my turn on the offensive. We continued for about a sweet half hour until I could feel our friends reaching the platform, forcing us to separate. Now they know we are together, but we don't like doing this kind of stuff in front of them and it helps to keep it a secret. Our 2 friends joined us and we talked about our summers to one another. You guys wouldn't believe how great this commander's house is. They've got an entire reserve in his basement filled with a bunch of different beasts. It was so fun to play and take care of them all. He's even invited me next summer to learn from him again. Said our very energetic Christian. That's great mate. Learning from the Newt's commander is a dream for any magi-zoologist, I'm sure it'll help you tremendously. Might even get the new grade I created on your Newts next year. I say as I pat his back. Yes, from what I've read about the man he is truly close to his creatures and believes for the betterment of their care. It will do you a lot of good to be around him and not just following your parents in the wilderness. Said our saintly James. He's even participated in the taking down of Gellert Grindelwald back in the day. So he should have a lot of interesting stories to share. I've also heard he's not really welcome in America due to him somehow losing a bunch of creatures in New York or something. Added my Tory. Yeah, he's the best. So what about you guys? He asked with a bright smile. Aiden was incredibly generous as he's given me the opportunity to start learning goblin smithing arts. I've begun learning many things which I'm unfortunately unable to say due to a vow, but this has been incredibly fulfilling. They like that I am respectful and talented. Though they do wish I was a bit more bloodthirsty apparently. Oh, did you know they call Aiden Bones Crusher in their city? He suddenly asked as he explained his summer, getting my 2 other friends to very quickly look at me for an explanation. It's nothing, just a goblin name I received when I was a kid. I participated in a fighting tournament to get more experience and they stubbornly wanted to experience my full strength and test their trained bodies against my fist. So I did proper punches and ended up breaking the bones of anyone who wanted to challenge me. I explained embarrassingly. Ha 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 ha. That's great. Why'd you never say anything? Oh. Is that why you always look like you're trying to be careful and gentle? Realized a laughing Christian. Yeah, if I'm not careful with most things I'll break them, so I'm always paying attention to everything around me. I said while scratching the back of my head. Sounds like you could be quite the beast. Seductively whispered Victoria in my ear, causing my imagination to run wild for a bit. But yes, it was a wonderful summer and I now get what that ring of yours mean. It frankly unbelievable you are a true friend of the Goblin Nation. And I was told to pass you a message, Aiden. Continued James. From who? I asked curiously. They wouldn't tell me, but they said that they are almost ready. Do you understand it? He asked with a calm curiosity. Oh, I understand it all right. That's very exciting news indeed. I say with a very excited smile. So what's almost ready, mate? Asked a very curious Christian. A special piece I ordered. Looking forward to the finished product. I replied with my smile still plastering my face. So a new toy then? Added in Victoria. Something like that. I'll show it to you guys when I actually get it. I reply, to which they nod. What about you, Victoria? Any progress? Then asked James to our female member. Yeah, I'm making headway. The books you sent me have helped tremendously, Aiden. I couldn't have possibly guessed that Muggle medicine was so advanced. I was very happy that you kept sending me the things I was looking for. It probably saved me a decade of researching minimum because we haven't studied the brain nearly as much as we should. We haven't studied much of anything that really happens inside of us as we should. It has opened a completely new door for me and my magic. She excitedly explained as she looked at me with tender eyes. Anything I can do to help? I say as I squeeze her hand. That's so sick. Tori's becoming a super matron, James is going to be the best enchanter in existence and I'm going to be the best magi zoologist on the planet. So what were you up to shock the world this summer, oh mighty Raven? Asked Christian in an exaggerated manner. Aside from my grades, I've become an animagus and I've released 4 books to really rattle how things are at the moment. I say as if it was a simply matter. You're an animagus. You've got to teach me. Pretty please, mate. Suddenly begged Christian. I would also like to have that ability, but have you registered yet? I haven't heard of any new animagus making the news. Asked a concerned James. And knowing you, those books are going to make quite the splash, aren't they? Asked Victoria with an excited smile. It always gives her immense pride and happiness when her man shows his immense abilities, because even him showing a hint of what he can really do is enough to shock everyone. It also excites her to know he can rock the world so easily. To go in order, yes, I can guide you. I'm actually mentioning it because I want to help you all become ones as well. No, I haven't registered yet because I wanted to do it with you guys, and of course my books are going to cause a splash. I've been preparing for their release for years. I answer with pride. You're still the best, mate. Happily said Christian. I wonder what animal I would turn into. James questioned himself. Another skill to learn is never a bad thing. Tori said mostly to herself. Usually your animagus form will be hinted at by your patroness. I say to the 3 of them. Victoria actually has a hippogriff, so it could be tricky, Christian is a wolf, and James is a freaking dove, like the nickname wasn't enough. It will be interesting to see the final result of their transformations, I thought to myself. Alright, I think we chatted enough, we are all prefects and whatnot, so let's get changed and head to our carriage. I declare to break everyone out of their merriment at the thought of becoming Animagi. 91, ch 91 Dementors. My friends and I all got dressed and headed to the prefect carriage, with pretty much everyone being the same except for the 5th years joining in as prefects, and only Cedric Diggory was a truly familiar face. The rest were pretty much all people I've noticed in the exchange, but have not really gotten to know. Cedric is very active as a helper and I've taught him more than once, hence why I know him more. I nod towards the handsome teen and then face the rest of those in attendance. It is good to see everyone again and I extend my welcome to all new prefects joining us this year. I have met most of you before, either in the exchange or the dueling club, but just in case I am Aiden Bones, a pleasure to be working with all of you this year. I say as my opening lines. As most of you know, I believe in the equality of all houses and that one should judge on actions and character instead of the house. But I also understand the inherent bias cultivated by Hogwarts division of students. So my oversight method shall remain the same as last year's. Some favoritism is to be expected, but I also expect proper punishment when it is due. Minor abuses of authority will be tolerated to an extent, but heavy-handed methods will result in disciplinary action. Aside from that, try to help students feel good about being at Hogwarts and help our fellow residents interact peacefully with one another. If all else fails and conflict is imminent in your opinion, arrange for a duel to properly let students work through their issues in a controlled manner. I say commandingly to everyone present. They all listen seriously, because unlike last year, everyone knows about a fraction of my skills as president of the dueling club. I've also cultivated prestige amongst the students, so even members of Slytherin House have grown to at least acknowledge my abilities. The troubling thing is that I've received notice from the headmaster that there will be some unpleasant challenges involved with helping manage students this year. He believes the ministry might enforce some hard-handed methods to protect students from Sirius Black. I say with utmost seriousness. But why would Black even come to Hogwarts? Asked Cedric. They believe Harry Potter would be a target. They see Black as having an extreme obsession with the boy who defeated his former master. So the ministry is almost certain that he will try to reach him in the place everyone knows he spends most of the year. I answer the Hufflepuff teen. So what kind of measures are they thinking of implementing? Do you know, Aiden? Asked James this time, feeling a bit worried. The headmaster didn't have any notices or requests from the ministry when he sent the letter, so all we know is that the discussions were ongoing within the ministry. I'm personally hoping they will assign Aurors or at least hit wizards, but the current cabinet has been cutting the funding and recruitment for those offices. I think the only person to have been recruited in many years has been Tonks, who graduated 2 years ago. And I really hope they don't choose the worst option. I say somberly. What's the worst option, mate? Asked Christian, making everyone look at me with some nervousness at my answer. Dementors. I simply answer without any emotions. That's insane. The ministry would never let Dementors be near the school. Exclaimed Percy. That is the worst choice I can think of, Percy, and one I really don't want them to choose it. I respond to the guy, calming him down a bit. Well, anyway, I want the 7th years to partner up with a 5th year and show them the ropes on patrolling the train properly. 6th years can pair up together and start any time. I instructed to the group, ending the meeting. So everyone was currently patrolling. I was with Tori as we walked through the carts. People tended to stop what they were doing and start staring at us in some sort of awe due to the aura we exude together. She is the Queen of Slytherin. Unchallengeable, proud but ultimately kind. She is a true noble. While I am an overwhelming person. I know that very well. Tall, strong, good-looking, intelligent, good character, and my own aura akin to a king due to my phoenix and Whampus cat parts. It makes people subconsciously behave in front of us. As the rain outside the train fell and we neared Hogwarts, we started to slow down steadily until the train came to a complete stop. Then the lights usually illuminating the train dimmed until they finally went out. The darkness and our lack of movements were causing students to panic because this has never happened before. Everyone stay in your cabins. We will handle the situation and find out what is wrong. You will then be informed accordingly. Do not run around like headless chickens and stop us from understand what has happened or add on to the chaos. Everything will be fine. I yelled loudly and with authority, causing the entire place to quiet down and let us work. Then the part I was waiting for finally came. The temperature started dropping, as the wet windows slowly became covered in frost. And a hovering cloaked being entered the compartment. All students who noticed it went quiet from fear of the creature. They know what it is. A Dementor. They really did it. I mutter underneath my breath. We can't let it even touch a student. Those abominations are reserved for the worst criminals, how dare they let them come anywhere near children? Spat out an angry Victoria. Yes, the quicker this is done the better. I say to her as I step up and approach the creature. Every step I let my true aura and power grow and manifest more, soon warming everything in the compartment due to my power. I stood there, the antithesis of what it was. They are cold, dark, evil, corruptive parasites feeding off the joy and happiness of other, leaving them hollow husks filled with nothing but emptiness. I am a bright flame next to them, warm, powerful, filled with light, empowering and protective. And with my power humming in the air and making the creature halt, I raise my voice as if a ruler. The one you are looking for is not here. Leave or die. I declare with no room for opposition. There is no negotiation. No debate. No choice. No alternative. Leave or die. It did not leave. The creature feels too many emotions on the train. So much to feed on. It cannot relinquish such a feast. You have made your choice. Now you are done. I decreed as my wand is raised and an all-encompassing with light envelopes and warms the hearts of all those on the train. With quiet steps my Whampus cat patroness appears and attacks the Dementor in front of me, causing it to release a horrible howl of pain and unwillingness as it disintegrates it into nothingness. Meanwhile I let out pulses of positive energy to attack any and all Dementors on or around the train. One death is a warning and this is proof of power. I looked over the now quiet compartments and loudly announced using Sonorous. To all students, the Dementors have been pushed back. We will resume our journey momentarily. All prefects are to check in on every student. If anyone was attacked by one of the Dementors, they need to be given some chocolate immediately and taken to Madame Pomfrey at our arrival. We shall receive an explanation for this outrageous situation at the castle, I am sure, so for now at least try to stay calm. Help those affected. And prepare for our arrival at Hogwarts. I ordered authoritatively. You know I always love when you show off. Whispered my Tori. I'll show off something different later. But for now we have our duties to attend to. I whispered back to her and got to work. It took a while to get all the students sorted out, but with all the prefects and students given clear and precise instructions, everything was going better. The train finally started to move again and we were on our way to Hogwarts. After a gathering of prefects in our carriage, I understood what happened pretty much in every part of the train, letting me give out a fresh set of orders. I also said that if someone mocks another for their reactions to being attacked by a Dementor, then they are to be welcomed and face one as well. For the rest of the ride I fulfilled my duties as head boy and let our new Professor Lupin take care of Harry. Soon enough we reached the castle and students could finally forget about the train's events while enjoying the feast. But after said feast, Dumbledore explained that the Dementors are to be present outside the school grounds to hunt for Sirius. He also stated that they have been specifically ordered to not enter school grounds. And so with complicated hearts, the students were sent to their dorms to rest, recover, and prepare for the start of a new school year. After finishing the last of my duties, I also returned to my room and started to write down my year's goals. 1. Finish the Dragon Fire Containment Tool. This is my absolute priority. It needs to be done by the end of the year, no other results will be accepted. 2. Continue working on Charm and Dada Mastery spells. With all my other chosen subjects to achieve a mastery ready to go, with all projects completed. These two are the last ones. I've already built a good framework for the 2 spells and with the Dementors present this year I believe they will be perfect test subjects. 3. Up combat training for my friends. I need them to be at least senior Auror level before the next year in order for them to be prepared. Christian is the closest, only needing to add more spells and experience, while waiting for his second maturity. Victoria is only a step behind the guy due to her instincts and experience being lower than him, but she will be very powerful in the future. And although James is the weakest combatant, he's also the toughest to take down due to his fighting style being heavily defensive. So I need to get them polished. 4. Make sure Sirius is exonerated, but Peter escapes. That is my aim for this year's canon. The last 2 years I didn't mess with things too much, but I just can't not help the guy and help Harry at the same time. The plan involves gathering too much evidence so that they can't deny Pettigrew is alive and that Sirius is innocent. I have a few ideas on how to accomplish my goal, but I need to be careful of Hermione's time turner and might need to use my own to counteract hers. 5. Teach everyone I can the Patronus Charm this year. This will help keep students safe, help their Dada grades on OWLs, boost morale in the school and help in the future when Voldy takes them all under his wing. With my goals written down, it was time to ready myself for the days ahead of me with a good night's sleep. 92, CH 92 Finding Successors. The year began with a slightly gloomier atmosphere around Hogwarts. Students were obviously feeling the stress of being back in class and having homework, with that going double for OWL and Newt students. But the presence of the Dementor seemed to bring an atmosphere of helplessness to the castle. So to combat this feeling a little bit, while training my monstrous control and endurance, I decided to let my Patronus fly around to comfort students impacted the most. Its presence helped alleviate the dreadful feelings one could feel due to the many Dementors surrounding the school. This new year also brought changes to my group's schedule, since we were now studying for Newt examinations next year. Christian obviously kept herbology and care of magical creatures, but also chose astronomy, charms, transfiguration and defense against the dark arts. He couldn't continue potions due to not reaching Snape's requirement of only accepting outstanding for his Newt classes, ditched history of magic as quickly as possible because of the mind-numbing boredom he had to endure for the last 5 years, and divination was useless for him so he didn't continue it either. James was in about the same situation. He continued with charms, arithmancy, ancient runes, transfiguration and defense against the dark arts, but dropped potions, herbology and history of magic. So neither of them technically qualified as Aurors in the future, but they would still be able to more than challenge any one of them. But Tori was flawless in her exams. She obviously continued charms, transfiguration and potions to further her own goals, while adding herbology, defense against the dark arts, arithmancy and ancient runes. She only dropped history of magic because it was useless to her and I could teach it better, with much fewer flaws and had more material she could go through if she ever needed to. My side of things were pretty much the same, I just continued in the classes I would actually get my masteries in. So arithmancy, ancient runes, charms, Dada, herbology, potions, much to Snape's loathing, and transfiguration. Yet, even I dropped history of magic since I already know more than the ghost teacher, and better too. So there was no point in wasting time and trying to distract myself from the boredom anymore. On a side note, apparently I think only Professor McGonagall and the headmaster are aware of my record-shattering grades because of a few looks I've gotten from her, but she simply treated me impartially as before. That meant I could continue on as usual, even if they can't really teach me anything per se. Their lectures and experiences allow me to get fresh insights into subjects and spark ideas into my mind. That is one of the reasons why I chose not to graduate early with my grades. The others being my friends and next year's events. The exchange opened as it did every year now and had succeeded in becoming sort of an established site in Hogwarts. I was very proud to have made this sort of place, where anyone is welcome to join and learn. No one tried to hinder it anymore due to the complete fairness for any who wish to come in and improve. The only issue is that I will be leaving Hogwarts next year and I don't want the exchange to just be a product of my time in Hogwarts, I want it to be there to help students long after I leave. So I began to look for a successor of sorts, with someone in mind already for the job, Cedric Diggory. He is smart, kind, and pretty much impartial. He is by far the best candidate to take over and manage the exchange. And honestly speaking, it's not like he's going to die anymore. I mean, even if I didn't need to participate I doubt he'd be considered a better candidate than any of my friends. So I'm not particularly worried about the guy dying next year. With my number one candidate chosen, I decided to approach the guy. He was currently chatting with some of his friends in the courtyard, relaxing between classes. "Hello Cedric, I would like to speak to you in private for a little bit if that is fine with you," I requested politely to him. My sudden arrival made everyone freeze. "Me? How come?" he asked very surprised. "It is understandable because I don't really interact with people unless it's during classes or my extracurricular activities. I have an offer for you," I reply, making the teen seriously look at me. "Alright then. You guys go on ahead." He nodded and told his group of friends. We headed to the exchange for privacy, making sure no one could overhear. "So what's up Aiden? This really isn't like you?" asked a curious Cedric. "What do you think about the exchange Cedric?" I simply asked back. Oh. It's a really wonderful concept and Hogwarts needed a place where students can mingle properly. It also helps a lot of people and promotes hard work and effort, so I think it's brilliant." He answered honestly and with a smile on his face. "Yes. I really wanted to help others. But I'm worrying about it now," I say with a sigh. "What's wrong? Is someone trying to shut it down?" he asked seriously. No. Nothing like that. Thank you for caring though. But I'm worrying about its future," I reply with a chuckle. "What do you mean?" he confusedly asked. "Next year will be my last Cedric, and I worry about what will happen after me and my friends leave Hogwarts," I clarified for the teen. "Okay. So what's your plan? And why talk to me about it?" he realized and asked. "Simply because I want to groom someone to take over and maintain the ideals of the exchange," I say as I look directly into his eyes. "You want a successor? Wait a second. You think it's me?" He understood in utter shock. "I can think of no one better Cedric. Kind, smart, skilled, hardworking and unbiased. You are exactly the kind of person I would love for students to be. And I have always paid attention to the happenings in this room, so I know how you are here at least and that's enough for me," I explain with a smile. "But I'm not nearly as smart as you, or as strong as you, and I don't have the same feeling of confidence you give off to." He tried to deny. "It is understandable to be worried, I am too much to follow up on. You see, that doesn't matter to me at all. I don't want you to become me. I wanted someone with good enough grades, skilled enough in magic and kind enough to help others, those are my requirements to oversee this place. I want someone who can let the spirit of this place carry on after I leave, not replace me," I say honestly to the teen, making him think seriously about my response. "Can I think about it?" he asked, unable to come to a decision at the moment. "Of course Cedric. But do not pressure yourself too much. You are my favorite for the position without a doubt, but I also have other options in mind if you decide that it is too much for you. To me it is good that you are hesitating, it means you are giving it proper consideration," I reply kindly. "Thanks," he said with a small nod and left to think about my answer. With that discussion done, I got going on a few other projects. One of which was to start my friends on their paths to becoming animagi. They now all had a mandrake leaf stuck to the roofs of their mouths, letting them experience the weird feeling and have begun to chant every morning and evening. I've also started to push them further now for combat training and using more mod spells. I'm not going nearly as far as I can, but this is a level where they felt great pressure but it's still manageable. It is the right level to stimulate growth. And they've finally begun to learn proper occlumency. Tori had defenses already due to her family, but they weren't anything special so I helped her remake them properly. The dueling club was doing well, and this year Ron was finally able to join. His physical condition was a lot better than when he started following my guide, and he looks like he kept putting effort in during the break, making me glad he had done so. So as the president of the club I started to welcome everyone. "Welcome everyone, to our dueling club. Most of you I know from last year, but for our new members and first years, I am Aiden Bones. Professor Flitwick and I founded this club to help students learn the noble art of dueling. We have strict rules on how to behave yourself inside and out of the club. If any believe these rules are made to be ignored, you will be very rudely awakened. I say seriously as I speak. We don't want people to believe they can just ignore the conditions which they are to uphold as members. This year will be a bit different than the last for one major reason. I will be looking for the future leadership of the club amongst those present. Next year will be my last and I wish to leave this club in the right hands, hence I shall be observing all of your spirits, hard work, skills, personal improvement, and characters. I will announce my decision at the end of the year and personally coach them next year. That is all. I announce, causing a wave of rumors and possibilities to spread throughout the castle as they try and guess who it could be. I have also announced a special class for this year due to the presence of Dementors and the obvious dangers they pose to the student body. Instead of the review which served to counteract Lockhart's shit class, I would now hold Patroness lessons. Anyone who wants to learn this difficult charm is more than welcome to join in, and since it isn't a destructive spell it can be practiced until they drop. A week after my announcements started flying around the castle, Cedric came to find me when I was closing the exchange one day. Aiden, I've made my decision. He told me with a look of pure determination. Oh. I raised my eyebrow as I look at him. Yes. I'll do it. I'll be your successor and keep the exchange going. He said seriously. Thank you, Cedric. And you don't have to worry, I'll warn everyone and coach you for the next 2 years to make you feel more confident. I comfort him with a gentle smile. All right. I'll look forward to it. He nods and with our little chat done, we head to the Great Hall for food. 93, ch 93 How to be a little bitch. With time passing and everyone having proper classes, it was around this time that third years would start their electives. On the day care of magical creatures was set to occur for third years, I decided to follow Victoria to the infirmary. I justified it by saying I knew Hagrid was very excited to follow his dream of being the professor for the class, so he was going to show them hippogriffs which might not end well, and an unsaid reason I let her know through my eyes. Now hippogriffs are great, the only problem is a lazy, pampered show-off, who can't take it when Harry does anything remotely better than him. And instead of improving and showing himself to be better through accomplishments, he only tries to sabotage, mimic, or disparage anything that Harry does. So when I saw a very happy Harry flying across the school grounds and plane over the Black Lake, I knew it was almost time. And 10 minutes later, a rushing Hagrid carrying the moaning pussy known as Draco Malfoy came in. Now I like giving everyone a chance but he doesn't even try to change. He's so obsessed with being better than Harry because he got rejected in first year that he then blinds himself to any opportunity to actually become better than him. I've repeatedly invited him to the exchange and I told him when the club was recruiting people, but he stiffly rejects the first due to not being able to be a twit to the head boy, and just expects to have a spot saved for him in the club. My goodness Hagrid! What happened? Asked a stern Madame Pomfrey. Draco got too close to Buckbeak. Offended I'm bad and got swiped. You'll fix I'm though right? He explained then asked nervously. Of course. Lay him on the bed. Everyone else out. She ordered quickly, forcing Draco's groupies out. Hagrid, don't worry. Honestly speaking we all know how jealous and petty the boy is. If anything happens I'll help you out and this is a class with risks, so your job is protected from idiots unless they are actually crippled or killed okay. But maybe stick to things around unicorn level for third years. They're cool and we've got plenty. I try to comfort the half-giant. Yeah think so? I just wanted to do a good job. It's me dream you know. He replied nervously. I know Hagrid. How about this? Me and Christian can help you plan some interesting creatures to show off for every year. You know a lot about so many so focus on that. Just gotta learn that the kids are a lot more delicate than you all right. I say as I pat him on the back. All right, thanks Aiden. He nodded gratefully. All right now go. We've got this, but you've got a class waiting for you Professor. I say to cheer him up a little. After he left I could hear Madame Pomfrey chastise the boy. Oh keep quiet Mr. Malfoy. Plenty of people come here with worse results from pranks than this little scratch. She said sternly. Be quiet and stop being a mommy's boy you little prat. Or I'll stupefy you so we can work. Coldly said my lovely Tory. He immediately shut up in fear of the two women. Madame Pomfrey cause she gives no shits about who you crawled out of, and Tory has very firmly established herself in Slytherin through strength and ability. It was a medium-sized cut, but that is actually the lightest possible result I've ever heard of for pissing off a hippogriff. Buckbeak mostly got the kid's cloths and only the tip of its claws reached the boy, so all of this moaning was quite pathetic. Well now I know why you've never joined the dueling club Draco. If this scratch is all it takes to put you out of commission then you wouldn't last long and I do so worry about how your daddy would react. He might try to shut down our club for not treating his little boy like the special prince he is. I said to him with a kind smile and caring voice, making Tori stifle a laugh and Poppy to suppress a smile. Draco on the other hand had a humiliated expression. He had wanted to get in the club, but the spots were already filled. He had also tried to bully or bribe people into giving their spots away, but was caught and lost 40 points for his house. That put a stop to his actions very quickly. And now he's being mocked for his actions. After he was fixed up by the two women and I checked the injuries myself, he was free to go. There were no poisons or infections, no potions used, no curse or dark magic, so just fixing his arm was enough. But then, the little twit showed up surrounded by people caring for him with his arm wrapped up in gaze and in a sling. That means that the boy got the stuff himself and made the sling without anyone knowing, just to get attention and feel special. It was honestly pathetic to watch. Although Victoria really wanted to give the boy a beating, she also knew when to hold back. This was mostly because he wasn't actually hurting anyone right now, just being pathetic. So we spread the word around the 3 other houses of what his injury was really like, making people almost laugh out loud at the boy and looking at his acting with concealed ridicule. Apparently Draco thought this meant people were paying more attention to him and believed him, so he laid on his act extremely thick. On another topic though, everyone was happy to have the good Professor Lupin teaching Dada, as he was finally a competent teacher with a deep understanding of the subject. Some people were even comparing my review from last year to his classes, the only difference being that I just didn't have the time to go through everything for every individual grades in the time I had. One day I decided to stay behind and talk to the ragged man. "Hello Professor. Do you have some time to talk?" I asked politely. He was like the movie representation of the man, but his robes were shabbier, his light brown hair showed hints of grey through them even though he was too young for it, and he always looked ill and exhausted as they were the symptoms of a werewolf. "Mr. Bones, this is a surprise. You do not strike me as a man who has any questions for me. So what is it you need?" he asked in return with a tired but happy smile. "Well, I am honestly here to ask how you are. Your entire demeanor screams that you are not feeling well. So although you are a true expert of the field you teach, it worries me," I say with worry in my voice. "Oh, no need to worry about that. An old illness is all. I've got it under control," he says with a chuckle at my worry. "It is true that it can be controlled. Is Professor Snape helping you properly? I know you and him have a history," I asked kindly. But those 2 questions made him jump immediately. "How do you? What do you know?" he asked very guarded now. I just waved my wand to close the door and cast a muffling spell on the room. This level seemed to surprise the man. "Please don't think I mean you any harm Professor. But for the first question, it's a pleasure to meet Mr. Mooney of the Marauders," I say with a small smile. "Ha! You found the map. Do you have it? It is a very dangerous tool in some people's hands," he said with great surprise, but also seriousness. "Yes, Mr. Padfoot is at large at the moment, but I'm not worried about him," I say with a calm smile. "So you know that too? Why didn't you tell anyone?" he asked with a sigh, but with curiosity. "Same reason you never told anyone the man was an animagus," I simply answered. "You truly are as impressive as the headmaster said," commented the impressive professor. "Why thank you Professor Lupin," I say with a chuckle. "But will you turn it in? I know Dumbledore said he trusts you greatly, but this is regarding Harry's safety," he then asked with all seriousness. "Unfortunately, I passed it on to people who would truly live up to your group's spirit of mischief and I know not if even they still have it," I answered honestly. Not telling him about my copy, no one can use it except me and I made some for everyone in my group too. That is unfortunate. But I must still have you another question. "What else do you know of me?" he asked, but this time there was timidity, and fear in his behavior. "We both know, why must you ask?" he responds softly. "So you know. What are going to do? Spread it around the castle and drive me out? Or is this blackmail? What is your goal with telling?" asked a now very weak-spirited Lupin. "You truly don't know do you? Where have you been hiding that you don't know such big changes?" I asked in return, with a very soft voice. "What don't I know?" he questioned, sounding beaten. "The Bones family is the largest employer of werewolves in the world most likely. They're involved in every step of the making of the products sold at Bones Works. Except the books and goblin medals anyway," I explained gently. "What? But what about the anti-werewolf legislation? And what about the registry?" he asked in disbelief. "They've all agreed to be registered under their term of employment, and we provide them with stable work, dorms, food, pay and a new wolfsbane potion I've improved and I've published the recipe of in my new book. We have pretty much every werewolf who is willing to do honest work under us at the moment," I explained to the shaken man. "I didn't know, but that still doesn't explain why you still have them with the new legislation." He tried to understand. Why should I give a shit about what the most bigoted bitch in the wizarding world tries to do? Our contracts protect our employees for the next 10 years. As long as they don't break any of our agreements, they will be fully protected as our employees. Plus honestly, I could dismantle that piece of legislation in about a week. But I need to be the Lord Bones to do so without implicating my aunt and forcing her to face off against the minister's fuck buddy. I say proudly and viciously. The professor just looks at me in shock. I just came to ask because the recipe I put out improves the cost of the potion, the production difficulty is lowered, and it takes less time for it to be effective with only needing to take 2 doses to take effect. This isn't for debate, it has worked for over 1,000 werewolves from across Europe for the last 3 years and without a single incident. I inform the man seriously. What? Was all he got out, mainly due to his jaw trying to hit the floor. Yeah, just need to buy potions beyond potions, turn to page 37 and bam. New Wolfsbane. Every recipe has been certified too. I say proudly. You really are like Dumbledore said, unfathomable. Sighed the man, with a smile on his face. But thank you for letting me know. I'll inform Severus. He probably didn't want to buy a student's book, but if what you said is true I think he will now. He added a little amused at the thought of Severus being outdone by a student. No problem, Professor. I hope it helps. You're a really good teacher and your situation is more than manageable. I reply kindly. Yes. Now if that's all, I seem to have an urgent need to visit our potions master. He said with a smile on his face now. Of course, sir. Good luck. I simply answer with a knowing smile and left. But when I had come out, I heard a disturbing rumor that Lucius Malfoy came and is demanding the head of the beast which nearly killed his son. That little bitch. I murmured under my breath as my strength leaked out a bit. 94, ch 94 digging a pit. When I heard the news I immediately headed to Hagrid's hut. I apparently arrived just a bit after the Golden Trio as they are trying to get a sloshed Hagrid to open up. Aiden. What are you doing here? Said Hermione as she noticed me first, getting the boys to turn around in surprise. Sorry, questions in a bit. I say with a little smile on me lips, then turned my attention to the door. Hagrid, I told you to tell me if the daddy's boy made any problems and that I would handle it. So if you don't open up this damn door I'm breaking it and dragging you outside to talk after I douse cold water over your head. I shouted at the man inside the house, completely stunning the trio. You'll do what? Questioned Ron and Harry as Hermione malfunctioned, seeing what was basically her idol acting like some sort of hooligan. I'm giving you till the count of 3. 1. 2. I was counting down when the door opened and I immediately took a potion out of my pouch, uncorked it and forced him to drink by making it fly into his mouth and making the container vanish, whilst leaving the liquid in my control to force it down his throat, making him very surprised and cough as soon as it was over. Aiden. What did you do? Exclaimed the worried Harry. I'm not dealing with a wasted half-giant again, even if he's my friend. That will sober him up right quick. I say to the trio who are trying to catch up with the events, while Hagrid is feeling the effects of the potion. It has to be extra strong to work on the man, so not a pleasant experience. So what are you doing here? Asked Ron. I was one of the people responsible for checking Draco's little scratch, and I told Hagrid that if the prince was going to make trouble with his daddy I would handle it. But the guy just shuts himself in and starts drinking. So that's what he gets for not trusting me to handle it. I say with a little huff at the end, as the 3 of them understand why I was acting like I did. Why'd you shove that horrible stuff down me throat? Complained Hagrid. Punishment for not letting your friend help you out. Now sell me Buckbeak immediately. I basically ordered. What? Everyone else shouted in extreme confusion. Sell me Buckbeak and I'll be able to use loopholes to protect him, but he must be in my possession. You'll be assigned as the caretaker for him and have my permission to use him in your lessons, hence making me the one responsible for any issues that occur because I'm the owner. I explain, making the guys blank, but the clever girl got it. That's brilliant. You're using laws to protect nobles and their property against a noble trying to seize it. Exclaimed our Hermione. Yep, now sign this. I got this made as soon as I heard about the incident. It's a contract dated to the day it happened, indicating that one hippogriff, known as Buckbeak, tamed and trained by one Rubius Hagrid, has been the purchase of Aiden Michael Bones. All you have to do is signed, I give you the money and I can crush Lucius at his own stupid game. I explained to the half-giant, who is reading the paper in disbelief. That's brilliant. Harry exclaimed in amazement. You should look up your own stuff too, Harry, because I think you forgot that I told you that you were the last heir of an ancient noble family. Might want to check on that next time you're at Gringotts. Lets you use a bunch of laws if you know how to play with them. I say to the now teenage Harry. Then Hagrid just started crying, surprising even me. Hagrid, are you okay? Carefully asked Hermione. Just like Dumbledore, yeah are. Yeah, help me even when I make a mistake. he said as he was bawling his eyes out. Hagrid, this isn't your fault. You tried to get students interested and showed a proper example, Harry. But a teacher can only do so much for a bad student sometimes. I tried to comfort the man by saying this. He's right, Hagrid. Malfoy's a git. We all know that. I mean, who just runs up to a hippogriff? Honestly. Agreed Ron, saying something actually helpful this time. Yeah, and Aidan's aunt is the head of the DMLE. He knows the laws almost inside and out from studying with her. He'll beat Lucius in any court case. Added Harry, since he has learned more than a little bit about our governing body from staying at my place. So what are waiting for, Hagrid? Sign the paper. Excitedly reminded Hermione. Right, and, there, yeah, go. Signed your contract, Aidan. So Buckbeak will be fine? He asked hopefully. Yes, Buckbeak will be fine, Hagrid. And so will you. I reassured with a bright smile as my plan to play with Lucius again is taking form. Thank ya, Aidan. Sincerely said Hagrid. No problem, Hagrid, we're friends, and I told you I'd help with this. No way am I letting the Prat get such a beautiful creature executed. I say with a smile. No, let's prepare a proper lesson plan for everyone. It'll be interesting, but appropriate. It's almost everybody's first time handling creatures. So you gotta start with some smaller, cuter critters and build yourself up to the big guns, all right. I say with an energetic smile. So with the help of Hermione, while still taking Hagrid's opinion into account, we managed to have a good outline of how the semester can go. We have a concrete plan for the next 2 months at least, and Hagrid agreed to run interesting opportunities past either me, Christian or Hermione so he doesn't get a bit too carried away and hurt his reputation as a teacher too much. I also told him it's okay to make mistakes, but you have to avoid repeating them. He has to take some of what the students say into account and hammer in what they need to know even if they complain. This is especially important around magical creatures. You need to know exactly what you are doing when around them, because all of them have ways to defend themselves and harm others. Except for the mighty Flobberworm, I think. So with that done, I started to prepare everything to crush Lucius and turn the tables on the man completely. So I got Draco's incident report from both Hagrid and Madame Pomfrey. I got my eyes and ears to monitor Lucius' activities to catch any and all evidence of his bribing and or blackmailing again. Then I also asked Christian to see if Mr. Scamander would be able to help in some way. He is a famous wizard, world-renowned magi-zoologist, and he has a soft spot for hippogriffs due to his mother apparently having been a breeder. I also notified my aunt about my little plan to harass the Malfoy snake, and she was quite excited to see her nephew fuck the man over. I love my aunt. After that incident, something interesting happened, a canon event. A Hogsmeade visit was scheduled on Halloween Day. Victoria did our usual as we disappeared and enjoyed our rare time together. Sometimes having magic just makes things so convenient. Harry couldn't come, of course, and I think the reason Dumbledore never brought up the fact that he could sign Harry's form was because he wanted him to spend time with Remus. It let him learn about his parents, how they were in school, and he was teaching him how to fight Dementors like the canon. So although Harry will feel excluded, it's overall better for him to experience this, and it helped appease the guilt Remus felt due to the past. But the event I mentioned wasn't this. After the pumpkin-infused feast ended, everyone returned to their dormitories. But it was now impossible to open the Gryffindor dorm because the fat lady had been attacked and fled. And Sirius Black was responsible. Now this is both expected and not. The man should be more rational about what to do with Peter right now. I pointed out everything his decision would affect. But it looks like his loyalty to the Potters and his desire for revenge are making him irrational in his pursuit of the rat. As far as I know, he should be hiding in the Shrieking Shack during the year since no one goes near the supposedly most haunted site in Britain. I guess I'll go introduce myself later. I thought to myself after the event. The whole castle was immediately put on alert. Teachers, Penelope and I were paired to search the castle for the man, but he had vanished as quietly as he had come. Students were put in the Great Hall for their safety tonight, with everything provided so that they could at least sleep. The Dumbledore motioned for me to join him and his trusted teachers, McGonagall, Snape and Lupin. Why is Bones participating, Headmaster? Asked a sneering Snape. Because Aidan's insight and intelligence are beyond marvelous, as can be attested by myself and Remus. Answered Dumbledore with a calm smile. The boy knows nothing of the situation. How could he? It is before his time. Disagreed the potions master. I will assure you, Severus, that he seems to know plenty of the matters of the past. Replied Remus with a smile. And the present? He then hinted. Humph. We all know who did that. Are you sure, Albus? Mr. Bones is still a student, even with his grades. Asked a concerned McGonagall. He is more than a match for any teacher in the school, Minerva, and we have had many illuminating conversations in his time at our school. He answered jovially, with his eyes twinkling a bit brighter. I do know enough. For example, Professor Snape, how are you enjoying my book on potions? I think it's pretty nifty. I asked with a devilish grin. He just glared at me in response. I've read your books as well, Aiden, and they were simply brilliant. I am very happy that such a student is in our school. Complimented the headmaster. Thank you very much, sir. They are the compilation of my foundations. And I hope they can help others as they build off of their own. But shall we discuss what it is you wanted? I thanked him and attempted to return the conversation to something more productive. Mr. Bones is right. How did Black even get into the castle undetected? He even escaped Azkaban, but even with the Dementors he makes it through. So how? Asked Minerva very seriously. Perhaps someone helped him, from the inside? An old friend perhaps. Snaps hinted none too subtly. I trust no teacher at this school would help the man into the castle to harm a student Severus. The headmaster said as he denied Snape's jab at Remus. We have not been friends in a very long time, Severus, as you well know. But thank you for your trust, headmaster. Replied Lupin to both men. Your opinion, Aiden? Then asked Dumbledore with an expectant look in his eye as the three professors turned their attention to me. Black is no fool. I've researched him after his breakout and found evidence showing his intelligence. He is also plagued by being unable to control his emotions, hampering his abilities. But he is a Hogwarts alumni. He knows that today is Halloween and that, like every year, we have the feast. So he picked the perfect time to sneak in. While we had minimal weariness and defenses, by using his very intimate knowledge of the castle's secret passages most likely. But with all his planning and cunning, he somehow doesn't remember that his target wouldn't be in his dorm and that he couldn't get in without the password? That makes me believe he might also have other goals. I say seriously, trying not to say anything that will break the current situation's balance between canon and changes. And Professor Snape, I know your relationship with that group is strained to say the least, but at least keep an objective point of view about the man's abilities. I added to stop the professor from denying my analysis just because he has a complex. That made him scowl even more. I told you he know more than enough, Severus. Chuckled Lupin a bit. You might be right, Aiden. All right, everyone is dismissed. Sirius will not strike again tonight, but remain vigilant. Dumbledore then gently ordered. What about Potter? Should he be told? Asked Snape before leaving. No, let him sleep. For in our dreams we enter entirely our own. Let them swim in the deepest ocean, or glide over the highest cloud. Replied the headmaster as he looked at Harry with care. 95, ch 95 Emotions at Hogwarts. The attack on the fat lady left everyone in the castle twitchy. Every shadow moving or rustling noise made people dread Sirius Black attacking them. People even began to move in groups to make themselves feel safe. In the meantime, the dueling club members were pushing themselves harder and harder. The threat of Sirius Black lit a desire to not fear the man and improve to defeat him. Many people dream of glory, and his capture was in the mind of the more courageous, ambitious, or cocksure. We made sure to tell them the man's actual abilities, of course. We don't want kids to march to their possible deaths because they thought they were all that. But many of the younger members were pushing themselves to prove to me they were the next leaders of the club. I had a few people who were impressing me in the age range I was aiming. What made me happy was to see the growth in Ron's character. Although homework and studying were things he still dreaded to do, he was training with the difficult setting from my guide and achieving great results. He also started dueling some Slytherin students who showed themselves to be reasonable people. Outside of the club, the other two members of the trio were having varied experiences of the year so far. Harry was seeing death omens everywhere because Sirius just couldn't not look over the boy. He felt like he was missing out by not going to Hogsmeade. Annoyed that teachers were acting like overprotective nannies. And embarrassed that he was mocked for fainting near Dementors. He actually came to me to talk about some of his problems, which was interesting to experience his trust. So what do you think? Asked the sullen boy. Well, the Hogsmeade visit has never really been a big thing for me, honestly. I mostly go because my friends enjoy being out of the castle and think that if they don't make me I'll stay cooped up all the time and work on my projects. Which is a fair assumption in my case. So can't really sympathize with you there, buddy, sorry. The death omen thing though is highly subjective, not helped by Professor Trelawney. In all honesty, you could pass her class by predicting your own misfortune and death. You'll still need to know how to do it properly for the owls, but any other test or assignment you can BS with her. The only reason she has the job here is because she is a true seer. I was explaining when Harry interrupted me with a question. What? He asked in surprise. I guess you haven't gotten that far yet. But a seer is someone who makes true prophecies of the future. This is not like the possible events we can predict through various mediums like crystal balls and tea leaves. This is a future that will come to pass. The professor just so happens to have inherited enough of that gift from her grandmother to be able to do so. I explained calmly. She can actually tell the future. But she's so weird. Even Hermione can't take her seriously and she worships teachers. Said a blown-away Harry. Yes, that's not very surprising due to her stiff mentality. Divination is just not for the girl. I studied it in depth to achieve the results I have, and it is just annoying to me. I admit to the kid. Even you, Aiden. He was surprised at the reply. Yet. To me it is not really worth it unless you have a special affinity for it, or for an art involving it. And I do not have it. That's why for most people the course is just the I don't want to learn arithmancy or ancient runes class. I say with a chuckle. I get that. I get why you like those subjects yourself, Aiden, though, you're beyond brilliant in them. It's just not my thing. He nodded at my opinion. Thanks, Harry. Now about your Dementor problem. It's most likely because they sense your constantly raging emotions. Although it might not sound nice, because of your upbringing and your time here at Hogwarts learning about your past, parents, foes, and magic, you are overly emotional. You do not have much control over yourself. I am in no way blaming you, Harry. You have been thrown into a world which will constantly look at you in judgment and admiration for the day you lost everything. Add to that the fact that information is being withheld because of your sensitive disposition to yours and others' emotions, it frustrates you. But this turmoil is exactly why you are so appealing to those hollow creatures. They are so empty that they desire emotions of any kind to fill that void, and you are just so full of them that you could be considered the most tempting meal in Hogwarts. I explain in a calm and soothing voice, to let him know that it's okay and that it is all understandable. Okay, so I attract them, but why do I faint? Others got attacked, but they don't react like I do. He asked, wanting to know. He doesn't want to believe it's because he's weak. That, Harry, is because of what you've experienced in life. You have been through great loss, loneliness, sadness, and pain. The loss of your joy by the Dementors brings forward the very worst memories we have. That's why they are the jailers for the worst criminals we have. They constantly make you live through your worst memories. And for you it is so overwhelming that you lose consciousness. I answered the boy sympathetically. Is there anything I can do? You said when you announced a class on a charm, that it would protect the caster from Dementors. Can you teach me? He asked hopefully. I can't do one-on-ones to develop you as fast as you wish in those classes, Harry, but I know Professor Lupin would be very willing to do so. I've talked to the man and he was planning to help you in this area. I answer by giving him a path forward. Really? Then I'll go talk to him now. Thanks, Aiden. He shouted as he ran to find the man. I chuckled at his still immature behavior and relaxed for some time after that talk. Hermione was doing fine so far as she was trying to handle the full Hogwarts coursework. It's pointless to try and even do it since you can just do it like I did, meaning studying the subject on your own and taking the test. But she is very stubborn in odd ways. My friends were in the swing of things as well. Christian was prepping for the Quidditch season, participating in the dueling club and helping Hagrid with his course planning. James was overseeing the Charms Club, studying enchanting on his own and using the roar to practice his blacksmithing like his instructors told him to try and do. Victoria was spending all her extra time training with Madame Pomfrey, being a medic for the dueling club, or studying the Muggle medicine books I keep getting her. That's not mentioning keeping their grades at the top and the training they get from me in combat and occlumency. I was making good progress in all 3 of my creation projects. I'm in the middle of testing a few different ways to maintain the dragon fire after it has been captured. One involves getting flame catalysts from the same species and having them be channeling magic to the fire continuously, another involves finding a proper fuel for it to burn, and another is messing with the time inside the sealed box to just preserve it. My Dada spell is making great progress, but my Charms one has been slower due to the complexity of its principles. But the month of October had to pass, letting November take its place. And with it Quidditch season was upon us once again. Now, usually the first game of the season is Gryffindor vs Slytherin. But somehow and for some reason, Draco is still wrapping his arm up like an idiot, and this is for some reason, is enough to make all the matches change from their usual format. I really don't get the school sometimes. They could have just replaced the idiot. It's not like they haven't had enough time to do it, not like they didn't have the chance with their tryouts either. This is the type of laissez-faire attitude that makes me question Dumbledore sometimes. He just doesn't crack the whip enough. Oh well. So now it's going to be Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff just like in the canon. During torrential rain and a fucking thunderstorm too. Playing a sport in the air. Riding on brooms with metal on them. And the game only ending of a tiny golden ball is caught. With the entire audience somehow being on board with being soaked while watching the game. Crazy fools. But at least my friends became animagi with the arrival of the storm. They had to go one at a time to make sure nothing would go wrong though. Christian was first as he became a true wolf, with pure black fur and electric blue eyes. He was lean and well-muscled, shiny coat and larger than average size for a wolf. James was second, as he also followed the pattern of his form being the same as his patroness. He became a pure white dove, but with blue eyes as well. Victoria was the one we were most curious about due to her rare patroness. Her transformation took longer than usual, but surprisingly she didn't transform into either half of a hippogriff. Neither an eagle nor a horse. She was a true lioness. Strong, proud, fierce, and noble. Her lioness form had some darker fur near her head and her emerald green eyes were also maintained. It truly fit her. And so I shifted into a mountain lion myself and helped them all get used to their new forms. On a little side note, Tori really liked how close our transformations were and would constantly cuddle as a lioness. It was a weird kind of good to hear my girlfriend purring though. We enjoyed ourselves until Victoria and I had to go to the Quidditch pitch for the game. I still served as the on-site healer and today was going to have a lot of injuries due to the weather, so I got Tori as my assistant. We were both almost constantly moving to get players back on their brooms and in the games, which sucked because of the rain, although some nice looks at Victoria made me feel a little better. She on the other hand, was experiencing what was basically an ER situation for the first time, but with her being who she was, she kept her cool and moved quickly and with purpose. It was a great experience for her. Then I saw the moment I was really waiting for when Cedric, as the captain and seeker, went for the snitch and Harry quickly chasing him. Then a bolt of light struck the golden ball and transferred itself into the handsome teen, causing him to become stunned. Man, are these reckless people lucky enchanters invented so many protections for this sport. I thought when I saw it. As Cedric fell back towards the ground, he pretty much got out of it, so he was able to stop himself from crashing, but didn't have control of his body yet due to the shock. Harry took this chance to chase the snitch himself, but unfortunately the Dementors couldn't resist the sumptuous feast the game was presenting to them. So many emotions in one place was basically a lighthouse in the dark for those parasites. I quickly rushed out and yelled using the sonorous charm. Headmaster! Dementors are here! Use a Patronus! I yell out, making the entire pitch notice the presence of the creatures above us, just in time for one to get Harry and make him lose his consciousness, falling off his broom. I've got Harry! The Dementors are yours! I shout and receive his unspoken agreement as he takes out his wand and shows everyone what a Patronus can achieve. While I make Harry gently land, Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus takes flight as waves of positive emotions washes over the entire pitch, forcing the Dementors back. I can cover the train, but I'm still not on this level. I thought to myself with a sigh of admiration for his strength. The old man was not happy about this, he was actually quite upset actually, and the minister was not going to have a pleasant time. But I had to take care of Harry. He wouldn't be waking up soon, so I took him to the infirmary to rest. Tori, I'll run to the castle to bring the kid up quick and come back. You got this? I asked seriously. I've got this, was her determined answer. All right, I believe in you and I'll be back in 20 minutes. You know what to do if it's too serious anyway. I say with a nod and take off. What are the odds the Nimbus 2000 still crashes into the Whomping Willow? I thought as I ran in the rain with the unconscious Harry. 96, CH96 serious break. With Harry in the infirmary, Gryffindor lost their first game of the year and somehow the Nimbus still ended up falling into the Whomping Willow. And with Poppy being who she is, she forced Harry to rest in the infirmary for the weekend in order to recuperate for his encounters with Dementors. But with that over with, the next 2 months were passing by as peacefully as possible. When one wasn't getting affected by the hooded parasites anyway. Which Dumbledore was furious about when they came on the school grounds, making the minister apologies profusely for that one. He knew how bad it would look if the papers got a hold of this news. Dementors attack the boy who lives at Hogwarts would be an absolute nightmare for the man. What pleased me greatly about 2 weeks before the break, was that I figured out how to maintain the Dragon Fire Sealer. I ended up going down the time enchantments route by analyzing the time turner in my hand and minimizing the similar effects to within the box, instead of letting the entire world be affected. I basically made a mini time loop activate once the box has sealed the fire. The loop lasts half a second and is active continuously after something is introduced within it. The only downside is that the product becomes a one-time use item. It can last about 3 days, but once that time is up the enchantments and runes get completely used up and are rendered useless. Although it was a one-and-done item, it was still an impressive little piece of equipment. It's unfortunate I can't sell these to muggles, it would help a good amount of people who are in line for organ transplants get the best they could. But with that line of thought, the illegal side of things might get more aggressive with their acquisitions too. But with a finished prototype, I had it delivered to Scott. He would arrange for the testing and send me feedback on the performance. We are going to be using a common Welsh green for the test, since I own most of the reserve in it, the easiest dragon we could quickly arrange to test on. Hopefully it works well. The break was just around the corner now, and I decided it was time to visit the Shrieking Shack. I wished to talk to Sirius about his actions and make the proper setup without being overt. So one night, I decided to quietly approach the Whomping Willow guarding the passage to the shack. It was fairly simple to recognize the knot on its trunk and immobilize it, my grades in herbology not being just for show. I made it through the narrow passage and came out to see the interior of Remus' old place. Just like any abandoned home, which used to house a werewolf transforming, the place was just decrepit. I don't know why Sirius didn't make his stay more comfortable. You know, a little cleaning and repairing wouldn't go amiss. The place was covered in dust, with broken furniture laying around, boarded up windows, tattered walls, unhinged doors, and some good old-fashioned claw marks. I used my senses to feel around, and sure enough, the big dog was upstairs. I'm sure he's noticed my presence and is waiting in ambush too. He might be a bit unhinged at the moment, but he's also desperate to catch the rat. Desperate not to go back to Azkaban. And desperate people are some of the most dangerous beings in existence. So I walk up the uneven steps, calmly and confidently. And before I enter the room Sirius was hiding in, I stopped. Hello Mr. Black. Mr. Falster told me you had come as I thought you would. So can we talk civilly or do I have to subdue you first? I asked loud enough for the man to hear me through the door. After hearing nothing still, I sighed. Subjugation it is then. I said with a hint of disappointment as I draw my wand. I open the door and as soon as I walk in, the man on the run shoots a full body bind from behind where the door swung to. I shift my to the side and use my dodge's momentum to completely turn towards the man and deflect a disarming and stun chain off to the side with ease. The man was an aggressive and confident fighter. He tried to overwhelm in terms of attacks by forming spell chains. He struck with Jellylegs' curse, disarming, stunning then incarcerating charms, finishing his rush with 3 consecutive stunners, making me quickly defend myself with dodges, deflections and a severing charm to slice the conjured ropes right in the middle as I deal with his stunners and copy Professor Flitwick's little trick from our showcase as I redirect his last spell at him. I used this as my own opportunity to counterattack, since the man was the type to become more aggressive as the fight went on, overwhelming his opponents until he wins. I needed to break his rhythm. So what I did in the brief moment he had to defend was to blow all the dust in the room against the man, then shooting debilitating jinxes to dim his vision, slow his reaction time and fatigue him while he was dealing with the dust, which he tried to wipe from his face whilst keeping himself on the move. My jinxes hit, but for him nothing changed, so he thought they were duds, until he opened his eyes to see my own stunning spell nearing his head quickly, forcing him to duck, and only then noticing my knockback jinx did he try to roll away. Unfortunately for the man, he did what I wanted him to do. With his vision hampered, sudden weariness and his thought process delayed a bit, he didn't realize I lured him near the window. So with him in position I shot 2 quick disarming charms and then shot 2 spells at the man. But seeing them miss, Sirius thought I made a mistake and immediately tried to go on the offensive again, but when he moved his wand arm it was completely restrained by the now moving curtains. With a surprised shout, the rest of his body was getting wrapped up by the fabric and I disarmed the man as it finished making the Sirius black burrito. The man now wrapped up on the floor like a blunt was trying very hard to wriggle out, but he could barely move his hip and knees to flop like a fish. Made me chuckle a bit, getting a glare in return. Hello Mr. Black, I really didn't want to have to fight you, but you wouldn't believe me so here we are. I am Aiden Bones, a pleasure to meet you. And I must say that your unfortunate incarceration has not dulled your skills much, but it has wreaked havoc on your body. I can help with that if you wish, since even Madame Pomfrey has admitted my superiority in the field. I say politely to the man as he lay on the floor. Yeah right. Beaten by a kid and says my skills haven't rusted. He murmured sulkily. Please don't be so down. I do train with 3 senior Aurors regularly enough. You are actually very skilled and I can see why you aimed to become one in the past. Aside from your hot temper, you would have made a fantastic Auror and I'm sure my aunt would have loved to have you in her department. I say with an honest smile. That was in the past. He said sadly to himself almost. But how long are you going to leave me on the floor like this? He then suddenly said as he wiggles disapprovingly. That was punishment for attacking me even after Mr. Falster told you about how I know of the truth. I say with a light scolding tone as I wave my wand and break the spell. The now free man jumps off the ground and shakes himself off. He looked a bit better than when I saw him last. His skin was less pale, his eyes more focused, his hair had been cut in my facility and he wore a black duster coat with a warm shirt of the same color, sturdy jeans, and outdoor boots. He was still skinny due to not being able to eat much while on the run, he needed a bath but this wasn't exactly a livable house, and his body language was still wary of everything as it hadn't regained its confidence. That's better. So why did you come here, kid? And how did you know I would even be here? He questioned as he was really getting a good look at me. The latter is because I know of Professor Lupin's situation, your school days and how it was managed back then. The former has to do with how you've been handling things. I answered simply. Professor now. I wonder how happy he feels to be able to do it. He always was the gentlest of us. Asked Sirius as he was stuck in his nostalgia. He's doing better, especially with the new Wolfsbane recipe released recently. I say with a bright smile. That's good. But why do you care how I'm handling things? It's none of your business. This is between me and the rat. And nothing is going to get in my way. He declared as his irrational thoughts came forward. First problem is twofold. Your presence is causing Harry's own emotions to be in turmoil. You appearing as a large black dog and everyone telling him it's a grim has made the kid feel like death is approaching him, that being because of you as well. Why would he think that? Exclaimed the man in disgust at the idea. Because to him, you are his parents' betrayer, you are the hand of the Dark Lord, a vicious criminal responsible for the deaths of 13 people before your imprisonment, and everyone thinks you want to finish what he started, planting the idea into his head. I explained seriously to Sirius. Or seriously if you will. He was silent as he thought and become very dispirited when he realized that his best friend's son thought he wanted to kill him. Why didn't you tell him anything? You obviously know the truth and are close enough to him to know how he feels. He finally asked, with some accusation in his voice. Harry is a very emotionally driven kid. I reply with a sigh. How about this? So what would you and James do in a situation where your parents' betrayer was near you and you could have a free shot at him? I asked the man before me. Go after him ourselves. He replied instantly, but realized the problem with that quickly as well. Precisely. Do you think that a 13-year-old wizard, who wants nothing more than to find the man responsible for his parents' death, would just think rationally about the situation? No. He would try to catch the rat himself. He would confront a lying, scheming and cowardly man, who would hid as a rat for 12 years. A man who, besides his nature and inferiority next to his past friends, could easily take care of Harry and his friends if he felt the need to, or simply scurry away and hide like he usually does. I explained to the man. Although he doesn't want to admit it, I am right. Harry would do just that and try to take on the man himself without involving any truly capable people. It doesn't matter. He will know everything after I catch the rat. It won't be too late then. He said with some sadness and determination. I would actually like to help with the clearing of your name. I say as he perks up a bit at the thought. How? He asked seriously. I have 2 things here to obtain concrete evidence of Pettigrew being alive. I answer as I took out 2 objects from my expanded pouch. I lay a voice recorder and a camera on the table. This is? He asked after looking at them. These are new products that came out in recent years. That is a new model of camera based on modern Muggle ones, enchanted to work perfectly in around magic. Capture Pettigrew, restrain him and take some pictures so that in the extremely unlikely event he escapes you have proof of him being alive and well. They can't be older photos either because this baby is being released as we speak. And this is a voice recorder. Same origin as the former, but it lets you record any sound in its range. It can record for about 4 hours continuously and is more than good enough to record every sound that happens in this room. I'm sure you understand the uses. I say with a prideful smile. He won't get away from me. He simply said intensely. Mr. Black. This is to assure your freedom no matter what happens. If you decide to underestimate how desperate the rat is to get away from you, then you will regret when he escapes. This will make it so it doesn't even matter if he escapes. Any of his tricks will only lead to him living a bit longer as he becomes the hunted man. Until he is recognized as the traitor. And you can then actually be there for Harry. I end softly. He struggles for a while. He is too sure of himself. Too aware of how much better he should be than his former friend. But he also knows how cowardly he is. The rat won't stay still when Sirius nears or catches him. Alright, fine. I'll use your Muggle contraptions. It'll probably make my mother turn in her grave anyway. He finally agreed. Thank you, Mr. Black. I'll show how to use them to assure you freedom. I say with a happy smile. I spend a few minutes making sure the man knew how to use both. I also gave the man some proper food and drinks, a few polyjuice potions with different looks, some money to buy supplies, things to keep himself moderately clean and some clothes. You really are prepared, aren't you? He said mostly to himself. I don't think you're complaining about it when it's benefiting you. I reply with a smirk. Yeah, thanks kid. He said a bit awkwardly, but still gratefully. No problem, Mr. Black. Before I leave though, I have a question. I say to the man seriously. What's the question? He responded curiously as to what the kid who figured out everything about his past and the present wouldn't know. Did the Potters write a proper will before going into hiding? Something explaining their reasons and last requests. I asked the man. Yes. The day before they hid, they went to Gringotts to have it kept there. You don't mean? He started to answer when he realized why I asked. It's always good to have a few plans in motion. I nod with a devilish smile. Why do I feel like anyone who goes against you won't ever end well? Then asked Sirius with a shiver running through him with excitement at the fact I'm helping him, and some dread at the thought of me ever being against him. Because I make sure they don't. I replied with the smile growing wider. 97, CH 97 Preparation. My talk with Sirius being over with and what I could do at the moment finished, I headed back to the castle and prepared for my departure. Christmas is always a good time in my house. I also get a good amount of time alone with Victoria, which is a big plus nowadays. As usual, my friends and I all went together to the train. We kept getting a lot of attention along the way. Christian is the wild teen, sports star, dueler, with bestial appeal to a good amount of girls in Castle as his muscles developed and his face is maturing from cheeky kid to strong man. James is calm and collected now, a far cry from the nervous and scared disposition that he had during first and second year, but he has been developing a much fitter body with my training and his smithing, giving of a mature and reassuring aura to people, as his gentle looks make many almost swoon. Victoria is turning into quite the bombshell, and that's not just cause she's my girl, with her thick robes unable to hit her very mature body, long slender legs, flawless skin, enchanting eyes and prideful aura, a true combination of beauty and deadliness, the queen of snakes. While I walk ahead with confidence, my long ethereal silver hair in a loose ponytail, a body made for combat, handsome face and burning red eyes, with my own aura finding its balance between the warrior, scholar and ruler. All of us are the peaks of our interests. Charms, transmutation, dada, potions, herbology, care of magical creatures, arithmancy and ancient runes. And we constantly push further to improve ourselves. We take our time during the trip to monitor students and make sure no one was going too crazy, which is easy since even if we are glorified, we still spend a lot of time around others. This makes us more approachable individually, resulting in respect not just idolization. It was peaceful since Harry wasn't here to somehow cause an accident with his mere presence, so we got to King's Cross in a leisurely manner. No Dementor attacks this time. My two guy friends separated from Tori and I, saying their goodbyes and well wishes. I meet up with Susan and head out to find Amelia waiting for us, showing a relieved and happy face. I did feel a bit ignored during the reunion though because Auntie and Tori started to chat excitedly with one another, but I was also happy they got along. They are both strong and proud women, so it's nice they aren't clashing. We got home and unpacked quickly. Susan wanted to go see her favorites plants and Tori was making herself at home in my room, browsing through my notebooks. While I had to do work. Aunt Amelia said she would pass the lordship unto me on my 17th birthday. I was more than ready with my abilities and track record. She never wanted to have the title, since to her it was always her brother's. She is now just giving it back to its rightful owner. And that rightful owner was at a desk, doing paperwork. But what I've read has been a bit surprising honestly. Breaking Grounds is branching out to Africa apparently. I am actually in favor of this move, simply because I want the people there to pool their knowledge together and show me new and exciting potions. With so many cultures and traditions passed down throughout the continent, and making the shop near Uagadou to catch more eyes, it should bring in many interesting things. Although we will be very different than what they are used to, I hope they can start an exchange of ideas. Natural cultivation has expanded the aquatic farms by having more people join in the project. This has sparked interesting results as the place is becoming one of the true colonies in the world, with the jobs and trade to support it properly. Our interactions with centaurs have also gone swimmingly, with a dozen or so of our herbologists actually becoming friends with the tribe working with us. 2 allied tribes have also agreed to join the project, furthering the creation of a true centaur home. We've also finished negotiations and agreed on which creature species would be introduced. We have the creatures which will help pollinate plants, maintain healthy life and death cycles, the proper predators, river fish, insects, and prey. That was an extensive bit of planning involved and it is finally moving forward. Fortress Protection is becoming a true home for heroes in Bulgaria. We sent more men and women from our standard forces and shadow forces, joined with new trainees to gain experience and help them grow quicker in true combat, resulting in overwhelming local support. In maybe 2 years, we predict that the branch office will be completely self-sufficient and that it would no longer require constant assistance or supervision. It's been damn impressive to hear that we are legitimately helping the magical government stabilize the country. Sherry Holmes informs me that we now have ears in the minister's office itself, and in a few prominent noble homes. I don't know how she got the second one, but she is really taking to her role. I've also been using her to get all the dirt Malfoy has on so many people, giving a very thick dossier of strings I can pull, adding my own pieces even he doesn't know about. We've also been making proper connections through our agents, and good old-fashioned bribery is useful as well. We've also identified a list of Voldemort supporters in the last war, pure-blood supremacists and easily influenced individuals, waiting for the proper time to use it. And the best part is that none of this is connected to me, or even Miss Holmes. The Herald is the most read newspaper in Britain now, and we've decided to start opening offices in other countries such as France, Egypt, and Bulgaria. It will take much longer to develop, but with my other businesses present as well, it will help them along a bit. My own paper has actually requested an interview with me as well, which kind of made me laugh. They were so respectful too, trying to coax me into agreeing. Which I did, because it's actually something I've been waiting for. And they've finally opened up a new radio channel for people to listen to, with it including Muggle music, news report, interesting gossip, and fun prize giveaways. Like I told Sirius, the Muggle toy box will be releasing its new camera, and the radio they managed to get working, adding some more merchandise, but that's about it there. My vaccine has currently gained its benchmark as well. My extended version is allowed for a year and a half without any transformations or issues amongst all of its first recipients. 18 full months of protection with a single injection. Even if I'm the maker, I couldn't help but smile at the report. We are now testing second round of injections to see if results worsen or if any side effects crop up. The underground scene of the wizarding world is where the most changes have been happening. My orders have made many conflicts break out. The disappearances, murders, framing and arrests have made the entire thing unstable. The major players are trying to regain their control over what was happening, but one of them disappeared and the others are suspecting each other and engaging in their own conflicts. Meanwhile, Elaine has been racking up achievements with her squad and has become the hit wizard known in households. Apparently some interesting books about her have been written. But these are like the ones of Harry killing a horde of trolls at the age of 5 or whatever, so fictional. Jerry though has proven herself my hidden blade. No one knows she exists. No one knows she is on the prowl. And no one has noticed the disappearance of Mulcyber SNR, Yaxley, or Jugsun yet. 3 loyal little Death Eaters disappearing in the night, with dozens of others joining them as a result. She has informed me that McNair is currently awaiting a job from the ministry, so he's usually there, making it too risky to outright kill him for now. Selwyn is too small time right now to be able to find him in the chaos, and the Caros will be last because they're always together, mostly fucking each other. By default making the Avery father and son next, since the old man is near his death anyway and the son is on the move a lot, giving us many chances. All of this was brilliant news to me. With the free reins and support I provide to my partners, they help build the foundations for their own goals, further developing what we built together. I now have a self-sustaining and expanding network of information, supplies, muscle, and influence. While at the same time continuously making money, helping the situation of multiple magical being races and improving the situation of many people in the process. And I decided to use my web of influence to prepare myself in my fucking with Lucius. I got the dirt on everyone in the disposal of dangerous creature panel deep in my pockets, wresting control from Lucius without him knowing. And with that, I made them agree that Buckbeak was my property and they had no right to be involved, hence the trial there was cancelled. I used a few strings in the department in charge of notifying Lucius of this to conveniently lose his letter of notification. And got Wisengamot to schedule a trial against the Lord Malfoy for defamation, wrongful seizure of property, false accusations, bribery, and blackmail. And I made sure he doesn't know by keeping the members of the trial to people who hate the man, done by bribing his usual allies to just not be there since it is only a case about a hippogriff and beneath them to care. So to recap, cancelled his attempt to kill Buckbeak without him knowing, set up a trial against him without him knowing, stacked the bench in my favor like he usually does and removed his allies. It's so adorable that he thinks he's the only one who can play this game. He doesn't even know there's another player too. I'll need to get an early exam to make the trial date, but I can't wait for the summer. I thought to myself as my devil's smile was so prominent you could almost see the tail and horns on my shadow. Somewhere in a sexless married couple's bedroom, a man suddenly woke up in sweats due to a sudden nightmare. Lucius? Are you all right? Asked a groggy woman with mostly black hair except for a streak of grey. Yes, I'm fine, Narcissa. Simply a bad feeling. He answered dismissively, before trying to go back to sleep. He would toss and turn that entire night. Back to Aiden, also in a somewhat sexless relation. But they really want to fix that. I also sent a new set of orders for Jerry and her team to prepare for the capture of Peter Pettigrew. It would pause her work after the Averys, but this was important for things to be controlled. Finally done with my work, I turned off all the lights and went to relax with Tori for a while. I did good today, so I think I deserve to have my sexy girlfriend in my arms while we relax on my bed. I thought with a happy smile and hummed. 98, ch 98 front page worthy. Christmas has always been a very warm affair with my family. I always love spending time with Susan, Amelia, and for the last few years, Victoria. We relax in the common room and enjoy the falling snow outside by our burning fireplace. This year though, I had something to tell my aunt and little sister. I looked at Tori to my right, seeking her permission on something we had discussed the night prior. Getting a nod, I decided to start. Auntie, Susan, there's something I'd like to tell you too about. I say calmly, as the two of them turn their attention to me. Auntie with a raised eyebrow and Susan with a curious look on her face. So, for the last year and a half Tori and I have been together. And we talked about it, even though we want to keep this a secret from everybody else, we thought we should at least tell you too. I say gently. I knew you two were going to be together the moment you brought her home. Simply chuckled a smiling Amelia. Yay! That means Tori is actually going to be my big sister. Was the excited Susan response. Yeah, I kind of figured you knew since last Christmas, but it's still better to just say it. I responded to my aunt while scratching the back of my head. Victoria was being hugged by Susan, feeling very happy to have such a cute little sister in the future. Then Auntie stands up from her chair and walks over to her as well. Now although Tori is a strong woman, she is now standing in front of the woman who is basically my mother, so her boyfriend's mother. It's always nerve-wracking to meet the parents of someone you're dating. But Amelia just looked at her kindly and hugged her. Do try to look after him. He always runs ahead of everyone and I can't help worry that one day he'll get lost. She gently said to the girl her little Aiden chose. She still worries no matter how smart, how strong, or how skilled I am. Because as we see her as our mother figure, we are her children. And no mother ever stops worrying about her child. Of course. He's not losing me that easy. She replied with pure determination in her eyes. That's good dear. I know that you two will be fine. Both smart and thoughtful to no end. I'm sure you'll be more than fine. She gently said to the girl. I'm also guessing that necklace you always wear is from my naughty nephew, isn't it? She lightly teased. Victoria could only nod as her emotions were racing inside of her as happiness, joy, relief, belonging and acceptance flooded her, making tears of joy flow due to being held by the woman in front her. I told you Auntie wouldn't have a problem with Tori. I say to my girl as I gently help her wipe her tears with a handkerchief. After she calmed down, she was embarrassed that she had such a reaction and was feeling a bit shy right now. Bro, you said you've been keeping it a secret. But why? You both really like each other and most of the school has been betting on who you'd end up with. Tori is on the top of the list by far. Curiously asked Susan. It's the twins, isn't it? I just asked with a wry smile. Yeah, from what I know it's them. Replied Susan as she innocently nodded her head. Well, it's mainly because we want to wait until we graduate. Then it's because I'm already pretty famous due to my creations. It's only going to get worse soon. And Tori wants to stand on her own 2 feet and be acknowledged for her work, not because she's with me. I respect her and I also don't want to do anything which will hamper her path. So you can't tell anyone at all, sus? Not even Hannah can know. I answered seriously. The girl is a bit sad that she can't tell anyone, but she's 13 now and knows how to keep a secret. I mean, she's never leaked the fact that I have a phoenix, so I do trust her. Just don't go too far, you two. And you know the spell, dear. Then said Auntie with a teasing grin. That caused me to be a bit shocked at the fact my aunt just purposefully teased someone, while Victoria turned red, Susan understanding as well turned even redder. Everyone's reaction made her laugh a little too. With the announcement out of the way, our relationship was then celebrated by a very happy Tilly, ecstatic that our family was growing and that she had more people to serve. The little house elf was even humming at the thought of having even more little masters and mistresses to take care of. That made Tori blush quite a bit and it was adorable to see, so I spoiled her quite a bit once we got some privacy. A few days passed during our break, Tori and I relax in each other's arms as we read what we found interesting. That was until it was time for me to go. The Herald requested an interview with Aiden Bones and I didn't want it to happen at my place, so I decided to head to headquarters in Diagon Alley for it. I know for a fact that there's a comfortable interview room at the place. So I gave Tori a quick kiss on the lips, Sus got one on the forehead, and Auntie on the cheek as I headed out with Tilly bring me there. The alley was quite busy during the holidays, with many kids back from Hogwarts and families having time off. It led them here to shop or simply walk around. I did have to admit that there is a certain charm to walking around such an old-fashioned street with a blanket of snow over it. I arrived at the Herald's building which stood right in front of the firm center. The center itself had a steady flow of people going through their offered classes, seminars, activities, job offers and products. It was nice to see it helping people and slowly making them come around on the Muggleborn thing. It's actually been showing good progress as some purebloods have joined and a good amount of half-bloods. I entered the Herald to find the reception area looking very clean and organized, almost the same as modern Muggle equivalents. With the couches, welcome desk, receptionist, coffee table and some new copies of the paper to read. Hello, how can I help you, young man? Politely asked the nice-looking brunette receptionist. My name is Aiden Bones, I came here because a journalist named Martha Cromwell asked for an interview. I informed her politely in response. Ah, you're the Aiden Bones. She exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Why are you so shocked? I asked with a raised eyebrow. The maker of everything in Bones Works? The mysterious heir of the Bones family? The nephew of the Amelia Bones? That's you. She questioned enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. Yes, unless someone else is those things, then that would be me. Got the ring to prove it too. I say as I wave my heir ring. Oh Merlin. Keep calm, Sarah. Keep calm. She muttered to herself, while being so close to me I had no choice to hear her. She then looked at me with determination. Please sign my box. She exclaimed as she took out a vanishing box. Oh, that's all it was. I'll engrave it. How's that? I asked with a smile. She nods her head furiously in response. So with a quick use of my wand, a nice Aiden M. Bones was written in elegant cursive in the wood. Never thought I'd ever actually feel glad I went through those penmanship lessons. I thought to myself afterward. As Sarah was hugging her newly autographed box, I broke her out of her happy place with a cough. Could you notify Mrs. Cromwell that I'm here now? I asked with a smile, making her a bit embarrassed at her behavior and quickly getting to it. Martha came down excitedly, with her light blonde hair in a loose bun, some signs of lack of sleep around her eyes, but a fire was in them as she looked at me, wearing black women's pants and a blue blouse. She approached me as if eyeing a valuable treasure. You're Aiden Bones? 6th year at Hogwarts? Bones family heir? Owner, founder and supplier of product for Bones Works. She asked seriously. Yes, that would be me, Mrs. Cromwell. Miss Sarah over there has already asked almost the same questions. I answered with a chuckle. You don't look possible. You're too perfect looking. She blatantly stated. Most would take her blunt words as an insult, but I know this woman very well, she's trying to gauge me carefully to know how to get information out of me. Yes, my looks are unique, there is a reason, but it is very personal and shall never be discussed unless I choose to. Any attempts to dive into the topic will be met with an immediate end to the interview. I seriously responded to the woman's probe. That bad, hey? She simply said. The worst memories of my life. Also, it has nothing to do with the subject of the interview you mentioned. I plainly stated. Right. Follow me. She said as she opened a door to a hallway behind the reception area and guides me to an interview room. Like I said, they are cozy. With comfortable modern couches, enchanted properly for maximum comfort, the room being not too bright or hot nor too cold or dark, with a table between the interviewer and the interviewed. Sit, sit. Let's get started. You know me, I know you. Sorry for out there. She quickly said in an odd order. It's okay, Mrs. Cromwell, I've done my research and knew what I was getting myself into before agreeing to your request. I say as I seat with a smile and impeccable manners. Right. Of course, the genius prepared in advance. Why wouldn't he? She mostly said to herself. All right then, young Mr. Bones, let's get started. She then said as she looked at me seriously. She placed a voice recorder on the table and looked at my expression to see that I knew perfectly well what the device was, so she just began her interview. You are now 16 years old and currently attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You have only finished your owls last summer and have started on your path. But the reason I have called you here today is for two reasons, your newly published books and something we found after we looked into you. So let's start with the books. You released 4 books on 4 very different subjects during the summer. They are Potions Beyond Potions, Practical Arithmancy, A Step Towards True Mastery, Runes for a New Age, and A Herbologist's Guide to Growing Wild Plants. Unknown to the vast majority of wizards, each of these books are near revolutionary, and I'm sure you know that there has been a steep increase in sales for each book. So I have a few questions about them. She straightforwardly stated. How can a student possibly come up with even a fraction of the ideas in these books? She asked in slight amazement due to what she's heard by people who could understand them. Hell, even she understood some of the arithmancy ones and she's never done any. In all honesty, these are the compilations of my foundations. After I was taken in by my aunt, I wished dearly to improve myself and learn everything I could. So I convinced her to hire tutors in every subject that a wand would not be strictly needed and the tutor could fill in the role for. So I had been studying and experimenting with those 4 subjects for 6 years before I had even boarded the Hogwarts Express. I answered honestly. And how long had you been working on these books before publishing them? She asked curiously. Those are the nearly 10 years of efforts and learning, brought together into the foundations of what I know today. I answered. So you're saying this isn't all you know? This is the basics, what you can do? She asked incredulously. Yes. I don't want people to just blindly follow a path made by me. I published the tools they would need to pursue their own futures. Their own interests. And I hope to see people go even further beyond what I have. Because I want to see people strive to truly improve what we have and can do today. I wish to avoid constant stagnation. So I showed people how to really play with potions, the first steps on how to create spells, showed them how to raise new plants, and created a much better rune system to let our fields of warding and enchanting face a revolution. I replied with my ideals behind my books. That is quite the sentiment, Mr. Bones. But many are doubting the legitimacy of the work and that it has truly been done by you. I must admit that it does seem impossible. Your thoughts? She then asked. I'll let my grades speak for themselves. I answered to the question. But that is the issue. No one has been able to get a peek at your grades to confirm it. It seems they are determined to hit you. So on the record, what are your OWL results? She finally asks. 8O++ and 4O+. I directly state. I beg your pardon. But I seem to have misheard you, Mr. Bones. I thought I heard you say O++, but there is no such grade. Awkwardly chuckled Martha after a confused pause. I simply handed her the result letter I received this summer. If you still doubt me, I'll give you permission to check with Madame Marchbanks. I would also suggest you look into James Calloway, Christian Ward, and Victoria Traverse. Their time at Hogwarts will surely help you fill that front page nicely. I reply with a wide smile. I didn't even get a response from the woman as she immediately bolted out of the room while shouting at me. That's all for today. I heard as she got further away. I guess I'll go home then. I wonder how the article will look like. I asked myself as I headed for the exit. 99, CH 99 Generation of Miracles. Yes, I took the title. What are you going to do about it? For the next few days nothing much was happening at home, letting me have a peaceful and fulfilling break. Some work due to my status, enjoying my tinkering with my mastery projects, quality family time and enjoying Tori's company. It was just nice. Especially when I could see her warm smile when we were together, making anything and everything worth it. Then one morning, the Herald came in. Generation of Miracles. By Martha Cromwell. As we all know, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the place to learn magical knowledge in our country. Proud to stand as the oldest magical education establishment, with it now having been over a millennium since its opening. We have been very vocal about our belief here at the Herald, that the standards for education at the school have been heavily cut down by political agendas, mismanagement, and corruption. Feeling that the school no longer seemed to deserve the title of best school in the world, we took it upon ourselves to prove this. But it seems that members of a new generation are not telling others about these issues, but fixing them instead. 3 students of Hogwarts, currently in their 6th years, are stemming the tide and pushing to improve this. And this group has been acknowledged by their fellow students as monstrous when it comes to their achievements. These 3 are beyond anything Hogwarts has seen in students for the last 200 years according to the records. And each members of this trinity is leading the charge in their chosen fields, displaying enormous prowess and incredible academic results. Even the member with the worst grades amongst them stands far above any other student. Christian Ward, son of known herbologists Giselle Ward and magi-zoologist Daniel Ward, has been dubbed a prodigy in both fields. His results for both classes in his owls were O+. The first to achieve such results in 100 years. He has traveled the world with his parents since young, immersing himself in nature at an early age. Named the best chaser in Hogwarts 3 years running and leading his house to winning the coveted cup for 2. He is at the forefront of the newly re-established dueling club, known to be unmatched by any except his own teacher. Although he has arguably the worst grades of the group, the teen is respectfully called the Beast amongst students for his practical abilities and natural instincts. James Calloway, a Muggle-born, is known for his in-depth mastering of all formal wand magic. He has been noted to be a participant in the creation of one of the twin brooms standing at the peak of the industry, the Black Bolt. And his grades would make you believe it, even through his humble denial. 3 O+S, with 1 in charms, the other in transfiguration, and the last in ancient runes. He has been head of Hogwarts Charm Club since the beginning of his 5th year, and acknowledged as the best in the club since his 4th. Unlike Mr. Ward, Mr. Calloway is using his time to reintroduce the art of enchanting to the school, sharing his passion with those willing to learn. His peaceful, inclusive, and gentle nature, coupled with his willingness to help others, earned him the nickname of the Saint amongst many grateful students. The best of the trio is without a doubt Victoria Traverse. Only known younger member and heir of the sacred 28 Traverse family, she currently holds the most impressive grades ever found in House Slytherin. Half of her tested grades were O and the rest O. She stands above all others in charms, transfiguration, potions and arithmancy. She has been described to be what any noble should aspire to be, superiority through efforts and achievements. Along with being said to be the only known student capable of contending with Mr. Ward in duels, she has demonstrated incredible talent in the opposing field of dueling, healing. Miss Traverse has been noted to be learning the noble art from Hogwarts' own matron, Poppy Pomfrey, and has served as a healer for both the dueling club and Quidditch matches. She has been described as noble, strong, and determined, but also caring and insightful. Her bearing, actions, and achievements earned her the nickname of the Queen, demonstrating students' respect for her. These 3 students have also been respected prefects since last year. But there is one student who stands above even these 3 prodigies. He is their leader, their mentor, their friend, and the most talented student Hogwarts has ever seen. After combing through every record we could find, no student has ever come close to achieving what he has. Aidan Michael Bones. Heir of the noble Bones family, nephew of the head of the DMLE, founder and owner of Bones Works, creator of the Black Bolt Broom and author of 4 books deemed as revolutionary by any competent expert we've had to evaluate them. Young Mr. Bones' achievements are nothing short of miraculous. According to his record, which he has permitted us to read, he has had O and in every test and assignment he has ever taken at Hogwarts. He has founded a student help and exchange center built around the principle that all students are welcomed, and that any who wish to improve can do so. It has officially been named the Exchange. The very matron we've mentioned earlier, Madame Pomfrey, has openly admitted that she is very proud of her student to have already surpassed her. He is also the one responsible for the reopening of the dueling club, alongside former champion dueler, current head of Ravenclaw and Charms Professor, Phileas Flitwick, as well as the one responsible for funding the new club and supplying it with all its equipment. His looks are almost impossible to fault, his only defects being scarring no one knows how he received. He has shown impartiality towards any willing to accept him, as well as a firm hand towards those who cross his values. He has shown strength, intelligence, wisdom, leadership, and cunning with his time at Hogwarts. Mostly likely why he was unprecedentedly assigned as head boy in his 5th year and still holding the title, another unheard of achievement. But here is the final reason why he is unquestionably declared the best by any who truly dig into his time at Hogwarts. Examiners had to create a new grade to give his results justice. Ancient Runes, O++. Arithmancy, O++. Astronomy, O+. Care of Magical Creatures, O+. Charms, O++. Defense against the Dark Arts, O++. Divination, O+. Herbology, O++. History of Magic, O+. Muggle Studies, O++. Potions, O++. Transfiguration, O++. You read this right. O++. Not only did he take every single owl available, his lowest grade was outstanding with distinction. He was determined to be so spectacular that he was offered to take his newts immediately. This extreme intelligence of his, as well as his house, have earned him the nickname of the Raven, leading to comparisons with Rowena Ravenclaw herself. This group of young men and women, has led me to believe they might be what Hogwarts, and maybe the magical world as a whole might need, a miracle. Born from their talents and hard work to make the world feel the wonders of magic again. To let the stagnation and decay our community has suffered through, and breathe new life into it. Aiden Bones is already doing this. He introduced new means of communications, helped every office job increase their productivity, created one of the 2 best sprooms in existence, and now he brought out his new works, Potions Beyond Potions, a herbologist's guide to wild plants, runes for the modern age and practical arithmancy, a story towards true mastery. If our readers are doubting the qualifications of this young man, don't. He already stands shoulder to shoulder with the greats in those fields and none who have read his works can deny it. In simple terms, he has shown how to mass-produce over 100 magical plants deemed impossible to before, created and improved dozens of potions including a vastly improved wolfsbane, created his own highly versatile rune language, and has opened the door to anyone who wants to create or modify magic spells themselves. He is without a doubt a genius. And this is why I wish to see the path they will tread, hopefully bringing about a generation of miracles. The news would spread quickly and that was certain. Even abroad this would be explosive. It's simply because these are standardized evaluations from across the world, with everywhere having its equivalent. Tori was beside me, but she was worried about her father finding out about her learning how to heal. He was strictly against any job deemed below a pure blood status, and she didn't know what he'd do. Tori, you don't need to worry. Your birthday is the 14th of March, so you'll be 17 and a fully legal adult by the time summer comes. You and I can easily find a place to ourselves where he will never be able to stop or harm you again. I myself will be 17 soon after our exams and will get the lordship, so I will do everything I can to help you and protect the woman I love. I said gently as I gazed at her lovingly. She looked into my eyes and relaxed a great deal with my words. She knew her father would try to force her into something, but she wouldn't care. In all honesty, even as the only one able to inherit the Traverse name, she doubted her would let a woman do so. It didn't matter if she was the most brilliant witch to attend Hogwarts in centuries, since he was a sexist blood supremacist, who believed everything should be controlled by pure-blooded lords. The key word being lords, not nobles, hence the women are looked down upon as males are preferred. Thank you Aiden. It helps a lot that you're here. I honestly don't even know how to face my so-called father anymore. Every time I make a breakthrough in my research I get closer to the actual issues plaguing my mother, and I get scared at what they tell me. She said with a weak smile, a smile I never want her to have, but it's there. I've read her results and conclusions, and they are honestly worse than what I initially believed happened. Things are pointing to years of continuous mental and physical abuse of almost extreme intensity. Her mind was gradually worn down until it decided to completely hid within itself. This is what would have happened if I had spent more time under the care of that old demon. At one point the mind just doesn't want to experience the pain anymore. I know, but whatever you decide to do I will be there. Whether you wish to ignore him, get him on trial, take away his lordship, punish him, or even getting rid of him for everything he's done to you and your mother, I'll do everything I can for you. I say as I gently hold the usually strong girl. She lets me envelop her and snuggles into me and rests her head on my chest. I simply spent my night with her, letting her feel safe and figure out what she wants to do with what she now knows. Meanwhile, Britain was abuzz as the news of so many genius currently attending Hogwarts, with my books flying off the shelves as people wanted to check the truth out for themselves. 100, ch 100 back to school. The article itself doesn't make any direct issues for Tori and I in all honesty. For her the risks and annoyances come from her father, which I am handling by having complete control over his communications, easily done since he doesn't have a box. I know how nobles are and they will try to get an engagement arranged between their inbred nitwits and my girl, like hell I'm letting that happen. So I managed the meager amount of mail he would receive and just sent him a bunch of money for the proper engagement between me and her, on the condition it be kept secret until we have both graduated from Hogwarts. He would then receive the other half of what I paid. Although I am a half-blood, I still am a noble heir, with a vast fortune, the best wizard of my generation by far, with connections, and a growing business, making me a very attractive candidate. My annoyances are coming from increasingly fanatical mail. As more people read my books, more of them are ravenously asking for explanations and clarifications about how I was able to figure all this stuff out. Academic studies of my ideas and results are already underway. And worst of all, someone somehow got a picture of me and sent it Witch Weekly magazine. You have no idea of the fan mail I'm getting out of this. And I'm not sure if this is good or not, but Christian and James are also involved in this. There was even a vote held for what type readers preferred. Christian was the wild passionate type lover, James was the gentle and caring type, and apparently I was determined to be the protective and dominating type. Didn't help when Victoria just kinda agreed to what they said. It really didn't help that my two friends were turning into attractive men as well. What can you do? Tilly was apparently more than happy to go through these letters instead of trying to find things to do. Made her sing a little tune while sorting the mountain of letters. Gotta admit that sometimes their mad desire for work does come in handy. But this did give me the opportunity to start communicating with a variety of experts and masters in the fields of potions, herbology, arithmancy, and runes. I was building a wide array of academic relationships. You never know what might come in useful in the future and who will come up with the next great idea. It also helped establish my name as an expert much quicker as well. So all in all, not a total loss. The holidays ended on an odd, but okay note because of all the attention I was getting, but it was soon time to return to Hogwarts. We got to the platform even earlier than usual to avoid any issues, Auntie even went as far as putting notice me not charms on everyone. It was for good reasons too since I spotted 8 journalists, 15 prowling witches, and many others were simply on the lookout for any signs of their recently famous schoolmates. So with a quick goodbye, we all went inside the train. Sometime later, as Tori and I were enjoying our last bit of time together as a couple for a while, a commotion was brewing outside the train as people rushed towards the platform's entrance. I could hear loud voices, some cameras going off, yelling and lots of movement. That's when we could notice our two friends popping in together, trying to fight their way through the horde of people. Should we go and help them? I asked Tori, feeling a bit bad for the guys. I didn't see anything except my man, what about you? She replied with a mischievous look in her eyes as she lay in my arms. You know what? You're right. I guess I was seeing things outside and should be paying attention to my girl. I said with a grin as I pulled her even closer. So we got a few more minutes of time to ourselves before I could sense our two friends approaching our cabin and we separated. Bloody hell! What is wrong with those people? Complained Christian as he came in a bit disheveled. That is rather unpleasant. Are they going to act like this all the time though? Questioned a relieved James, now that he doesn't have to worry so much. Haha. Yeah, you two are either going to have to get used to it, learn how to be stealthy, be so rude or cold they have no choice but to leave you alone, or wait for the buzz to cool down. I answer with a wide grin. Christian I can see acting like a brute, but James is way too nice to even try it. I bet he'd just give the autographs to everyone who asks. Add Victoria with a chuckle. You two could have stopped being in your own little world and helped you know. Irritably replied Christian with a light glare. You think it's bad when they see you too? Imagine what's going to happen if they see me. The only way it doesn't get 3 times worse is if I cow them into silence, and that's not a good option. That option makes people feel inferior, then they get huffy, then annoyed, and then they slander. I answered back to my friend. Fair enough, but how did you avoid the commotion? Especially with you two coming together. That should have made those people go crazy. Asked James, getting Christian to look at us wondering the same thing. We got here really early and Amelia cast a few concealment spells to avoid getting any attention. Answered Tori as matter-of-factly. Amelia? James questioned with a raised eyebrow. We decided to tell my aunt and sis about us during the break. It went well, plus it's not like they weren't familiar with each other. I answered for her. That's great, Tori. First step is getting the in-laws on your side. After that you're golden even when it's his fault. Exclaimed a chuckling Christian. I am happy for the two of you. But are you going to be okay, Tori? Your father will most likely see the article about all of us as well. Worriedly asked James. Aiden said he would take care of it and we promised each other to find our own place during the summer. She said tenderly looking at me. Yeah, it's all fine, plus I'm pretty sure we're going to be engaged soon. I answered with a bright smile. What? Came their very surprised responses. Aiden, what do you mean by that? Softly asked Tori. Well, I was worried that with Tori's excellence being exposed, being a pure blood, your father being how he is and other supremacists being how they are, that I should stop any possible troubles. So I'm currently controlling the male inflow of the Traverse family and I sent him a very nice offer for your hand. And just so I don't get in trouble, this is to stop others from trying to take you from me in some bullshit legal manner, and I will propose to you properly once we can properly live together. I explained seriously. The two guys look at me in an almost impressed manner. And you didn't think to tell me? Asked Victoria in a low voice. I didn't want to get engaged with a contract, so I wanted to keep it a secret until I could do it properly and have a ring ready. I answered honestly. It was like being in front of a real lioness as she looked at me with narrowed eyes, not speaking a word. Which in her case, it's not far from the truth. But then she wrapped her arms around me in what was almost an attempt to crush my bones through a hug. Thank you, Aiden. You always do these things for me, even giving money to that man. She said as she had her face buried in my chest. I told you that you were mine. I'll do anything to keep it that way. I softly replied as I stroked his silky smooth hair. So the atmosphere of the cabin was turning pink, while the two guys were there being a bit awkward at basically being forgotten. Cough. I know you two are usually well behaved, but this is a bit too much in front of two bachelors. Said James as he broke us out of our moment, while Christian was just shaking his head. Well, I can't say anything for you James, but I'm pretty sure Christian has some interest in that little second year. Maybe in a few years when she grows up it'll be you too. Replied Victoria with a knowing smile on her face. Wait. What? No. Luna is like a little sister. Yet. I just can't leave such a cute and interesting girl alone so I protect her. Like a bunny even. He defended himself in a fluster. We all just look at his reaction and grin widely. It's not like they ought. He exclaimed in near despair. So we got into chatting about our holidays after that little bit of fun. Enjoyed some light-hearted time together. Made some simple but good memories. The train finally started moving and it was time to fulfill our duties and maintain some level of order in the compartments. It was different this time due to the sheer looks of awe amongst the students that had read the articles about us, or the blushing girls averting their gazes, and some people fidgeting in their seats while they were trying to decide whether to approach us or not. This was all pretty standard for me, but a new experience for my friends. Aside from our new fans, nothing troublesome happened on our trip back. No second Dementor attack either. I'm guessing they are busy looking around Hogsmeade by now. And Harry isn't here either. Anyway, Hogwarts soon became lively again with the hundreds of students returning to its halls. I even got a visit from a huffy Harry, complaining about how Hermione got his new firebolt taken by McGonagall to make sure it isn't cursed. My only response was very simple. Harry, I know you love Quidditch and have been dreaming about that broom, but are you sure how you are acting right now is fair? You received a very expensive gift, from an unknown person, just when your broom has been broken. It is already suspicious enough, without adding to the fact that Black is on the loose. So tell me, is it fair to treat your friend who doesn't want you to get hurt or die, like you are now, simply because you will not be able to play with that broom for maybe one game this year? I asked the kid. This makes Harry look down in some shame for his actions. It's simply because I'm right and he knows it. Hermione just doesn't want her friend to be hurt. So although Ron is mad at her for the conflicts between his beloved rat and her cat, Harry should not treat the poor girl like this. You're right, Aiden. I was too happy about getting the broom and hurt my friend who was trying to protect me. I think I'll go apologize now. He answered in a low voice as he was ashamed of himself. Although it never feels good to admit your faults, it is also right to do so. It will let you grow as an understanding and broad-minded person. I am happy if you can sincerely make up with her, you are her best friend after all and it must be hurting her a lot. I can't help with the cat chasing after a rat though, it's simply natural. I say to the growing boy. He nods at me with determination and heads off to find his friend.